Chapter 1 The School Beauty with Black Silk Stockings is actually my childhood sweetheart. Lin Yi's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to reality from the chaos, and the sharp ridicule pierced his eardrums like a needle. Tisk, look at how shabby he is. Is that t-shirt he's wearing a rag? How dare he stand next to School Beauty Shun? I've seen many toads trying to eat swan flesh, but this is the first time I've seen someone so ignorant. Ha ha. At this moment, his head was splitting with pain. A cold mechanical voice exploded in the depths of his mind without any warning. Detecting the host's strong will to humiliate and resist. System binding. Binding successful. Counterattack system, protecting you. What, thing? Lin Yi suppressed his dizziness and suddenly opened his eyes. My vision gradually became clear, and the scent of the banquet mixed with perfume and alcohol penetrated my nostrils. What shocked him even more was that in his arms was a girl with a stunning appearance. This beauty's name is Shun Muxue. Her facial features were extremely delicate, and her skin, as smooth as jade, seemed to glow under the light. His clear eyes were particularly bright with anger at this moment, and he was staring at those who were mocking him without fear. Lin Yi lowered his eyes slightly and could see that the black stockings from Balenciaga perfectly outlined a pair of long and straight legs. It makes people bleed. Lin Yi's heart began to beat wildly. This is... I'm reborn? Lin Yi was shocked. This scene, he remembered. Wasn't he at the scene in his previous life where he was dragged by his childhood sweetheart, the school belle Shun Muxue, to attend a university party? In his previous life, he suffered humiliation here and was publicly harassed by the student union president Xue Kai. Only Shun Muxue stood up to defend him. Unfortunately, due to some things that happened later, Shun Muxue was forced to go abroad by her family, and I never met her again. Thinking of this, Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly. In this life, he will never let history repeat itself. At this moment, Shun Muxue's pretty face was frosty, and her voice trembled slightly with anger. What gives you the right to say that about brother Lin Yi? Apologize to him. A boy with a red face said. School Beauty Shun, did he save your life? Is he worthy of your protection? Lin Yi, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman like a turtle. Another person mocked. Look at your clothes. Do they add up to enough to buy one of my shoes? Are they worthy of Shun Muxue? Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to speak, the host's enthusiastic voice resounded through the microphone, filling the entire audience. Good evening, everyone. Next, let's give the warmest applause to the student union president, Xue Kai, who will perform a piano solo, thousands of miles away. There was immediate applause from the audience. A man as outstanding as President Xue and the school beauty are a perfect match. Someone murmured. Under the spotlight, Xue Kai, dressed in a white suit, walked onto the stage gracefully. When he passed by Lin Yi, he gave her a look of extreme contempt and provocation, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Waste. The smooth and skillful piano music quickly flowed out. I have to say that Xue Kai really has capital to be proud of. This song is already a famous one, and Xue Kai plays it quite skillfully, making it one of his specialties. At the end of the song, there was thunderous applause. Xue Kai stood up, but instead of leaving the stage, he took the microphone from the host. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, and his smile was both smug and malicious. Lin Yi, I heard that Muxue likes boys who can play the piano the most. What do you think? Do you dare to come up and compete with me? Of course. He deliberately dragged out the tone, and the malice almost condensed into substance. If you don't have this kind of guts, get out of here right away. Don't try to embarrass yourself by pretending to be a toad. There was a burst of laughter and whispers from the audience. Shun Muxue was so angry that her face turned pale, and she held Lin Yi's hand tightly. Brother Lin Yi, ignore him. Let's go. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. The host is facing a serious provocation. Should the counterattack procedure be initiated? Fight back. Lin Yi roared in his heart without hesitation. Command confirmed. Loading. Congratulations to the host for achieving the level 10 piano master skill. A hint of shock flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Does this mean you have obtained the level 10 piano master skill? In an instant, countless knowledge, techniques, and musicality about the piano flooded into his mind like a vast torrent. His 10 fingers even trembled slightly subconsciously, as if he had practiced on those imaginary piano keys thousands of times. A strong sense of self-confidence surged from the bottom of my heart. He felt that he could play even the world's top piano music freely. Lin Yi's mouth curled up, and he thought to himself. I see. Is this the power of the system? Awesome. Then, he raised his eyes to face the arrogant Shuekai on the stage, a smile on his lips, and his voice was clear and calm, penetrating the entire venue. Since President Shui has invited me so graciously, it would be unkind of me to decline. Shen Muxue took Lin Yi's hand and whispered. Brother Lin Yi, there's no need to bother with that kind of person. Lin Yi couldn't help but touch her head and looked at her lovingly. It's okay, Mu Shui, just wait and see. Shuekai stood on the stage, looking down at everyone, with a playful expression on his face that was almost overflowing. Don't just talk, Lin Yi. Take it out for a walk, whether it's a mule or a horse. Don't hide behind a woman. Lin Yi smiled, his voice calm and penetrating. As you wish. It's just right that I can also play the song thousands of miles away. Please give me your guidance, President. The whole audience was in an uproar. Is he crazy? President Shui has won an award. Are you ready to give up? Don't you think you haven't lost face enough? How dare he? He's playing the same song? Isn't that just showing off one's skills in front of an expert? Humph, just to get the attention of the school beauty, he has no dignity left, right? Let's see what happens when he gets embarrassed later. Lin Yi turned a deaf ear to all the doubts and walked towards the grand piano with steady steps. He sat down, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his temperament suddenly changed, calm and focused. The next second, the slender fingers fell. The moment the first note sounded, the noisy venue seemed to be muted. It's still thousands of miles away, but the music flowing from his fingertips seems to be from another dimension. It is no longer mechanically precise, but is infused with tremendous vitality and deep emotion. The melody is sometimes plaintive and sometimes magnificent, easily drawing everyone's mind into the musical world he has created. He is countless times stronger than Shuekai. The difference is obvious when the two are compared. Shuekai's piano playing is pleasant to the ears, while Lin Yi's piano playing is soul-stirring and makes people immersed in the world of music. Who's better? This is no longer a contest on the same level. More exciting later. Chapter 2, Master-Level Performance shocked the audience. Some people closed their eyes unconsciously, and some people opened their mouths and forgot to close them. The people who had just been talking about Lin Yi were all in disbelief. How could this sound like the music played by a master? The boy who had mocked me the most before now only had a look of shock on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my God, this is too awesome. Some people began to doubt their lives, their voices trembling. How is this possible? Am I at a concert? Stronger than Shuekai, more than 100 times. How is this possible? How can this be trash? This is clearly a master. Shuekai listened to the music played by Lin Yi with his eyes wide open, and was completely shocked. The blood color on his face disappeared completely in an instant. Then an embarrassing purple color like pig liver came over him. Those who don't know might think that this is Zhang Fei's reincarnation, but the difference is that Zhang Fei was black, and now Shuekai is purple. Shuekai dug his fingers into his palms tightly, his body trembling slightly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He was roaring wildly in his heart, feeling like a clown who was stripped naked in public. I've checked it out clearly. He's a complete layman. Is this a fucking ghost? Could it be that my intelligence is wrong? This can't be right. This is really weird. I wanted to step on him to establish my authority in front of Mu Shui, but now I'm so embarrassed. Shuekai's face felt hot, as if he had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. At the same time, Shen Muxue covered her mouth, her big eyes shining with stars, staring at Brother Lin Yi on the stage who seemed to be glowing, without blinking, her heart beating so fast that she couldn't control it. So Brother Lin Yi has this trick up his sleeve. How come I didn't even know about it? He's really well hidden. I worried about this for nothing. I didn't expect the technology to be so advanced. What Lin Yi didn't know was that Shen Muxue had a little more admiration and a little more liking for him. Finally it was finished and the music had stopped for a while. Everyone was still savoring the taste with their eyes closed, some were shaking their heads as they savored it. Finally, in a cry. This is absolutely amazing. So cool. Everyone came out of the musical world outlined by Lin Yi. Deafening applause broke out. That's awesome. I've never heard such a good performance in my life. Even better than the master. Fuck. He's such a hidden talent. I'll be mad at anyone who calls him a loser again. Linny slowly stood up, his eyes swept across the entire room, and finally landed on Shui Kai, who looked pale and shaky. And Shin Mushue, who was in the audience with her face flushed with excitement and her eyes shining like stars. Linny thought. It's worthy of being a system. This is so powerful. It feels so good to cheat. Shui Kai listened to the sighs from those around him, and his expression became increasingly grim. Linny walked off the stage and came in front of Shui Kai, his tone gentle and even a little humble. President Shui, I've only been practicing casually, and my playing is average. Since you're an expert, why don't you give me some feedback? Shui Kai was so angry that he was shaking all over and his teeth were chattering. Linny. You. Stop pretending here. Are you trying to humiliate me? Okay, you beat Linny. Our relationship will remain unchanged forever. Just wait for me. Finally, under the complicated gazes of everyone, he suddenly pushed away the people around him and rushed out of the banquet hall in a mess. Linny looked at Shui Kai's fleeing back, with a hint of victory on his lips. At this moment, a soft and sweet body suddenly pounced on him and hugged his arms tightly. There were also two soft things pushing up, which made people's blood boil. Linny couldn't help but shudder and looked back. Shin Mushua tilted her face up, her eyes bright and amazing, her voice soft and sticky, with a slight tremor of excitement. Brother Linny. You're so handsome. When did you secretly become so good at training? You even hid it from me. I'm so worried about you, really. Feeling the soft touch on his arm and the unique fragrance of the girl, Lin Yi's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. He smiled and raised his hand, gently rubbing her hair. Well, I just want to give our Mushua a surprise. Shin Mushua smiled sweetly, hugged him tighter, and said softly but firmly. Yeah. Surprise. A huge surprise. Brother Linny, you were literally glowing just now. Chapter 3 Soft Touch. Shin Mushua gently tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, pouting her lips slightly, with a hint of coquettishness. Brother Linny, the banquet isn't fun at all. Let's go shopping by ourselves, just the two of us, okay? The moonlight gently fell on her delicate little face, which was tilted up, and her big watery eyes were full of anticipation. The softest part of Lin Yi's heart seemed to be gently touched. He held her small hand in his backhand, wrapped her slender fingers in his palm, and spoke with unprecedented doting. Okay, I'll accompany you to have fun tonight. In this life, he will never let go of this girl's hand again. Shin Mushua stared at him with her big watery eyes. Seeing his smile, she tilted her head curiously. Brother Linny, what are you laughing at? Tell me. Linny raised his hand, scratched the tip of her nose naturally, and said. Of course it's fun to hang out with you. The two walked forward hand in hand in the night. At the same time, in a dim box on the other side of the city. You bunch of useless people, how did you investigate? Do I want you to just eat dry rice? A bunch of gluttons. Shui Kai had a gloomy face and kicked one of his younger brothers in the face. The younger brother screamed and fell to the ground, covering his instantly swollen cheeks, and said with a bitter face. Kai, brother Kai. We really checked it out thoroughly. No one in his family has ever played the piano for 3 generations. And he's never shown anyone he can play the piano in his entire life. Anyone who knows him can attest to that. Shui Kai's expression eased slightly after hearing this, but it still didn't look good. This kid is so insidious. He has such a skill, but he has never shown it before. He plays the role of a loser so well. I'm going to make him pay. Compared to me, he's not even close. Playing the piano is just one of my hobbies. Just wait and see. Shui Kai frowned and clenched his fists tightly. At this time, Linny and Shin Mushua were happily walking on the street, enjoying the night view. Shin Mushua has a fair face, soft long hair, a slender waist, and a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. Wherever it passed, passers-by all looked at it sideways, and some even stared at it so intently that it crashed into a roadside electric pole with a bang. Everyone whispered. I really envy the guy next to me, he can date such a beautiful girl. These legs, this waist, are they from a fairy? TSK, what kind of shit luck did that kid have? Shin Mushua didn't notice the gazes of others at all, and said to Linny. Brother Linny, whenever I think of Senior Shui Kai's bruised face at the banquet, I want to laugh. It was blue and purple, just like pig liver. It was so satisfying. But, when did you start learning piano? How come I don't know anything about it? Linny stopped and looked deeply into her clear eyes, his voice low and serious. I remember you said a long time ago that you particularly liked people who played the piano. You thought people who played the piano were very talented. So I secretly learned it myself. Just to give you a surprise. A huge feeling of sweetness and touchingness surged through my body like a warm current. Shinmushue's little face, like a ripe apple, looked at Linny with admiration. He actually remembered a casual remark he'd made so long ago, one he might have forgotten? And he even put in the effort to do so? Linny admired her shy and admiring look with a smirk on his face and was enjoying the process. Suddenly a pair of jade hands came over and hammered. Oh, brother Linny, you are so mean. Why do you keep looking at me like this without saying anything? The force was more like a coquettish caress than a beating. Linny felt as if his heart was scratched by a kitten's claws, and it felt numb and tingling. He thought. Isn't this just a little fist hitting your chest? It feels pretty good. Linny had a satisfied look on his face, then he grabbed the outstretched hand and placed it on his chest. He was about to embrace Shinmushue in his arms, but was discovered by the latter. Shinmushue ran forward shyly. Because she was running so fast, Shinmushue accidentally stumbled and was about to fall forward. Linny was quick to act and immediately came to the rescue, putting his arms around her slender waist. Their eyes happened to meet. The tips of their noses almost touched, and their breaths intertwined ambiguously. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a while, Shinmushue turned her head away with a blush on her pretty face and said, Brother Linny, we should get up. Linny looked at her shy appearance and smiled even more deeply. Instead of loosening his arms around her waist, he tightened them even more. He smiled and said, You can get up, but hold me for a moment, or I'll let go. Shinmushue said shyly and anxiously. Oh, brother Linny, you are so bad. I promise you, please let me get up. Only then did Linny let go of his arm with satisfaction. Shinmushue lowered her head, took a deep breath, then quickly stretched out her arms and hugged Linny. Linny's body stiffened instantly. He felt his chest soften and two arms hugged him. Hiss. Linny took a deep breath, and a feeling of heat instantly swept through his body. I didn't expect this girl to be so good, it's unbearable. So Linny hugged the other person tightly. After a while, the other person tried to escape, but was held down by Linny. Shinmushue resisted symbolically for a while and then stopped moving. She held him for a long time. Shinmushue pulled back and said, Brother Linny, it's getting late. I have to go back. Okay, be careful on the road. He watched her go. Linny looked at the other person's receding back and chuckled. I didn't expect this girl to be so shy. You have to be a little restrained in the early stage, the later part will be more exciting. Chapter 4, Level 10 Piano Conquering the Beautiful Boss. Linny walked alone on the way home and sat on the sofa when he got home. Everything before my eyes can only be described as bare. Mottled walls and cold concrete floors. There was only a wooden bed in the room with a thin quilt on it. There was a small cabinet next to the bed. The surface of the cabinet was badly worn and the door was slightly loose. Is this the starting point of his new life? The strong sense of disharmony and ambition instantly dispelled the last trace of sleepiness. With the support of the system, how could he live here? A sharp light flashed in Lingy's eyes, and he whispered to himself. Make money. We must make money now. Having almost stayed awake all night, Linny got up as soon as the sky turned light. Deep in his memory, he remembered that there was a particularly famous French restaurant at that time. It seemed to be recruiting pianists all year round and the salary was extremely generous. After Linny simply washed up and put on his clothes, he headed straight for his destination. After a while, he reached the door of the restaurant. Linny glanced around and saw a beautifully printed recruitment notice on the polished glass door. We are looking for a senior pianist with excellent salary. Linny curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. The restaurant was empty and quiet in the early morning, with only the faint sound of cleaning. He walked straight to the bright marble reception desk. Hello, are you hiring a pianist? Lingy's voice broke the tranquility of the early morning. The receptionist looked up when she heard the voice, her eyes swept over his clothes that were out of tune with the restaurant style, and her professional smile instantly became stiff. The person in front of me was dressed very casually. He wore a wrinkled t-shirt on the upper body, a pair of slightly faded jeans on the lower body, and a pair of cheap sneakers on his feet. Her tone was filled with uncertainty and a hint of subtle contempt. "Hello, sir. Our restaurant is indeed hiring a pianist. Are you here to apply for the position?" Linny asked back frankly, looking directly at the other person without dodging at all. "Don't you think so?" In fact, this staff member really wanted to reject Linny, but deep down he felt that he would not do it. But her good professional ethics allowed her to maintain a smile. "Please wait a moment. I need to consult our boss." She picked up the internal phone, whispered a few words quickly, then made a gesture to Linny, asking him to follow her, with a hint of suspicion and contempt in her eyes. Passing through the elegantly decorated hall, Linny was taken to a semi-open manager's office. Behind the desk, a young woman in an off-white suit looked up. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with skin as white as snow, a charming face, a well-proportioned figure, and a mature and capable demeanor. "She is the boss, He Wanqing." The staff member turned and walked up to the boss and explained to her in detail what had just happened. While listening to the staff story, the beautiful boss He Wanqing looked at Linny, who was standing not far away from her from time to time, with a hint of doubt and distrust in her eyes. He Wanqing thought, "This guy is quite handsome, but he doesn't look like he can play the piano." She opened her red lips slightly, her voice pleasant but scrutinizing. "I'm the boss here, He Wanqing. This Mr. Wang is another applicant today. He holds a level 7 professional certificate." Mr. Wang followed He Wanqing's words and looked Linny up and down, with an undisguised look of contempt on his lips. "Playing the piano takes time to hone. Looking at this young man's appearance and age, he doesn't even have a decent callus on his hands. I'm afraid he can't even recognize all the keys, right? You want to compete with me for this position? Ha, young man, you should keep your feet on the ground and stop aiming too high." He looked confident of victory, as if he had already seen Linny leaving in disgrace. Linny turned a deaf ear to the ridicule, and even had a faint smile on his face. He looked at He Wanqing calmly. "Bossy, we'll know how good your piano skills are once we try it out. Could you lend me your piano?" He Wanqing was a little surprised by his calmness and confidence, and she opened her red lips slightly. "Of course, this way please." Led by He Wanqing, Linny slowly walked to the piano. He sat down on the piano stool without adjusting his posture or even opening any music sheet. He simply stretched out his hands with long, bony fingers and hovered them a few centimeters above the distinct black and white keys. The next second, when his fingers landed on the keys, everything was different. As Linny's fingers fell, each note was no longer a simple sound, they seemed to be given life and soul. It swept across the entire space in an instant. The waiter who was wiping the cutlery stopped, his silver fork hanging in the air. The sound of coffee beans being ground behind the bar faded away. All the scattered staff members stopped their work involuntarily, as if they were under a spell. The laziness and doubt on He Wanqing's face froze in an instant, and were then replaced by huge shock. Her charming eyes widened slightly, her red lips parted, and she almost forgot to breathe. How could this be called playing? This was clearly magic. Every note struck her heartstrings with pinpoint precision. This level far exceeded her imagination. This is simply a masterful performance. The receptionist who looked down on Linny was now blushing and lowered her head in shame, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. There was only one thought left in her mind. Don't judge a book by its cover, and don't measure the depth of the ocean by its depth. My ancestors were right. This slap in the face really hurts. Master Wang, who had been so proud of himself, now turned pale. His forehead was instantly covered with fine cold sweat, and he kept wiping it with a handkerchief. His heart was already broken. Fuck. This guy's skills are probably good enough to compete with masters like Lang Lang, and he's actually applying for a job as a pianist here. This is crazy. My level 7 is a joke in front of him. The overwhelming sense of frustration and absurdity almost made him unable to stand. When the song ends, the lingering sound remains. Warm applause broke out spontaneously like a tide, breaking the silence. He Wanqing suddenly came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and looked at Linny with unprecedented surprise and passion. She walked forward quickly, her voice filled with excitement that had not yet faded. I didn't expect Mr. Linny to have such high skills. His voice is so lingering and lingering. Come to my office and discuss it in detail. In the office, He Wanqing personally poured a glass of water for Linny, her tone filled with uncontrollable excitement. Mr. Lin Yi's skills are beyond words. Our restaurant originally paid the resident pianist 2,000 yuan per hour. I'll pay you 5,000 yuan per hour. You can arrange your hours as you please, just focus on peak hours in the evenings and weekends. What do you think? Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, secretly praising the system's power. This can solve my urgent problem. His demeanor remained calm, as if the astonishment he had just given to the entire crowd was just a casual act. Boss Yi, you're so kind. Playing the piano is just a hobby. As long as it's pleasing to your ears, that's all I need. Let's do as you say. Chapter 5: Triple the salary to poach my employees? I refuse. Lin Yi's first performance as the pianist of this French restaurant is destined to be extraordinary. He took a deep breath and sat down on the piano stool. The moment your fingertips touch the piano keys. Bite. A note as clear as a spring leaped out, miraculously penetrating all the noise. The clatter of cups and plates ceased. The conversation and laughter stopped. The knife and fork were suspended in mid-air. All the sounds seemed to be gently wiped away by an invisible hand. What followed was not a grand movement, but an extremely soft melody, like the tide under the moon, gently but irresistibly spreading across the entire space. This melody is like a gentle breeze, soothing people's hearts instantly. There are no worries, no pressure, only the beautiful notes jumping freely, gently wrapping the entire restaurant. The author hopes that the readers who see this can also be free from stress and worries and get a moment of peace. The music seemed to possess a magical power, penetrating into the ears of every listener and reaching the most weary corners of their souls. A white-collar worker who was frowning in front of his laptop computer unconsciously relaxed his tense shoulders and subconsciously closed the screen. The busy waiters walked lightly, fearing to disturb the flowing tranquility. There is no excitement, only comfort. The notes wrap every heart like velvet, removing all pressure and defenses. The entire restaurant was immersed in an unprecedented tranquility and peace. When the last note faded away like a sigh, deathly silence lasted for a full 3 seconds. Thunderous applause suddenly broke out, mixed with excited whistles and exclamations of disbelief. Some people even had tears in their eyes and were unable to recover for a long time. The magnificent restaurant completely comes alive because of the sound of the piano. Which master did they invite here? He's amazing. Take a picture and post it in the group. Let everyone experience it. I have to come here every week. No, every day. Just to listen to this piano music. I will ask my friends and colleagues to come here for dinner when I get back. Different from the lively and happy scene in the hall. In the shadows where no one noticed, the bossy Wanqing stood leaning against the wall. The second time she listened to the song, she was even more shocked. Her charming eyes stared at the tall and focused figure in front of the piano without blinking, and her amazement and appreciation, which she herself was not aware of, were almost overflowing. She murmured to herself, I found a treasure, more than just a treasure. After that, the restaurant business became even more popular and it was difficult to get a seat. Some people even queue up 2 hours in advance just to catch a glimpse of the mysterious pianist and listen to the soul-cleansing music. However, some are happy while others are sad. The quality of the Western restaurant next door is also quite good, and its customer flow can compete with this restaurant. However, recently the number of customers in this Western restaurant has dropped sharply, and the business has become visibly deserted. When the few guests talked, they always talked about the piano music next door that was so beautiful it was unbelievable. Oh, I still feel something over there. The piano playing is amazing. Yeah, if I don't listen to some high-quality music while eating, I always feel like I'm missing some soul. The boss Wang Chulan stood in the empty hall, his face ashen as he listened to the waiter report the drastic drop in customer traffic. She had been fighting with He Wanqing for so many years, but had never suffered such a big loss. Seeing that all the guests went to He Wanqing's place, how could this be? After making inquiries from many sources, we learned that it was because of Lin Yi's superb playing skills that many people had to go to the restaurant next door to eat. There was a glint of cruelty and calculation in her eyes. A young boy who plays the piano really has such great magical powers? Dig it out. Dig it out at any cost. A few days later, Lin Yi got off work and just turned into a quiet alley near his rental house. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan slid silently to his side, stopped steadily, and blocked his way. Lin Yijing stopped with a suspicious look on his face. The back door opened and a woman in an expensive suit and with a deliberately seductive smile stopped in front of him. Who is this person? I don't know him. Why is he standing in front of me? Wang Chulan smiled charmingly and said, Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. I'm Wang Chulan, the owner of the restaurant next door. I've long admired Mr. Lin's extraordinary piano skills, so I came here today to visit you. Let's be frank. How much did he Wanqing give you? I'll give you 3 times. As long as you agree, you can come over tomorrow. Linny was slightly surprised, then understood, and said with a smile. I appreciate Boss Wang's kindness. Sister, he has been very kind to me, and I have no plans to change jobs for the time being. After saying that, he nodded and was about to leave. The charming smile on Wang Chulan's face froze instantly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Triple the salary. He actually refused without even thinking? This was completely beyond her expectations. In her opinion, no one could resist such naked temptation of money. Seeing that Linny was about to walk away, a fierce look flashed in Wang Chulan's eyes. Money doesn't work? Then try something else. She just doesn't believe that a young man full of vigor and vitality can resist all temptations. She just doesn't believe that there are cats in this world that don't eat fish. She quickly followed until she reached Lin Yi's door. Wang Chulan smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I'm thirsty. I've come all this way. Wouldn't you please invite me in for a glass of water? She has a sweet voice and seductive eyes. Linny raised his eyebrows and sneered in his heart, wanting to see what other tricks she could play. Come in. A hint of triumphant smile flashed in Wang Chulan's eyes. She twisted her waist and walked into Lin Yi's house. Chapter 6, The pianist turns into a god of war, and the gangsters are scared. Lin Yi poured a glass of water and placed it on the table, while he deliberately sat on the edge of the bed at the far end. Wang Chulan looked at Lin Yi with a pair of charming eyes. Instead of touching the glass of water, she twisted her waist and sat down next to Lin Yi, with a strong smell of perfume. Her voice was so sweet that it made you sick. Little brother, aren't you lonely living alone? After saying that, she seemingly unintentionally placed one hand on Lin Yi's thigh, and gently pulled down her neckline with the other hand, revealing her deep cleavage. Sister can accompany you to relieve your boredom. The visual impact made Lin Yi's Adam's apple roll subconsciously, and his body tensed instinctively. But his heart calmed down, his eyes became clear instantly, and he turned his head to the side. Wang Chulan chuckled and put her hand on Lin Yi's chin. What's wrong, brother? Are you shy? Don't be afraid, sister won't eat you. Before she finished speaking, she pressed her smooth thighs against Lin Yi's legs. Lin Yi thought. Looking at how skilled this woman is, it doesn't look like she's doing this for the first time. She'll do anything to achieve her goals. You can't touch a woman like that. A strong sense of discomfort instantly surged into Lin Yi's heart. He jumped up suddenly as if he had been electrocuted. He quickly stepped back, keeping a safe distance, and said in a cold and distant voice, Sister Wang, please respect yourself. If you don't have other important matters, I'm sorry I won't see you off. The order to expel the guests was issued with absolute certainty. Wang Chulan's charming smile completely shattered, turning into a dark blue look of shame and anger. She had already done this much, and this guy actually dared to refuse? It was so infuriating. Wang Chulan looked at Lin Yi with a slightly unhappy expression. Lin Yi, you'd better think it over carefully. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Lin Yi had a blank expression on his face and was too lazy to even say another word. He simply opened the door and made no secret of his intention to see the guest off. Wang Chulan laughed in anger and slammed the door shut with a bang. Good. Very good. After returning, Wang Chulan thought. You ungrateful thing. You're not going to accept my toast and drink the wine? Fine. I see how you can still be so noble after your piano-playing hands are broken. What a waste of my feelings. Just wait and see. I'll make you regret it sooner or later. Wang Chulan summoned a small gang leader under her command and planned to have the leader take people to break Lin Yi's hand to see how he could play the piano in the future. The news that Wang Chulan was poaching people spread like wildfire and quickly reached He Wanqing's ears. Wang Chulan. You are truly despicable. She was shocked at first, then filled with anger. She couldn't help but hate Wang Chulan even more. When He Wanqing learned that Lin Yi had decisively refused, she felt a mixture of admiration and guilt for the young man and immediately ordered. Notify the finance department to increase Lin Yi's salary 5-fold. A few days later, it was late at night and Lin Yi was walking on the way home. He was keenly aware of several deliberately light footsteps behind him, and realized that someone seemed to be following him. He was startled and quickened his pace. But the next moment, several burly men rushed out from the shadows in front, completely blocking the way. They all looked ferocious, with faces full of flesh, which made people feel scared at first sight. Among these people, the leader is particularly eye-catching. There was a scar on his face, which made his already ferocious appearance even more terrifying. The younger brothers following behind him were also strong and muscular. Everyone exudes a strong sense of hostility and is obviously not a good person. They slowly approached and surrounded Linny. Linny lived in a remote area and it was late at night. There were almost no people on the road, so it was impossible to ask for help. At this time, the leading little leader grinned and said, "Brother, we have something to ask you." Before he finished speaking, a huge fist wrapped in the wind was already flying straight towards Linny's face. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. The fist was only an inch away from Linny's chin. The system's voice sounded. "The host is in danger. The situation is urgent. I have helped the host unlock martial arts skills." The moment the system notification sounded, Linny felt an explosive force and countless fighting instincts coursing through his body. The world suddenly slowed down in his eyes. He leaned sideways, slid forward, and twisted his waist. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, skillfully avoiding the fatal blow. The little boss's attack missed, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he grinned. "Damn it! Let's attack together and destroy him." 6 burly men surrounded Linny and attacked him at the same time. Linny's eyes flashed with cold light, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He exerted force with his feet, and his body suddenly shot out like a taut bowstring. Punches like guns. Legs like whips. Bang! 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 6 muffled sounds exploded almost at the same time. The 6 burly men flew backwards at an even faster speed, screaming and hitting the wall and the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ahem, this kid is really weird. How can this guy be so strong? He's so powerful. I can't stop him at all. It's really a ghost. The little boss roared in disbelief. Damn it! 6 against 1 and you can't take him down? Kill him. The remaining few people stood up panting. They pulled out their steel pipe daggers and pounced fiercely again. Linny clenched his fists, his joints crackling as he charged forward. This time, he wasn't going to fight back. There were only a few clicks. The teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking and the shrill screams instantly pierced the night sky. Ah! My hand! Ah! It's broken, my wrist is broken. Their wrists were broken. Several thugs rolled to the ground, wailing. These people rolled on the ground and wailed in pain. The little leader covered his strangely bent wrist with his hands, sweating profusely. Looking at Linny, who stood like a god of war, there was only fear in his eyes. Linny uttered a word, cold to the bone. Roll. As if they had been pardoned, several people crawled and disappeared into the darkness in a miserable state. Linny shook his hands and looked at the direction they fled with cold eyes. Wang Chulan, it seems like this matter isn't over yet. Chapter 7. My pianist is actually a martial arts master? There was a low pressure in Wang Chulan's reception room. The arrogant little leader from before was now like an eggplant hit by frost. He was supported by 2 subordinates who also had bruised faces and noses, and limped in. His entire face was swollen beyond recognition, with bruises covering it in purple and black. The most frightening thing was the obviously twisted and deformed wrist that was hung in front of his chest with a heavy bandage. The men behind him all hung their heads, bared their teeth, and had wounds on their bodies. They no longer looked as fierce as before. The little leader's voice trembled, and he hardly dared to look up. Wang. Sister Wang. We failed. That guy is not human at all. He's too damn good at fighting. All of us brothers are doomed. Wang Chulan suddenly jumped up from the leather seat, her face full of shock and absurdity. Bullshit. Just that piano-playing pretty boy? There were so many of you, and he beat you up like this by himself? The little leader said with a sad face. It's absolutely true, Sister Wang. He looks thin, but he's fast and fierce when he strikes. He's incredibly strong, we can't even get close to him. Wang Chulan was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She grabbed a folder on the table and threw it to the ground. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I spend so much money every month to support you, and this is all you show me? Get out. Get out. She gets angry when she thinks about how much money she spends on these rubbish every month. Seeing the financier's fury, the little leader hurriedly said, Sister Wang, calm down. Calm down. I have another idea. It's absolutely foolproof. Speak. Wang Chulin's eyes were cold. We can look for Brother Dao. He's a real tough guy from the underworld. His strength is undeniable, and he has a bunch of younger brothers who fought in underground boxing in their early years and have blood on their hands. He practices authentic grappling techniques and is ruthless. As long as the money is in place, there's nothing he can't handle. He'll definitely make that kid suffer a fate worse than death. A cold look flashed across Wang Chulin's eyes. She slowly sat back in her chair and said, Okay. Let's find him. Money is not a problem. I just want one result to completely cripple Lin Yi's piano-playing hands. On the other side, He Wanqing leaned against the doorframe of the office, her eyes following Lin Yi as he stood up from the piano after finishing his performance. She walked over gracefully with a charming smile on her lips. Brother Lin Yi, I know about Wang Chulan trying to recruit you last time. She offered 3 times the price, but you didn't leave. I was really surprised and happy. She leaned in slightly, with a faint scent. Are you free tonight? I know a very stylish hidden pub with a great environment. Just consider it as, my sister thanking you in person, would you please have a drink? The beautiful boss took the initiative to invite him, so Lin Yi naturally had no reason to refuse. He nodded readily. It's my honor to be treated by Sister Wanqing. As the lights come on, the riverside path is quiet and pleasant. The two walk side by side, and He Wanqing softly introduced the small restaurant she often went to. This pub has a nice environment, few people, and is quiet. My sister sometimes comes here to drink alone. Lin Yi nodded. A place that Sister Wanqing recommends as a private collection must be a good one. We arrived at the pub in a short while. It was indeed elegant and not crowded. They had just sat down in the corner by the window, ordered 2 glasses of signature craft beer, and hadn't started chatting for a few minutes. With a bang, the door of the tavern was kicked open roughly. I saw a big man with a body as strong as iron and a ferocious look, rushing in like a ferocious beast. Behind him, there were more than 20 thugs holding sticks and with bad faces, looking murderous. The leader is Brother Dao. With a clear goal, Brother Dao rushed straight to Lin Yi's desk and without saying a word, he flipped it up. Crash! The table was completely overturned, and glasses and bottles smashed to the ground, shattering everywhere. Brother Dao stretched out his rough fingers, tapped Lin Yi's wrist, and said with a sinister smile, Damn it, are you that little bastard named Lin Yi? You're so delicate and tender, but you think you're worthy enough for me to make a personal trip to you? He glanced at Lin Yi's wrist obscenely. I heard that these claws are valuable? For playing the piano? Fine, I'll be kind today and help you destroy them. You won't be able to hold a bowl even if you beg for food for the rest of your life. He Wanqing was frightened by this scene and her face turned pale, but she still tried to remain calm, her voice trembling. Who are you? What do you want to do? I'm warning you not to do anything rash. I'm going to call the police immediately. As he said this, he was about to take out his cell phone and call the police. Call the police. Brother Dao was quick-witted and swift-handed, slapping her hard. He Wanqing's phone flew to the ground and was crushed to pieces by his foot. He stared at He Wanqing's chest, which was rising and falling due to fear, with a lewd smile and said, You little girl are pretty hot. It just so happens that I'm really horny. After I finish dealing with this guy, I'll let you relieve my horniness. The younger brothers behind him burst into obscene laughter. He Wanqing was shocked and angry. I'm from the He family. You dare to touch me? Have you thought about the consequences? Brother Dao laughed even louder after hearing this, shook his head and said, I don't care about your He or Wang family. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, it won't help. Brothers, smash it. Break this pretty boy's hand. Several of the outermost thugs immediately rushed towards Lin Yi with a grin. At this time, He Wanqing made a move to protect Lin Yi, but she was actually very panicked. She was filled with despair. It's over now. This time, I'm afraid Lin Yi will never be able to play the piano again, and his innocence will be at stake here. In a panic, her high heels stepped on a puddle of wine on the ground, her ankle twisted, and she fell backwards with a scream. Just when she thought she was going to fall heavily to the ground, a strong arm firmly grasped her waist and brought her back lightly. Linny had already protected her without knowing when. There was no panic on his face. He even smiled at her. "Don't be afraid, boss. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually pretty good at fighting." He Wanqing looked at Linny anxiously. "It's already late, and you're still kidding. There are so many of them, find a way to escape quickly." Brother Dao was furious when he saw these two people dare to flirt with each other. "Fuck. You two don't take me seriously, right? I'll kill you too, believe it or not? You bastards. Fuck. Beat me to death." The first few thugs who rushed up were already swinging sticks and hitting. Linny pushed He Wanqing to the safe corner behind him, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. Move sideways, avoid the stick shadow, and kick. Move as fast as lightning. Bang! With a dull thud, the thug in the front flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came, heavily knocking over a pile of tables and chairs, screaming in agony and unable to get up. Fast. Ruthless. Accurate. Everyone was stunned. Dao Ji's pupils shrank, and the flesh on his face twitched. Useless. What the hell are you all standing there for? Come on. Destroy him for me. Among these people, some were trained personally by Brother Dao, so he was naturally relieved and felt that he had the upper hand. 20 or so thugs suddenly woke up from a dream and rushed towards Linny from all directions like a tide, surrounding him in an instant. He Wanqing in the corner was so scared that she covered her mouth, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. Facing the heavy encirclement, Lin Yi's eyes became fierce, and he suddenly squatted down, and his right leg swept out like a steel whip. With the force of lightning, he used a sweeping kick. Bang! 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 A series of dull collision sounds suddenly rang out. This sweeping kick was incredibly powerful, instantly knocking a large number of enemies to the ground. They rolled over and wailed while holding their legs. But the siege did not stop. An extremely burly man, who was obviously Brother Dao's trusted thug, took advantage of the moment when Linny retracted his legs, raised a heavy solid wood round stool, and smashed it down on the back of Linny's head with a grim smile. "If this hits you hard, you'll either die or be crippled. Be careful behind you," He Wanqing warned sharply. At the critical moment, Linny seemed to have eyes on his back. With a beautiful somersault, he not only cleverly avoided the enemy's attack, but also took advantage of the situation to kick out a fierce roundhouse kick that hit the chest of his confidant. The kick was so powerful that the confidant, who was as strong as an ox, was kicked off the ground with both feet and flew backwards, hitting the wine cabinet in the distance. The glass shattered and the wine splashed everywhere. The man died instantly. The entire tavern fell into deathly silence in an instant. All that was left was the groaning of pain from the thugs rolling on the ground. The sinister smile on Brother Dao's face froze completely, and for the first time, horror appeared in his eyes. The few remaining thugs who were still standing turned pale, their hands holding their weapons were shaking, and they subconsciously took 2 steps back. He Wanqing in the corner was already stunned, her small hands tightly covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. He is actually so good at fighting? She suddenly found that Linny was so heroic and dashing, he was simply the reincarnation of Bruce Lee. Chapter 8 The boss's feet are fragrant. Brother Dao's face turned pale, knowing that he had run into a tough guy. He spat, then tore off his vest, revealing his muscular body and scars. He then assumed a standard grappling stance, his eyes becoming fierce. "Damn it! Boy, you have something. Force me to play with you in person." He roared, exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards Linny like a wild bull, his iron claws going straight for Linny's joints. His speed was so fast that it made a sound like the wind. His younger brothers seemed to have found their backbone again, and they all shouted. "Brother Dao has taken action. Kill him. Let this kid know what real kung fu is." He Wanqing's heart rose to her throat again. Linny just snorted coldly, without dodging or evading. He actually met the attack with the same grappling technique. The 4 hands intertwined and instantly tangled together. The movements were so fast that it was dizzying. The only sound was the subtle sound of joints shifting and the heavy breathing of the 2 men. Brother Dao was shocked. He found that the grappling skills he had practiced for many years were like child's play in front of the opponent. Every time he exerted force, it was easily dissipated by the opponent, but his own joints were countered by a more subtle force, making crackling sounds and excruciating pain. Brother Dao was so frightened that his voice changed. "You, who are you?" Lin Yi's eyes turned cold and he suddenly exerted force with his hands. "The one who taught you how to behave." Crack! A clear and horrifying sound of bone breaking was heard. "Ah!" Brother Dao let out a shrill, pig-slaughtering scream, his entire left arm bent and drooped at a strange angle. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and his face turned as pale as paper. Lin Yi continued his attack and delivered a fierce knee strike to Dao Ji's abdomen. Ugh! Brother Dao's eyes bulged out, his stomach churned, and he fell to his knees, retching in pain. Lin Yi stepped on his intact right shoulder, pinning him to the ground. He looked down at him with a cold look in his eyes. "You bastard! Listen up! Go back and tell that rat in the gutter behind you that this is your final warning. If you dare to mess with me and my boss again, I'll make her become like you and spend the rest of her life in bed. Do you understand?" Dao Ge no longer had any of his previous arrogance. All that was left was the instinct to survive. He endured the severe pain and begged with tears streaming down his face. I understand. Grandpa Lin. Grandpa Lin. Spare me. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. I promise to get out of here and never appear in front of you again." Lin Yi withdrew his foot coldly, as if shooing away a fly. Roll. Brother Dao felt as if he had been pardoned. He struggled and crawled with his only remaining hand and the leg that could still move. He didn't even dare to look at his wailing men. He rushed out of the tavern in a mess. The remaining thugs who were still able to move hurriedly helped their companions up and fled in a panic, leaving behind a mess. Lin Yi walked up to Yi Wanqing and found that she was still frozen in place, her pretty face pale, obviously too frightened. "It's okay, it's all resolved." His voice returned to its usual gentle tone, completely different from the fierce look he had just given. He noticed that Yi Wanqing's eyebrows were slightly furrowed and her body was trembling slightly, so he asked, "What's wrong? Are you injured?" Yi Wanqing took a deep breath and pointed to her right ankle. "When I was hiding just now, I think I twisted it." Without saying a word, Lin Yi leaned over and gave her a standard princess hug, picking her up steadily. "You can't delay treating a sprain. I have some effective medicine. Come back with me and I'll treat you." Yi Wanqing was still in shock and subconsciously put her arms around his neck. Looking at his profile so close to her, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She nodded gently, It was not until then that she realized her back was soaked with cold sweat. Looking at Lin Yi's well-defined jaw and calm eyes, she sighed softly, her eyes wandering. "Brother, you really, always surprise me. These hands that play the piano are also so powerful when it comes to beating people." Lin Yi lowered his head and smiled, then walked out steadily while holding her. "Boss, you're too kind. Don't look at my skinny face, I'm full of strength. This is what they call a true person who doesn't show his true colors." Take a taxi back to Lin Yi's rental house. When getting off the car, Lin Yi picked her up again, and his arms inevitably touched the round and soft skin of her thighs wrapped in stockings. Their bodies were close together, and Yi Wanqing could even smell his masculine scent with a hint of sweat, which made her ears feel hot involuntarily. Yi Wanqing's voice was slightly hoarse, with a hint of tenderness that she herself was not aware of. "Brother Lin Yi, is my sister heavy?" Lin Yi's arms were as steady as a rock, and he smiled. "It's very light. Boss, I can carry 2 more of you with your weight." Yi Wanqing's lips curled up slightly. I thought to myself, you're smart. If Lin Yi dared to say it was too heavy, Yi Wanqing's jade hands would rotate 180 degrees on his waist. Walking into the house, Yi Wanqing looked around curiously at this simple and even somewhat shabby little space. Lin Yi carefully placed her on the chair. "The place is small and a bit messy, don't mind it, boss." Yi Wanqing gathered her hair and shook her head. "No, it's very clean, much better than I thought." She paused and said casually. "But this place is a bit small. My sister has an apartment that's been vacant for a long time. It's a nice environment. Do you want to move in? It's a work benefit." Lin Yi was looking for medicinal wine. Hearing this, he turned around, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Oh? Sister, are you going to support me?" Yi Wanqing's heartbeat suddenly quickened. "Would you like that?" Lin Yi smiled, but didn't answer directly. He walked over with the medicinal wine. Let's take a look at your feet first. I'll apply medicine to you. He Wanqing saw that he did not answer her directly, but she did not want to lose face and continue asking. She nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, brother. Linny squatted down, gently lifted up He Wanqing's injured foot, and gently took off her high heels. A white and slender jade foot with a slightly swollen ankle was exposed in the air. The skin was delicate, the lines were beautiful, and there was a faint fragrance. Lin Yi's eyes were focused. He poured some medicinal wine, rubbed it on his palm to warm it up, and then pressed it on the red and swollen area with just the right amount of force. His technique is professional, and each press accurately stimulates the acupuncture points and relieves the pain. He Wanqing looked at Lin Yi tenderly. She didn't expect that her younger brother was so caring. The warm feeling brought by the medicated oil and Lin Yi's perfect kneading made He Wanqing couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum. The room instantly became quiet, leaving only the subtle sound of the medicinal wine being rubbed in the two people's breathing that seemed to gradually synchronize. He Wanqing lowered her head to look at Lin Yi's focused profile. His long eyelashes drooped, his nose was high, and his expression was serious and gentle. Her eyes softened unconsciously, and a corner of her heart seemed to be gently touched. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi felt that the drug had almost taken effect, so he slowly stopped. As soon as he raised his head, he saw He Wanqing looking at him gently, and his eyes met hers. Their eyes met, and the distance was very close. Lin Yi could clearly see her slightly flushed cheeks and her moist and attractive red lips. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and a barely perceptible heat appeared on his face. He calmed himself down and helped her put on her shoes as if nothing had happened. All right, boss. Get some rest these few days and try to move around less. The swelling will go away soon. He reached out his hand to help her up, but just as He Wanqing stood firm, her injured ankle suddenly felt painful and weak, her body went limp, and she fell backwards again with a scream. If he falls from this height, he will probably suffer new injuries. Lin Yi reacted very quickly, holding her waist with one hand and subconsciously protecting the back of her head with the other hand, and they both fell onto the sofa next to them. Lin Yi placed his arm behind He Wanqing's head, and his body was half on top of her. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, their warm body temperature transmitted through the thin clothes, their breaths intertwined in an instant, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of medicinal wine and the charming perfume on He Wanqing's body. He Wanqing looked at Lin Yi's handsome face so close to her, feeling the heartbeat from his strong chest, and her own heartbeat suddenly went out of control, beating like a drum. Lin Yi stared at the delicate and charming face under him, his eyes uncontrollably falling on the slightly opened red lips that seemed to be inviting. Driven by this ambiguous and passionate atmosphere, he slowly lowered his head and moved closer to her. Just when their lips were about to touch, a slightly cool and soft hand gently pressed against his lips. He Wanqing tilted her blushing cheeks to the side, her voice as soft as a mosquito, with a barely perceptible tremor. Don't not now. Lin Yi paused, then quickly regained consciousness. He stood up swiftly, and pulled He Wanqing up as well, speaking in a natural tone as if nothing had happened just now. Boss, it's getting late. Let me take you home first. Chapter 9, Pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? No, I am a real tiger. Lin Yi looked at the soaring numbers in his bank card, and a smile appeared on his lips. Rebirth in the system, life finally felt a little more enjoyable. He remembered that Shin Mushua wanted to go to the amusement park before, and immediately had an idea. Lin Yi quickly picked up the phone and called Shin Mushua. When the call was connected, Shin Mushua's gentle voice came, Brother Lin Yi? Mushua, Lin Yi said in a relaxed tone. Let's go, I'll take you to the amusement park and have a crazy day. We'll try all the rides and get all the ice cream. How about that? There was silence for a second on the other end of the phone, and then cheers broke out. She accepted Lin Yi's invitation without hesitation. Great. Brother Lin Yi. I was just thinking of going. When? Where? I'll be there right away. Just by listening to the sound, you can imagine her looking so happy that she is about to jump up. There is a crowd of people at the entrance of the amusement park on weekends. Lin Yi and Shin Mushua had just checked their tickets to enter the park, and after walking a few steps, they ran into a few young people. Mushua? What a coincidence! Suan, a boy wearing a trendy t-shirt, greeted enthusiastically. He was a classmate of Shin Mushua's club. He was accompanied by Wang Shui, a girl who was also dressed elegantly, and several friends. Suan walked over with his friends, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi with scrutiny. He saw Linny wearing simple, clean casual clothes without any brand name logo, and a trace of barely perceptible contempt flashed across his eyes. He smiled and invited, "Want to play together? It's more fun with more people." Shin Mushue subconsciously looked at Linny, questioning him with her eyes. Linny nodded indifferently. Seeing this, Suan felt jealous and superior, and deliberately asked, "Shin University Campus Belle, who is this person next to you? He looks unfamiliar. Is he your friend?" The word friend was pronounced particularly frivolously. As he spoke, he deliberately fiddled with his latest iPhone and watch, making the logo stand out clearly. Show off in front of everyone, openly or secretly. Shin Mushue couldn't help but frown and felt a little disgusted with Suanqing. Suan's friends also whispered, "Why is Shin Mushue walking with that unremarkable boy? That's right, he's far inferior to our brother Su." Several people were walking side by side, and the road was not very wide. Just when Suan was feeling proud. "Ouch! Can't you see where you're walking? You bumped into me." Suan covered his forehead, which was hurt by the collision, and shouted. When he looked up, his face turned pale instantly. The sturdy man had a ferocious wolf head tattooed on his arm and a face full of flesh. He was followed by several equally ferocious accomplices. The bald man grinned fiercely. He grabbed Suan by the collar and almost lifted him off the ground. "Who are you scolding, you little bastard? Are you looking for death?" Suan and his group were so frightened that their faces turned pale in an instant, and their previous arrogance disappeared completely. Suan's voice trembled as he quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't look where I was going. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for my mistakes." The bald man was about to explode when he noticed two girls in the crowd, one of whom was extremely pretty. He had never seen such a beauty in all his years. Then he said with an evil look, "Is that all? Let these two little sisters play with us brothers and have some fun, and forget about this matter." Suan was so scared that his legs went limp. "Brother, I can give you money, okay? Let us go." "Fuck your money." The big man threw Suan to the ground, knocking him unconscious, and then walked straight towards the two girls. Wang Shui was so scared she was about to cry. She looked at the other boys in her group, only to find they all had their heads down, as if they were about to hide in the ground. Her heart went cold. These guys usually brag a lot, but when it comes to the critical moment, none of them can be relied upon. Shin Mushue was so scared that her face turned pale, and she subconsciously grabbed Lin Yi's arm tightly. Suan looked up with great pain, only to find that Lin Yi still looked calm, with even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Suan was anxious and angry. This idiot is still pretending. Who does he think he is? The bald man's dirty hands were about to touch Shin Mushue. An amazing scene happened. The aggressive bald man's eyes suddenly met Lin Yi's face, and as if he had seen a ghost, the ferocity on his face instantly turned into extreme fear. Thump! He actually knelt down. His voice was trembling with tears. "Lin, brother Lin. It's you. I was blind. I didn't see you were here. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Damn it. Damn it." As he said that, he actually raised his hand and slapped himself hard several times, loud and crisp. The burly men behind him also knelt down in unison, kowtowed profusely. "Brother Lin, please forgive me. Brother Lin, please forgive me. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. We didn't know it was you. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to do it even if we had 100 guts." Several people thought, "Damn, why did I meet this devil again? It's really bad luck to open the door for bad luck, it's really bad luck." Everyone except Lin Yi was stunned when they saw the scene. Suan's eyes almost popped out and his mouth was open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. He had just begged and pleaded with everyone, even offering money, but the other party remained indifferent. And then, in the blink of an eye, these fierce monsters actually knelt before Lin Yi? They even slapped themselves in the face? Who exactly is this Lin Yi? Isn't this just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Really? Wang Shui covered her mouth and looked at the magical scene in disbelief, feeling a special admiration in her heart. The other boys were also completely dumbfounded. Lin Yi had actually recognized that this bald man was one of Brother Dao's men whom he had beaten up in the tavern that day. He watched the whole process coldly, just wanting to see how far this kid could go, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. Lin Yi grabbed the big man's hand with his backhand, twisted it so hard that it hurt, and said, "If you dare to bully men or women again, I will make you pay for it." The big man was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. He kept assuring, "It hurts, it hurts. I understand, Brother Lin. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person." The crisis was resolved, but the atmosphere became weird. Suan limped over, his face filled with unprecedented flattery and awe. "Lin, Brother Lin. You really are the real deal. So awesome. Thank you so much for just now." "Thank you so much." Wang Shui also came back to her senses. The look she gave Lin Yi was completely different. She said with gratitude, "Yes, Lin Yi, thank you so much." She looked at the boys next to her who were silent as a mouse and felt it was extremely ironic. Shen Muxue breathed a sigh of relief, then proudly hugged Lin Yi's arm tightly, her face flushed with excitement. "Brother Lin Yi, you are so awesome. Why are they so afraid of you?" Lin Yi smiled and said lightly, "Nothing, I just happened to teach them a lesson before." He pinched her nose lovingly. "I said I would protect you." These words were like honey, instantly sweetening Shen Muxue's heart. Wang Shui was extremely envious when she saw this scene. "I thought to myself, Shen Muxue's vision is indeed not bad. Lin Yi is not only handsome but also manly. Suan can't compare at all. He still wants to pursue me, I absolutely don't agree." Lin Yi was too lazy to pay attention to Suan and the others. He said to Wang Shui, "Take him to treat his wound," and then he took Shen Muxue's hand and left. Chapter 10, Playground Slap. 100% hit rate, make the boss cry. As they walked, a particularly lively area caught their attention. The crowd formed a circle with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and from time to time there were sounds of exclamation and regret. "Brother Lin Yi, it's so lively over there. Shall we go and take a look?" Shen Muxue shook Lin Yi's hand, her big eyes full of curiosity. "Okay." Lin Yi smiled and let her pull him forward. Squeezing into the crowd, I saw a staff member wearing an amusement park uniform and a whistle hanging around his neck, standing behind a pitching pot stall and shouting loudly. The latest pot throwing challenge. 30 yuan per round. Give it a try and your bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Win 1 commemorative prize, 2 fourth-place prizes, 3 third-place prizes. Hit all 5 times, and the first prize is yours. Enjoy all you can eat and drink, and skip the lines for all activities. The attractive rewards attracted many tourists, who paid money to try it out. However, the reality is cruel. The first uncle threw it 5 times, and 4 times it didn't even touch the edge. The only time it hit the mouth of the pot, it bounced out. The second guy who called himself Sharpshooter vowed to score at least 3 goals, but he only scored 1 and got a trivial souvenir. He was so angry that he stamped his feet. Then a few more people came on, and the best result was only 2. The crowd groaned, and some began to doubt the fairness of the game. Shen Muxue curled her lips at the sight, leaned close to Lin Yi's ear, and whispered softly, "Brother Lin Yi, I think this is a scam. The mouth of the pot is so small, the distance is not close, and the angle is tricky. It's obviously a scam. Let's go." Although the sound was not particularly loud, it was caught by the staff who was shouting until his mouth was dry. Seeing several hesitant tourists about to leave because of this sentence, the staff's face darkened in thought. This beautiful lady, and this handsome guy. If you can't make the shot, just forget it. But please don't mess around and ruin everyone's fun. The contempt in his tone was undisguised, and he clearly regarded the 2 as poor students who couldn't afford to play but were still stubborn. Detecting that the host is being maliciously ridiculed and despised, the host has obtained a 100% hit rate skill. Shen Muxue felt that the other party was organizing the event just to make money, and not only didn't allow her to speak, but also started to mock her. How shameless! Her little face turned red instantly, she felt angry and aggrieved, and she wanted to leave by pulling Lin Yi. Lin Yi gently held her hand and touched her head. "Don't worry, Muxue. See how your brother can help you get your dignity back." He walked straight up, paid the money, and planned to have a good time. The staff member was stunned at first, then smiled sarcastically. "Young man, if you don't know how to play, don't force yourself, or you'll accuse us of cheating later. If you can make 5, I'll eat this stall right there." Lin Yi didn't bother to pay attention and just picked up an arrow. Without even aiming, he flicked his wrist casually and hit the target. Wow! The crowd of onlookers let out a small exclamation. Everyone was attracted when they saw it, wanting to see if Linny would join in later. The staff member's smile froze for a moment, then he forced a smile and said, "Oh, what luck! A blind cat meets a dead mouse." Linny turned a deaf ear to him, picked up the second arrow, and with the same casual attitude, he shook his wrist again. Whoosh, it went in again. The crowd's commotion grew louder. Is this luck or strength? As the third arrow left their hands, the crew held their breath. As everyone watched, the arrow traced a perfect arc and it went in. Great! The crowd cheered. 3 hits in a row. This is a master. The staff member, sweat on his forehead, said stubbornly, "I don't believe you can still get in." Under Shin Mushua's nervous gaze, Linny drew his bow left and right, picking up 2 arrows at the same time. "Is he going to shoot 2 at the same time?" someone exclaimed. "Impossible. I'd been in this business for so long, and no one has ever been able to enter 2 at the same time," the staff member said firmly. However, in full view of everyone, the 2 arrows seemed to have eyes, and fell into the pot accurately, one in front and one behind. The whole audience was boiling instantly. 5 hits in a row. Every shot hits the target. That's amazing. Is this a professional player? Quickly take a picture. A pot-throwing master suddenly appeared at the amusement park. Shin Mushua jumped up excitedly and rushed directly to Linny. "Brother Linny is amazing. How did you do it?" The staff member was struck by lightning, his face turned pale, his body swayed, and he almost collapsed to the ground. I thought to myself, I've fallen into this kid's hands. Is he really going to eat up this stall? Just when he was at a loss, a vicious idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Good. You're awesome, the staff member said, gritting his teeth. If you dare, try something bigger. Bet blindfolded, and if one goes in, I'll give you the grand prize: free food and drinks for a year, no waiting in line, plus a cash bonus of 1,000. If you can't invest, you'll have to pay 20 times the money. If you don't dare, take your girlfriend and get out. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. These remarks caused public outrage. How shameless. They're clearly trying to make things difficult for me. Why don't you just cast it blindfolded? Don't be fooled, young man. Shin Mushua worriedly grabbed Linny and said, Brother Linny, let's go. Don't pay attention to him. The staff felt their faces burning as they listened to the accusations from around them, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Someone said, Young man, this staff member is clearly giving you a hard time. There's no need to agree to it. You won't be able to get in. Just when everyone was standing up for Linny, Linny said calmly, So what if I promised you? The staff member was secretly delighted. Go ahead and pretend, no one has ever been able to get in blindly. Today I will let you know how sinister society is. Linny picked up 5 arrows, took a look at the position of the pot, and then blindfolded himself. As everyone held their breath, he trembled his wrist slightly. The first arrow drew an arc and hit the pot accurately. The second arrow follows closely, and then moves forward. The third one, the fourth one. When the 5th arrow landed steadily in the pot, the whole audience was silent for a second, and then erupted in thunderous cheers. Holy crap! 5 consecutive hits while blindfolded. Is this a human? He must be cheating. Too strong. Brother! You are my god. Shin Mushua jumped up and down with joy. We won again. Brother Linny is so awesome. Linny smiled easily. It's easy, a piece of cake. The staff member slumped on the ground, his face ashen. How is this possible? Everyone started to make noises. You've lost the bet, don't just stand there. The grand prize. Cash bonus. Cash it out now. Admit defeat. Stop pretending to be dead. The staff then came to their senses. He took out the golden VIP card in the thick red envelope with a broken heart, and handed it to Linny with trembling hands. Give it to you. I admit defeat. Linny took the reward, without even looking at the distraught staff, pulled Shin Mushua up and turned to leave. The excitement continues, readers please stay tuned. Chapter 11 If I lose, I'll call you Grandpa. Linny held Shin Mushua's hand and passed by a carousel with cheerful music. He tilted his head and said in a gentle voice, Let's start from here and warm up first. Shin Mushua nodded excitedly. The two chose 2 white horses side by side. As the music started, the carousel rose and fell, slowly rotating. The warm yellow light made Shin Mushua's bright smile look particularly charming. Lin Yi's hands were intertwined with hers, and the atmosphere became increasingly romantic. Shin Mushue tilted her head to look at him, her eyes filled with dependence and sweetness. As soon as he got off the carousel, Shin Mushue couldn't wait to shake his arm and pointed at the winding track in the distance, with a challenging light flashing in his big eyes. Brother Lin Yi. Let's go ride that. The roller coaster. Lin Yi agreed with a smile. When the roller coaster slowly climbed to its highest point, Shin Mushue excitedly pointed at the shrinking panoramic view of the park below her feet. However, when the train suddenly dived from the top, the strong feeling of weightlessness made Shin Mushue pale in an instant. She screamed almost instinctively, her delicate hands tightly grasping Lin Yi's strong arms, and her whole soft body pressed tightly against Lin Yi, wishing she could embed herself into him. Lin Yi felt the amazing elasticity of his arms and the slight tremors of her body. His heart moved slightly, and he used his strong arms to wrap around her slender waist, holding her tighter in his arms. This feeling is much more exciting than the roller coaster itself. When getting off the roller coaster, Shin Mushue was almost hanging limply on Lin Yi, her legs were weak, and her cheeks were still blushing. Lin Yi helped her sit on the bench to rest. Shin Mushue took a few breaths, patted his chest, and said, "Ha, this is so exciting. Brother Lin Yi, what do you think?" Lin Yi looked at her, a sly smile appeared on his lips, and he replied meaningfully, "Yeah, it's quite exciting. Especially some of the additional experiences, they feel quite exciting." Shin Mushue didn't react at first. Then he looked down following Lin Yi's gaze, and looking at Lin Yi's smile and expression, he immediately understood. Her face flushed with shame, and she punched him with her little fist filled with shame and anger. Shin Mushue blushed and murmured, "Brother Lin Yi. You're such a bad guy. Don't look around or talk nonsense." Lin Yi smiled and let her beat him, rubbing her hair lovingly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Did you get enough rest? Let's go, I'll take you to conquer the next project." Next, the two of them played almost all over the park. In the towering Ferris wheel, they slowly rose with the cabin, and the city beneath their feet gradually unfolded. Next, they came to the pirate ship. On the pirate ship that was swaying violently, every time they dived down from a great height, Shin Mushue would hug Lin Yi's arm tightly under the stimulation of the feeling of weightlessness, as if he was her only support. They screamed with excitement, enjoying the thrill. They also experienced the thrilling glass plank road and played bumper cars that collided and made them laugh. Each project brings them different fun and experience. Before they knew it, it was already afternoon and the two people who had had a great time were ready to leave. As they passed by an open-air basketball court, the fierce competition and the sound of basketballs hitting the ground attracted their attention. Lin Yi glanced at it casually and paused slightly. Isn't the figure on the court wearing a flashy jersey and dribbling hard his way through the game his old enemy Shuekai? What a narrow road for enemies to meet. At this moment, Shuekai also discovered Lin Yi and the others. Seeing Shin Mushue holding Lin Yi's arm affectionately, the flames of jealousy instantly ignited in Shuekai's eyes. The memory of the piano humiliation from last time instantly flooded back to him, nearly gritting his teeth. This time it was basketball. His absolute domain. He immediately put on a fake smile, walked over with a basketball in his arms, and said in a tone of obvious provocation, "Hey! Isn't that Lin Yi? Are you watching the game? Do you know how to play? Are you interested in coming up and having a match? Don't worry, we play in a civilized manner and won't bully newbies." He had a playful expression on his face, but in his heart he was roaring. "There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. I lost at piano, but on the basketball court, I will make you kneel down and call me grandpa." He has absolute confidence in his basketball skills that he has practiced for many years. Lin Yi looked at his confident expression, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Oh? Senior Shuekai is so interested?" "Sure, we just finished playing, so it's good to stretch our muscles." "Having the never-miss skill, basketball? It's just another form of shooting game." After saying that, he calmly took Shin Mushue's hand and walked into the stadium. The teams were simply divided. Shuekai took his original teammates with him, while Lin Yi temporarily joined a few individual players with relatively average skills on the sidelines to form a team. The game started. Shuekai was eager to show his skills and scored 2 points first with a skilled breakthrough. Shuekai's team was the first to cheer and shout for him. "Good shot! Brother Kai is awesome." Shuekai glanced at Lin Yi proudly. Lin Yi disagreed, a faint smile rising at the corner of his mouth. The next few minutes almost became Shuaikai's personal show. He scored 2 goals in a row and led the team to a 10-0 climax. Shuaikai's team's morale was boosted, while Lin Yi's temporary teammates were somewhat dejected. Some even began to look at Lin Yi with resentment, thinking that he could not play at all and was just a burden that held the team back. If there wasn't a pretty girl next to him, he would definitely swear. Shuaikai was even more elated and mocked loudly. Lin Yi, you play basketball only with your mouth, right? If you can't do that, get off quickly and don't waste everyone's time. His teammates also joined in the fun, that's right. Competing with our brother Kai in basketball? You're asking for trouble. Lin Yi flexed his wrist, the smile on his face remained unchanged, but his tone was lazily provocative. Senior Shuaikai, warm-ups are over. I'm giving you 10 points as a courtesy. Now, I'm going to get serious. Shuaikai's face turned red with anger when he heard this. It was obvious that he was good, but he was accused of conceding points even though he scored consecutively. You're talking nonsense. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die. If you can beat me, I'll call you Grandpa right there. Oh? That's what you said. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Lin Yi's teammates did not take advantage of his misfortune, they also felt that Lin Yi was no match for Shuaikai. After all, Shuaikai's strength has always been recognized by everyone as the strongest. Lin Yi ignored him and started attacking. One step outside the three-point line, Lin Yi stopped suddenly, jumped, and shook his wrist. The movements are done in one go, as smooth as a textbook. Nice shot. 3 points. The first goal was a three-pointer. One of Lin Yi's teammates said excitedly. The smile on Shuaikai's face froze, and his eyes darkened. Luck. Absolutely luck. However, the following game was completely dominated by Lin Yi. 3 points, 3 points, and 3 points again. Every time the basketball hits the net, the sound is like a heavy hammer, hitting Shuaikai's heart hard. No matter how angrily Shuaikai tried to defend, or even asked his teammates to double-team him, Lin Yi could always shoot from the most unexpected position and angle. And every time, the basketball goes into the basket accurately as if it has navigation installed. The morale of Lin Yi's team was completely ignited. They cheered for Lin Yi crazily, and their previous dissatisfaction had long since disappeared. Shuaikai's team was completely thrown into disarray, with numerous loopholes in defense and frequent mistakes in offense. The game ended without a doubt. Lin Yi completed a stunning comeback with a series of incredible three-pointers, and it was a pure one-man show. Shuaikai's face was as pale as paper, his whole body was soaked in sweat, his eyes were empty, as if he had lost his soul. The field he loved the most and was most confident in was completely defeated by Lin Yi in such a crushing manner. The basketball in his hand fell to the ground with a paw sound, bounced a few times, and rolled away. A huge sense of humiliation overwhelmed him. He didn't even dare to look at Shin Mushua's expression on the sidelines, and he was too ashamed to face anyone around him. He turned around suddenly, as if trying to escape from a nightmare, lowered his head, and staggered off the court quickly, his back looking in a mess. Lin Yi looked at his distraught figure and raised his voice with unmistakable sarcasm, "My dear grandson, goodbye." This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, crushing Shuaikai. He lost his balance and nearly fell, but eventually sped away from everyone's sight. Master. That's awesome. Idol. Teach us how to shoot. Dude, you're such a three-point shooter. How did you practice that? NBA level. Lin Yi was instantly surrounded by an excited crowd. Both his teammates and his previous opponents came up to him and expressed their admiration. Lin Yi was surrounded in the middle. He just smiled faintly and uttered 2 words, talent. Everyone was stunned at first, but then they thought of his horrific hit rate and had to admit that this was truly an irrefutable talent. Shin Mushue was also not idle. She kept jumping around to cheer for Lin Yi until Lin Yi won. Thanks to the fact that these people were playing well, we didn't see the scene of Shin Mushue cheering for Lin Yi. The 2 balls were swinging up and down, it was such a beautiful sight. After the game, Shin Mushue ran towards Lin Yi who had just left the field. She threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, her tone full of pride and admiration. Brother Lin Yi is awesome, just as good as when he was pitching pots. Incredibly accurate. Chapter 12. Do you understand this antique? Lin Yi lay on the slightly hard bed, his eyes sweeping across the rented apartment. While the money he earned from playing the piano helped him out of a difficult situation, it was still far from the restart he wanted in his life. I have to make some money, and it has to be big. He muttered to himself, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the edge of the bed. But what business should I start? Various ideas flashed through my mind. After some thought, suddenly, an idea popped up in my mind. I remembered that in my previous life, someone made a fortune by picking up bargains in the antique market during this period. I happen to have seen that news and still remember what the antique looked like, so I might as well try my luck. Linny got up immediately and turned on the computer, not to study, that was too slow. The purpose is to quickly review the most basic terms and market conditions for antique identification, so as not to look like a complete layman. The next day, Linny got up early and headed straight to Antique Street with full of expectations. Stepping into the Antique Street, the streets are bustling with people. The air was filled with the dusty smell of old things, the scent of sandalwood, and the sounds of bargaining in various dialects. Here are serious collectors wearing white gloves and holding strong flashlights, as well as tourists looking around with cameras on their backs. There are also experienced people with sharp eyes who keep scanning every stall. Linny was dressed in simple casual clothes and was inconspicuous in the crowd. The shops on both sides of the street are closely connected, and the old wooden signs are particularly eye-catching. The streets are filled with street stalls, and the stall owners are either squatting or sitting, looking at the passers-by with eager eyes. Not far away, a few ancient coins on a street stall attracted a crowd of onlookers, and Linny also walked over. The stall owner was a thin middle-aged man, his eyes rolling around, spitting at a rather stylish middle-aged man. "Boss, listen to that sound. Deep and deep. And look at that rusty color, it's deep into the bones. 18,000, a real bargain. I'm only giving it to you because you know your stuff." The uncle was holding a magnifying glass, his brows furrowed, and he seemed undecided. Linny was also very interested in the coin, so he picked it up and took a closer look. But Linny was dressed casually today and didn't have anything valuable on his arms. In the eyes of the stall owner, he was just a poor student who was just there to watch the fun. The stall owner glanced at Linny, his mind completely focused on the big customer, and said to Linny perfunctorily, "Be careful, don't break it." Then he turned around and continued to communicate actively with the middle-aged uncle. Linny didn't get angry, but just observed silently. He had almost no experience in identifying physical objects, and was trying to match the theoretical knowledge he had learned last night with the object in front of him. After watching for a while, the stall owner finally became impatient. Seeing that the uncle was still hesitating and Linny was still holding the coins, he directly snatched the coins from Linny's hand. "Little brother, have you seen enough? If you don't know anything about it, don't sit here and think about it, and delay the real customers from seeing the goods." After saying that, she started talking to the uncle again in a flattering manner. Detect if the host is ridiculed and despised. Does this unlock the god-level treasure appraisal skill? It must be unlocked. I want to see if this coin is real or fake. Congratulations to the host. Unlocked successfully. A strange warm current instantly rushed into Lingy's eyes. When he looked at the coin that the stall owner handed to the uncle like a treasure, his vision suddenly changed. It is made of low-quality alloy plated with copper and then chemically aged. Linny sneered in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. He said loudly to the middle-aged man who was about to pay, "Boss, be careful. This coin has an exaggerated rust color, a strangely muffled sound, and even a chemical smell if you smell it carefully. If you really want to collect it, you'd better look elsewhere." The uncle was about to pay for it, but after hearing this, he felt unsure. So he stopped taking out the money and re-examined the coins in his hand. The stall owner instantly got furious, jumped up with a red face and neck, and cursed at Linny. You're talking nonsense. Where did this brat come from? If you can't afford it, get out. Don't slander me and ruin my business." He hurriedly explained to the uncle, "Mr. Wang, don't listen to this poor student's nonsense. He knows nothing." Just as the quarrel attracted more and more people to watch, a steady voice rang out, "What's going on?" The crowd automatically parted to make way, and an energetic old man walked over. His hair and eyebrows are gray, his face has wrinkles left by time, his eyes are deep, giving people a profound feeling. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, "Isn't this the president of the Antiques Association, known as Old Man John? Why is he here? It's really rare. It's going to be a good show." The stall owner was startled when he saw the person coming and subconsciously wanted to hide the coins. "Hey! What brings you here, exhibition director?" Old Man John glanced at the scene and said in a calm but dignified voice, "I see it's very lively here. I came to see what treasure is so attractive." Can you please take it out and let me, an old man, open my eyes? The stall owner is a little cramped. President John. President John. Why are you here? These are just some cheap little things. How dare I pollute your eyes? You should go to a bigger store and have a look. Old man John smiled slightly. There's no need to categorize antique shops into large and small. Any place that can sell antiques is a treasure land. Moreover, many treasures are found on street stalls. The stall owner then reluctantly took out the coins. Mr. Jean just weighed the coin in his hand, looked at it in the light, put it close to his nose and sniffed it, then shook his head, threw the coin back on the stall, and said nothing. He just gave the stall owner a meaningful look and then walked inside. Although no words were spoken, this silent denial was more powerful than any rebuke. Everyone looked at it and said, "It's really fake. This young man is right. The goods are wrong. This boss is dishonest. I almost fell for it. You're so mean." The uncle who was about to pay angrily said to the stall owner, "What you said just now sounded so reasonable, but it turned out to be a lie. I almost fell for it. Don't even think about getting me to buy anything from you again." Bah! He turned to Linny and said, "You're not that old, young man. I didn't expect you to know about antiques. Thank you so much. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have been screwed today." Linny waved his hand and said lightly, "I just happened to see a flaw. It's just a small favor." "You're welcome." After saying that, Linny walked inside and entered a shop. I saw a well-dressed middle-aged man who was admiring an ancient calligraphy and painting. The shop owner said, "Sir, look at the colors and brushstrokes of this painting. It's obviously authentic. If you want it, I'll give you a discount. Give me 50,000 yuan and you can take it." The middle-aged man was unsure, so he shook his head and left. After all, 50,000 was not a small amount of money. A trace of disappointment flashed across the boss's face, but he quickly regained his smile and put the painting back. Linny picked up the painting and took a look. His divine treasure appraisal skill was activated passively. Mid-Qing Dynasty, anonymous painter, authentic. Market estimate, 700,000 900,000. Just as I was about to talk to the boss, the painting was borrowed by a girl who wanted to take a look at it. The girl wore a pair of black gold-rimmed glasses, giving her a scholarly air. Her eyes were bright but not captivating. Her long, delicate black hair fell over her shoulders, making her look slightly soft. She was wearing a Chinese-style cheongsam. The girl noticed from the stall that Linny seemed to be quite capable, so she wanted to follow him to see if he was really capable. If he is really capable, then my problem will be solved. So he picked up the painting that Linny had seen and looked at it for a while, but couldn't figure out what it was, so he returned it to Linny. Linny asked, "Boss, how much is it?" The shop owner saw that it was another young man, his eyes rolled and he smiled. "You have good taste, young man. That gentleman almost took it just now. I see you look kind, young man. So, if you're serious about it, I'll give you 48,000 yuan. Can I pack it for you?" 40,000. Lin Yi's tone was calm, but it carried an air of unquestionable certainty. The shop owner was delighted. He had bought this painting for a few hundred yuan as a replica, but he pretended to feel pained. "Oh, brother, you're so good at cutting with your knife. Okay, let's be friends. 40,000 is 40,000. So Linny bought the painting without any hesitation. The shop owner was stunned. He didn't expect the young man to be so straightforward. He was ecstatic and his face was full of smiles. That's so straightforward. This guy is really straightforward. Chapter 13, The Master of Picking Up Bargains. 50,000 turns into 1 million in seconds. Linny paid quickly and efficiently, causing a locomotion in the store. Someone murmured, "Young people are still impulsive. TSK, he looks quite smart, why does he act like a clueless youngster? This painting looks so old, so obvious. Maybe it's fake. This painting looks shabby at first glance. $40,000 is a waste." Linny turned a deaf ear. Just then, the light at the door dimmed slightly, and a familiar figure walked in. "Mr. Jean. Exhibition Director, you're here. What a rare guest." The discussions in the store instantly died down, replaced by respectful greetings. Everyone's eyes were focused on the graceful old man. He saw the scroll in Lin Yi's hand at a glance, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he walked towards Lin Yi. Someone wondered. Isn't this the exhibition director? How strange. Why is he walking towards that stupid boy? Old man John walked up to Lin Yi and said, My dear friend, may I take a look at this painting? The store suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? The exhibition director actually took the initiative to ask that young man to see the paintings? Lin Yi understood in his heart that this old man John really had a sharp eye. He handed the painting carefully to old man John. Old man John took a magnifying glass and took a closer look, then said excitedly, This painting is truly excellent. Whether it is the seals, paper, silk, inscriptions, collection stamps, inscriptions, or decoration, it is undoubtedly authentic. Old man John thought. This calligraphy and painting is really good. The market valuation is around 800,000 yuan, and I really like this painting. Old man John said with a smile. My dear friend, I really like this painting. I'm willing to pay 1 million to buy it and make friends with you. What do you think? In fact, Lin Yi had heard a long time ago that this old man was the president of the Antiques Association. He made friends with him and gave him money, so why not do it? So he nodded and said, Hello, Master Jean, I'm Lin Yi. Since you like this painting so much, I'll give it to you. Let's be friends, and I'll pay you the price you mentioned. Just like that, the store suddenly became lively. How is this possible? This crappy painting is actually real. This kid is so lucky. I've seen this guy before. He was the one who noticed something wrong with the coin just now. He's definitely a professional. What a courageous young man. It's true that the bold will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. Who called him stupid just now? Does his face hurt? The whole store was filled with exclamations and gasps of shock. Those who had questioned Lin Yi before now had burning feelings on their faces, and looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of shock and disbelief. The smile on the shop owner's face had long since frozen, all the blood had faded, and it had turned as pale as paper. The girl following Lin Yi also introduced herself to him. My name is Lu Shirhan. I'm very interested in antiques. I'd like to add you on WeChat so I can ask you questions about antiques later. The two then became friends. Someone recognized Lu Shirhan's identity and said in shock, Isn't this the Public Security Bureau chief's daughter? She actually took the initiative to add the contact information of a member of the opposite sex. What kind of shit luck does this kid have? No one noticed the shop owner, whose face twitched and heart bled, thinking he had earned tens of thousands of dollars with his blood. I didn't expect it to be true and so valuable. I really lost a lot of money. Overwhelmed by greed and regret, he rushed forward and shouted sharply. Hey, I made a mistake. I'll refund your money and give you an extra 10,000 yuan as an apology. I won't sell this painting anymore. Then everyone pointed at him and said, Boss, you can't afford to play, don't you know the rules of the antique world? I've bought it and I won't ask for the money later. You are so shameless. How dare you act like a scoundrel in front of Mr. Jean? Who will dare to buy things from you in the future? Lin Yi ignored the twitching boss and said to the exhibition director calmly, Master Jean, let's go. This clown is not worth wasting your breath on. Jean Hongru snorted coldly, without even looking at the boss, and walked out of the store side by side with Lin Yi. The shop owner slumped in his chair. He knew that if today's incident got out, his reputation in the antique street would be completely ruined. Mr. Jean took out a bank card and said, My dear Lin Yi, I have made friends with you, a young and discerning person. Here is my business card, take it. Lin Yi accepted the business card and bank card, and exchanged his number with old man Jean. Just as he was about to leave, a pleasant voice sounded behind him. Mr. Lin, please stay. Lin Yi turned around and saw that it was Lu Shirhan, the girl wearing cheongsam and with an elegant temperament. She stepped forward quickly and extended her hand gracefully. Let's get to know Lu Shirhan again. Just now in the store, it was truly an eye-opener. Mr. Lin's keen eye and decisiveness are truly admirable. I have a request and would like to ask you for a favor. I wonder whether you would agree to it. Lin Yi shook her lightly. Miss Lu, you're too kind, Lin Yi. It was just a fluke. What do you want? Miss Lu, please speak. Lu Shirhan said. Next week is my grandfather's birthday. He likes to collect ancient coins, so I've been looking at the coins for a long time, but I'm still not sure. So I'd like to ask you to help me search for the real thing. I want to give my grandfather a surprise when the time comes. Linny thought that this little girl was not only good looking, but also very filial. It wouldn't be difficult anyway, so he might as well help her. So I continued to stroll around the antique street with Lu Shurhan. The two walked to a stall that specialized in selling ancient coins. Lu Shurhan looked at Linny for help, indicating that Linny should help him. Linny found that the little girl looked pitiful and a little unpolished, which was really irresistible. So he acted quickly and pretended to look at it, touch it, and smell it. Used the treasure appraisal skills given by the system to sweep it away. 6 genuine products were picked out. After some negotiations and bargaining, I finally got the 6 coins. Linny said to Lu Shurhan, "These 6 should be real. It's a perfect birthday gift for your grandfather. It means good luck." Lu Shurhan said excitedly. "Thank you, Linny. I've made you my friend. If you need anything, you can contact me on WeChat. If I can help you in any way, I will definitely help you." After Linny talked to him for a few words, they both went home. Linny was lying on his bed, holding the 1 million he had just earned. Thinking about how profitable antiques are, I realized that my choice was right. With this 1 million, you can buy some clothes first, and then you have to think about how to spend it. Linny thought about it and thought that he could change his clothes and buy a car. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, so you still have to package yourself. Besides, I can't always take the bus, subway, or taxi to see Shinmushue. Linny opened a car app and started flipping through it, intending to choose a car that he liked and was of similar price. His eyes finally set on a model, Mercedes-Benz E300 luxury version. It is calm and dignified, with a price tag of over 500,000 yuan, which not only demonstrates strength but is not too ostentatious. You can use the remaining funds to buy other things in the antique market and make more money. Linny plans to have a good rest today and go offline to buy these things tomorrow. Chapter 14. Do you still have any shame? The warm morning sun shone through the window of the rental house, waking up Linny. After a night's rest, he felt refreshed and full of energy. After washing up, he adjusted his simple t-shirt in front of the mirror, with a confident smile on his lips. Today's goal is clear: drive home the Mercedes-Benz E300L I love. Linny walked out of the house, breathing the fresh morning air, and felt particularly relaxed. He walked briskly and headed straight for the most luxurious Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the city center. In a blink of an eye, Linny arrived at the door of the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Linny walked straight into the store, and as soon as he entered, his eyes were attracted by the spacious and bright exhibition hall. The showroom displays a wide variety of Mercedes-Benz cars, each one unique in its own way. As Linny entered the door, Zhou Qing, a woman wearing a well-fitting sales uniform and exquisite makeup, accidentally looked up and saw the figure walking in, and was stunned for a moment. Zhou Qing's impression of Linny remains at the level of a poor boy. She thought, "Isn't this my college classmate Linny? Why is he here? Maybe he's in the wrong place? Or, is he looking for a job? Is this a car he can afford? It's ridiculous." A scornful smile appeared uncontrollably at the corner of her mouth, and an urge to step on this former classmate surged up in her. She twisted her waist, put on a fake smile, and walked over to him. Her voice was raised, with a deliberately created surprise and a strong sense of teasing. "Hey! Isn't this Linny, the talented student in our class? What brings you to our prestigious Mercedes-Benz showroom? What? Want to buy a car?" She deliberately emphasized the word dignified. Linny glanced at her indifferently, showing no emotion towards this snobbish old classmate. "Well, look at the car." The tone was calm. The smile on Zhou Qing's face became even more fake, and the contempt in her eyes almost overflowed. "Okay, old classmate. Since you're so interested, considering we're classmates, I'll reluctantly show you around." Zhou Qing took Linny towards the cheapest cars. She patted the roof of an A180 perfunctorily and said, "Here, this is the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, the first choice for young people. Don't be fooled by its small size, it has everything. As for the price, it might still be a bit stressful for you, but if you work hard and pay it back over 7 or 8 years, there's still hope." She took a step closer and lowered her voice. "Linny, this car is not cheap. Be careful when you look at it. Don't damage it. You can't afford to pay for it if you do." Zhou Qing had a smug look on her face, as if working here was like owning a Mercedes-Benz. Linny didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and simply ignored her in the small car beside her, and cast his gaze on the Mercedes-Benz E-Class area in the center of the exhibition hall, which was under the focus lights and had a calm aura. He said lightly, "I'm interested in the E300L. Tell me about that one." His voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated Zhou Qing's noise. Zhou Qing remembered that she had said before that she would marry whoever could afford a Mercedes-Benz E300L. This guy came to the Mercedes-Benz store specifically and threatened to buy an E300L. Could he be trying to pursue me? She crossed her arms and looked up and down at Lin Yi's clothes, which cost no more than 300 yuan in total. How could he possibly afford an E300L? You want to pull a trick of getting something for nothing with me? Dream on. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance of the exhibition hall, and a man wearing a fancy shirt and a slicked back hair walked in. This person is Zhou Qing's new boyfriend. Zhou Qing walked towards her boyfriend Zhao Jingxian with a charming look on her face, took his hand, and said, "Jingxian, you're here." Then he turned to Lin Yi triumphantly. "Lin Yi, this is my boyfriend. He promised me that he would come buy a car today. Look, he's here on time. See? That's what it means to do what you say. Some people can't just talk." He thought Lin Yi was bragging when he said he bought the E300. Zhao Jingxian put his arm around Zhou Qing's waist, his eyes swept over Lin Yi, who was dressed casually, and a sense of superiority naturally appeared on his face. He also thought Lin Yi was a poor boy and said, "I'm here today to pick up an A180 for Qingqing to get around. Brother Lin just graduated, so he definitely can't afford one. Let's work hard for a few more years. Young people, don't be too ambitious." After saying that, he patted Lin Yi's shoulder with feigned sympathy, as if comforting an ignorant child. Lin Yi's eyes turned completely cold. He had originally wanted to give her a chance to earn commissions as they were old classmates, but she was shameless and insisted on humiliating herself. He turned around and waved to a saleswoman who looked calm and composed and had been paying attention to this place. "Hello, could you please tell me more about that E300L?" The female salesperson also had doubts about Lin Yi's purchasing power. But she knows very well that in this line of work, you have to do your surface work well, otherwise you might miss many orders. "Yes, sir, this way please." She ignored Zhou Qing's expression, which turned ugly in an instant, and professionally led Lin Yi towards the imposing black E-Class sedan. The saleswoman smiled and introduced Lin Yi. "This car has a maximum power of 258 horsepower and a peak torque of 400 Nm. Equipped with a 9-speed automatic transmission, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 6.6 seconds and has a top speed of 250 km/h. The female salesperson introduced herself incessantly, while Lin Yi listened quietly, occasionally nodding in approval. He examined the interior and details of the vehicle with a steady gaze. His calmness and concentration formed a sharp contrast with the expressions of Zhou Qing and Zhao Jingxian beside him, who were watching the show. After the female salesperson finished her introduction, Lin Yi didn't even sit in the driver's seat to experience it, but just patted the smooth roof lightly. Then he took out the brand new bank card from his pocket and said in a calm tone, "Well, that's great. I want this car. Please swipe the card for me." When Lin Yi spoke, the whole place fell silent. The charming smile and complacency on Zhou Qing's face froze instantly, her mouth opened unconsciously, and her eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. The sense of superiority on Zhao Jingxuan's face shattered, leaving only disbelief and astonishment. E300L? Full payment? This guy can really afford it? I was just showing off the A180 in front of him? The other salespeople and customers also stopped what they were doing, their eyes fixed on Lin Yi, filled with shock. The female salesperson was also stunned, but the huge surprise instantly overwhelmed her. She suppressed her excitement, her voice trembling a little. "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll do it for you right away." She almost ran to get the POS machine and contract. The procedures were handled very quickly. When the POS machine spit out the receipt with "transaction successful" printed on it, Zhou Qing felt as if she had been slapped hard in the face. Zhou Qing immediately put on a flattering expression and said, "Lin Yi, are you rich? You came to me to buy a car, are you trying to pursue me? If you do, I can consider it. I was just teasing you, you can't take it seriously, right?" When his boyfriend Zhao Jingxian saw this scene, his face turned pale and he thought, "The 200,000 yuan I used to buy this car came from my mortgage. This bitch actually treated me like this. I'm so blind. I'll kick you out when I'm done with you. And this guy looks so unremarkable, but I never thought he could actually afford this car. I'm actually showing off in front of him. It's really embarrassing. The female salesperson excitedly said to Lin Yi. Boss Lin, the car is being cleaned. Someone will bring it to you shortly. After a while, the car was ready and parked in the yard. Zhou Qing was still pestering Lin Yi, saying, Lin Yi, I've thought it over. Actually, I've always thought you're a good person. I've decided to cut ties with Zhao Jingxian. He can only afford A, but you're awesome. How about I be your girlfriend? Lin Yi looked at Zhou Qing's disgusting face and felt nauseous. He glanced at her coldly, his voice as cold as ice. Zhou Qing, are you delusional? You're so narcissistic about yourself. When did I ever say I was interested in you? From the beginning to the end, you've been just being sentimental and talking to yourself. He paused, a hint of undisguised sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes swept over her deliberately exposed figure. Besides, you and Shin Muxue are incomparable, one is in heaven and the other is in hell. You're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. These words were like the sharpest knife, piercing Zhou Qing's heart. Her face turned pale instantly, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word. Lin Yi stopped looking at her and walked straight to the black Mercedes-Benz E300L that had been washed to a shine and was parked in the yard. When Zhou Qing saw Lin Yi was about to drive away, she clung to him like a fly, as if she would not give up until she got a response from him. Lin Yi had no reaction to Zhou Qing's entanglement. There was no expression on his face, as if Zhou Qing didn't exist at all. Just when Zhou Qing wanted to continue pestering, Lin Yi suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the black Mercedes rushed out like a cheetah. All that was left for Zhou Qing was the exhaust fumes from the exhaust pipe and a small cloud of dust kicked up by the tires, which hit her face. Ahem, pa. Pa. Zhou Qing was choked by the exhaust gas and dust and kept coughing. Her carefully groomed hair and makeup became a mess. She looked at the black Mercedes-Benz speeding away, her whole body shaking with anger, her face turning red and white. Zhou Qing saw that it was useless to curry favor with Lin Yi, so she wanted to go back to find Zhao Jingxian. But Zhao Jingxian saw all this, and he didn't know how many horses were running through his mind. When he saw Zhou Qing coming over, he slapped her hard on the face with a loud slap. The force was so great that she was knocked to the ground. Ah! Zhou Qing screamed, half of her face instantly became red and swollen, and her ears were buzzing. Zhao Jingxian pointed at Zhou Qing lying on the ground and cursed. You stinky bitch, all you care about is money, right? You throw yourself at any rich guy you see? Do you fucking think I'm a rich guy? Alright. From today on, get out of here. Get as far away as you can. Don't let me see your disgusting face again. He spat fiercely at Zhou Qing without even looking at her crying on the ground with her hands covering her face. He turned and left angrily, even forgetting about the A180 he was planning to buy. The exhibition hall was silent as everyone witnessed the farce. The looks from former colleagues were full of contempt and gloating. Zhou Qing sat on the ground with her face covered, feeling the burning pain on her face and the piercing gazes from all around her. She was so ashamed and angry that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She knew that she was completely finished in this store, and even in this circle. Chapter 15 Shin Muxue's First Kiss. The black Mercedes-Benz E300L drove smoothly on the busy streets. Lin Yi held the steering wheel with one hand, thinking to himself that it seemed like he should change his image. After all, clothes make the man. Thinking of this, he drove quickly towards the nearest clothing store. Not long after, Lin Yi arrived at his destination. After parking the car, he walked briskly into the clothing store. In the end, Lin Yi chose a set of clothes that he thought was both fashionable and unique. It was low-key, yet exuded sophistication and taste. After putting it on, the young man in the mirror instantly transformed his temperament and became even more super handsome. Walking out of the men's clothing store, I passed by a Tiffany store. Lin Yi's mind flashed with Shin Muxue's slender white wrist, and he carefully selected a Tiffany bracelet for her. He planned to give Shin Muxue a surprise. Lin Yi started the engine and drove towards Shin Muxue. Soon they were almost downstairs of Shin Muxue's building. Lin Yi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Muxue. Tell her that you are almost there. On the way to Shin Muxue, a young lady said enviously. Whose car is this? It looks like a new one. I just saw that the driver was a handsome young man. If he stopped the car and asked for my WeChat ID, I would definitely agree. From a distance, Lin Yi saw the familiar figure. Shin Muxue stood quietly downstairs of the apartment building, her white dress fluttering in the wind. She was looking down at her phone, seemingly confirming a message. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he decided to tease Shin Muxue. He deliberately pulled the car slowly to the side of the road and stopped right next to where Shin Muxue was standing. Then he gently pressed the horn twice, making a crisp beep sound. Because the car windows were covered with thick black film, it was impossible to see what was going on inside the car from the outside. When Shin Muxue heard the sound, she raised her head in confusion and looked around, but found nothing unusual. She thought the car wanted her to give way, so she hid away. To her surprise, the car followed her closely and honked its horn a few more times. Shin Muxue was a little impatient. She stopped, pouted, and was about to say something to the driver. Just then, the dark car window slowly rolled down. Lin Yi's handsome face with a smile suddenly caught her eye. He smiled and said to Shin Muxue, "Muxue, it's me. I'm taking you for a ride." After saying that, Lin Yi opened the car door and got out. Shin Muxue was standing next to the car, her eyes wide open like bells, her little hands covering her mouth tightly. When she saw clearly that the person in front of her was Lin Yi, her surprised expression was instantly replaced by joy. Lin Yi, brother? It's you! Shin Muxue's eyes were like torches. She carefully looked at Lin Yi from head to toe, and said, "Brother Lin Yi, you changed into new clothes? It looks so good. So handsome." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, took a step closer, and said with a wicked smile, "Why, I wasn't good looking before." Shin Muxue was a little flustered and waved her hands quickly. No. It looks better today." Lin Yi chuckled softly, naturally took her slightly cold little hand, gentlemanly opened the passenger door for her, and protected her as she sat in. He took out the bracelet he had chosen for Shin Muxue. "Muxue, stretch out your hand." Lin Yi's voice was filled with an irresistible tenderness. Shin Muxue obediently stretched out her slender white wrist and let Lin Yi put it on her. She took a closer look and said, "Brother Lin Yi, this bracelet is not cheap, right? Why not return it?" Although she came from a well-off family, she was also aware of the value of the bracelet. Lin Yi held her hand as she tried to take off the bracelet, and looked at her with burning eyes. "What matters most is that you like it. Money can't buy the love of your heart. It looks great when I wear it." Lin Yi took Shin Muxue for a ride on the road. Shin Muxue said, "Brother Lin Yi, is this a new car you bought?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "I made some money hunting for antiques recently, so I bought a means of transportation. I thought having a car would be more convenient and take you to more places." He paused and glanced at her sideways. "How about this surprise? Are you satisfied?" Shin Muxue nodded vigorously, so moved that she couldn't speak, and only felt a little sore at the tip of her nose. "My judgment was right. Brother Lin Yi is not only capable, but he also cares about me so much." The sun gradually sets and evening arrives quietly. Lin Yi drove the car to the beach. He and Shin Muxue got out of the car and strolled to the beach. The sea breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness, making people feel extremely comfortable. Shin Muxue closed her eyes and enjoyed the sea breeze. Just as she was immersed in it, suddenly, a strong hand hugged her slender waist. "Ah!" Shin Muxue cried softly, and her body tensed instantly. In this cool sea breeze, this hand seems particularly warm. The two found a suitable place to sit down. Lin Yi hugged Shin Muxue, and Shin Muxue leaned her head on Lin Yi's shoulder. On the quiet seashore, there are only the sounds of wind, waves, breathing, and heartbeat. The two people felt each other's temperature and breath, and their heartbeats unconsciously quickened. Shin Muxue's ears turned red unconsciously, and two blushes flashed on her pretty face. Lin Yi felt Shin Muxue's rapid heartbeat and looked at her beautiful face. The girl's unique fragrance, mixed with the scent of the sea breeze, penetrated into Lin Yi's nostrils like the finest aphrodisiac. His heartbeat became faster and faster, as if it was about to burst through his chest. Suddenly, an impulse surged in his heart, and Lin Yi leaned forward involuntarily, his lips slowly approaching Shin Muxue. Shin Muxue seemed to have noticed something, her eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. She slowly closed her eyes as if in acquiescence. When Lin Yi's lips, with tentative tenderness, gently covered her lips. At that moment, her body trembled violently, and an electric current instantly spread throughout her body. It was Shin Mushua's first time kissing, and it was with the person she liked. All her shyness and instinct made her unable to resist at all. After a while, Shin Mushua's consciousness gradually became blurred, and her body began to become weak, and she could only let Lin Yi control her. Lin Yi's lips gently caressed Shin Mushua's lips. Shin Mushua's slender fingers suddenly clenched the clothes on his chest. A strange and strong tingling sensation that she had never experienced before rushed from her tailbone to the top of her head, focusing all her senses on the two soft pieces pressed against each other. Shin Mushua's breathing became more and more rapid, and her cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and she looked shy and tempting. As time passed, Lin Yi's kiss became more and more passionate, and Shin Mushua's breathing became more and more difficult. Finally, just before she felt like she was about to melt completely and suffocate, she used up all her remaining strength and shyly and panically pushed Lin Yi's chest away. The lips parted, leaving behind a hint of ambiguous silver line. Brother Lin Yi, why are you so mean? Really? Hate it. Shin Mushua said coquettishly, her voice soft and aggrieved, but more of shyness and embarrassment. Shin Mushua was breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently, as if she had just experienced an intense exercise. Her shy look makes people feel pity for her. Lin Yi recalled the feeling just now with a look of enjoyment. The soft and elastic touch intoxicated him and made him unforgettable. Now he has finally made a breakthrough with his childhood sweetheart, Shin Mushua, the school belle. It can be considered as making up for a regret in the previous life. After sending Shin Mushua home, Lin Yi sat alone in the car. My fingertips unconsciously stroked the steering wheel, the throbbing of my first kiss still lingered in my heart, but even stronger was a heavy sense of responsibility. Make money. Make more money. Have more power. This is not only about protecting this hard-earned beauty, but also about using the most direct and satisfying way to fight back all the resentment and humiliation of the previous life, tenfold or even 100-fold. Chapter 16, Treasure Appraisal Monster. Slap the president in the face and earn millions a day. Early in the morning, Lin Yi's cell phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence in the rental house. He groped for the bedside table in a daze, and with his eyes barely opened, the three words "Old Man Jean" appeared on the screen. So early? Lin Yi muttered as he pressed the answer button, his voice still filled with sleepiness. Mr. Jean? You're more diligent than a bird doing its morning exercises. What happened? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Jean's voice was very low. Xiao Lin. Come to my house right now. There's a chance to make a small fortune, don't miss it, it won't come back again. Lin Yi's sleepiness instantly dissipated, but he still couldn't help mumbling. Mr. Jean, now? It's only a little after 6 o'clock. Old Man Jean lowered his voice and said. What's wrong with 6 o'clock? There are different hours for treasure appraisal. This batch of stuff is very special, it will open your eyes. Lin Yi became more excited when he heard this. There was actually a treasure. He had to open his eyes. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lin Yi hung up the phone and jumped up from the bed. Lin Yi opened the car door and drove to the address given by Old Man Jean. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. What came into view was an exquisite courtyard house. Lin Yi stood in front of the door and rang the doorbell. After a while, someone came to open the door. Unexpectedly, the person who opened the door was not the nanny but Old Man Jean. Old Man Jean was wearing a black double-breasted jacket, his silver hair was combed meticulously behind his head, and his eyes were filled with deep gaze. You came quickly. Old Man Jean patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Come in, everything is in the study. Lin Yi walked through the courtyard and found that the environment was particularly quiet. The door of the study was closed and the windows were covered tightly. These things from Old Man Jean. Lin Yi was about to say something when he was interrupted by Old Man Jean. Let's go in first and talk. Old Man Jean took Lin Yi in. The moment I stepped into the study, I saw it was filled with all kinds of antiques, from porcelain to jade, from bronze to calligraphy and painting, covering almost all categories of antiques. What is even more surprising is that some of these antiques are placed on the ground, and some are stacked together, which is completely unlike the attitude that should be used to treat precious antiques. This study was not as elegant and refined as Lin Yi had imagined, but rather a messy warehouse. Old Man Jean smiled mysteriously. Little friend Lin, I placed these antiques here specially. Please take a look at them one by one. Let me see how good your eyesight is. At this point, Lin Yi understood that this old man might want to see how capable he is. Old Man Jean gestured to Lin Yi to look around. Linny took a quick look and saw that there were probably more than 30 pieces. Then Linny used the treasure appraisal ability given by the system and took a quick look. Old Man John sat on a Wang Wally armchair, looking at Linny with great interest. Linny discovered that all the antiques in the house were fakes, and couldn't help scratching his head. Then I thought about it again. This old man said this thing was special. Maybe he already knew it was fake and came here to test himself. You stinky old man, you're making fun of me. When Old Man John saw that Linny had finished reading, he smiled and said, Friend Linny, how do you like my batch of antiques? Linny spread his hands and said firmly, Mr. Jean, with all due respect, these antiques of yours are fake. The smile on Old Man Jean's face froze instantly, and he said with a hint of displeasure, I thought you were really capable, so I let you come to see my collection of antiques. How dare you be so shameless as to say that these treasures of mine are fake? Linny remained calm and composed, even with a faint smile on his face. Old Man Jean, I believe in my judgment. Seeing that Linny Tai was in such a desperate situation, he remained calm, smiled, clapped his hands, and said, Little friend Lin, I was right about you. These are fake. This is actually a test for you. Your eyesight is amazing. I'm determined to be your friend, regardless of age difference. If it weren't for the system, I would have been fooled by this old fox today. Linny complained silently in his heart, but smiled modestly on his face. Mr. Jean, you're too kind. It was a fluke, a lucky one. Old Man Jean was in a good mood and said in a low voice, Shaolin, there's an antique appraisal tomorrow, and I want to take you with me. It's a great opportunity to find a bargain. Linny nodded and replied, Sure, Old Man Jean. The next day, Old Man Jean took Linny to an antique appraisal meeting, which was crowded with people. There are many kinds of antiques displayed in the hall. Old Man Jean obviously has a wide network of contacts. Shortly after entering the venue, he was stopped by an old man in tang suit. Chairman of the exhibition, you are here too. Who is this young man next to you? He must be extraordinary to be favored by you. Mr. Jean replied. Old Lu, this young man is a new friend of mine, and he's an amazing treasure appraiser. A hint of surprise flashed in Old Man Lu's eyes. So young? And with such excellent eyesight? The three of them walked around the venue together, and soon they saw an exquisite ancient painting hanging on the wall. The two old men's eyes lit up, and Old Man Jean said, This painting is really good. It looks like it was painted during the Qianlong period. Old Man Lu also nodded and said, Director Jean has a good eye. I think it's pretty close. The two of them chatted back and forth, almost determining the painting's identity, which attracted several collectors to gather around and nod frequently. At this moment, Lin Yi's calm voice suddenly sounded. In my opinion, this painting is a fake. The smiles on Old Man Jean and Old Man Lu's faces froze instantly. Old Man Jean frowned and said, Little friend Lin, have you seen too many fake things at my house and your eyes are tired? How could this be fake? Old Man Lu echoed. The exhibition director has been in charge for decades, how can he still not be able to tell the real from the fake? Stop joking around, young man. The people around also cast suspicious and curious glances at them. Faced with the questioning of the two authorities and the gazes of the surrounding onlookers, Linny was not at all panicked. Instead, he took a step forward calmly, with even a faint smile on his lips. Linny said calmly, Master Jean, Master Lu, you two are both very knowledgeable, but could you please let me share my opinion? Old Man Jean raised his eyebrows, seeming to be interested. Oh? Then tell me, what's so fake about this painting? Old Man Lu shook his head when he saw this, thinking, This kid is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Linny used the treasure appraisal ability given by the system, and after a careful examination he knew where the problem lay. Look here, the fiber texture of the paper is too uniform. The Xian paper craftsmanship during the Qianlong period had not yet reached this level, and there are no signs of natural oxidation. Old Man Jean touched it with his hand and slapped his thigh. Oh. Little friend Lin is right. There's definitely something wrong with this painting. I was only focused on the artistry and composition, but overlooked these details. Shame on you. Shame on you. Old Man Lu also nodded repeatedly, with a glint of admiration in his eyes. The young are truly formidable. President Jean, this young man's eyesight is simply monstrous. No wonder we can become friends. Old Man Jean laughed heartily and patted Linny on the shoulder. Okay. Okay. Little friend Lin, it seems I'll have to give up the title of exhibition director from now on. Linny waved his hand and said, Master Jean, you're exaggerating. I was just lucky enough to have seen a little bit of the surface. Besides, even tigers take naps sometimes. How can I dare to compare myself with you? These words gave him a way out without appearing humble, and the balance was just right. Old Man Jean and Old Man Lou looked at each other and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. This kid, his abilities are terrifying, yet he's so flawless. A monster. Absolutely a monster. The subsequent auction session became Linny's one-man show. Under the gazes of Old Man Jean and Old Man Lou, as if they had seen a ghost, Linny seemed to have opened his third eye and strolled leisurely among the dazzling array of auction items. He used the treasure appraisal skills given by the system to pick up bargains crazily and earn 3.5 million under the shocked gazes of the two old men. The two old men beat their feet and stamped their chests, calling him a monster. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 17, Treasure Appraisal at Birthday Banquet. Linny was lazily lying at home resting when suddenly Lu Shirhan called him. Lu Shirhan said, Linny, tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. I want you to attend my grandfather's birthday party. Linny smiled and said, It's not okay for me to go to your grandfather's birthday party. There are so many people at the birthday party, no one will notice you, it's okay. Besides, this is the first time I've invited a boy. Lu Shirhan's voice had a hint of coquettishness, and Linny on the other end of the phone could imagine her pouting slightly. Linny chuckled and teased her deliberately. This is my first time inviting a boy. Wouldn't that make me proud? Lu Shirhan said coquettishly. Stop being so conceited. Are you coming or not? Are we still friends? Linny responded. Okay, I'll go. Then Lu Shirhan sent Linny the address, and the two agreed on a time and hung up the phone. The next day, Linny arrived at Lu Shirhan's house at the agreed time. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Lu Shirhan already standing at the door waiting. She was wearing a lavender long dress, her hair was elegantly tied up, revealing her slender neck, and she was wearing a pair of high heels. When she saw Linny, Lu Shirhan's eyes lit up and she walked quickly towards him, her skirt drawing a graceful arc. Come with me. She naturally took Linny's arm and led him into the banquet hall. I didn't expect that Nizi was so different from when I saw her in Antique Street. She was especially beautiful today. The two walked into the house together and found that there were many people coming to congratulate them, including some of Lu Shirhan's relatives and friends. Shirhan, who is this? A middle-aged man with a calm temperament and sharp eyes walked over. It was Lu Shirhan's father, Director Lu. Lu Shirhan introduced. Dad, this is my friend Linny. He's really good at appraising treasures. Linny extended his hand neither humbly nor arrogantly. Hello, Uncle Lu. Director Lu gently shook his hand and said indifferently. Well, there are many guests today, you young people can have fun by yourselves. He glanced at Linny, feeling a little surprised. This was the first time my daughter brought someone of the opposite sex to such an occasion. As Director Lu turned to leave, Lu Shirhan came to Linny and whispered. Don't mind me, my dad treats everyone like this, it's an occupational hazard. Linny nodded. After a while, Lu Shirhan's cousin Lu Mingyuan came over. Lu Mingyuan said with ill intention. Shirhan, what gift did you prepare for Grandpa? Let me see it. Lu Shirhan took out the 6 ancient coins that Linny had picked for him in the Antique Street and prepared to show them to him. Lu Mingyuan clapped his hands and raised his voice. Everyone, uncles and aunts. Come and take a look. The birthday gift my cousin Shirhan prepared for Grandpa is extraordinary. It's said that this, Mr. Lin helped to appraise the antique. Don't you want to broaden your horizons? Inspired by his words, the crowd gathered around, their eyes focused on Lu Shirhan and Linny, full of interest in watching the fun. Lu Shirhan bit her lower lip. She couldn't lose her temper in front of everyone, so she took out an ancient brocade bag from her small handbag and poured out 6 ancient coins of different qualities, some of which were even modeled. However, those coins looked particularly shabby under the bright lights. A middle-aged woman in a gorgeous dress whispered. That's it? It looks just like something from a street vendor. Another guest shook his head and sighed. Shirhan is a good kid, but she's too naive. Has she been fooled? Someone echoed. Exactly. It was this kid who helped pick it out. What does this kid know? Lu Mingyuan also said. I think this guy has his eyes on our Shirhan. He doesn't know how to appraise treasures at all and is here to swindle us. The malice and insult in the words pierced Linny blatantly. Lu Shirhan was so angry that her pretty face turned pale and she clutched the brocade bag tightly. What do you know? I've seen Lin Yi's abilities with my own eyes. The things he picked out are absolutely genuine. At this moment, Lu Mingyuan took out the gift he had prepared. He opened the box and saw a beautifully shaped ancient coin revealed. Lu Mingyuan said proudly, "This coin is the Qianlong Tongbao, and I bought it at a high price." Seeing this, everyone not only praised. This coin looks so valuable. It's so much better than those small ones just now. That's a proper gift. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Lu Shirhan's expression became increasingly grim. Not long after, Old Master Lu slowly walked out. His appearance instantly quieted the noisy guests, and all their eyes were focused on him. Old Master Lu's eyes were as sharp as torches as he glanced at the guests who came to congratulate him. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply, as if he had discovered something surprising, and then he blurted out, "Little friend Lin, why are you here?" Everyone followed Mr. Lu's gaze and looked. Isn't this the boy from before? There are so many guests, why are you talking to him first? Does this guy have a powerful background? Isn't he just a charlatan? Who is he? Everyone looked confused. Linny then realized that this was the old man Lu from the previous antique exchange meeting. The three of them had admired antiques together at that time. I didn't expect that old man Lu was actually Lu Shirhan's grandfather. What a coincidence! Linny greeted. Old Lu, it turns out to be you. It's true that we meet everywhere in life. I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea and a life as long as the southern mountains. Old Master Lu laughed heartily and patted Lin Yi's shoulder affectionately. Ha ha ha. Great. What a wonderful story. We meet everywhere in life. You're too polite, little friend Lin. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion and stood there in a daze. Lu Shirhan's father also showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that this child could catch the old man's eye. It was really extraordinary. And he actually called his father Old Man Lu. Lu Shirhan was also stunned, her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at her grandfather, then at Lin Yi who was standing beside her with a calm expression. You know Grandpa? Old Man Lu said. We met at an antique appreciation conference before. The president of the Antique Association and the exhibition director took him there. We admired the antiques together. The exhibition director? The exhibition director of the Antiques Association? These three words exploded like thunder in the silent hall. All the guests, including Lu Mingyuan, had wonderful expressions on their faces. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. He even knows the exhibition director, he must be someone powerful. Shirhan is a good friend. These are the 6 ancient coins Lu Shirhan took out and said. Grandpa, this is a gift for you. It means good luck. I asked Linny to pick it for you. Just now my cousin said this was fake and laughed at us. Old man Lu took a look. Since it was chosen by little friend Lin, then there's naturally no problem. I've seen little friend Lin's strength before. Even the previous president of the exhibition fell into his hands once. Seeing this, everyone started talking. I didn't expect that Linny, such a young and promising kid, actually knows how to appraise treasures. No wonder Miss Shirhan trusts him so much. Who just called him a swindler? Does it hurt? The discussion was like a tide, and the wind direction suddenly reversed. Those who had mocked Linny before were now burning with anger, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lu Mingyuan's face turned dark as he heard this. I originally planned to embarrass my cousin and Linny to highlight my own strength and filial piety, but... Mingyuan, you little bastard, get over here and apologize to little friend Lin. A rebuke interrupted Lu Mingyuan's thoughts. Lu Mingyuan reluctantly apologized to Linny, and Linny nodded and ignored him. Lu Mingyuan took out the Qianlong Tongbao coins he had prepared and presented them to old man Lu. Just as Mr. Lu was about to pick it up to admire, he saw Linny shaking his head, so he asked doubtfully. Little friend Lin, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this thing? Linny originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, but since old man Lu asked, he responded. I've seen this coin before, and it's fake because its shape and appearance are so good, and it lacks any signs of aging. When everyone heard this, they wondered if Lu Mingyuan could take out a fake gift as a gift to old man Lu on such an occasion. But having learned from previous experiences, I dare not speak out. When Lu Mingyuan heard this, his face instantly fell and he said, Linny, I spent a lot of money to buy this, how could it be fake? Don't lie. Is Uncle Wang here? I want Uncle Wang to identify it for me. Lin Yi's expression was indifferent, as if he was looking at a clown. Lu Mingyuan called a distant relative who was good at appraising treasures to come and help him prove it. After a while, Uncle Wang came over to take a look and said to Lu Mingyuan, This thing is indeed a bit problematic. Did someone trick you? Hearing Uncle Wang say this, Lu Mingyuan was struck by lightning. Lu Mingyuan's face turned pale as paper from smugness in an instant, as if he had been slapped several times in public, and it was burning with pain. His carefully planned humiliation not only failed, but instead became a backdrop to highlight Lin Yi's brilliance. Lu Mingyuan lowered his head and didn't dare to look at old man Lu, then turned to Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, you're lucky. Just wait and see. After saying that, he ran away. Seeing this, everyone was glad that they did not get involved in this matter. Uncle Wang is a great expert in the treasure appraisal world. If he says it's fake, then there's no denying it. Little friend Lin really figured it out. No wonder Shirhan was able to bring him to this party, he's really capable. Lu Mingyuan has really shot himself in the foot this time. He's completely disgraced himself. Old Master Lu looked at the direction where Lu Mingyuan fled, sighed deeply, and his disappointment was beyond words. It's not only about the fake goods, but also about Lu Mingyuan's character. When he turned to Lin Yi, a gentle smile returned to his face and he patted his shoulder. Little friend Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Lin Yi smiled calmly. Mr. Lu, you're too serious. Young man, it's not necessarily a bad thing to pay some tuition and get to know some people and things more clearly. For a moment, the eyes of the guests around him were full of real awe and flattery. Chapter 18, Trouble. Another day passed, and Lu Shirhan asked Lin Yi to do pottery. The two met in front of the handmade pottery shop. From a distance, Lin Yi saw the graceful figure at the door of the store. Lu Shirhan was waiting quietly. However, her outfit today was definitely not quiet. She was wearing a plain white brocade cheongsam today. On the plain background, a few light green bamboo leaves were sparsely and neatly winding, which was elegant and refined. The tight cut perfectly outlined her slender waist and exquisite curves. The neckline and the slanted lapel are decorated with delicate red buttons, which perfectly outline her slender neck and soft shoulders. The slit of the cheongsam reached just below the hips, revealing a pair of straight, well-proportioned, and dazzlingly white long legs. What made Lin Yi's heart skip a beat was the pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. Far from being nerdy at all, it blends wonderfully with the classical and gentle temperament of her cheongsam. Lu Shirhan noticed him standing there in a daze, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Lin Yi, what are you standing there looking at? Come here. Lin Yi suppressed the throbbing in his heart, strode over, and said with a smile. I thought it was a beautiful woman from an ancient painting, huh? Lu Shirhan smiled and raised her hand to adjust her glasses, her movements carried an unconscious elegance. Stop talking nonsense. It's so rare for us to come out and have fun, so we should have some sense of ceremony. Let's go in. The two walked into the store together. The shop was filled with the scent of moist earth. After the enthusiastic pottery teacher explained the basic process, the two of them chose a seat by the window. Lu Shirhan grabbed a lump of wet clay with great interest and tried to knead it. But the mud in her fair and delicate hands was like an unruly child, rushing left and right, and soon became a mess, covering her hands. Lin Yi chuckled and picked up a ball. Thanks to the ultimate finger flexibility and precise control bestowed by the piano master's skills, his 10 fingers seemed to have magic, gently kneading, pressing, and pulling, with smooth movements that take shape in an instant. Lu Shirhan's beautiful eyes lit up. Not caring about the mud on her hands, she subconsciously grabbed Lin Yi's hand and said, Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to be so clever and dexterous. No. You have to teach me. Lu Shirhan followed Lin Yi's example, picked up the clay again, and began to shape it carefully. Don't be afraid, press down hard and find your center first. Lin Yi's voice came from behind. Lu Shirhan applied a little force with her fingers, trying to pull it up, but she failed to control the force well, and the clay suddenly lost its balance and tilted to one side. Lin Yi encouraged. It's okay, come again. Lu Shirhan began to reshape it again, and just as she was struggling to guide the clay upwards, Lin Yi's hand reached out from the side and firmly covered the back of her muddy hand. She could clearly feel the warmth of his palm and its steady strength, and two red clouds appeared on her cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Yi's voice was close at hand, serious, but his breath brushed against her sensitive earlobes faintly. "Let me teach you how to do it." He leaned over slightly, almost half hugging her, and held Lu Shihan's hand to rub it into shape bit by bit. Lin Yi whispered in Lu Shihan's ear. "Don't be in a hurry. Feel the speed of the turntable carefully." This made Lu Shihan's ears feel hot, and she lost control of her strength, and the clay lost its shape again. "Ah!" she cried softly, lowering her head in annoyance and shyness. At this moment, the shop owner's loud voice rang out. "Attention everyone! There will be a small evaluation of the pottery works completed today later. The lucky winner will have a pair of clay couple figurines made for them on site by our specially invited master potter. The master's work is lifelike, and this is a rare opportunity." The whole audience cheered immediately. "Wow! Is this true? I heard that this master's works are lifelike. I have to take first place. Get one for my girlfriend." Many young couples are eager to win this prize and give it to their significant other as a reward. Among them, Li Yuchen, a man wearing famous brands, arrogant and with a look of disdain, clamored to take first place. "Don't argue. This first place is definitely mine. Darling, just wait for the sculpture that the master will make for us." He hugged a heavily made-up female companion beside him and spoke in an arrogant tone, as if the championship was already in his pocket. Lin Yi keenly noticed that when Lu Shihan heard the word couple clay sculpture, her eyes behind the glasses suddenly lit up. The corners of his lips curled slightly. It seemed that Shihan really wanted this prize. "Okay, then take it. The two people have clear division of labor and cooperate with each other." With his flexible fingers blessed by the system, Lin Yi was responsible for kneading the clay, trimming the blanks, and shaping them. Lu Shihan was responsible for the later painting, using delicate brushstrokes to outline exquisite blue and white patterns on the blank, which complemented the temperament of her Cheongsam. Their works gradually took shape, and their exquisiteness far surpassed other works in the store, which naturally aroused Li Yuchen's jealousy. The arrogant man Li Yuchen called Lin Yi aside and said arrogantly, "Brother, yours is the only piece of work here that can compare to mine. How about this? I'll give you 200 yuan and you can just withdraw from the competition. Don't get in the way here and stop me from getting first place." Lin Yi didn't even raise his eyelids and shook his head to refuse. Li Yuchen's face darkened, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he took out a thick stack of money, estimated to be about 2,000 yuan. "Not enough? Fine. Add another 2,000. It's enough for you and your girl to have a nice meal. Be smart and get out of here." The tone was full of threats. Lin Yi looked at Li Yuchen, his eyes calm, yet filled with an invisible pressure. "Your money can't buy my time, let alone the things she likes." He glanced at the stack of money indifferently, as if he were looking at a pile of waste paper. Li Yuchen said to Lin Yi fiercely, "Be smart, or I'll make you pay for it." Lin Yi's lips curled up in an extremely cold arc, his eyes sharp. "Oh? I'll wait." After saying that, he ignored Li Yuchen, whose face turned blue with anger, and turned around to continue perfecting his work, as if the threat just now was just the buzzing of a fly. The final product is stunning. A blue and white porcelain vase with smooth lines and elegant glaze, with sparse bamboo branches painted on the body, echoing the patterns on Lu Shihan's Cheongsam. Li Yuchen's fancy and elaborate pottery jar looked crude in comparison. As expected, Lin Yi and his team won first place in the competition, and the master could make a figurine of each of them in his or her own image. After finishing, the two exchanged figurines of themselves and left them to each other as a souvenir. Lu Shihan looked at the little figure of Lin Yi, caressing it gently with her fingertips, unable to let go. As it got darker, the two of them strolled along the street together. At this time, Li Yuchen led 5 aggressive people to block Lin Yi. He said angrily, "I've already boasted to my girlfriend about how awesome I am, and you stole my first place? I'll teach you a lesson. You idiot. You stole my first place. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. What a shameless fellow. How dare you go against our brotherly?" Several people around him also echoed him, cursing dirty words. These people were like a wall, standing in front of Lin Yi and the others, blocking their way. Lu Shihan's expression changed slightly and she said, "You guys beat people up just for this?" However, these thugs ignored Lu Shihan. They slowly gathered around, fierce expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Linny raised his head calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. He held up 3 fingers and said to the thug, 3 seconds to get you. Gangster, damn, why is this guy so crazy? Beat him up. Everyone rushed forward. Suddenly, Linny threw an uppercut, hitting one of the thugs in the chin as fast as lightning. The gangster didn't even have time to react before he fainted on the ground as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. The other gangsters looked at each other, obviously surprised at Linny's skills. They originally thought that Linny was just an ordinary opponent, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. But they were not intimidated. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. The thugs planned to surround Linny, and attacked him with punches and kicks like raindrops. Linny smiled easily, dodging flexibly left and right, avoiding this wave of fierce attacks, and said, "Just these 2 moves?" After saying that, he swept through the enemy and knocked them all down. There were only screams of ouch and oh my god, and the gangsters fell to the ground and wailed. How come this guy is so powerful? Has he practiced before? Damn, I've hit a wall this time. Ouch, it hurts so much. When Lu Shirhan saw Linny's skills, her beautiful eyes widened and her cherry lips parted slightly. Linny, you are so powerful? Li Yuchen was completely dumbfounded. His mouth was open, his eyes almost popping out, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear when he saw his trusted thug lying on the ground like a dead dog. Li Yuchen took out his phone tremblingly, his voice changing tone. You will not end well if you offend me. Believe it or not, I will ask my dad to arrest you. My dad is a powerful figure in the police department. Just wait, you can't get away. Linny slowly brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands, looking at him like a clown, with a playful smile on his lips. Oh? Call someone? Fine, I'll wait. Let's see how your dad handles you, a son who organized a fight and committed armed violence. He emphasized the last few words. Not long after, a police car came speeding in with its lights flashing. The door opened, and a middle-aged police captain in uniform, slightly plump and with a dignified look, walked in quickly with 3 police officers. Li Yuchen saw his savior and said excitedly, Dad! Dad! It's them! They beat people up. Look what they did to my friend. Arrest them now! The leading sheriff came over, took a closer look, and found Lu Shirhan. Lu Director Lu's daughter? Oh my god! How did this bastard get into trouble with this woman? And that young man next to him from Mr. Lu's birthday party last time, yes. That's him. The treasure appraiser who even Mr. Lu calls his brother. A huge panic instantly filled Chief Li's heart. The sheriff turned around suddenly, and in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he swung his arm and slapped Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen covered his mouth, which had a trace of blood on the corner, and his face, looking at his furious father in disbelief. Dad? Why did you hit me? I knew right away that you bastard, were the one causing all this trouble. Ganging up on a gang? Assaulting someone with a weapon? Are you fucking tired of living? The middle-aged sheriff said sternly. After yelling at his son, Chief Li immediately put on a respectful look and said to Lu Shirhan with a smile. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Miss Lu, you 2 adults are so magnanimous. Please don't bother with him. I will definitely deal with him seriously. Lu Shirhan said coldly, Linny glanced at the pale-faced Li Yuchen with a half-smile, as if he were looking at an ant. The middle-aged sheriff glared fiercely at his still-dazed son and the thug groaning on the ground, while the police officer behind him yelled. What are you still standing there for? Cuff these scumbags who are causing trouble and assaulting people with weapons, and this good for nothing. Take them back to the police station and interrogate them strictly. After saying this, he left with this group of people. Dad! Dad! Why did you arrest me? They were the ones beating people up. Li Yuchen struggled, shouting in fear and grievance. Shut up! If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Sheriff Li shouted harshly, his eyes fierce enough to kill. On the way back, he said to Li Yuchen with a feeling of regret. Do you know who that woman is? She's Director Lu's daughter, you know? How dare you dare to tamper with him? And that man is no ordinary person either. I've met him before at Mr. Lu's banquet. We have a special relationship. You really want to die? Go back and see how I deal with you. From today on, you will be confined to your house for 3 months. If you dare to go out and cause trouble again, I will break your legs. Li Yuchen sat blankly in the back seat of the police car, listening to his father's angry scolding. Thinking of Ling Yi's terrifying skills and his father's terrified attitude, his body began to tremble violently uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with great shock and fear. He muttered to himself, his face pale as paper, finally realizing what a terrible iron plate he had kicked. He could hardly control the urge to urinate. It's over. It's completely over now. Chapter 19. The boss will pay for tonight's consumption. On the way back, the two walked side by side, and Lu Shurhan turned sideways. Those bright big eyes sparkled with undisguised curiosity in the dim light. She finally couldn't help but speak, her voice a little sweet. Linny, how come you are so powerful? This question lingered in her mind all the way. Those seemingly slender hands could actually burst out with such terrifying power. Hearing this, Linny curled up the corners of his lips into a smile. He didn't answer directly, but just bent his arms casually. Through the well-fitting shirt, the smooth and powerful muscle lines are faintly visible. He didn't show off deliberately, but just showed it naturally. I used to have nothing better to do, so I just did some practice to keep fit. Lu Shurhan couldn't help but move closer, wanting to observe it more closely. However, this action was keenly noticed by Lin Yi. A hint of teasing flashed across Lin Yi's eyes, and he deliberately lowered his voice and said teasingly, "Why, is it too dim to see clearly? You can't feel it just by looking. If you're curious, I'd allow you to verify it yourself." You. Lu Shurhan's face turned red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly, but did not refute Lin Yi's words. This almost silent consent was extremely clear in Lin Yi's eyes. So, without any hesitation, he gently took Lu Shurhan's hand. Her fingers were slender and had the tenderness unique to girls. He took her hand and gently rubbed it on his muscles twice. Through the thin clothes, the warm and elastic touch was clearly transmitted to Lu Shurhan's palm. A strong scent of male hormones hits you in the face, with a heart-pounding impact. She could even feel the subtle changes in the muscles tightening slightly under her palms. Lu Shurhan's heartbeat quickened and she pulled her hand away in panic. His eyes were unsure where to look and they inadvertently swept over Lin Yi's hand hanging by his side. The knuckles of the fingers were distinct, slender and well-proportioned, and the nails were neatly trimmed. She then asked, "But your hands don't look like a martial artist's at all. They look more like piano players' hands. These hands are more suitable for pressing piano keys rather than swinging such fierce fists." Lin Yi smiled, hiding a bit of mystery. "You'll know later." This sentence, like a hook, caught Lu Shurhan's curiosity. After walking for a long time, a subtle gurgling sound came from the abdomen of both of them at the same time, which was particularly clear in the quiet night. The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. The ambiguity just now was dispelled by the sudden feeling of hunger. Just at this moment, they passed by an elegant Western restaurant. The warm yellow light and the aroma of food tempted them inside. The two walked into the restaurant and ordered their food. Just while waiting, in a corner of the restaurant, a black grand piano stands quietly. A well-dressed resident pianist was playing a soft tune with great enthusiasm, adding a lot of style to the restaurant. Lu Shurhan crossed her hands, supported her beautiful chin, and sighed softly. He played this piece quite well, but it would be even better if he could play the first movement of The Four Seasons Winter. I have always loved that fast and sharp rhythm. Her voice was not loud, but it happened to be heard by the pianist who was about to take a break after the song ended. The pianist raised his head, a look of apology and admiration on his face, and said frankly, "Miss, you have excellent taste. Winter is indeed a masterpiece of Vivaldi's, and its piano adaptation is extremely difficult, requiring not only superb technique but also strong expressiveness. To be honest, with my current level, I'm still unable to control it perfectly. I'm really sorry." After the pianist finished speaking, Lu Shurhan nodded in understanding, with a hint of regret in her eyes. The guest next to him also said, "Yeah, that's a difficult piece. It would be nice to hear it here, but what a pity." Lin Yi looked at her slightly pouting lips, a smile flashed in his eyes, and he leaned close to her and whispered, "Want to listen? Wait a minute." After saying this, under Lu Shurhan's surprised and expectant gaze, he stood up and walked calmly towards the grand piano. He whispered a few words to the pianist who was taking a break. The other party was surprised at first, but then happily gave up his seat. Lin Yi sat down on the piano stool, his posture upright and relaxed. He didn't even do any warm-up exercises, but just slowly raised his hands and hovered them above the black and white keys. Next second, a series of rapid, powerful notes suddenly struck the quiet air like dense hail. It was Four Seasons, Winter. It was just an opening move, and almost all the diners in the restaurant, whether knowledgeable or not, instantly widened their eyes. The pianist who was originally sitting down suddenly stood up with disbelief written all over his face. Lu Shirhan was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes wide open. He actually can play it. And, at this level? She now finally understood what he meant by "you'll know later" when he said Linny could play the piano. The restaurant suddenly became quiet. The clinking of knives and forks disappeared, and the whispers stopped. When the diners heard the beautiful music, they raised their knives and forks with food hanging at their mouths, but they all forgot what to do next. Oh my god! Is this the music master? This level is more than enough for a concert recital, right? And I can actually hear it here. This meal is worth it. Absolutely worth it. If I could hear it every day, I'd pay double the price. Exclamations surged through the crowd like a tide, and everyone's eyes were focused on the young figure immersed in the world of music. The restaurant owner was also attracted by the unusual movement and sudden burst of music. He stood in the corner, looking at the scene in disbelief. All the guests were fascinated, even his staff were immersed in it. He whispered to the foreman next to him. "Quick! All meals are free for their table. Add a few of our signature dishes. Made with the finest ingredients. Send it right away." He looked at the promising young figure, then glanced at the equally dazzling girl in the audience who was looking at Linny at the moment. He originally had the idea of inviting the other party to stay. After seeing the other person's amazing talent, all the worries disappeared in an instant. How can my small shop keep a person like this? Lu Shirhan had already closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, completely immersed in the music played specially for her. When the song ended, thunderous applause suddenly broke out, engulfing the entire restaurant. Praises were also heard everywhere. Linny stood up calmly amidst the fiery gazes and nodded slightly to everyone. His face still had that calm expression, as if the performance that had just ignited the entire audience was just a casual performance. Under everyone's gaze, Linny walked back to his seat. At this time, the waiter came over with exquisite dishes that far exceeded the number they ordered. The waiter said excitedly and respectfully, "What you just did was simply incredible. It was simply the sound of nature." Our boss said, "Thank you so much for bringing us such wonderful music. He will cover all your expenses tonight. These other dishes are our signature dishes, please be sure to try them. The boss welcomes you to patronize us often in the future." Linny smiled indifferently, nodded and said thank you. The waiter also withdrew respectfully. Lu Shirhan finally recovered from the huge shock. "Linny, I didn't expect you to have such a hidden trick. You're so well hidden. He can appraise treasures, perform martial arts, and play the piano. Linny is simply omnipotent." Suddenly, she became more interested in Linny. Chapter 20, Retribution. After the kiss, the bed collapsed. The aftertaste of dinner had not yet dissipated when Linny and Lu Shirhan walked out of the restaurant side by side. Naturally, we turned onto the quiet path leading to the river. The cool night breeze blows across the cheeks, making people feel a little cool. They walked side by side on the moonlit path, keeping a suitable distance from each other. The two of them talked as they walked, and no matter what Lu Shirhan said, Linny could always cleverly pick up the conversation. The two of them sometimes laughed and sometimes whispered. Lu Shirhan's gaze unconsciously fell on Linny's profile again. The smooth and clear jawline, the straight nose bridge, and the lips that always have a hint of a smile. This face looks even more handsome. Lu Shirhan's heartbeat gradually became irregular, and every detail of their time together over the past few days flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope. The first encounter in the antique street, the protection at the birthday party, the intimacy in the pottery shop, the amazing performance in the restaurant just now. He is like a huge mystery, and every time a layer is uncovered, it reveals a more amazing light. This undoubtedly formed a fatal attraction for Lu Shirhan. She was so absorbed in looking at Linny that she didn't notice that Linny had noticed her gaze. Lu Shirhan came back to her senses and found Linny looking at her with a smile. Her heartbeat quickened, a wave of heat spread from her neck to her cheeks, and an inexplicable impulse surged in her heart. As if possessed by some mysterious force, without even thinking, she stood on tiptoe, raised her already red cheeks, and quickly kissed Linny's thin lips. A soft touch with a hint of freshness passed by. Linny was indeed stunned, because he had never thought that Lu Shirhan, who looked so serious and beautiful, would be so proactive. Just when Linny was stunned for a moment, Lu Shirhan suddenly took a step back, her beautiful watery eyes filled with panic and extreme shyness that she herself could not believe. She covered her steaming face and turned around, wanting to escape from this extremely shameful scene. However, how could Linny let her get away after such a successful sneak attack? Oh, flirt and run away? There is no such thing as a cheap thing in the world. Moreover, if a girl takes the initiative and you remain indifferent, you are not worthy of being a man. So he quickly caught up with Lu Shirhan, took her hand, and gently pulled her back into his arms, holding her tightly. Linny's movements were done in one go, without any delay. Ha! Before her panicked sob could come out, it was completely blocked. Linny's arm was wrapped around her slender and soft waist, and the other hand supported the back of her head to prevent her from escaping. He lowered his head and captured those soft and sweet cherry lips accurately. Lu Shirhan's mind went blank in an instant and she had no ability to resist. This time, it's no longer a superficial attempt. But it is with scorching temperature, unquestionable depth, and demand. Linny's hands were also restless, wandering on her smooth skin, making her feel numb. She felt her whole body was as soft as a pool of spring water, and she could only rely on him weakly, letting him lead her and indulge in this softness. I don't know how long it took, until Lu Shirhan felt that she was about to faint from lack of oxygen. The last bit of shame finally overcame her sinking. She used all her strength to push Linny away, her chest heaving violently as she breathed in deep gulps of air. She didn't even dare to look at Linny again. She covered her face, blushed, and ran away, leaving behind a sentence. I'm leaving first. See you next time. After saying that, he ran away in a panic. Linny stood in place, his chest also rising and falling slightly. He exhaled a breath of hot air, calmed himself down, and returned to his home. After Linny returned home, he almost fell into the mattress. The moment his body lay on the bed, an indescribable sense of relief instantly enveloped him. At this moment, one of the legs of the bed broke with a snap, and Linny was speechless for a moment. Damn it! No matter how good Linny's mentality was, he couldn't help but swear at this moment. What is this? Retribution after passion? Or is this broken bed a silent protest against his excessive exercise tonight? The law of conservation of energy doesn't say that a kiss will be followed by retribution in bed. Never mind, it's late at night, I'll just make do for now. Linny groped in the corner of the wall that was full of debris and found a few thick books. He squatted down, carefully moved the broken bed leg away, and then stuffed the large books one by one into the gap between the bed frame and the floor until a solid support base was formed. Linny murmured to himself. TSK, a man worth millions still sleeping on a shabby bed that collapses at the mere thought of a kiss. I'd be embarrassed by the system if anyone told me about it. I can't stand it anymore. I have to move tomorrow. I have to move. Linny took out his cell phone, and the light from the screen illuminated his determined face. After searching for a while, he locked onto Yunkyuan, the most famous and luxurious residential area in the area. Here it is. After locking onto the target, he threw his phone aside and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 21. I promise. I definitely didn't do anything. The next morning, Linny woke up from his sleep and waited for him to get dressed and wash up. So I planned to go to the community I found last night to conduct an on-site inspection and take a look at the environment and so on. Linny contacted an agent to take him to see the house. After a while, we drove to the gate of the Yunkyuan community and looked at it from a distance. There are no ostentatious words of XXX mansion on the lintel. There is only a minimalist abstract emblem etched on metal, several smooth arcs intertwined, like clouds and mountains. This is the only logo of Yunkyuan. It is so low-key that only people in the circle understand its significance. The gate is designed with an inward extending curved driveway, cleverly shielding the interior view. Only the lush green treetops and a few carefully designed landscape lights can be vaguely seen. As you walk in, you will see carefully designed water features on both sides of the driveway. It is not a splashy fountain, but a low mirrored pool with a bottom covered with dark pebbles. In the guardhouse on the driveway, several dedicated security guards stood tall. He is totally different from the security guards in other communities who are just there to make up the numbers. The low-key luxury really wins my heart. Linny nodded slightly, extremely satisfied with his first impression. The agent enthusiastically introduced a series of things including garden landscapes and public facilities. Linny nodded slightly from time to time. After a while, we arrived at the elevator. The elevator door was made of matte titanium alloy, thick and smooth. When the owner approaches, the sensor door will automatically slide open to both sides. The interior of the elevator is extremely spacious and does not give people a sense of oppression. The inner wall is a whole, frameless mirror, which further amplifies the sense of space. The smooth mirror surface can also clearly reflect Lin Yi's handsome face. Lin Yi and the other person took the elevator to the house they wanted to see. The moment he stepped into the living room, even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Yi still felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. A huge panoramic floor-to-ceiling window frames the outside scenery into the room without reservation. The ceiling is a simple suspended ceiling. The floor is made of famous brand marble with an elegant gray base, smooth and warm. The smart home system is quietly integrated, and you can control the entire house with just a mobile phone app. The master bedroom also has a custom-made bed that's the same style as the ones used by celebrities. This is where people live. Compared with his own rental house that collapsed at the slightest kiss, Lin Yi once again strengthened his determination to move. Without much hesitation, he rented the house for a year according to the quote given by the agent. After finalizing the contract and sending the agent away, Lin Yi strolled around the community in a good mood, carefully admiring his future residence. At this moment, a slender hand as white as jade, with a faint fragrance, gently rested on Lin Yi's shoulder. This sudden touch made Lin Yi tremble all over, and he turned his head suddenly to look. It turned out that the person standing behind him was He Wanqing, the beautiful owner of the restaurant where he had played the piano before. He Wanqing was wearing a light blue dress, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, and full lips. Her figure was well proportioned, with the unique charm of a mature woman. He Wanqing said with surprise on her pretty face. "Brother Lin Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a long time since we last met. Did you miss me?" Lin Yi smiled slightly and replied. "Sister He, long time no see. What a coincidence. I just rented a suite here and was about to move in. You, don't tell me you live here too?" He Wanqing heard this, her red lips curved up, and she smiled and nodded. "Yes, I live in the building in front. I never thought we would be so destined to become neighbors." There was a hint of joy and disbelief in her tone. Lin Yi heard this and said with a smile. "This is a pleasant surprise. We'll be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me, Sister He." He Wanqing smiled. "Brother, let's go to my sister's house and rest for a while. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so this is a good time to have a good chat and catch up." After saying that, she naturally took Lin Yi's hand and walked towards her home. Soon we arrived at He Wanqing's home. Her home was decorated with great taste, combining modern simplicity with low-key luxury. The two sat down in the living room and talked about everything from music to food, and then from food to interesting things in life. They had a great time chatting and bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time. It was already noon in the blink of an eye. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice the time. Now their stomachs were protesting. Lin Yi was the first to realize this. He smiled and said to He Wanqing, "Sister He, we've been so engrossed in our conversation that we've forgotten the time. How about, we have lunch at home?" "Perfect, I'll show you my cooking skills." He Wanqing heard this, her fair face was slightly surprised, but she still said with great interest. "I didn't realize you could cook? I'm a very picky eater, are you sure you can satisfy me?" Lin Yi thought. Sister He is so rich, she must have eaten countless delicacies on a daily basis. Ordinary food is probably not to her liking. Just when he was feeling a little embarrassed, suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Detecting the host encountering difficulties, whether to unlock the god of cooking skill? This sudden voice was like timely help, making Lin Yi overjoyed. It's really like someone handed me a pillow just when I wanted to sleep. System, you finally did your job. It must be unlocked. Lin Yi responded. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the god of cooking skill. Blending East and West, connecting the past and the present, all the delicacies of the world are in your hands. A huge and sophisticated stream of information instantly flooded into Lin Yi's mind. Countless knowledge about food processing, heat control, seasoning secrets, and the essence of cuisines from various countries are engraved in his mind. Lin Yi has completely transformed into a cooking god at this time. His tone was relaxed. Sister He, tell me, what cuisine do you want to eat? Chinese 8 major cuisines, French, Italian, Japanese food, whatever you want. He Wanqing was amused by his sudden burst of confidence and chuckled. Oh, you're so arrogant. Just pick a few dishes you're good at. I'm so happy when you cook for me, there's nothing I can complain about. After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and walked into He Wanqing's spacious and bright open kitchen with professional equipment and started to get busy. The following scene made He Wanqing, who was originally leaning lazily on the sofa, sit up straight unconsciously, and her beautiful eyes widened. Lin Yi was seen putting on an apron with smooth movements. The knife skills are so fast that only the afterimage can be seen. The cut strips are as even as hair and the slices of meat are as thin as cicada wings. Under Lin Yi's knife skills, all kinds of ingredients were transformed into their intended shapes. Every cut was precise, as if the ingredients had become obedient in his hands. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi demonstrated his various skillful cooking skills. Light the fire, heat the oil, add the ingredients, shake the wok, stir fry, every step reveals the style of a master. In a short while, Lin Yi brought several delicious dishes to the table. Crystal clear Longjing shrimp, attractive red braised pork, and matsutake mushroom and clear soup with complicated cooking process. These dishes are fragrant and mouth-watering. He Wanqing saw Lin Yi cooking. He Wanqing's voice was filled with undisguised admiration. Oh my god, brother, how can you even cook? You're clearly a hidden culinary genius. Just by smelling it and looking at the presentation, I know it's definitely better than many star chefs. Sister really made a mistake this time. After saying that, He Wanqing turned around and took out a few bottles of beautifully packaged red wine from the depths of the wine cabinet, with a look of joy on her face. What's good food without good wine? I'm happy today, so I'm going to give you some of my best kept treasure, the 1982 Lafite. We must have a great time. After that, the two of them ate and drank, the rich aroma of wine and the fragrance of dishes intertwined and fermented in the air. One bottle was empty, and they opened another. Before they knew it, their eyes were filled with a day's drunkenness, and their movements became unruly. Lin Yi felt dizzy and the world seemed to be spinning. He was barely holding on to the last bit of clarity. He stood up shakily and looked at He Wanqing, who was also leaning on the back of the chair with blushing cheeks. Subconsciously, I felt that I couldn't let her sleep in the living room like this. So, he struggled to help He Wanqing, who was also unsteady on her feet, and stumbled over to place her on the bed in the bedroom. He himself was also in a daze and fell to the other side of the bed almost instinctively. The next morning, Lin Yi woke up first, and the hangover headache made him groan. However, the next second, a strange touch and a warm breath close to him made him freeze instantly, and all his sleepiness and headache disappeared in an instant. He discovered that he was not alone. In his arms was a soft and fragrant female body. His arms were unconsciously wrapped around He Wanqing in an extremely intimate posture. And the position of his palm was so embarrassing that it made his scalp tingle. He pulled his hand back abruptly, his heart pounding, almost jumping out of his throat. He Wanqing was also awakened by the noise and opened her eyes in confusion. She was puzzled at first, then she looked down at the scene of the two people sleeping in the same quilt. A blush quietly crept up her delicate cheeks. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Lin Yi took a deep breath, forced himself to remain calm, and was the first to break the suffocating silence. Sister He drank too much yesterday and completely lost her memory. But I can guarantee it. I definitely didn't do anything. Really? Don't worry. He Wanqing quickly turned her face away, not looking at him, but silently pulled the quilt higher. Her voice was calm, but with a subtle hint of shame and annoyance. Got it. You, get out first, I need to change my clothes. Chapter 22. Sister, don't believe him. The two of them packed up and had a simple meal to ease the delicate atmosphere of the morning. He Wanqing glanced at her watch and suddenly remembered that she had an important business meeting in the afternoon. Her assistant took a leave of absence at the last minute, and there was no one available at the moment. Her eyes turned and fell on Lin Yi, who was drinking water slowly. Her voice was soft and light, yet it carried an invisible hook. Brother, I'm going to meet a business partner this afternoon, and my assistant isn't here. Can you accompany me? As she spoke, her charming eyes stared at Lin Yi without blinking, and her eyes clearly conveyed some unspoken threats and hints. Don't forget what happened last night, okay? If you dare to refuse me today, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Lin Yi was so perceptive that he naturally understood all the meaning in that look instantly. He actually had no interest in these hypocritical business engagements, but He Wanqing's soft and hard tactics, coupled with the awkward premise of sleeping together after a hangover, made it difficult for him to refuse. So, Linny could only smile bitterly and nodded, saying, "Since you've already spoken, how can I dare to say no?" After packing up, the two drove to a private room in a five-star hotel to meet with their business partners. After arriving at the destination, the heavy glass doors slid open silently. They stepped into a lobby covered in expensive carpets and filled with fragrant aromas. As soon as He Wanqing entered the door, she regained the calm demeanor of a businesswoman and walked with confidence. Linny tacitly kept half a step away and scanned the environment calmly. Push open a heavy solid wooden door and a luxurious and private business room appears before your eyes. The other party has arrived. Seeing them come in, a man wearing a custom-made suit and a famous watch stood up with a smile and greeted them warmly. "Wanqing, you're finally here." The man smiled warmly and spoke in a gentle voice. However, the moment Lin Yi's eyes met this man, a bone-chilling memory broke down the dam in Lin Yi's mind. It's him. It's actually him. This man's name is Li Machin. He was the one who interfered in the relationship between Lin Yi and Shen Muxue in their previous life. This led to the separation of the two, and Shen Muxue was forced to be sent abroad by her family. He appears to be a successful businessman, but secretly he is a villain who plays with people's hearts. Not only that, he was a playboy and was particularly good at designing collaborations with some beautiful female bosses and then using tricks in business. When problems arise in the cooperation and the female boss's capital chain is broken and they are on the verge of bankruptcy, he will tear off his hypocritical mask. Female bosses who are unable to repay their debts are often forced by Li Machin to use their bodies to pay off their debts. Thinking of this, Linny clenched his fists unconsciously. In this life, he still doesn't know who I am. Linny frantically warned himself in his heart, "Calm down. You must calm down." He secretly swore that he would never let such a thing happen again in this life. He couldn't just sit back and watch Yi Wanqing jump into this fire pit. Li Machin didn't seem to notice Lin Yi's sudden abnormality. His eyes fell on Yi Wanqing and he said softly, "Wanqing, what do you think of the business plan and preliminary contract I sent you last time? Are you satisfied?" Yi Wanqing picked up the bone china teacup in front of her, took a sip gracefully, and then replied, "Well, Mr. Li, I've read the general direction of the plan. The prospects are indeed very attractive." She changed the subject slightly. "However, I think we need to further refine the specific implementation details and risk-sharing clauses. My team has reported that there may still be some ambiguity in some areas that require further clarification." Li Machin nodded, his smile unchanged, appearing very understanding. "As you should. Caution is a virtue, especially with a project this large. The details do need to be polished over and over again. We can discuss this more slowly." Then his gaze shifted to Lin Yi, who was standing beside Yi Wanqing, and a barely perceptible viciousness flashed in his eyes. "Who is this young man? He looks unfamiliar. Wanqing, could you please introduce him?" Yi Wanqing said openly. "Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is my good friend, Lin Yi. My assistant is away today, so he came to help me out temporarily. It can also be considered as a learning experience." The smile on Li Machin's face seemed to deepen, but there was no warmth in his eyes. He said slowly, his tone very arrogant, "I see. Young people should go out and see the world more often. Learning from outstanding entrepreneurs like Mr. He is a rare opportunity, so we should seize it." Lin Yi met his gaze and said calmly, "Mr. Li is right. I will." Chapter 23 Is the contract a fraud? The rich boy speaks harshly to his face. The talks came to a temporary end, and Lin Yi and Yi Wanqing walked together to the relatively quiet rest area in the hotel lobby. Lin Yi turned to look at Yi Wanqing and asked, "Sister He, what do you think of this contract?" Yi Wanqing's slender fingers tapped her knees unconsciously. She thought for a moment, and then said slowly, Overall, this contract is pretty good. The profit is quite substantial, and his company is quite strong." After hearing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly, and this subtle movement did not escape Yi Wanqing's eyes. So she asked, "What's wrong, brother Lin Yi? Did you find something wrong?" Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. "Sister He, my intuition tells me that Li Machin is definitely not a good person." The look in his eyes, the subtle pauses and emphasis in his words, all revealed a calculated hypocrisy. For collaboration, especially deep collaboration, the character of the partner is crucial. Yi Wanqing nodded gently, pursed her red lips, revealing a look of understanding. "You have a very good eye for people. The way he looks at me does sometimes reveal an uncomfortable greed and possessiveness, although he's very good at hiding it. The business world is like a battlefield, and I've seen plenty of people like that. However, He Wanqing quickly regained her confidence as a businesswoman and said, "However, my sister has been in the business world for so many years, so I am still very confident. I believe that with my own strength, I will be able to successfully complete this cooperation." After saying that, He Wanqing looked at Linny and smiled gently. "Okay, brother, don't worry. I'll have my legal team scrutinize every word of the contract, and we'll also do the best we can to manage the risks. I'll consider this contract carefully and decide whether to continue discussing cooperation later." Her confidence comes from her experience and strength, but this is precisely the blind spot that people like Li Machun exploit. Linny knew this very well, but he did not refute it immediately, but just nodded. "Sister He, I certainly believe in your abilities. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. This contract does require more time and careful consideration." He deliberately emphasized the word consider. At this moment, He Wanqing's cell phone suddenly rang, and she ran to a relatively deserted corner to answer the call. After a while, Li Machun came back, as if he had forgotten something. He saw Linny standing there alone at a glance. So, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and walked straight to Linny. After Li Machun stood still, he said to Linny in a slightly threatening tone, "Linny, brother? I don't know why, but I always feel that you seem to be a little hostile and wary of me. Is it my illusion?" When Linny heard this, the smile on his face did not change at all, and he even managed to force a cold smile. He waved his hand casually and said, "Mr. Li, you're joking. We've never met before, and today is the first time we've met. Hostility? How can you possibly be talking about that? You might be too tired and have an illusion." After hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Machun quickly put on a hypocritical smile and said, "That's good. I hope you won't interfere with my cooperation with Wanqing." Then, Li Machun paused for a moment and then added slowly, "Also, I've sent someone to investigate your identity. When it comes to getting involved in this world, it's all about power and background. A small-time scoundrel like you, don't overestimate your abilities. Be smart and stay away from Wanqing and our cooperation. Don't make yourself uncomfortable." After saying that, Li Machun snorted contemptuously and walked away arrogantly. Linny stood there, watching Li Machun's figure disappear around the corner, a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. "Investigate me?" he sneered in his heart. "Unfortunately, what you found out is just what I wanted you to find out. Li Machun, your good days are almost over. I wonder how long you can keep this hypocritical appearance." After a while, He Wanqing came back from the phone call and keenly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. She looked at Lin Yi's calm face, and then looked in the direction where Li Machun left. He frowned and asked, "Did Li Machun come back just now? What did he say to you? Did he say anything excessive?" Linny shook his head, his tone relaxed. "Nothing, I just happened to pass by and said hello and exchanged a few pleasantries, that's all." "Sister He, are you done with the matter?" He Wanqing was skeptical, but seeing that Linny didn't want to say more, she nodded and didn't ask any further questions. After returning, Linny took action immediately. He spent a lot of money to hire a professional business investigation team to investigate the current situation of Li Machun's company. Soon, a detailed report appeared on his tablet. Li Machun currently has a company called Chengwan Media, whose registered capital comes from his parents' investment. It is a standard blood transfusion company. Some elders in his family wanted to use this to test whether he had the ability to inherit the family business. If he was suitable, they would train him. If he was a fool, the family would abandon him. His company is able to sign some big, prestigious deals in the short term by leveraging his family connections and influence. However, its core content production capabilities are extremely mediocre, the quality of the signed internet celebrities is uneven, its operating costs are high, its profit model is unstable, and it is actually on the verge of losses. Lin Yi's fingertips slid across the investigation report on the tablet screen, and every word confirmed the fragments of his memory from his previous life. He raised his mouth with a sneer and said, "Changwon Media, on the brink of loss, relying on financial support from my parents. He's just an embroidered pillow. He doesn't manage a good resource company properly, but he always thinks about cheating the female boss." He did not take action immediately. He knew that dealing with such a powerful but incompetent opponent would require patience and precise strikes. He closed his eyes and concentrated, frantically searching for fragments of memories from his past life. Images flashed by quickly: news, brief trending searches, suppressed scandals. Suddenly, he opened his eyes suddenly. I remembered it. During this time, in his previous life, Lee Ma-chan used extremely dirty means to rape a young girl who had just signed a contract with his company and had the dream of becoming an anchor. The news only lasted a few hours, and due to insufficient evidence, the matter was suppressed. Linny could even recall that the girl's surname was Sue, a simple and hard-working girl who had just graduated from college, and her life was ruined just like that. The time point is in the last few days. The location is Lee Ma-chan's suburban villa, which he uses for private enjoyment. Thinking of this, Linny planned to use this matter as a breakthrough. Lee Ma-chan's seemingly powerful background is actually his biggest weakness. A family can tolerate a child with mediocre abilities, but it will never tolerate a sinner who brings an indelible stigma and huge public opinion to the entire family. Once this layer of window paper is broken, his dirty and filthy true face will be exposed to the sun. The first ones to abandon him and cut ties with him must be his own family members who supported him. Chapter 24, with the system in hand, you can deal with scumbags. Thinking about the hatred between Lee Ma-chan and herself in the previous life, and the possibility that he would harm Sister Wanqing in the future, there are so many poor girls who may suffer from his murderous hands. Countless images intertwined and swirled in Lin Yi's mind. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. We must stop him before he takes action, and we must nail him to the pillar of shame. We can't let him do whatever he wants anymore. An invisible force flowed through Lin Yi's limbs and bones that was the martial arts skill bestowed by the system. This skill gives Lin Yi extraordinary skills, keen senses, and calm thinking. This power is not used for fighting at this moment, but for carrying out a hunting activity, and the target is Lee Ma-chan. He did not inform anyone, including He Wanqing. This is a very muddy place. The fewer people who know about it, the better. The night was deep, and Lin Yi changed into a light-absorbing dark sportswear, soft-soled shoes, a baseball cap and a black mask. He seemed to blend into the darkness. After Lin Yi's calculations, he avoided all the security personnel in the villa area and accurately arrived at the villa's outer balcony. The heavy curtains were not completely drawn, leaving a gap through which yellow light and a man's obscene laughter could be faintly heard. Lin Yi held his breath. He took out a tiny pinhole camera from his pocket. The camera was only the size of a fingernail, but had ultra-high resolution and night vision capabilities, and poked it through the gap in the balcony door. The scene in the room was instantly and clearly transmitted to the watch screen on his wrist. Lee Ma-chan was wearing a bathrobe with a lewd smile on his face. He was holding a glass of red wine and walking towards the young girl who was sitting on the sofa with a dazed look in her eyes and a limp body. The girl was wearing the exquisite dress she wore during the live broadcast, but now she was like a puppet without its strings. It was even difficult for her to raise her hand to push away the wine glass that was passed to her lips. Her voice was thin and full of fear and despair. No. Mr. Lee, please. I really can't drink anymore, let me go. Lee Ma-chan's voice was full of hypocritical deception. Xiaosu, don't be so naive. Drink this cup, and tomorrow I'll give you all the top recommendation positions in the company. I guarantee you'll become an overnight sensation, okay? His other hand had already reached out to the girl dishonestly. The scene pierced Lin Yi's eyes like an icicle. The girl's desperate ending in her previous life happened again today. A surge of rage rushed to his head, but he forced it down and transformed it into extreme calmness. Anger is useless, what I need is solid evidence. Lin Yi did not rush out to rescue the girl. He had to stay calm and record it all with a machine. Lin Yi looked at Lee Ma-chan's face, which seemed to show that he was in control of everything and treated others as worthless. Lin Yi sneered in his heart. Power and background? Is that what you rely on? To do such despicable things? Very well, today I will show you how the things you rely on will collapse before the filth you created with your own hands. He was well aware of the powerful influence of the Lee family. Because of this, he must kill with one strike. The evidence must be so conclusive that the Lee family will have to cut out this cancer with their own hands in order to protect themselves. Lin Yi looked at the girl struggling helplessly on the screen, and his heart felt like it was being tightened. Hold on, bear with it a little longer, it will be over soon. Just when Lee Ma-chan tried to commit further violence, Lin Yi moved. The balcony door was pushed open silently, a crack with a clever force. He slipped into the room with an incredible gliding movement, like a disembodied shadow. The speed is so fast that it even makes people think it is an illusion. Li Machin only felt a flash before his eyes, and a sharp pain came from the back of his neck. His consciousness disappeared instantly, and his body fell limply to the ground. Linny didn't even look at him and quickly walked to the sofa. He looked at the name on the girl's name tag, Su Xiao. The girl's eyes were dazed and her face was covered with tears of fear. Linny quickly checked and confirmed that she had only been drugged with a strong sleeping pill, her clothes were still intact, and she had not been directly violated in any further way. He quickly picked up the mineral water on the table, carefully helped her up, fed her a few sips, and said in a low and firm voice, "Lydia Sue, listen, I'm here to save you, you are safe now. Stay awake, the police will be here soon, they will help you." These words had a soothing power, which made Su Xiao, who was on the verge of collapse, calm down a little. Linny acted quickly, neatly retracting the pinhole camera on the balcony and carefully erasing all traces of his infiltration. At the same time, he used a spare encrypted mobile phone to take close-up and multi-angle photos of the scenes in the room, which became strong evidence for the subsequent events. He then used an untraceable anonymous phone card to clearly report the location and incident to the police, emphasizing that the victim was under the influence of drugs and might need medical assistance. Just like when he came, Linny disappeared silently into the night. A few minutes later, the shrill sound of sirens came from far away and reached Li Machin's villa. Linny returned to a safe place and packaged the organized video and photo evidence, along with Li Machin's identity information and Changwon Media's background, into a detailed information package. The victim's face was blurred, but Li Machin's face was extremely clear. He then crafted a powerful headline. Li Machin's attempted rape of a contracted anchor failed. The dark side of Changwon Media exposed. Pictures and video included. After doing all this, Linny posted it online anonymously. The information package instantly flooded into the official internal mailboxes of almost all mainstream media in the country and even several social rule of law organizations. In the next few days, public opinion completely exploded. Hashtag Li Machin rape hashtag Changwon Media get out of the world hashtag capital stench hashtag. These terms instantly topped the hot search list and became popular again and again. The evidence provided by Linny was too hardcore and too intuitive, and the high-definition videos and photos were like live broadcasts. Li Machin's ugly face and crimes were fully exposed. Any public relations tactic seemed pale and powerless in the face of such overwhelming public opinion and overwhelming evidence. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. After the incident fermented, the girls who had been bullied by Li Machin before also showed up. Some drugged her, some raped her, some threatened her. One accusation after another emerged like a relay, further proving his behavior was worse than that of an animal. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Li Machin's personal social media account was stripped bare by angry netizens. His past remarks of showing off his wealth, insulting women, and being arrogant and domineering were compiled and repeatedly criticized. He was cursed by the whole network, and scum and beast became his synonyms. Based on solid evidence, the police quickly opened an investigation and informed the public of the progress of the case. What awaits Li Machin will be severe punishment by law. His company's official website was overwhelmed by angry netizens, and all cooperating brands quickly issued termination statements and demanded compensation. Contracted anchors terminated their contracts one after another, and employees resigned on a large scale. A joint investigation team from the industrial and commercial, tax, and other departments quickly entered the company. In less than a week, Changwon Media was completely shut down and its business license was revoked. This shell company, which was established with the help of family capital, was wiped out in an instant. Just as Linny expected, facing this raging fire that was enough to burn down the family's reputation. The family behind Li Machin showed amazing survival and ruthlessness. They immediately issued a stern statement. We strongly condemn Li Machin's moral degradation and lawless behavior. His personal behavior completely violates family teachings and social morality. The family meeting resolved urgently to remove him from the family and sever all ties with him effective immediately. We will actively cooperate with the relevant departments in the investigation and respect the legal decision. The family's strength was not used to rescue the person, but was fully utilized to calm public opinion and eliminate the negative impact of the incident on other family businesses. But even so, the family business was also affected to some extent. But Li Machin himself was completely abandoned by his family. Not only did he have to accept imprisonment, but he was also ruthlessly stripped of all his family inheritance rights and property, leaving him with nothing and a ruined reputation. Chapter 25 Escaped. The early morning sunlight shines through the curtains into He Wanqing's bedroom. He Wanqing woke up lazily from the soft big bed and stretched comfortably. She slowly sat up from the bed and put on a soft nightgown that outlined her graceful curves. She walked barefoot on the warm carpet, paced to the living room, and made herself a cup of fragrant, expensive coffee. He Wanqing picked up the coffee cup and took a sip, which made her feel satisfied. Her eyes inadvertently fell on the news being broadcast on the TV screen. The content of the news report aroused her interest. She put down her coffee cup and read it attentively. As the news deepened, well-known entrepreneur Li Machin is suspected of multiple malicious commercial frauds and multiple sexual assaults and is under investigation. He Wanqing's expression became more and more solemn. Her eyes were fixed on the familiar photo on the TV screen. It was Li Machin. He Wanqing could never have imagined that this man was a seemingly powerful boss. He actually did so many shameful things behind the scenes. I didn't expect Li Machin to be such a beast. He didn't even let go of the female employees in his own company, and also the female boss he had worked with. I really have to wonder what this guy's motivation is for cooperating with the female boss. The thought of this made her shiver involuntarily, and a layer of fine goosebumps appeared on her arms. He Wanqing didn't expect that Lin Yi had such a sharp eye that he could judge Li Machin's character after only meeting him once. She secretly felt fortunate that if Lin Yi had not repeatedly reminded her to be cautious and delayed the signing process, she would be in such a hopeless situation now. If Li Machin tries to trip me up and frame me, I may not be able to handle it. After all, Li Machin is really a good-for-nothing and can do anything. The more He Wanqing thought about it, the more frightened she became. At the same time, her gratitude towards Lin Yi grew stronger, so she planned to go to Lin Yi's house to express her gratitude. She changed into a Chanel suit that showed off her figure and was elegant, put on makeup carefully, and walked towards Lin Yi's house. After a while, He Wanqing stood in front of Lin Yi's apartment door and rang the doorbell. After the door opened, Lin Yi's handsome face was revealed. He Wanqing almost couldn't wait to speak, with fear flashing in her beautiful eyes. Brother Lin Yi, news. Have you seen the news about Li Machin? She walked into the house, her voice trembling slightly. Thanks to you for reminding me, I was able to cautiously delay my cooperation. Otherwise, I might have been framed. I never thought that he would appear to be a decent person on the surface, but actually be such a person worse than pigs and dogs behind the scenes. Lin Yi's inner thoughts. I was the one who made this news, how could I not know it? I said at the time that this guy's arrogance wouldn't last long. No matter how powerful his background is, compared with the interests of his family, he is insignificant. A good blacksmith must have strong tools himself. If he is really that good, I believe it would not be easy for me to defeat him. Of course, this cannot be said. Lin Yi remained calm on the surface and said, Yes, Sister Wanqing, that's why I said at the time that this person has a crooked look in his eyes and must have a problem with his intentions. I'm really a little worried about you working with him. He Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she looked at Lin Yi with a half smile and said, What's wrong? Brother Lin Yi, you're so worried about me. Are you afraid that he'll kill me? You're so worried about me, are you interested in me? Lin Yi curled his lips and teased deliberately. Sister is so beautiful and charming, any man would be attracted to her. This straight ball caught He Wanqing off guard. She originally just wanted to take advantage of the other party verbally, but she didn't expect to be outmaneuvered by the other party. And he said it so confidently, so it made people's heart beat faster. He Wanqing was speechless for a moment, and felt a heat rushing up her cheeks, even her ears were burning. I wanted to tease someone, but instead I was disturbed by his words. This feeling is so embarrassing and annoying. Just then, a soft and rhythmic knock on the door sounded, breaking the subtle and ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder who would be knocking on the door at this time. Before he could stand up, He Wanqing, her cheeks still flushed, took the lead and walked to the door, her tone regaining some of her usual composure. Brother Lin Yi, to thank you for saving me from this difficult time, I specially ordered takeout for a Michelin-starred meal. After opening the door, a group of waiters in neat uniforms slowly walked in. Soon, the exquisite meals were placed on the table one by one. Pan-fried foie gras, slow-cooked wagyu beef, black truffle pasta, and beautifully designed desserts. Lin Yi thought, TSK, the rich sister's way of thanking me is so simple and unpretentious. The two of them ate and chatted, and soon, a delicious meal was in their stomachs. Chapter 26, Meet the Savior Again. After dinner, He Wanqing slowly stood up and prepared to go home. She walked with a brisk pace and inadvertently passed by the Community Arts Center. Suddenly, a melodious sound of music came into her ears, attracting her attention. She looked curiously in the direction of the sound and saw that the door of the art center was open and there were many people inside. He Wanqing couldn't help being attracted by the lively scene. She stopped involuntarily and walked into the art center. As soon as you enter, you will find that the room is well air-conditioned and the lighting is carefully designed, shining softly on every exhibit. It turns out that a small antique gallery display is being held here. There are beautifully framed ancient paintings hanging on the wall, which you can appreciate or buy. Visitors were chatting in low voices in groups of 3 or 4, creating an elegant atmosphere. He Wanqing was admiring it aimlessly, but soon she was attracted by an exquisite flower and bird painting and stopped to take a closer look. A middle-aged man wearing a Chinese-style double-breasted shirt and smiling came over. He said his surname was Wang and he was one of the persons in charge of this exhibition. Mr. Wang's voice was gentle, with a convincing certainty. This young lady has good taste. This painting, Birds Singing at Dawn and Spring, is a rare masterpiece from the early Qing dynasty. Look at this feather, how delicate it is, and the paper, the patina is just right. You can tell it's a treasure that has been passed down through generations. He Wanqing didn't know much about antique calligraphy and paintings, but she was impressed by the other party's professional and enthusiastic introduction. She looked at the lifelike birds and delicate branches and really liked them, so she began to appreciate them more carefully. Mr. Wang continued to introduce things to He Wanqing enthusiastically. He Wanqing asked with some excitement, "How much is this painting?" Mr. Wang from the exhibition had a shrewd look in his eyes, but a more sincere smile appeared on his face as he said, "This lady is obviously a connoisseur of goods. If you really like this, let's be friends. I'll give you a fair price of 88,000 yuan. For good luck. If you go to an auction house, you'll find something of the same quality going for at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan." He Wanqing thought about it and felt that 80,000 was not expensive, but she was not sure whether it was real or fake. It doesn't matter if you buy a genuine one, but if you buy a fake and a knowledgeable friend finds out, you will lose face. Thinking of this, He Wanqing was still a little hesitant. Seeing that He Wanqing was still a little hesitant, he introduced her professionally. After being bombarded with a series of professional terms, He Wanqing gradually became convinced of the authenticity of the painting. So she decided to keep the painting and said, "Okay, just pack it up for me as you said, 88,000. At this time, Mr. Wang from the exhibition smiled even more and said, "Yes, Mississippi. If I didn't want to make a good start, you definitely wouldn't lower the price." At this moment, a clear and somewhat playful voice sounded. "Boss Wang, isn't your opening price a bit too high?" He Wanqing and Mr. Wang turned their heads at the same time. Linny walked in at some point, with his hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his lips, and his eyes swept sharply over the painting Birds Singing in the Spring Morning. "Linny, why are you here?" He Wanqing seemed to have seen a savior. Mr. Wang's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and chuckled twice, but his eyes were more alert. "Oh, this gentleman is quite arrogant. Could he be in the same field as me? What are your thoughts? I'd like to hear them in detail." His tone seemed humble, but in fact it was provocative, as he wanted to gauge the weight of this young man who suddenly appeared. Before Linny spoke, he had already checked the painting using the treasure appraisal skills provided by the system, and found that there was something wrong with it. Linny smiled slightly and said, "I wouldn't say I'm giving any advice, but seeing Boss Wang praising this painting so highly, I couldn't help but want to say something to save my friend from wasting his money." Linny's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by several visitors who were attracted by the voice. Mr. Wang looked at Linny with a look of seeking advice, wanting to see how capable Linny was. Linny stretched out his finger and pointed at the screen. First, the paper. Boss Wang said it was old paper with patina, but the patina was too deliberate, floating on the surface, and the fibers at the edges were too clean. It's obviously a modern imitation of old paper. The wear and tear on the edges of genuine old paper and the patina are natural and cannot be easily imitated. After hearing this, the smile on Mr. Wang's face froze for a moment. Lin Yi's finger moved to the signature. Besides, this signature imitates the style of a famous calligrapher from the early Qing dynasty. Unfortunately, the form is similar but the spirit is different, which is also problematic. The smile on Manager Wang's face froze instantly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Among the crowd that came to watch the excitement, someone murmured, "Wow! So that's how it is. I just said it looked a little awkward. This young man makes perfect sense. Amazing. Exactly. I think what this young man said is right. How could this boss be so dishonest? After listening to Ling Yi's comments and the whispers around him, Boss Wang's face turned pale and the smile he had just hid disappeared. He Wan Qing, who was originally dizzy from what Boss Wang said, suddenly woke up and covered her mouth. If it weren't for Lin Yi, I'm afraid I would have been fooled. The people around also started talking, looking at Boss Wang with questioning eyes. Boss Wang's eyes flickered and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to refute. But under Lin Yi's all-seeing gaze, he finally just laughed twice and defended himself calmly. This gentleman has a really sharp eye. Maybe I made a mistake. This painting, let's study it again. I won't sell it. After saying this, he hurriedly tried to collect the painting, his movements showing obvious embarrassment. Everyone started discussing. If I can't even tell for sure myself, how can I sell it to others? Thanks to this young man's insight, I can. I've seen this guy before. He and the exhibition director of the Antiques Association attended an antique appreciation event together before. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after hearing this. What a hero emerges from youth. He even knows a big name in the antique world. He Wanqing pulled Lin Yi's arm. Brother Lin Yi, thanks to you. I almost got fooled by him. If I had a fake painting hanging in my house, I would be ashamed. Lin Yi smiled, let her hug his arms, and led her out of the art center. He Wanqing's face was full of smiles. Brother Lin Yi, how come you know everything? How many abilities do you have that I don't know about? I really like you. After saying that, she tightened her grip on Lin Yi's arm as if on purpose, and the soft and elastic touch was clearly transmitted through the thin clothes. Lin Yi only felt his arm sinking into a warm and fragrant atmosphere, which made him feel an unknown fire rising in his heart. I didn't expect Wanqing's figure is still so sexy. Dear readers, the excitement is about to begin. Get ready to board. Read on. Chapter 27 Flirting. He Wanqing took Lin Yi's arm in arm as they walked in the community. The gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Soon it got dark. Warm yellow lights came on both sides of the road. He Wanqing's arm was tightly wrapped around Lin Yi's arm, and her body was slightly leaning towards him. The soft touch and warm body temperature can be clearly transmitted through the thin fabric. Every unintentional friction made Lin Yi uncomfortable. He was a young man full of blood and vigor. How could he resist such attacks all the time? All the blood in the body seemed to be rushing to somewhere, and the nameless fire that had risen before not only did not subside, but instead tended to burn more fiercely. He tried hard to control his emotions, not wanting He Wanqing to notice that something was wrong with him. Ahem, Lin Yi cleared his throat, his voice a little deeper than usual. Sister Wanqing, you're holding me so tightly. Are you afraid I'll run away? Or are you afraid that Mr. Wang, the fake painting dealer, won't give up and will chase me? Lin Yi tried to divert attention with a joke, and by the way, see if he could get He Wanqing to put down her arm. When He Wanqing heard this, she not only did not let go, but hugged him even tighter. Her voice drawled. Both if it weren't for you, I would have been taken advantage of by him. She paused, turned her head and looked up at Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi, you were really amazing just now. With just a few words, you silenced that boss Wang and made his face turn green. But you helped me vent my anger. When He Wanqing spoke, her warm breath brushed against Lin Yi's neck, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Yi replied. It's not that great. I just know a little bit. He Wanqing chuckled. You call this understanding? I heard someone say you know the president of the Antiques Association, right? Her eyes were full of inquiry and undisguised interest, and her body moved closer to him, almost feeling each other's heartbeats. The distance between the two was so close that he could smell the fragrance from He Wanqing. Lin Yi's anger could not help but grow even stronger. His eyes couldn't help but fall on He Wanqing's seductive red lips. Lin Yi felt a dry mouth and subconsciously wanted to move to the side a little to make himself more awake. But as soon as he made the slightest movement, He Wanqing seemed to notice it, and the arm that was holding his arm immediately tightened a little to prevent him from escaping. Lin Yi lowered his head slightly and looked at He Wanqing, full of dangerous hints. But, Sister Wanqing, if you keep hugging me like this, so close, I'm afraid the fire in me will really ignite. And then, it will be a disaster. He didn't say it explicitly, but the heat in his eyes and the tense lines of his body told He Wanqing that this fire was not simple. After hearing this, He Wanqing's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help feeling a little shy and excited. Instead of retreating, she met Lin Yi's burning gaze with a hint of provocation in her eyes. She tilted her head slightly, and raised her red lips into a charming arc. Oh? She lowered her voice even more. Then, the fire on my brother, was it accidentally lit by my sister? A single spark can start a prairie fire, let alone a fire that was deliberately started. These words instantly ignited the impulse that Lin Yi had tried hard to restrain. Lin Yi's Adam's apple rolled violently and he stopped abruptly. No longer passively enduring it, he instead held tightly onto Yuanqing's arm that was hugging him. Pulling her, he quickly walked towards the dim pavilion. Lin Yi murmured in a low voice. Yuanqing, this is a war you started, don't blame me. This time he didn't call her sister but called her by her name. After saying that, he pressed Yuanqing's wrists with both hands and kissed her seductive red lips. After a period of passionate lovemaking, Lin Yi exhaled, and the nameless anger in his heart subsided a little. Yuanqing was different. She was breathing heavily and her mood was not calm for a long time. She has been running a business all her life, but she has never been attracted to a man. The one in front of you is one. Dear Godfathers. Read the next 10 chapters for more excitement. Chapter 28, Firewood. The close contact just now made their hearts beat faster. The two took a few deep breaths to calm their slightly rapid breathing. But at this moment, my stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Yuanqing subconsciously touched her lower abdomen and opened her red lips slightly. So hungry. Lin Yi's eyes fell on her blushing face, and a knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's go home and have dinner. Yuanqing nodded, and the two of them walked towards Yuanqing's house together. The two walked side by side, and in the night, the distance between them seemed closer than before. Soon, they arrived at Yuanqing's elegant apartment. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Yi took the initiative to volunteer to cook a sumptuous Cantonese meal for Yuanqing. After all, he has the cooking skill given by the system, and now is the time for it to shine. Lin Yi went to the kitchen and started preparing ingredients. He opened the refrigerator, carefully selected various fresh vegetables and meats, and then washed them one by one. After everything was ready, Lin Yi picked up the kitchen knife, stood in front of the chopping board, weighed the heavy professional kitchen knife, and prepared to show his skills. The next moment, the knife flashed. I saw him cutting the ingredients skillfully. Every cut was extremely precise. The cut ingredients were uniform in size and beautiful in shape. Yuanqing leaned against the bar, a look of unconcealable amazement flashed across her beautiful eyes. This smooth knife skills and the effortless manner in which he lifts heavy objects are even better than those of chefs in 5-star hotels. My brother is really too omnipotent. He's getting more and more annoying. As Yuanqing thought about it, her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scene of him kissing her just now. It's really like a little wolf dog, very aggressive, but just right, which makes it very useful to me. At this moment, Yuanqing couldn't help but blush a little. Meanwhile, Lin Yi has already started making his first hard dish, sweet and sour pork with pineapple. The oil pan exploded, Lin Yi flicked his wrist, and the meat rolled in the hot oil, quickly covering itself with tempting golden armor. The iron pan flipped, the orange-red sauce was poured over, and the sweet and sour aroma exploded. In a short while, a dish of sweet and sour pineapple pork with good color, aroma, and taste was ready. The tempting sweet and sour smell rushed into Yuanqing's nose. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva quietly, and her already hungry stomach protested strongly. However, this was just the beginning. Lin Yi started working left and right, working at full speed, and cooked one dish after another. Polished chicken with firm, smooth skin, crispy, fragrant roast goose, exquisitely sweet and savory boiled shrimp, snow white, tender steamed grouper, fragrant honey-glazed barbecued pork. Lin Yi served Cantonese dishes that were colorful, fragrant, and delicious to the table. Lin Yi also tidied himself and sat at the dining table, while Yuanqing had already prepared the decanted red wine. She had been tempted by the aroma for a long time and was ready to have a big meal. Yuanqing couldn't wait to pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork and put it into her mouth. When you lightly close your teeth, you will first experience the extremely crispy crust, followed by the tender and smooth meat, and finally the rich layers of sauce exploding on the tip of your tongue. After she tasted the dish cooked by Lin Yi, her eyes sparkled and she said, "Brother Lin Yi, your cooking skills are amazing. I've eaten at many famous Cantonese restaurants before, and none of them are as delicious as yours. You really can give your sister new surprises every time." After Yuanqing said these two sentences, she stopped talking and started eating with big mouthfuls, completely disregarding her image. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Wanqing, eat slowly, no one is competing with you for it. Soon, the two of them had enough food and drink, and a bottle of fine red wine was almost empty. They were all a little tipsy. Wanqing wanted to go to the bedroom to take a nap, but she felt a little unsteady when she walked. Seeing this, Linny helped her walk towards the bedroom. The two of them snuggled together and moved slowly towards the bedroom. When they were almost at the bed, Wanqing slipped and fell onto the bed with Linny. The familiar scene reappeared just like the last time at Lin Yi's house. Linny was pressing on Wanqing, and the distance between them was very close. They were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats and breathing, as well as the ambiguous emotions that were about to explode. Lin Yi's hot breath made Wanqing a little confused. So she stretched out her arms, put one arm around Lin Yi's neck, and slowly stroked Lin Yi's angular cheek with the other hand. Lin Yi's anger, which had subsided slightly, slowly rose again. There was a sweet and tense atmosphere in the air, which could be completely ignited with just a tiny opportunity. Wanqing's hands wandered over Lin Yi's face, staring at him with burning eyes. Lin Yi did not let her hand wander. He grabbed Wanqing's hand with his backhand. He kissed her red lips, and Wanqing responded fiercely. 10 minutes later, the two stopped. Both of them felt slightly hot, and Wanqing took off her clothes. Lin Yi couldn't help but shudder when he saw this, and he couldn't help but hugged her. His hands moved up and down, felt soft. The two are like dry wood in raging fire. Omit 1,000 words at this time, those who understand will understand. Wanqing lay on the bed weakly, her face full of satisfaction. This was her first time experiencing this. From this moment on, she also completed her transformation. I didn't expect that I would provoke a man like a tiger. I can't stand it. Lin Yi felt very relaxed all over, but he still had endless energy. If I wasn't afraid that she couldn't hold on, I could have gone another 300 rounds. After a night of tenderness, the morning sun shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating each other's faces. The two of them lay quietly in bed, feeling each other's warmth. They both knew the other's feelings for them, but neither said it out loud. They got up in tacit understanding and hugged each other. Wanqing said to Lin Yi, I have to get back to running my restaurant. There are still many things I need to take care of. Lin Yi nodded to show his understanding. Chapter 29, Entering a New Circle. Lin Yi returned to his home and sank into the sofa with ease, not even having time to catch his breath. The phone started to vibrate, and the words Shen Mushuet jumped on the screen. So he quickly pressed the answer button, his voice full of smiles. Hey, Mushuet, what's wrong? Shen Mushuet's excited voice immediately came from the receiver. Brother Lin Yi. You'll never guess. I discovered a super secret base, a private restaurant deep in the old alleys of the East City. There's no signboard, and they only serve one table a day. The boss cooks based on his mood, and I've snagged a spot. Lin Yi could imagine her eyes shining with excitement at the moment, and couldn't help but be infected by her emotions. He teased with a hint of pampering. Wow, my little Mushui managed to get such a hard-to-get position? How much effort did it take? Such a good thing must be done. Wait for me for a moment, I will pick you up right away. After hanging up the phone, he quickly changed into a clean and neat outfit, grabbed his car keys and went out. After picking up Shin Mushue, the car made many turns and finally stopped at the end of a deep old alley. If Shin Mushue hadn't confirmed it, it would have been impossible to tell that this was a restaurant. A mottled wooden door is unremarkable, but when you push it open, you will find a different world. The courtyard is clean and elegant, with blue bricks on the ground and lush greenery in the corners. There is only a heavy old elm table and a few armchairs, no other decorations. The chef is an old man with gray hair and a clean apron. He is the owner, Joe Boren. Seeing the guests coming, Joe Boren just raised his eyes and glanced at them lightly. There was no greeting, no menu, and he only asked in a deep voice. Any dietary restrictions? Lin Yi shook his head. No, it's up to you. Joe Boren said no more and turned back to the kitchen. Soon, the rhythmic sound of knife skills and the frying sound of hot oil meeting ingredients could be heard, and the tempting aroma wafted out, whetting one's appetite. Dishes arrived one after another, a steamed fish, a bowl of bright red braised pork, a plate of fresh green vegetables, and a bowl of crystal clear soup. It looked homely, yet every detail exuded something extraordinary. Lin Yi picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks, and the passive analysis of the chef god skill was instantly activated. The mandarin fish, fresh from the reservoir's source, is starved for 3 days to remove all the earthy smell, leaving the meat firm and plump. Steamed to the precise second, it's just raw and incredibly tender. He nodded slightly. The soy sauce is a blend of 3 special brews from different regions, and a little homemade plum wine is added to enhance the flavor, remove the fishy smell and enhance the freshness. What a clever idea. Shin Mushue, who was eating with her eyes narrowed, looked up in surprise, her mouth slightly opened. Brother Linny, you can even taste this? That's amazing. She quickly savored it carefully, as if she could really taste the rich layers of mystery. Linny tasted another piece of trembling braised pork. The premium pork belly is cooked in 3 layers, first stir-fried to release the fat, then simmered over low heat. The sugar color is fried just right, and the sauce is rich but not greasy. It melts in your mouth, fatty but not greasy, lean but not dry, and cooked just right. Finally, he scooped a small spoonful of clear soup and savored it with his eyes closed. The broth base, made from old hen and Genoa ham, is rich and mellow. The finishing touch is the few drops of shrimp roe and soy sauce, which instantly elevates the umami flavor, and even a hint of 10-year-old tangerine peel powder. Shin Mushue had no time to speak. She was completely immersed in the delicious food and could only nod vigorously to show her agreement. Joe Boren, who had been leaning casually by the kitchen door but actually observing silently, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes and walked forward slowly. His face showed a rare excitement and appreciation. Young man, your tongue is amazing. The special soy sauce and the 10-year-old Shinhue tangerine peel powder are spot on. I've been fiddling with spatulas my whole life, but you're the first person, young as you, to be able to see through all of my secrets. Who's your mentor? Linny smiled modestly and waved his hand. Boss Joe, you're too kind. I don't have any mentors, I'm just naturally sensitive to flavors and love to eat. Your cooking skills are so simple and natural. You can make home-cooked dishes so delicious. This is the true style of a master. These words were sincere and reasonable, without a trace of flattery. Joe Boren was so happy that his wrinkles smoothed out, as if he had found a soulmate. Good. Well said. Return to nature. These 4 words really hit the spot for me. Being able to appreciate and comment is even more rare. Come, don't leave in a hurry, have a cup of tea with me. Shin Mushue listened quietly on the side, and her admiration for Linny deepened a little bit. Joe Boren brewed a pot of good tea and talked about the past. He was once a famous state banquet chef in Beijing, renowned throughout the world, and a legendary figure that countless top hotels competed to hire. In his later years, he became tired of the glitz and glamour, and devoted himself to pursuing the realm of cooking according to his heart and respecting the original taste, so he retired and opened this capricious little shop. When he spoke of his rise, his expression turned serious, revealing deep worry. Alas, in today's world, people are so impetuous. Stores like this that are willing to take their time and treat their ingredients honestly are almost extinct. Pre-prepared meals are everywhere. Isn't there this shibe thing going viral lately? It's expensive and pre-prepared, so unethical. These words are full of helplessness and sadness about the decline of traditional food culture. Lin Yishan agreed and said solemnly. You're right. Respecting the original flavor of the ingredients and pursuing the aroma of the wok brought about by the cooking process is the essence of Chinese cuisine. Pre-prepared meals are certainly convenient, but they lose the soul of cooking, let alone health. This trend really needs someone to correct it. Every word and sentence touched Joe Boren's heart. He looked at Linny with admiration. A bosom friend. My dear friend, you are truly my bosom friend. I never thought that an old man like me, living in seclusion here, would meet a young man as knowledgeable as you. Leave me your contact information and come often. I have many specialties, and you can be my taster. The two exchanged contact information and had a great conversation. After chatting for a long time, Lin Yi took Shin Mushue away. Shin Mushue held Lin Yi's arm tightly, chattering about the wonderful experience of the day, while part of Lin Yi's mind was still in the small courtyard, on the conversation with the reclusive master. This seemingly accidental connection may play an unexpected role in the future. Thank you all for your support, there will be more exciting things to come. Chapter 30, A Bowl of Clear Soup Teaches the Genius Chef a Lesson. After that meal, Lin Yi maintained good contact with Joe Boren. One day, Joe Boren called Lin Yi, his tone hinting at encouraging the younger generation. Shaolin, I organized a small party this weekend. It was attended by some experienced foodies and a few young chefs who are quite talented. There's a new henteing club that just opened. The owner asked me to find a few knowledgeable people to try their master feast and give them some advice. So, would you like to come and have a look sometime? Let them hear your commentary, too, with your divine tongue. After hearing this, Lin Yi became interested. Okay, since Mr. Zhou invited me, I will definitely go. The next day, Lin Yi took Shin Mushua with him as promised and went to the Hentang Club mentioned by Zhou Boren. Hentang Club is located on the top floor of the city's landmark building, luxurious and private. They arrived at the club soon. Lin Yi took Shin Mushua and walked to Zhou Boren and greeted him. Looking around, there were about 10 participants. The main group is a few middle-aged people with extraordinary demeanor. At first glance, you can tell that they are wealthy people and experienced foodies who are well versed in this field. Among them are also 2 retired famous chefs with calm eyes and composed postures. And 2 or 3 sharp-eyed, arrogant young chefs. One of them is named Chen Feng, a rising star who has been in the limelight recently and is hailed as a talented chef. In the entire space, Zhou Boren is undoubtedly the absolute center. No matter where he went or who he talked to, the eyes of people around him would follow him unconsciously, and their words would reveal sincere respect. After everyone is gathered, Zhou Boren enthusiastically introduced Lin Yi. This Shaolin is a new friend of mine. Don't be fooled by his youth, his tongue, tsk, even an old man like me admires him. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel curious about this young man. But the looks that Chen Feng and other young chefs gave Lin Yi were clearly filled with scrutiny and disapproval. Why does Mr. Zhou value a nobody so much? After a while, more than a dozen delicious dishes were served. The first thing that caught my attention was the flamed Wagyu beef. An experienced gourmet took a bite and said, "Good, slow-cooked Wagyu beef with black truffle sauce, melts in your mouth." Lin Yi took a bite and said softly to Zhou Boren, "The beef is top-notch and cooked to perfection. Unfortunately, the black truffle sauce is overpowering, especially considering it's French. If we use freshly ground black truffles from Yunnan during the rainy season, the aroma will be fresher and will bring out the flavor of the beef even better." After hearing this, Zhou Boren nodded slowly with an affirmative look on his face. This comment was not made loudly, but it was heard by several people sitting next to him, and they all looked surprised. This young man actually knows the difference in origin and aroma? As expected of Mr. Zhou's new friend. These words were naturally heard by the rising star talented chef Chen Feng, who had already been dissatisfied with Lin Yi. Now he's stealing my thunder. So he raised his voice slightly and said to Lin Yi, "Oh, this Mr. Lin seems to be quite knowledgeable. Talking without practice is just empty talk. How about, we have a live sparring match? How about using the ingredients we have in this kitchen to quickly whip up a dish and let everyone review it?" Chen Feng looked at Lin Yi with burning eyes, as if he had to compete with him. This is his area of expertise, and he wants to embarrass Lin Yi in public to prove that Mr. Zhou was wrong. Everyone's eyes met, all revealing anticipation. An elegant elder suggested to Zhou Boren at the right time, "Mr. Zhou, why not let the 2 young men try it out? It's a good opportunity for everyone to appreciate and learn." There was applause of approval from all around. Lin Yi glanced at Zhou Boren, who also had an encouraging smile in his eyes. I thought to myself, so what if I play with you for a bit? My cooking skills are not just for show. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Since Chef Chen is interested, then I'd better obey your orders. The 2 of them immediately began to prepare. Chen Feng chose to make a dish of kombu broth jelly with caviar. After a period of professional preparation, the dish was completed and the presentation was extremely beautiful. Lin Yi only selected a few of the freshest clams, a small piece of tender tofu, a few freshly picked bean sprouts, a pinch of salt, and a drop of sesame oil. His movements were so smooth and fast that they were dazzling. I saw him opening clams with his bare hands without leaking a drop of juice. The tofu is cut into evenly sized cubes with very fine knife skills and does not fall apart when put into water. Then take the clear clam broth, add only a little salt, add the tofu and simmer. Finally, add the clam meat and bean sprouts, turn off the heat, and add a drop of sesame oil. A bowl of seemingly ordinary clear water clam tofu soup is ready. The soup was crystal clear, the tofu was as white as jade, the clams were plump, and the bean sprouts were emerald green. The only embellishment is a few drops of golden sesame oil floating on the soup. Everyone first tasted Chen Feng's dish. After taking a bite, someone exclaimed, "This dish is so delicious, you are truly a genius. The taste is amazing." Chen Feng received unanimous praise. A smug look appeared on his face, as if he had already won. It was Lin Yi's turn to taste his dish. After taking the first bite, the whole place fell silent. An old foodie closed his eyes and murmured, this is the true sweetness of the sea. Another wealthy middle-aged man said, tofu, how can tofu have such a rich bean aroma? And it soaked up all the broth, it melts in your mouth, yet still has a nice chewiness. Absolutely amazing. Joe Boren laughed heartily and clapped his hands in admiration. Back to basics. The ultimate simplicity. Xiaolin, this bowl of soup really brings the word fresh to life. You're worthy of being my soulmate. Being able to make even the most ordinary ingredients taste delicious is a sign of true talent. After drinking Lin Yi's soup, he went back to try Chen Feng's dish, which was complicated to prepare and had a rich flavor. Everyone actually felt a little bored and burdened, and lost the initial surprise. The difference is obvious. Chen Feng also tasted Lin Yi's soup unwillingly. After drinking, he was silent for a while, and finally bowed deeply to Lin Yi, sincerely convinced. Mr. Lin. I lose. Your understanding and control of the natural flavors of ingredients is truly masterful. I'm grateful for your instruction. The other young chefs also put away their arrogance and looked at Lin Yi with awe. The owner of the Henteing Club, who had been observing from the side, stepped forward excitedly. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Mr. Lin, your cooking skills and taste are truly eye-opening. Mr. Zhou has a keen eye for talent. We at Henteing are planning to join forces with several top clubs to create an annual high-end food selection event. We need people like you to be the judges. The boss paused and said, little friend Lin Yi, don't worry about the reward. I will definitely satisfy you. And you can enjoy top VIP treatment at all partner clubs, including free food, drinks, and entertainment. Lin Yi calmly accepted the invitation from the Henteing boss. Humility says, thank you Mr. Zhou for the recommendation, and thank you all. It's my honor to contribute to the food industry. Shen Muxue witnessed the whole process of how Lin Yi went from being questioned to stunning and impressing everyone. Her eyes were sparkling with pride and admiration. When she left, she held Lin Yi tightly and said excitedly, brother Lin Yi, you were so handsome just now. You have to take me out to eat more delicious food in the future. Lin Yi smiled dotingly. Of course, I'll take you to eat all the delicious food in the world. The relationship between the two heated up again. Chapter 31, Comments on the King Crab shocked the audience. One night, Lin Yi had just returned to his apartment in a luxurious community when the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Chen Feng. He was holding an exquisite food box in his hand, his expression was a little embarrassed, and the arrogance on his face was gone. Chen Feng scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I'd like to take the liberty of calling you Brother Lin. I've just developed a new dish and wanted to ask you for your advice. Will it not disturb you? Lin Yi nodded and motioned Chen Feng to come in. It's okay, come in, let me try it. Chen Feng followed Lin Yi to the dining table and opened his exquisite food box. This is my low-temperature smoked haddock with plum sauce. Try it and see if you have any questions. Chen Feng had an expression of humbly asking for advice on his face. Lin Yi thought, I didn't expect this guy to be so humble and ask for advice. He's indeed a leader among the younger generation. First of all, his attitude towards cooking is impeccable. Lin Yi picked up a piece of fish, closed his eyes and tasted it slowly. He first affirmed, it has the freshness of the fish, but also a hint of smoky aroma, and the plum sauce adds a refreshing feeling to the tongue. Chen Feng showed joy when he heard this. Lin Yi paused and said, however, the fish's umami flavor isn't fully brought out. I suggest shortening the cooking time by 30 seconds, which would make a big difference. Chen Feng seemed to have an epiphany after hearing this and said, then can I borrow Brother Lin's kitchen? Lin Yi nodded slowly, indicating that it was okay. After Chen Feng made it according to Lin Yi's suggestion, he found that it was more delicious as soon as he smelled it. He picked up the fish and tasted it, and found that it tasted more delicious and the fish was more tender. This is the theory that Lin Yi mentioned before about pursuing the original flavor of ingredients. His admiration for Lin Yi reached a new level. So he said to Lin Yi, Brother Lin, I will be your little brother from now on. Just tell me if you have any instructions. I just hope you can take me with you when you attend food events in the future so I can learn more. Since then, Chen Feng has become Lin Yi's permanent follower in food circle activities. When Lin Yi went to Joe Boren's shop for tea, he brought some good tea to teach him. When Lin Yi was invited to a private tasting, he volunteered to be his assistant. After a while, the annual high-end food selection event organized by Henteng Club and other high-end clubs will begin. Lin Yi was invited to be a judge, and he brought his younger brother Chen Feng with him to participate. The venue was solemn and luxurious. Under a huge crystal chandelier, a long table covered with a velvet tablecloth lay across the center. Lin Yi sat in the judging seat, flanked by several respected foodies and veteran judges from the Catering Association. Chen Feng stood behind Lin Yi. The waiter shuttled silently, bringing the last of the top main dishes of the year to compete. Tianxiang Club's secretly recipe 10-year-old Huadia drunken king crab was presented to each judge. The judges began to taste. The first judge took a sip and said, "The crab meat is top quality, plump and chewy. The Huadia aroma is rich and well penetrated." The second judge took a bite and said, "The crab was cut cleanly and presented elegantly. The vermicelli soaked up the wine juice and the crab's flavor, which was the highlight." The third judge took a bite and said, "The use of 10-year-old Huadio is a unique feature. The cost is not cheap, and the sincerity is evident." Chen Feng took a bite and said, "It's incredibly filling, visually stunning, and the crab is cooked to perfection, but I still feel like something's off." He felt that something was a little unreasonable, but he couldn't put it into words. So he turned to look at Lin Yi, wanting to see what his elder brother thought. Lin Yi first scooped up a small piece of crab meat and put it directly into his mouth without dipping it in any sauce. "Close your eyes and chew slowly." Then he picked up a few vermicelli soaked in soup with chopsticks and tasted them carefully. Finally, he picked up a corner of his napkin, gently dipped it into the wine at the bottom of the plate, and sniffed it for a long time. Lin Yi put down the cutlery and picked up the microphone. His voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of the whole audience. "The crab is a good crab. The 10-year-old Huadio is also a good wine." He first affirmed the basics, which made the representatives of Tianxiang Club breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the subject changed. "But it's true that 10-year-old Huadio has a powerful and mellow aroma. But in pursuit of the label of rich aroma, you steeped it for too long and used too much heat. The aroma of the wine is not just a supporting role, it's almost overwhelming." When Chen Feng heard this, his confusion suddenly became clear. As expected, we must remember that the original flavor of the ingredients should be pursued. No matter how good the seasoning is, it is only a supplementary role. All the judges stopped what they were doing after hearing Lin Yi's comments and looked at him in shock. They tasted good, but also vaguely felt something was wrong. But no one has ever been able to get to the heart of the matter so precisely and sharply. And there was no mercy at all. I didn't expect that there would be such a young and talented person in the food industry. They also greatly appreciated and admired Lin Yi's abilities and his courage to comment. Suddenly, the whole audience burst into warm applause. The applause was both a recognition of Lin Yi's professional commentary and his cooking skills. The representative of Tianxiang Club also broke out in a few cold sweats. They didn't expect that a junior would discover the problem that they themselves hadn't noticed. "So I decided to go back and continue to improve the dishes." When the other club representatives heard this, they couldn't help but worry about the quality of their own food. The evaluation was over in a short while. The boss of the organizer, Henteng, witnessed the entire process through surveillance and sighed that Lin Yi had made the right choice. As expected of Mr. Zhou, this is money well spent. After this competition, Lin Yi also gained a reputation in the food industry. Chapter 32 VIP Privileges? Pamper my mu shui first. It was just a few days after Lin Yi finished his work as a judge. He received a generous remuneration from the organizer, which came with top VIP treatment in all the organizer's cooperating clubs. This means that he can eat, drink and have fun in these clubs for free and enjoy a luxurious life. Lin Yi looked at the message on his phone, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. In the future, I can go to various major clubs to eat, drink and have fun for free without having to pay. It's really great. After Lin Yi obtained this privilege, the first thing he thought of was to take Shen Mushui to eat delicious food. After all, I promised this girl that I would take her out to eat more delicious food in the future. So Lin Yi picked up the phone without hesitation and called Shen Mushui. His tone was full of pampering. "Mushui, I have now received VIP treatment from all the major clubs." Shen Mushui said excitedly. "Really? Brother E, you're awesome." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Of course. Tell me what delicious food you want to eat. Michelin 3-star? Or that private restaurant that requires reservations 3 months in advance? It's my treat today." Shin Mushue thought for a while and said happily. I want to eat, that Yunjing restaurant with the river view. I heard their chef just won an award. Linny smiled and said. No problem, I'll pick you up now. After saying that, Linny picked up the car keys and walked out the door. Soon, Linny's car stopped downstairs of Shin Mushue's house. He picked up the expectant Shin Mushue, and the two drove straight to the Yunjing restaurant located high above the city. Soon they arrived at the Yunjing restaurant and Linny chose a seat by the window. This location has a great view, overlooking the river outside. Linny skillfully called the waiter to order food, and the waiter confirmed Linny's VIP status. And vaguely knew about the extraordinary young man in front of him. Judge Lin, who has recently gained fame in the food circle and is known for his sharp and accurate comments, was secretly surprised. The waiter's eyes inadvertently swept across the beautiful female companion next to Linny, and a ripple of regret flashed through his heart. It's a pity that he already has such a beautiful female companion. Otherwise, I really want to pay for it, even if I don't have a name. After a while, the chef learned that the chief judge Linny was coming here for dinner, so he quickly put down what he was doing and came out to greet him in person. He also gave me a special dish that was not on the menu and asked for my advice. Linny picked up the silver fork and tasted it carefully. After a moment, he put down his cutlery and whispered to the chef. The lobster is cooked to perfection and has a rich flavor profile. If you add a little fresh lemon zest to the sauce, it will have a more unique aroma. After hearing Linny's opinion, the chef's eyes lit up and he bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Judge Lin, for your guidance. It's truly enlightening. Shin Mushue sat opposite, watching Linny convince the gold medal chef with just a few words, her eyes full of undisguised admiration and pride. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of some guests at the neighboring table. Seeing that the usually highly respected chef was so respectful and asking for advice from a young man, they couldn't help but look puzzled and talk in low voices. Why would this restaurant's top chef ask a young person for advice? Several of the knowledgeable diners looked at Linny carefully for a few times, then showed an understanding expression and whispered to their companions. Isn't that the newly rising celebrity in the culinary world, Judge Lin? Exquisite meals were served one after another, and Linny carefully picked up dishes for Shin Mushue. Gently placed the chef's special lobster dish on the small plate in front of her. Try it. Doesn't the aroma become more charming with lemon zest added? Shin Mushue took a bite and her eyes lit up. Brothery, this idea of yours is really the finishing touch. It's so delicious. Shin Mushue's face was filled with happiness from eating delicious food. The two of them shared the delicious food and chatted in low voices. The topic gradually drifted from the delicious food in front of them to the past. Shin Mushue held her chin and recalled. I remember when we were in college, you waited in line for over an hour to treat me to that popular kebab restaurant. At that time, I thought that skewer of grilled pork belly was the most delicious thing in the world. Linny also smiled, with a hint of nostalgia. Yes. Mushue. Shin Mushue sighed. Brother Linny, thank you for always being so nice to me. Linny wiped the oil stains on Shin Mushue's mouth with a handkerchief and said slowly. Silly girl, what are you talking about? I will always treat you well from now on. This action made Shin Mushue's face turn slightly red. She lowered her head shyly and drank the soup in small sips. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and the sweet feeling exploded in her heart, making her more intoxicated than any delicious food. Chapter 33 Sorry, I'm having my period. After the two of them finished their meal, Linny said to Shin Mushue. Mushue, come and take a look at my new home. You haven't been here since I moved. Upon hearing this, Shin Mushue nodded obediently with a faint smile on her face. Linny took the car keys and walked home with Shin Mushue. Shin Mushue followed him obediently and walked out of the restaurant together. Along the way, Linny drove the car attentively, occasionally turning his head to glance at Shin Mushue. The car quickly drove into the underground garage of the high-end apartment where Linny lived. After parking the car, Linny and Shin Mushue walked into the elevator together. The elevator rose steadily. In this enclosed space, the love that had just been in the restaurant became even stronger. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened. Linny naturally took Shin Mushue's hand, gently stroked the back of her delicate hand with his fingertips, and led her towards his home. When he arrived at the door of his house, Linny stopped and entered the password. The door lock made a slight sound and the door opened. Linny turned his head and said with a smile. Mushue, come in. After Shin Mushue came in, she looked around curiously. The apartment was more spacious and brighter than she had imagined. It was decorated in a modern and minimalist style with clean lines. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a dazzling view of the city at night. She smiled and said to Linny, "Brothery, your new home is beautiful." Linny closed the door and pulled Shin Mushue to sit on the sofa. In this more private space, the emotions accumulated in the restaurant are quietly released at this moment. Linny slowly approached her, didn't speak immediately, but looked deeply into her eyes. His eyes were full of love for Shin Mushue. Shin Mushue felt a little embarrassed as she felt the burning gaze, and her pretty face unconsciously turned red. She spoke first. "Brother Linny, it's great to have you by my side." Linny responded softly. "Silly girl. I'll always be with you." Shin Mushue raised her head and met Linny's gaze, and her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably again. Linny stretched out his hand and gently stroked her slightly hot cheek with his fingertips, and couldn't help but feel a delicate and soft feeling. His gaze slowly slid from her eyes to her lips with an alluring luster. Linny slowly lowered his head and kissed Shin Mushue. Shin Mushue didn't move, but just raised her face slightly and closed her eyes. When Linny's lips finally covered hers gently, Shin Mushue felt comfortable all over as if she was stimulated by an electric current. Her lips were very soft. Linny was not rough, but gently and greedily tasted this dish, which was as delicious as any other. It turns out that there is a reason why our ancestors invented the term beauty is a feast for the eyes. Linny moved his lips around hers, and Shin Mushue responded awkwardly and submissively, her hands unconsciously grabbing the front of his shirt. The kiss was gentle and long. After an unknown amount of time, Linny moved away a little and gently rested his forehead against hers. The two of them were breathing rapidly, and their warm breaths intertwined. He looked at her, who was so close, with flushed cheeks and hazy eyes, and smiled softly. "Silly girl, why is your face so hot?" Shin Mushue buried her face in Linny's chest in shame and said sullenly, "It's all your fault." The two moved from the living room to the bed. Shin Mushue was lying in Linny's arms wearing thin pajamas. Linny felt the softness of Shin Mushue's body and the faint body fragrance, and his body reacted uncontrollably. Shin Mushue seemed to feel something like steel bars pressing against her. She couldn't help asking, "Brother Linny, what's in the quilt? It's so hard." But when she saw the meaningful but slightly malicious smile on Linny's face, her face instantly blushed. The little fist hit Linny's chest. "Humph. You big bad guy." Linny's mouth covered Shin Mushue's again, and the two began to linger. His hands were also not honest, stroking Shin Mushue's back. Just when Linny wanted to take a step further, Shin Mushue murmured, "Brother Linny, I'm coming." Linny then let Shin Mushue go, but saw Shin Mushue's gloating expression, as if she had escaped danger. I was speechless for a while. Linny quickly took a cold shower to calm down his anger. He slowly fell asleep while holding Shin Mushue. Chapter 34, Meeting Lu Shirhan again. 2 days later, sunlight shone through the window into Lin Yi's apartment. Linny was leaning lazily on the sofa, listening to soft music and enjoying this rare leisure time. Suddenly, a buzzing sound broke the silence. Lin Yi's phone vibrated violently on the glass coffee table, and the screen lit up, showing Lu Shirhan's WeChat avatar. Linny opened his eyes, picked up his phone and answered the voice call. Lu Shirhan's gentle voice came from the other side. "Linny, are you busy? I'm a little unsure about something Grandpa just received, and I'd like to ask you, the great expert, to take a look." Linny replied, "I have time now, Shirhan. Are you home? I'll come straight to you." Lu Shirhan seemed amused by Lin Yi's straightforwardness. She teased, "I'm not as busy as you, great expert. You're famous now, a professional reviewer in the food world." Linny smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, stop teasing me. I'll come find you now." Linny grabbed the car keys and went out. Soon, the car stopped outside the Lu family's courtyard. From a distance, he saw Lu Shirhan standing at the door waiting. She had obviously dressed up carefully today, with fresh and elegant makeup, a plain light white dress, and a pair of red high heels. "I haven't seen Linny for such a long time, and I really miss him a little. This time I can help my grandfather identify this antique and meet him at the same time, killing two birds with one stone." After Linny got off the car, he walked to the door. Lu Shirhan walked quickly to Linny, took Linny's arm, and walked towards the house. In the living room, Old Man Lu was wearing reading glasses and carefully placed an open brocade box on the coffee table, his eyes focused and a little confused. Hearing the noise, he looked up. "Grandpa, look who I invited," Lu Shurhan said excitedly. When Mr. Lu saw Lin Yi, his eyes behind his reading glasses instantly lit up and he waved. "Little friend Lin. Come quickly. You've come just in time. Help me take a look at this thing. I'm really unsure." He pointed at the brocade box and lowered his voice. "Look at this jar, there's some weird stuff in it." Lu Shurhan pulled Lin Yi to sit on the sofa and gently pushed the brocade box in front of him. 3 palm-sized porcelain jars lay quietly in the brocade box. Lin Yi put on gloves and picked up the porcelain jar to examine it. Shape: the lines are extremely smooth, with a small mouth, plump shoulders, round belly and ring foot, with perfect proportions. It is a typical Qing dynasty imperial court vessel. Glaze color: as smooth as jade, it presents an extremely delicate and soft lotus root powder base color. The glazed surface has an inner gemstone and is in amazing condition. Lin Yi's sharp eyes swept towards the bottom of the jar, illuminated by the strong flashlight handed to him by Lu Shurhan. He clearly saw the 6-character regular script mark in double circles in blue and white made in the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. The font is neat and elegant, and the blue and white color is calm. Lin Yi said slowly. The glaze color and body, they match perfectly, and the preservation is excellent. It's undoubtedly an official Qianlong kiln, used exclusively for imperial court meals. Before he finished speaking, Old Man Lu was already showing admiration and respect. "Young friend Lin, you really have an extraordinary eye. Please help me take a look at the substances inside." Old Man Lu nodded. Lu Shurhan said half helplessly and half inquiringly. "Grandpa doesn't know anything about food, he's just curious. What exactly are these residues? Seasonings used by the royal family hundreds of years ago? Or simply something spoiled and moldy? Is it even poisonous? Grandpa wouldn't dare touch it with his bare hands." Lu Shurhan tilted one of the cans slightly to shine a light on Lin Yi. Lin Yi clearly saw some dark brown crystals attached to the inner wall of the jar. Lin Yi leaned closer to the jar and smelled it. The cooking skills derived from the system gave him a keen sense of smell far beyond that of ordinary people. An extremely complex and layered scent rushed into the nostrils. The first is a deep, mellow fermented aroma, similar to the finest aged soy sauce, but richer and longer lasting. Then, the spicy aroma of various medicinal herbs and the sweet taste of flowers and fruits emerge. Lin Yi carefully placed the jar back into the brocade box and looked at the expectant grandfather and grandson. These crystalline residues have a very complex blend of spices, flowers, and fruits. We can be sure that these are not ordinary moldy substances, but rather the top-grade compound seasonings used in the imperial kitchen back then. He paused, looking at Mr. Lu's brightened eyes and Lu Shurhan's curious face, and suggested, "If you really want to find out what this century-old palace secret recipe is, you can find a professional laboratory to do an ingredient analysis. If you're just collecting the artifact itself, you can just find a reliable antique restorer to clean the inside." After hearing this, the grandfather and grandson nodded. Afterwards, Lu Shurhan invited Lin Yi to have dinner at her home. At the table, everyone enjoyed the food while talking about the seasoning in the porcelain jar. Mr. Lu said enthusiastically, "If we can restore this palace secret recipe, maybe we can open a specialty restaurant." Lin Yi responded with a smile, "That's a good idea, but component analysis and restoration is not an easy task." After dinner, Lin Yi prepared to leave. Lu Shurhan walked him to the door, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, "Lin Yi, thank you for coming to help today. Come visit us often when you have time." Lin Yi nodded, looked into her eyes, and said sincerely, "You're welcome. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." Chapter 35 If you lose, I will give you my girlfriend. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and Lin Yi was taking a walk in the community as usual. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise, as if a lot of people were gathered in one place. His curiosity was aroused, so he quickened his pace and walked in that direction. When I got closer, I saw that it was a high-end club doing promotion in this community. Because this community is a high-end community, people come here to promote it from time to time. There was a sign next to it that read, "Challenge the current club's number 1 and win, and you'll receive a 200,000 yuan bonus." Lin Yi thought that he had nothing to do recently, and there was a prize for this carding, so he could give it a try, so he signed up. In a blink of an eye, Lin Yi arrived at the karting club called Speedstorm. It was said that the people who came here to play were either rich or noble, or well-known figures. As soon as he entered the club, Lin Yi saw a spacious track and some people waiting. He glanced around and found that these people were indeed either rich or noble as the rumors said. The coach was a young man with a bright smile, patiently explaining the basic rules to Linny. Be sure to fasten your seatbelts, use your left foot for the brake and your right foot for the accelerator. Don't get them mixed up. A yellow flag means there's danger, slow down. A blue flag means there's a speeding car behind you trying to overtake you, remember to yield. A black flag means you have to return to the pits immediately. Overtaking is only allowed on the straights or in designated areas, don't force your way. After listening to the rules, Linny nodded, indicating that he understood. At this moment, a burst of unbridled noise came from far away. The leader was a young man with a bit of arrogance, it was Zhao Yu. He came with his lackeys and girlfriend. Several people came over talking. Brother Yu, you have to break your record from last week today. Sister Lily, look how handsome Brother Yu is. Of course, my Brother Yu is the most charming when he drives a go-kart. He hugged his sexy and well-made-up companion Lily, oblivious to the surroundings. Lao Shang, is my lightning ready? It's in great shape today, so tune it up a bit more aggressively. The staff member obviously knew this regular customer and agreed with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, it's ready. It's of excellent performance. Zhao Yu's eyes casually swept across the hall and fell on Linny. He saw it when the coach was explaining the basic rules to Linny, and he was a complete rookie. Looking at Linny's casual outfit, Zhao Yu looked like an alien who had entered a high-end place. There was an undisguised look of strong contempt and sarcasm on the corner of Zhao Yu's mouth. He obviously looked down on Linny and thought that this place was not for people like Linny. He deliberately raised his voice, and his voice clearly spread throughout most of the rest area, pointing precisely in the direction of Linny. Lao Shang, why is the threshold for your club getting lower and lower? Anyone dares to try out go-karting? And they're still learning the basic rules? I'm afraid you'll be a moving obstacle on the track. It's unlucky. His friends around him immediately burst into laughter, and all looked at Linny with mockery and contempt. Lily even covered her mouth and laughed exaggeratedly, leaning closer to Zhao Yu's arms, and said in a sweet but harsh voice. Hey, Brother Yu, it's so boring to play in the same place with this kind of rookie. It really lowers our level. And a lackey beside him said. Brother Yu, look at him. I guess he can't even tell the difference between the accelerator and the brake. I'm really worried that he will hit us later. Ding. Detecting a serious challenge to the host's dignity. Loading the host with god-level kart driving skills. Skills include top-level track perception, extreme vehicle control, and master-level tactical prediction. Linny silently recited in his heart. Loading complete. Happy counterattack, host. Cold mechanical sounds rang out in Lin Yi's mind one after another. Immediately afterwards, countless subtle knowledge about kart operation was imprinted in Lin Yi's mind like a tide. At this moment, the track perception came into play, and a clear and three-dimensional model of the track in front of him was instantly constructed in Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi knew every turn clearly. Lin Yi moved his wrist slightly, a disdainful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Fight back? This has just begun. Coach Lao Zhang didn't notice Lin Yi's change. He looked at Lin Yi with some concern. Xiolin, right? Don't take it personally. Young Master Zhao is just like that. This is your first time, so safety comes first. Drive slowly and get familiar with it. Lin Yi nodded calmly. Thank you, coach. I'll remember that. Lin Yi made a gesture towards Zhao Yu, indicating that if he was not convinced, he could have a competition. Zhao Yu felt ridiculous when he saw Lin Yi's challenge. He said to Lin Yi, Boy, you dare to compete with me? If you lose, get out of my crotch. Lin Yi smiled and said, What if you lose? Zhao Yu said arrogantly. If I lose, I'll give you my car and my girlfriend, and I won't play go-kart anymore. His female companion was very shocked when she heard this, and she pulled Zhao Yu, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Zhao Yu said to Lily. It's okay, Lily. Do you think I would lose to a newbie? Soon, it was their group's turn to perform, and Lin Yi followed. Zhao Yu and his friends selected several cars with the best performance and got in with pride. Zhao Yu even gave Lin Yi a provocative look from several parking spaces away and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Lily sat in the viewing area on the sidelines, holding up her phone ready to record the game, with a smile on her face as if she was enjoying the show. Lin Yi got into the ordinary cart assigned to novices. The touch of the seats, the grip of the steering wheel, the position of the pedals under his feet, everything became extremely familiar and intimate, as if he had already driven it thousands of times. He fastened his seatbelt, placed his hands naturally on the steering wheel, and looked intently at the track ahead. The green light is on. Zhao Yu's car rushed out first like an arrow from a bow, accompanied by a harsh roar of the engine. His friends followed suit, trying to grab a favorable position. Lin Yi's novice car started a little slowly and followed obediently at the back, which seemed to completely confirm Zhao Yu's prediction of the moving roadblock. Lily and Zhao Yu's friends on the sidelines burst into laughter. However, just after passing the first low-speed U-turn, things started to get weird. Lin Yi's car speed did not increase significantly, but his cornering route was extremely precise and smooth. He seemed to be able to predict the best entry and exit points for each turn in advance, and his steering movements were simple and efficient. The car body had almost no unnecessary sliding, and it kept up with the traffic in front at a seemingly slow but extremely stable pace. A companion following behind Zhao Yu glanced at him in the rearview mirror and was a little surprised. "Ha! This kid is pretty lucky. He actually managed to keep up with our convoy." Enter the continuous S-bend section. Zhao Yu is still in the lead thanks to his experience and vehicle performance, but he needs to constantly adjust the direction and the car body has obvious swings. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was like a slippery fish, cutting in and out of narrow bends at incredibly tiny angles. The car's body posture is as stable as a rock, and the distance from the track is always maintained at a near-perfect distance. The distance to the car in front is shortening visibly. Damn! What's going on? Another of Zhao Yu's companions was easily overtaken by Lin Yi. He didn't even see how the other party did it. He just felt a shadow sliding past him in an extremely tricky way along the inside. Zhao Yu also saw the scene through the rearview mirror, and the arrogance on his face turned into astonishment and a hint of subtle anger. Damn it, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? He stepped on the accelerator hard, trying to get rid of Lin Yi on the straight road. Lin Yi did not go to the outside to accelerate as usual, but ran to the inside. He pressed one tire onto the curb and made a cool blade-like overtaking. Zhao Yu was left behind by him. What? Zhao Yu watched helplessly as the ordinary novice car squeezed past from the inside in a way he could not understand. Lily on the sidelines covered her mouth in shock and nearly dropped her phone. Zhao Yu's friends were even more stunned. Zhao Yu was completely furious. He stepped on the accelerator and tried to overtake, but Lin Yi seemed to have installed a surveillance camera on his car. Whenever he wanted to find an opportunity to speed up, Lin Yi would always be able to block the route one step ahead. In the last 2 laps, Lin Yi had left Zhao Yu behind by half a lap. Instead of crossing the finish line directly, he deliberately slowed down before the last corner of the last lap. Seeing this, Zhao Yu thought that Lin Yi had finally run out of energy. He was ecstatic and rushed forward at full throttle, trying to complete the final kill before the finish line. Just when the front of Zhao Yu's car was about to hit the rear of Lin Yi's car, the cold curve at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth appeared again. He made several precise adjustments to the accelerator and brake at a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye, and the car suddenly stopped. Then, with a textbook-like delayed braking action, he accurately cut into the center of the curve and left Zhao Yu behind by half a car body like a ghost. Zhao Yu cursed. Damn it, this is fucking weird. In the end, Lin Yi crossed the finish line first, and after a while, Zhao Yu reached the finish line in his lightning. Lin Yi slowly parked the car in the designated area and took off his helmet. There was no excitement or ostentation on his face, only a faint calmness. It was as if the god-level operation just now was commonplace. At this time, Zhao Yu's face on the sidelines turned pale, and his group of friends were also stunned. There was also Lily, who was in the viewing area with a pale face and had forgotten to turn off her phone. She was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Coach Lao Zhang opened his mouth wide and couldn't say anything for a long time. He had never seen such a stunning and subversive performance. He seriously suspected that Lin Yi was not a novice, but a professional level, and came here simply to have fun. No wonder he didn't take Zhao Yu's ridicule seriously just now. He probably thought Zhao Yu and his group were just clowns. Zhao Yu's face was ashen now, and he murmured. You're not really going to give him your girlfriend and car, are you? His younger brother said to Zhao Yu. Anyway, this guy doesn't look like someone powerful, otherwise we should just run. Zhao Yu was thinking about what to do. Suddenly, many important people in the club surrounded Zhao Yu and put pressure on him. Zhao Yu didn't want to be despised by everyone, so he said to Lin Yi. Boy, I lose. You can take my girlfriend and the car too. His girlfriend Lily was in disbelief when she heard this. Linny kept smiling and said, "I don't like your girlfriend, so you can keep her for yourself." When everyone in the audience heard this, many people pointed fingers at Zhao Yu, making him lose face. Zhao Yu slumped on the ground, his eyes dull, feeling as if his soul had been sucked out. His girlfriend Lily was also very disappointed in him. She felt 1,000 horses running through her mind towards him, but then she changed her mind and decided to help him for the money. So she leaned over to help Zhao Yu, but Zhao Yu, with a gloomy face, shook off Lily's hand. "If he doesn't want you, why would I want you? I'll find someone prettier." After saying this, he slipped away with his little brother. Lily was also humiliated and had no face to stay here. Left by himself. Chapter 36: An Unexpected Surprise. Linny ignored these clowns and walked to the rest area. He picked up a bottle of water and was about to open it when a cold gaze locked onto him. A tall, beautiful woman with a cool temperament walked over. She was wearing a well-tailored racing-style casual outfit. She was tall and had a neat ponytail. She had a cool and delicate face and sharp eyes. She walked straight to Linny, stretched out her hand wearing a half-finger racing glove, and said in a low voice, "Xiaolan, your driving skills are very interesting. I watched the entire race just now." Her tone was flat, but the word entire process carried a certain emphasis. Linny felt that the other person had a different kind of exaggerated feeling from Zhao Yu. It was a powerful aura that came from strength and confidence. He put down the water bottle and responded politely in a calm tone. "Linny. Just lucky." The corners of Xiaolan's mouth rose slightly, the arc was almost imperceptible, but it clearly expressed her disdain for the word luck. Her voice was still cold, but her words were a little faster. "Luck? Luck means being able to control the brakes precisely? Being able to take difficult turns? Being able to use an ordinary novice car to beat a performance car? Linny, don't be so modest. I've never seen such luck." Xiaolan paused, a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. "Are you interested in a competition with me? No unnecessary courtesy, no false flattery, only the most direct challenge." This decisiveness actually made Linny feel favorable towards him. What's more, Linny had just felt the joy of karting, so it would be great to have an opponent at this time. Linny met Xiaolan's fighting gaze without hesitation. With pleasure. The two of them changed into the two best performing competition-level karts in the venue. The moment Xiaolan put on her helmet and sat in the cockpit, her entire temperament seemed to merge with the car, revealing her sharp edge. The audience on the sidelines, including Zhao Yu and others who had not yet recovered from the blow, were all attracted by this sudden peak showdown. Everyone could feel that this was no ordinary entertainment match. The green light is on. Xiaolan's start was textbook level, her reaction was astonishingly fast, and her throttle control was precise and violent. Her vehicle was like a cheetah that had broken free from its restraints, roaring and rushing out first. His rapid start and sophistication far surpassed those of Zhao Yu and others. Linny followed closely behind. Although he also started very fast, Xiaolan's explosive power still made him lag behind by half a car body. Entering the first corner, Xiaolan's line selection was extremely sophisticated, and the exit from the corner was smooth without any unnecessary swing, squeezing the performance of the vehicle to the extreme. With the god-level track perception running at full capacity, Linny could clearly see every movement of Xiaolan in his mind, predicting her next move. He no longer holds back, and the connection between his body and the vehicle reaches an unprecedented harmony. In the first 2 laps, Xiaolan firmly held the lead with her starting advantage and impeccable line tracking. Her driving style is like her temperament, calm, precise and efficient, and she handles every corner flawlessly. Linny was like a thorn in his side, holding on tightly, using the extreme control ability granted by the system to look for extremely small opportunities to overtake in every corner. Every time they entered a corner side by side, every time they braked at an extreme late time, the spectators on the sidelines exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yu's face became even uglier. For the first time, he realized so clearly the gap between himself and the real masters. Enter the most critical high-speed combination bend. This is the area on the entire track that tests the driver's courage, skills, and vehicle limits the most. Xiaolan still maintains the perfect rhythm and cuts in at high speed. However, just as she was about to turn, in the rearview mirror, Lin Yi's car cut into the inside lane at an almost crazy angle that she had never imagined. The braking point was at least 1 meter later than she expected. The tires screamed harshly and the car body shook violently on the edge of the limit, as if it would lose control in the next second. Is he crazy? Someone on the sidelines exclaimed. Xiaolan was also shocked. He never thought that Lin Yi was so bold and daring to act so decisively. But Lin Yi did not lose control. With the help of God-level control, he accurately controlled the dynamics of the car body and overtook Xiaolan. Xiaolan was chasing closely behind, showing amazing resilience as she tried to regain her position in the next bend. But once Lin Yi gained the advantage, his terrifying track perception and predictive ability were fully utilized. Lin Yi was like a wall, and Xiaolan couldn't find any chance. In the end, Lin Yi crossed the finish line first and won. The whole audience was stunned instantly. They had been playing here for so long but had never seen such an exciting game. I have never seen a professional level competition like the one between Lin Yi and Xiaolan. The whole audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Zhao Yu and his group were too embarrassed to stay and sneaked away. Xiaolan also crossed the finish line and slowly stopped the car. She took off her helmet and shook her long hair, which was slightly wet with sweat. There was no expected frustration or annoyance on her face. On the contrary, a strange glow appeared on her usually cold and delicate face. Those ice blue eyes were surprisingly bright, staring intently at Lin Yi, who had just gotten off the car in front of him. She walked to Lin Yi's car, raised her hand, and tapped the frame of his car lightly with her knuckles, making a crisp sound. Sharp. Xiaolan's voice was still clear, but it lacked the coldness that kept people away, and instead contained a hint of sincere admiration and excitement. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. Lin Yi also took off his helmet and revealed a calm and confident smile. You are also very strong, Xiaolan. It is very exciting to compete with you. Xiaolan looked at Lin Yi, her beautiful eyes gleaming with the light of discovering a rare treasure. It's been a long time since I met someone who made me give my all and still couldn't beat him. Lin Yi, nice to meet you. At this moment, the iceberg temperament that enveloped her seemed to be melted by Lin Yi's amazing driving skills, revealing his pure admiration for the strong. Xiaolan changed the subject and returned to her crisp and clear tone. It's boring just playing with these toys here. I have a private karting club on the outskirts of the city called Speed Domain. The track was designed by a professional team. It's much more complex and longer than this one. As for the cars, she glanced at the cars in the venue. It's a few notches better than these. Are you free this weekend? I'd like to take you out and introduce you to some friends. Without much hesitation, Lin Yi met Xiaolan's inviting gaze and nodded. Okay, see you this weekend. After they finished their conversation, the staff handed Lin Yi a bank card. Lin Yi, he is the club champion from last year. If you beat him, you will receive a 200,000 yuan bonus from the club. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, then turned around and accepted the bank card. I didn't expect that I would get such a pleasant surprise after competing. I won 200,000 for free. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 37 Sister Lan certified the treasure car god. The first show taught people how to be a man. On the weekend, Lin Yi drove to the address given by Xiaolan. He parked his car in a parking lot filled with all kinds of luxury cars. As soon as I got off the bus, I heard a familiar and somewhat excited voice. Brother E. Brother E. Wait for me. Lin Yi turned around and saw his younger brother Chen Feng, breathlessly jumping out of an online car-hailing vehicle, running towards him with an excited look on his face. Oh my god. Brother E, why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew about this amazing place? I was so excited after hearing your message last night that I couldn't sleep well. Chen Feng happened to be on vacation today, so he followed Lin Yi out. Lin Yi smiled helplessly and led him to the club. Behind the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a spacious and bright reception hall, where a variety of top-notch helmets, racing suits, etc. are displayed. Xiaolan's cold voice came. Lin Yi, this way. She was wearing a more professional one-piece racing suit today, which outlined her perfect figure, and her long hair was tied into a neat ponytail. The aura is even stronger than in an ordinary karting hall. Standing next to her were several people with very different temperaments. Qi Lang, a young man wearing a trendy printed t-shirt and with carefully styled hair. He was lazily leaning on a bar stool, dangling his car keys in his hand, his eyes scrutinizing and a little amused. A young man named as, wearing overalls, black-framed glasses and with messy hair. He was looking down at the tablet computer in his hand intently, with complex data scrolling on the screen, and his fingers tapping it from time to time. He seemed unaware of the arrival of Lin Yi and the others. Wei Wei is a beautiful woman with a hot body, exquisite makeup and wearing a tight racing suit. Then he waved to them enthusiastically. New friends? Welcome to the Speed Realm. Sister Lan Lan, please introduce us. Xiaolan walked forward, her eyes swept over Lin Yi and Chen Feng, and finally landed on Lin Yi. She introduced him in a clear voice. This is a treasure car god I found in a club. She deliberately emphasized the words picked up and treasure car god, with an imperceptible curve at the corner of her mouth. He was the one who beat me seriously last week at that little track. As soon as these words were spoken, the curious or scrutinizing looks instantly turned into shock and disbelief. The cynical Qin Lang was the first to jump up, looking up and down at Lin Yi, who was wearing ordinary casual clothes, without any hesitation. What? He's the only one who beat you? Sister Lan, are you sure you didn't drink too much last night? Or do you think he's handsome and deliberately waterproof it? His words were filled with suspicion and ridicule, and his eyes were full of provocation. As also raised his head from the tablet and looked at Lin Yi intently. Wei Wei also covered her mouth in surprise. Wow! Is this true? Can he beat our Queen Lan? This little brother is really a hidden talent. Lin Yi remained calm in the face of this situation, and simply responded to Qin Lang's provocation. Luck! This reply was the same as the one given to Xiaolan, leaving people speechless. Chen Feng was speechless. Could it be that they were targeting his elder brother because they were afraid that he would snatch this beautiful lady away from him? Qin Lang sneered, walked up to Lin Yi, and said provocatively. You can't beat our sister Lan by luck alone. What do you mean? Do you dare to compete with me? Let us see where your treasure is, the treasure car god. After saying that, he pointed to the extremely challenging track that meandered along the mountain. The host has been detected to be seriously provoked. The host's skills have been upgraded to god-level driver. Now, not only go-karts, but even all kinds of cars can be operated without any problem. Lin Yi looked at the fighting spirit burning in Qin Lang's eyes, and also felt Xiaolan's gaze beside him with a hint of anticipation. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he uttered two words calmly. Can. Chen Feng secretly encouraged Lin Yi in his heart, thinking that his elder brother was very talented in cooking and would definitely be able to win in racing. I was just standing by to cheer my brother on. So Lin Yi and Qin Lang each chose a racing car and prepared to start the race. The green light is on. Qin Lang's starting technique is indeed good, his reaction is extremely fast, and the explosive power of the modified car is even more amazing. He rushes out first like a red lightning. He obviously wanted to use his starting advantage to give Lin Yi a warning. However, with the system's enhancement, Lin Yi's control over this more powerful and more sensitive beast instantly reached the state of unity between man and car. He started at an accelerated pace, closely following Qin Lang's car. I plan to follow behind and see how capable Qin Lang is. Entering the first high-speed corner. The track is built on the mountain, with undulating curves and steep shoulders. Qin Lang relied on his familiarity with the track and the performance of the vehicle to complete the corners smoothly, but the car body bounced noticeably on the undulating shoulders of the road, which affected the speed out of the corners. On the other hand, Lin Yi, with his perception of the track, seemed to have become one with the undulating track. He accurately predicted every hilltop and valley, and the coordination between the steering wheel and the accelerator was seamless. At the moment when Qin Lang's car bounced, Lin Yi seized the opportunity and cut the corner on the inside with extreme precision. Completed the transcendence like a ghost. The whole process went smoothly without any delay. Qin Lang was shocked when he saw this scene. What? This kid ran this track so accurately and smoothly on his first try? And I haven't even run in my car yet. What the hell? The following continuous combination of bends and uphill and downhill sections completely became the stage for Lin Yi's personal performance. Various drifting, braking, precise cornering, and exiting are endless. Even if Qin Lang stepped on the accelerator desperately, trying to make up the gap on the straight road, Lin Yi always managed to take advantage of the curves to further widen the gap. After several difficult turns, Lin Yi was already nearly 2 turns ahead of Qin Lang. Qin Lang was chasing after her with his face flushed. No matter how hard he tried, he could only watch the back of Lin Yi's car getting farther and farther away. The smooth driving trajectory made him feel powerless. In the end, Lin Yi crossed the finish line in an extremely elegant manner and stopped steadily. Qin Lang, however, was filled with resentment and disbelief as he crossed the finish line 30 seconds behind. Chen Feng was surprised and delighted when he saw Lin Yi's skills. He was surprised that Lin Yi's skills were so powerful, and he was delighted that he won and slapped Qin Lang hard in the face. Xin Lang parked the car next to Lin Yi, his face turning pale and his chest heaving. I thought to myself, damn it! You're so cruel. He took off his helmet and looked at the calm Lin Yi. Although he still hated Lin Yi in his heart, the contempt and provocation in his eyes no longer existed. Tech Geek has rushed to Lin Yi's car like a gust of wind. Master! How did you achieve that late-breaking entry point in turn 3 just now? Can you show me your vehicle tuning data? Suspension settings? Tire pressure? Steering ratio? Little did he know that Lin Yi relied on technology, not these external factors. On the other side, Wei Wei also came over enthusiastically with a selfie stick in hand, and pointed the camera at Lin Yi. Wow! So cool! Master! The race just now was so exciting. Can we take a picture together? You are simply a hidden racing god. Her generosity and enthusiasm made Lin Yi a little overwhelmed. Just when Lin Yi was surrounded by people, Xiaolan came over. She separated the two passionate people, walked straight to Lin Yi, and handed him a bottle of ice-cold mineral water. Her movements were natural and had a hint of intimacy. Lin Yi, the match just now was amazing. Xiaolan's voice was filled with admiration as she looked at Lin Yi with burning eyes. It seems that my treasure is worth digging. It was as if Lin Yi was already hers and was a trophy she had discovered, with a hint of possessiveness. Chapter 38 The Iceberg Beauty Melts. Lin Yi took the water, unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. A cool feeling instantly flowed down his throat, making him grin with pleasure. He looked at the icy beauty Xiaolan who was handing him water. She looked a little different from her previous coldness. Then he looked at the faces around him who were conquered by his strength, especially Xin Lang, who had a complicated look in his eyes after being defeated. I couldn't help but feel a sense of refreshment. The sky gradually darkened and the club lost its daytime bustle. Xin Lang and others had already left, and as was still in the maintenance area scratching his head at the telemetry data of Lin Yi's car. In the huge main hall of the club, only Lin Yi, Xiaolan, and Chen Feng, who fell asleep on the sofa with his tablet in his arms because he was too excited, were left. Lin Yi stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the professional driveway outside. Xiaolan's voice sounded less cold and more lazy than during the day. How do you feel about this track? She didn't wear a racing suit, but a gray shirt instead, which made her skin look even whiter than snow. She walked to Lin Yi's side and also looked out the window, with a perfect distance between them. Lin Yi replied, "This track is stunning. More challenging than I expected, and more fascinating." Xiaolan said with appreciation. Although Qin Lang is arrogant, he still has some skills. I didn't expect you to win so easily. And has calculated your data for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how you got that data. Lin Yi chuckled. The questions he asked were too professional, and I couldn't answer many of them. This is the truth. After all, the skills granted by the system cannot be judged by common sense. Xiaolan said thoughtfully. Intuition is sometimes scarier than data. Your perfect entry and exit into that corner gave me a feeling of unity between man and car. I have been pursuing this state for a long time, but I always feel like I'm almost there. This was the first time Xiaolan expressed dissatisfaction with her own abilities. Maybe he was impressed by Lin Yi's amazing driving skills. Lin Yi caught her emotion at that moment and said with a smile. You're already very strong, Xiaolan. Racing with you is the most exhilarating experience I've had since I learned how to race. This answer seemed to satisfy Xiaolan. She quipped. Are you satisfied with my whetstone? Lin Yi also laughed. Very competent. Xiaolan responded softly, then seemed to remember something. She gestured to Chen Feng, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. I'll ask the driver to take him back. As for you. She paused and looked at Lin Yi. Would you like to test drive my Nightingale? Has just tuned it up. It's considered a hidden gem here, and no one's ever officially driven it. Running it at night makes it feel even more special. Lin Yi knew that this must be the club's most valuable treasure. Xiaolan's invitation carries even more weight. It wasn't just a test drive, it was a sharing of what she considered a treasured toy and a unique experience of the night. Lin Yi agreed, okay, let me see what your hidden car looks like. When Lin Yi got into the Nightingale with its smooth lines, matte black body, and night elf-like appearance, Xiaolan did not stand on the sidelines to direct the car as usual, but sat in the passenger seat. This was another unexpected move. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Xiaolan. Don't look at me. Xiaolan fastened her seatbelt and her tone regained some of its coolness. She paused and said, there are blind spots in the night mode on the track. Let me show you. By the way, get a feel for Nightingale's temper. This reason sounds reasonable, but Lin Yi feels it keenly. She just wanted to observe Lin Yi driving her beloved car up close. The engine started, and the deep and powerful sound echoed in the silent valley. The lighting system turns on and the track lights up. Lin Yi slowly drove out of the maintenance area, and Xiaolan briefly pointed out several special blind spots in night vision. When Lin Yi really started to accelerate, the performance of Nightingale was fully released on the professional track. The feeling of running at night is indeed completely different. The vision is compressed, while the hearing and physical senses are infinitely amplified. If you are not an expert and are not familiar with the track, it is really dangerous to drive this performance car at night. But for Lin Yi, none of this is a problem. Lin Yi was fully focused, and with every turn, the roar of the engine's increasing speed became clearer and more exciting. He moved smoothly on the track where light and shadow intertwined, and the Nightingale was as easy to use as his own arm. Xiaolan sat in the passenger seat and didn't say another word. She just looked at Lin Yi's profile quietly, watching his lips slightly pursed as he concentrated on controlling the machine. Looking at the absolute control over speed and machinery in Lin Yi's eyes. She could clearly feel every precise brake and every decisive turn. The feeling of being there and watching a top driver driving his beloved car up close is amazing and thrilling. After a few laps, Lin Yi parked the car steadily back to the starting point. He took off his helmet, the excitement from speeding still lingering in his eyes. Great car, even better track experience. Lin Yi admired sincerely. Xiaolan also unbuckled her seatbelt. Her breathing seemed a little faster than usual, and her cheeks seemed to be stained with a barely noticeable blush under the dim light inside the car. You handle it better than I thought. Her voice was a little low, and her eyes fell on Lin Yi's hands holding the steering wheel. The air between the two seemed to become a little sticky. A tacit understanding and tension generated by the shared experience of high speed and the challenge of darkness permeated the small cockpit. Xiaolan was the first to look away and pushed open the car door. Well, it's getting late. I'll take you home. His tone returned to its usual sharpness, but beneath the deliberately maintained calm, something seemed to be quietly changing. On the way back, the car was very quiet. Chen Feng had already been sent away by the driver. Xiaolan was driving attentively, while Lin Yi was leaning on the passenger seat, recalling the passion of the night run and the subtle changes in the people around him. The car stopped at the gate of the residential complex where Lin Yi rented a house. Lin Yi unbuckled his seatbelt and said sincerely, "Thank you. This evening was very special and exciting." Lin Yi opened the car door just as he stepped out of the car. Xiaolan's voice came again, with a hint of hesitation, but very clear. "Lin Yi." He stopped and looked back. Xiaolan finally turned her head to look at him. In the night, her eyes were surprisingly bright. "Remember, Nightingale is only open to you." After saying this, she quickly turned around, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly disappeared. Lin Yi stood there, the words "only open for you" caused a little ripple in his heart. He clearly felt that Xiaolan, like an iceberg, was not refusing to melt, but her melting was accompanied by her own unique pride. Chapter 39 Club Crisis. One afternoon, Xiaolan was debugging a racing car in her club. She crossed her arms, a satisfied smile on her lips, admiring the racing car she had tuned. Just then, Xiaolan's cell phone on the workbench made a shrill ring. She glanced at the screen, and her originally lively expression froze in an instant, and her brows were tightly furrowed. She picked up her phone and walked to the maintenance area pillar a little further away. "Hello?" Xiaolan's voice remained calm at first. But soon, Az and the others heard her voice suddenly rise. "What? For what? Just because I didn't attend the dinner you arranged? To meet that so-called young talent? You cut off my funds and froze my bank account?" There seemed to be more intense words coming from the other end of the phone. "You're already this old, but you're still tinkering with racing cars all day. You're wasting your time. You can't even get me a boyfriend." Xiaolan said excitedly. "The racetrack is my career. It's not a toy." Xiaolan's knuckles turned white from the force of holding the phone, and her body trembled slightly. She tried to argue, her voice was quick and fierce. "You don't understand at all. I built the speed domain with my own hands. You froze my bank card? Cut off my funds? You are going to destroy everything I have. Her voice was filled with incredible anger. In the end, it seemed that the other party ended the call in a tough manner. Xiaolan held the phone that had been hung up and stood there for a few seconds. The next second, Xiaolan turned around abruptly and walked quickly in front of everyone. The hard shell seemed to be broken in an instant, and her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Under Az's astonished gaze, she raised the helmet high in her hand. She threw the helmet, which she treasured so much, to the ground. Although the helmet was sturdy and there was nothing wrong with it, everyone saw Xiaolan's abnormal behavior and understood that something big must have happened. So everyone gathered around and said to Xiaolan with concern, "Sister Xiaolan, what happened?" Xiaolan sighed, her voice a little hoarse. "The old man is crazy. Just because I refused to go on a blind date. I rejected that rubbish young talent they arranged for me. They stopped the club's operating funds and all external sponsorships for the team, and even froze my bank card." Her tone was filled with grievance, anger, and unwillingness. As soon as Xiaolan said this, Az's face turned pale instantly. He is usually in charge of the club's finances and knows better than anyone what this means for the club's huge expenses. Venue maintenance, equipment updates, water and electricity, staff salaries, and the budget for next month's competition. Without subsequent financial investment, the club will not last more than 2 months. Xiaolan leaned dejectedly against the bicycle frame and picked up the helmet that had just fallen to the ground with her hands. She looked around the club she had poured all her heart and soul into, her eyes sweeping past the technicians servicing a vehicle in the distance, and past Weiwei, who ran over with a worried look on her face. Xiaolan's voice was low and rapid, with a determination to burn the boats. "Next month's competition, the Peak Cup, is my last hope. The championship prize is generous, but more importantly, only by winning the championship can we attract new and powerful sponsors. Only then can we keep the speed field alive." Her eyes swept over the others. "Xin Lang, his family has been putting pressure on him lately. I heard his father wants him to return to the group to work. He may not be able to give his all in this competition, and he may not win the championship. As his tuning is unmatched, but, as a driver, consistency has always been a problem, and so has his competition experience. Weiwei, she's better at performing and promoting, and her competitive level is aiming for the championship." Xiaolan thought about it and realized that the only one who could save the club at the moment was Lin Yi, the technical king in her heart. So she called Lin Yi without hesitation. As soon as the call was connected, Xiaolan pleaded. "Lin Yi, my family asked me to go on a blind date, but I refused. So they cut off all investment and sponsorship in the club and froze my bank account. The club can only survive for 2 months at most. The club is my life and I can't and don't want to lose it." There was a hint of sob in her voice when she said this. "It's only you. Your skills are bottomless. The strongest I've ever seen. The only one who can perform miracles. I need you. Represent the speed field and compete for me in the Peak Cup. Win the championship. Please, Lin Yi." The 3 words "please" were like a hot iron, imprinted on Lin Yi's heart. He couldn't help but feel distressed when he looked at this woman who had put aside all her pride to protect his hard work. Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but it was very clear and steady. "Champion, I'll help you get it." His tone was full of confidence. These 6 simple words, like a magic needle, were fixed in Xiaolan's heart. The despair in Xiaolan's eyes slowly faded away and was replaced by hope. She secretly thanked Lin Yi in her heart for helping her protect the club. At this moment, Lin Yi was not only the driver she admired, not only the treasure she discovered, but also her only savior. Xiaolan's parents' sudden suspension of financial support was like a sword hanging over their heads, which made people feel extremely stressed. At the same time, it also aroused the determination of the entire club to fight to the death. At this time, the protagonist of this story must be Lin Yi. Xiaolan invited Lin Yi to come for training and learn the rules of the game. She personally served as Lin Yi's assistant. She developed a detailed training plan for Lin Yi, ranging from track familiarization, strategy analysis to vehicle testing. However, the effect of the plan on Lin Yi can only be described as subverting cognition. On the training track, Lin Yi drove the car that Az had carefully tuned, breaking the lap record again and again. Every time someone crossed the finish line, the numbers displayed on the timer caused a burst of exclamations. Xin Lang watched Lin Yi break records again and again. He was completely shocked and awed. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. "Monster, breaking this record is like drinking water." He couldn't help laughing when he thought about how he had looked down on Lin Yi for wanting to compete with him. It was like showing off his sword in front of Guan Gong. As encountered a bottleneck in tuning. When the vehicle's balance was at its limit, there was always a slight flaw that was hard to capture. He scratched his head at the massive amount of test data, unable to figure out where the problem lay. Lin Yi got out of the car after a test, wiped his sweat casually, pointed to the left rear of the car, and said to us, "As the left rear shock absorber sinks about 0.05 seconds slower than the right side when turning right at high speed. This causes the center of gravity of the vehicle to transfer unsmoothly when exiting the turn, resulting in a slight loss of grip." Lin Yi's words woke us up, and he realized that the flaw was there. Then as tried to adjust the left rear damping to a harder level. After a test lap, the slight flaw actually disappeared. The vehicle balance reached an unprecedented level of perfection. Chapter 40 The God of War in the Rain teaches you how to be a good person. Az was shocked at how good Lin Yi's driving sense was. It was simply amazing, and his admiration for Lin Yi deepened. Lin Yi's strength and composure brought the entire club together. Qin Lang, the once proud and conceited rich second generation, also completely put away all his dissatisfaction. He volunteered to be Lin Yi's sparring partner. "Brother Lin, just treat me like a moving roadblock. Do whatever you want, no matter how ruthless you are. You need a sharpening stone, too." He was surpassed by Lin Yi again and again during training, but his own strength also improved a lot, which made him happy. As maintenance area was brightly lit all night. Lin Yi regarded every feedback from training as golden data and studied it all night long. As dark circles became heavier, but his spirit was extremely excited. These perfect data seemed to be his spiritual food. Wei Wei also used her publicity advantage to build momentum for Lin Yi and the Speed Domain Club on social media. Topics such as the mysterious racing god aims at the Peak Cup and the light of speed in desperate situations continued to gain popularity, attracting a lot of attention and also bringing the club some timely sponsorship and cooperation opportunities. Xiaolan coordinates resources, formulates strategies, calms emotions, boosts morale, and protects the club. Her eyes were always fixed on Lin Yi. This was her biggest trump card and her only hope. Xiaolan is no longer the ice beauty. After Lin Yi finished driving, she would promptly hand him a bottle of ice water and a clean towel. Sometimes, she would pick up a towel and wipe away the sweat beads rolling down Lin Yi's forehead very naturally. When Lin Yi leaned against the racing car and closed his eyes to rest, she would bring him a steaming hot sandwich. No extra words, only concern expressed through actions. Sometimes at night she would tell Lin Yi her true feelings. "Lin Yi, actually, was afraid the club wouldn't be able to hold on and would collapse in my hands. She was afraid of disappointing everyone." Looking at Xiaolan like this, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart that no matter how strong a person appears, there will be times when they can't hold on. He reached out and gently touched Xiaolan's head. "Don't worry, believe me, we will definitely win." She looked at him, her eyes slightly red, and nodded heavily. At that moment, Lin Yi's position in her heart was no longer just a savior, but also a safe haven where she could rely on and reveal her weaknesses. When Xiaolan was explaining the opponent's video to Lin Yi, a strand of hair fell on her cheek. Lin Yi reached out his hand very naturally and gently put it behind her ear with smooth movements. This action made Xiaolan's ears turn red. In the process of preparing for the Peak Cup, the two people's hearts are gradually getting closer. This match not only concerns the survival of the club, but also witnesses the further development of the relationship between the two. The final day of the Peak Cup is here. The huge circular stands were crowded with people. At a glance, dense crowds of people were rising and falling. The audience were either sitting or standing, some were waving flags excitedly, and some were shouting the names of the teams or players they supported. This competition was a fierce battle, attracting top drivers from all over the country. They are highly skilled and experienced, and each of them has a desire for victory. There are many strong teams on the scene, and each team should not be underestimated. They made careful preparations before the race, debugging and optimizing the cars countless times, striving to perform at their best in the competition. In particular, the Speed Domain Club where Lin Yi is located is doing the final debugging and inspection of Lin Yi's equipment. In a blink of an eye, everyone was ready and in their positions. Xiaolan's voice came from Lin Yi's headphones. "Come on, Lin Yi, show your strength." Lin Yi's voice was calm and steady. "Trust me. Wait until I come back." As the green light flashed, more than 20 racing cars rushed towards the first corner like arrows from a bow. Lin Yi's start was perfect. With a precise launch, he was the first to enter turn 1. But just as Xiaolan expected, the ace drivers of the Tornado and Cheetah teams behind him were like a thorn in the flesh and instantly stuck to him. Entering the high-speed straight, the racers of the Tornado team squeezed towards Lin Yi in an extremely dangerous manner, trying to force Lin Yi into the buffer zone. Lin Yi's god-level prediction was instantly activated, and the trajectory and intention of the other vehicle were clearly reflected in his mind. Almost at the same time as the other party made the move, he turned the steering wheel slightly to the left with a millisecond reaction, and the car body narrowly brushed past the white line of the track. At the same time, he precisely controlled the accelerator with his right foot to maintain his speed. When the people in the stand saw this operation, they exclaimed in surprise. "We arrived at the famous hairpin bend, which is an extremely challenging bend and one of the easiest places to overtake on the entire track." The driver of the Cheetah took advantage of the inside lane and made an extremely aggressive delayed brake, with the front of the car almost hitting the side and rear of Lin Yi. This is an extremely dangerous attack. At the critical moment, Lin Yi's extreme control ability broke out. He seemed to have predicted his opponent's moves in advance, braking even later than his opponent. More extreme. At the same time, the steering wheel turned back at an incredible angle, the car body swung violently on the edge of the limit, and the tires screamed harshly. Before entering the corner, Lin Yi regained half a car body of lead and left his opponent on the outside. The whole action is smooth and flowing, both thrilling and precise. In the subsequent competitions, Lin Yi was always in the leading position. But the drivers behind him were like pursuers, using various tactics to attack in turns, and even resorting to dangerous driving maneuvers to interfere. Xiao Lan's voice on the radio was tense and reminded. "Lin Yi, stay calm. They want to irritate you and drain your concentration." Lin Yi responded briefly, "Got it." His driving is extremely precise. No matter how his opponents provoke or squeeze him, he can always avoid danger in advance with his god-level prediction and always stay in the leading position. His calmness and strength made other drivers feel desperate. In the middle of the game, the clear sky suddenly changed. Without any warning, raindrops as big as beans poured down. "It's raining." "Heavy rain," the commentator exclaimed. The track suddenly became extremely slippery and visibility dropped sharply. The cars in the race basically use dry tires instead of rain tires, which tests the stability of the players and their extreme control over the car. As expected, many runners lost control a bit and ended up running off the track. Lin Yi was not affected at all. Instead, he seemed to drift and turn at his own pace, and even accelerated. The commentator said excitedly, "Oh my God! What is he doing? He's speeding in the rain. Incredible! He's Lin Yi from the Speed Domain Club. His operation is perfect. He has opened up a gap." The audience in the stands also burst into thunderous applause, which echoed with the heavy rain. Xiaolan and others in the club were also very surprised, and they all said it was amazing that such a heavy rain had no effect on Lin Yi. Chapter 41: The Final Ultimatum. The result was not unexpected. In the end, Lin Yi drove the racing car, cut through the heavy rain, and was the first to cross the finish line that symbolized victory with an undisputed advantage. The commentator's voice was deafening. "The champion has been born. The champion belongs to the Extreme Speed Domain Club. It belongs to Lin Yi. Let us all applaud them together." The audience in the stands stood up and cheered with umbrellas, while others applauded in the rain. The fact that they stayed in the rain was the greatest recognition of Lin Yi as a driver. Everyone in the club, as Xin Lang, Vivian, and the technicians, was instantly excited. They jumped, shouted, and hugged each other. They did it! The moment Xiaolan crossed the finish line, her mind went blank, and then she was overwhelmed by great joy. She ignored the staff's obstruction, braved the pouring rain, pushed through the crowd, and rushed madly towards the finish line of the track. Lin Yi slowly stopped the car and took off his helmet, which was blurred by the rain. A slight feeling of fatigue came over me, but more of it was the joy of victory. He just pushed open the car door and stepped out of the cockpit. A figure with rain and fragrance suddenly threw itself into his arms. "It's Xiaolan." She was soaked, her long hair stuck to her face in a mess, and her tears mixed with the rain flowed down. She hugged Lin Yi tightly, her body trembling with excitement and crying. Her voice was filled with tears. "We won! Lin Yi! We won! Thank you! Thank you so much!" At this moment, all her stress, fear and grievances were replaced by great joy. Lin Yi was slightly startled when he was hugged, then he opened his arms and hugged the trembling body in his arms tightly. He never thought that one day this ice beauty would melt and do such a thing. He lowered his head, rested his chin lightly on her wet hair, and said softly, "I told you, the championship is ours. Don't worry, our club will be fine." At this moment, Lin Yi was not only the conqueror of the track, but also conquered the proud heart of the ice beauty Xiaolan. When Lin Yi and Xiaolan returned to the club holding the golden championship trophy, Wei Wei's phone was almost blown up. Wei Wei waved her phone excitedly. "Sister Lan! Sister Lan! Phone calls. They're all from sponsors. Tang Yue Group, Acer Capital, and several international auto parts giants. They all want to discuss exclusive sponsorship and in-depth cooperation." Xiaolan looked at Lin Yi, who was holding the trophy beside her, and then looked at the excited team members around her, and an unprecedented smile appeared on her face. Not only was her hard work saved, but she was also reborn from the ashes. The financial pressure that had been weighing on the Speed Field Club had completely disappeared under the light of the championship trophy. Even the club's reputation and commercial value have skyrocketed several times compared to before because of this legendary experience of winning the championship in desperate circumstances. Just when Xiaolan thought that she had successfully overcome this crisis and her life would be back on track, her cell phone rang again. Her parents called. "Lanner, I heard your club won the championship. You saved the club through your own efforts. It shows that you have grown up. Daddy is very happy. But now that you've grown up, you should bring home a boyfriend. Stop playing racing all day. If you can't bring your boyfriend back, then don't come home again." Xiaolan couldn't stand it any longer. "I have a boyfriend. It's Lin Yi. We have a great relationship," she blurted out in a hurry. She knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer, so she could only use Lin Yi to deal with it first. Xiaolan's father, Xia Zhendong, said, "Since you have a boyfriend, bring him back for us to see." Xiaolan found Lin Yi, her face full of apology and embarrassment. "Lin Yi, I'm sorry. My parents pushed me into a corner. I told them that you were my boyfriend, and they insisted on meeting you. I know this is excessive, but please help me this time. Just pretend. Just get by. You've already helped me once, so please, help me again this time?" She looked at Lin Yi with pleading eyes. Lin Yi was immediately overwhelmed when he heard this. How could he meet the parents? He looked at Xiaolan's panic and pleading, recalled every moment they had fought side by side, and the celebratory hug, and his heart softened. He sighed softly, with a helpless smile on his lips. "Miss Xia, pretending to be a boyfriend? I was a little caught off guard by your help." Lin Yi pretended to be embarrassed and prepared to tease Xiaolan. Seeing this, Xiaolan had no choice but to act like a little woman, holding Lin Yi's hand and shaking it, and said gently, "Please. Help me this time." Lin Yi suddenly laughed. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll help you." Xiaolan immediately realized that Lin Yi was deliberately acting embarrassed to tease her. Thinking of how she had acted like a little woman just now, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. She used to be a cool goddess, but now she is really embarrassed. Xiaolan responded, "Well, it's a deal. Weekend night, at my house. Dress formally. My parents, might be a little difficult to deal with." After saying this, he disappeared in a flash. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, and the weekend arrived. Lin Yi drove Xiaolan to a villa halfway up the mountain. The villa is shaded by green trees, and the main house is brightly lit, giving it an extraordinary grandeur. Lin Yi was wearing a perfectly tailored dark gray custom suit, which made him look tall and straight, his temperament calm and reserved, and he looked more noble. Xiaolan stood beside him, wearing a simple yet expensive champagne-colored dress and delicate makeup, but her tightly clenched fingers revealed her inner nervousness. Lin Yi turned his head and spoke in a low and gentle voice. "Don't be nervous, I'm here." He reached out and gently patted Xiaolan's shoulder. Xiaolan took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Yeah. Remember, my dad's name is Xia Zhendong. He's the head of the Yushanfang catering group. He has a strong aura and speaks directly. My mom looks elegant, but she has a very sharp eye." She paused and lowered her voice. "If they ask how we met, just say it was at the racing club, and you're very skilled and helped me a lot." She recited the script she had finished quickly. Lin Yi responded with a smile. "Don't worry, we will fight back if an enemy comes, and we will block the water if a flood comes." The two of them walked slowly to the door, and under the guidance of the butler, they stepped into the magnificent living room. The huge crystal chandelier and expensive antique furnishings silently reveal the owner's wealth and background. On the sofa, a middle-aged couple with a strong aura was already waiting. Xia Jindong is tall, with a dignified face and eyes as sharp as an eagle. Even when wearing comfortable home clothes, he exudes an oppressive feeling. His eyes were sharp as torches, and he looked Linny up and down without any concealment, with a look of scrutiny. Mrs. Xia sat elegantly, her well-maintained face making her look particularly young. Her eyes quickly swept over Linny's clothes and demeanor, and she nodded slightly, but there was still a hint of doubt deep in her eyes. What is so special about this young man that he could bring his daughter back? Chapter 42, pretending to be Xiaolan's boyfriend. Dad, Mom, we're back. Xiaolan stepped forward and held Linny's arm tightly. This is Linny. Linny bowed slightly and greeted him neither humbly nor arrogantly, with a calm posture and peaceful eyes. Uncle, Aunt, good evening. Xia Jindong's eyes were still fixed on Linny. He got straight to the point and said in a show of authority. Are you Linny? I heard from Lan that you're playing racing? It's understandable for young people to pursue excitement, but it's not advisable to lose your ambition due to playing with things. Xia Jindong still looked down on trivial things like racing. Xia Lan's heart tightened, and she immediately retorted. Dad. Linny is very good. He is not only a racing expert, She was eager to defend Linny and prove that he was not idle. Xia Jindong raised his hand to interrupt her, clearly unimpressed by the title of racing master. Excellent? What's so excellent about it? It can't be driving fast, right? He smiled slightly sarcastically and turned his gaze to the tablet computer next to him, as if he wanted to check the financial news. Xia Jindong's fingers slid casually across the tablet, his eyes scanning over several financial news items. Suddenly, he paused, his brows furrowed tightly, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He clicked on a special report about the country's top food event, which featured a high-definition photo of the judge's comments. The profile of the young, calm and incisive judge in the photo who was commenting on Tiangxi Anglu's signature dishes perfectly matches the Linny in front of him, who was wearing a suit and claimed to be a racing player. Could this be a person? Xia Jindong suddenly raised his head, put down the tablet, and said in a voice filled with shock and deep doubt. Linny? He pointed at the photo on the tablet and asked word by word. Are you the judge, Linny Dao, who criticized Tiangxi Anglu's signature dish as worthless at the food selection meeting? As soon as these words were spoken, the living room became quiet instantly. Even the elegant Mrs. Xia showed a look of surprise and looked at Linny again. Xia Lan even covered her mouth. She had no idea that Linny had this identity. Linny Dao? Sounds like someone who's not to be trifled with. His father is a restaurant tycoon, and he values authority in the industry immensely. Is this a blessing or a curse? Under the focused gazes of the three people, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. He nodded calmly and said lightly. It's me, Uncle Xia. Linny Dao is a nickname given to me by my colleagues. I just told the truth. Xia Jindong leaned forward slightly, his previous contempt instantly replaced by shock. Interesting. Really interesting. A racing driver transformed into the most demanding and youngest authoritative judge in the food industry? Lan, you found me a boyfriend with many talents, didn't you? He suddenly changed the subject, with unquestionable strength. Since Judge Lin is such a sage in the culinary world, that's perfect. Tonight's family dinner features several new dishes. These are the fruit of over 6 months of research and development by Chef Wang, executive chef of my restaurant, Imperial Kitchen. He's preparing them as the grand finale for our new restaurant next year. Xia Jindong stared at Lin Yi. Judge Lin, please, taste it carefully. Tell the truth and give me some feedback. This is not only a check on the new dishes, but also a warning to the future son-in-law. It is related to whether Lin Yi has real talents and whether he can conquer himself. Xia Lan's heart instantly rose to her throat. She knew the level of her father's chef, Chef Wang, a top chef who had won international awards. My father is notoriously picky about food. What if Lin Yi's comments weren't shocking enough, or he said something wrong? She looked at Lin Yi nervously, her eyes full of worry. Soon, one dish after another beautifully presented was respectfully served. The atmosphere in the exquisite and elegant family banquet hall was subtle and tense. Xia Jindong and his wife observed Lin Yi's every subtle movement calmly, while Xiaolan felt very uncomfortable. There is also the chef of this dish, Master Wang, who is standing by waiting for Lin Yi's comments. He has been a big name in the catering industry for so many years, so he naturally doesn't think that a junior like Lin Yi can say anything. So there is always a very proud and complacent expression on his face. But Lin Yi seemed to be out of the matter and looked calm. He picked up the knife and fork with an elegant and calm posture, as if what he was about to take was not an exam concerning his future, but a pure appreciation of art. The culinary god bestowed by the system has quietly started up, and his senses have been elevated to the extreme. First course, truffle crispy pigeon. The golden pigeon has an attractive crispy skin and is garnished with precious black truffles. Lin Yi smoothly cut off a small piece of pigeon breast and tasted it carefully. He put down his knife and fork, his voice calm but clear to everyone's ears. The squab is made with top quality, young pigeons. The cooking time is precise, and the meat is tender and juicy, locking in the pigeon's unique sweetness. The black truffles are of the highest quality, with a rich and overbearing aroma. He changed the subject. But the problem lies precisely with the truffle. Its aroma is so overpowering that it overwhelms the wild flavor of the pigeon itself. Instead of complementing each other, the two hinder each other. He proposed a solution. It is recommended to reduce the amount of truffles used during the curing stage to avoid excessive penetration of their flavor. Instead, when applying the sauce at the end, take a small amount of truffle oil and drizzle it thinly over the surface of the pigeon meat, using the pigeon's warmth to stimulate its aroma. The subtle aroma of truffles not only enhances the freshness but also perfectly complements the original flavor of the pigeon, instantly elevating the layers of flavor. Just as Lin Yi finished commenting on the first dish, Xia Zhendong's eyes flashed. As a food connoisseur himself, Lin Yi's comments were to the point and went straight to the core. What was even more rare was that the improvement plan was extremely creative and completely surpassed Master Wang's ideas. He glanced calmly at the butler standing beside him, and the butler immediately understood and took note of Lin Yi's actions. Xia Lan was also completely shocked. How could Lin Yi be so amazing? If he hadn't said anything, she would have thought that this dish was flawless. But after listening to his comments, she could tell there was a problem as soon as she tasted it. Chef Wang on the side had already pricked up his ears and started listening. Second dish, steamed grouper with crab roe and lotus root. The snow-white grouper fish meat is covered with golden crab meat. Lin Yi tasted the fish meat and crab paste respectively. He closed his eyes slightly to feel for a moment, then opened his eyes and said, "The steamed grouper was cooked to textbook perfection, with the doneness controlled at 95%. The fish meat was as tender and smooth as cream, and melted in your mouth. The crab roe was carefully selected and delicately shredded, with a rich, fresh and fragrant aroma, and it was a real treat." Then point out the problem. However, the dish's downfall is the lack of fusion. The crab roe was too thick, while the grouper flesh was light and tender. There was a distinct gap between the two textures, and they didn't blend well. Improvement plan. It is recommended to add a small amount of egg white foam that has been beaten until fluffy in the later stage of cooking the crab meat. This foam not only adds airiness to the crab roe, reducing its heaviness and making its texture closer to that of fish, but also allows the crab roe to more evenly coat the fish, achieving a perfect fusion of tastes. Mrs. Xia listened attentively, her eyes shining with excitement, and she couldn't help but nod slightly. Xia Lan's beautiful eyes kept flashing. She really found an all-round boyfriend. At this moment, beads of sweat were pouring down Chef Wang's face. There was no trace of his previous pride on his face. Instead, he was just asking for advice humbly. Just read a few chapters and you'll be on board. Chapter 43, God's Tongue Conquers Father-in-Law. Xia Lan completely falls. Third dish, traditional method of making tangerine peel and red bean paste. An exquisite white porcelain bowl was brought in, filled with red bean paste that was deep red in color and had a delicate texture. This is a dessert that also exudes the unique aroma of tangerine peel. Lin Yi picked up the small spoon and took only a shallow spoonful and put it into his mouth. He closed his eyes slightly, stirred the bean paste gently with the tip of his tongue, and felt every subtle moment of the bean paste melting in his mouth. He put down the spoon and pointed out the key point directly. The red beans are made from top-quality ingredients, and the soaking and cooking time are textbook level. The beans are completely soft and crispy, with a dense and delicate texture, and are smooth and residue-free. The tangerine peel must be at least 15 years old, and its unique aroma permeates the bean paste perfectly. The combination is quite clever, removing the bean smell and adding depth to the flavor. After laying out the advantages, he changed the subject and offered a subversive insight. However, the sweetness is handled too steadily. There is only one sweetness level from beginning to end, lacking fluctuations and layers of sweetness. It's amazing at first, but after a few sips, the single sweetness starts to build up, making it cloying and overshadowing the premium flavors of the tangerine peel and red beans. Then, he came up with a magical solution. Just add a tiny amount of sea salt in the last 30 seconds before turning off the heat. Just a little bit. It can make the sweetness more three-dimensional. Just after Lin Yi's comments that hit the nail on the head and provided solutions were made. Bang! Xia Zhendong could no longer suppress his inner excitement. He slammed the table and stood up excitedly. His face no longer showed the majesty of a business tycoon, but pure admiration and awe for the ultimate skills. Wonderful. Indescribable. It's the finishing touch, transforming something ordinary into something magical. Lin Yi. You're not just tasting it, you're clearly a master dissector of the culinary world. Lin Yi Dao. What a nickname. Every strike is precise, cutting straight to the vital point, and every strike can prescribe a life-saving remedy. I admire you. I, Xia Zhendong, am truly impressed today. The way he looked at Lin Yi changed completely, filled with respect for the true master of gourmet food. He almost shouted in the direction of Master Wang. Master Wang. Master Wang, did you hear that? Master Wang, who had heard the whole process, was completely convinced. At this moment, who cares about the identity and face of the head chef? In the world of food, strength reigns supreme. Lin Yi's performance was a world-class standard that he could look up to, a level so profound he could barely fathom. He walked forward quickly, his face full of excitement and piety. He bowed slightly to Lin Yi, his tone extremely sincere. I listened. Not a single word was lost. Master Lin. You really opened my eyes and enlightened me. I've learned a lot. I've truly learned a lot. He was convinced by the title of master. Mrs. Xia's elegant face was also full of amazement and disbelief. The look she gave Lin Yi was filled with infinite appreciation and satisfaction. That look was exactly like the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks, the happier she is. She quietly gave Xia Lan a thumbs up under the table, her eyes conveying a clear message. Lan. You've dug too deep, my dear. You have a great eye. Xia Lan's face was flushed at this moment, and her chest was filled with great pride and indescribable joy. She watched her beloved man win everyone's respect and admiration with his absolutely overwhelming strength in front of her parents. The feeling of pride made her heart beat faster. A strong feeling of love and admiration surged from the bottom of my heart. She couldn't help but reach out from under the table and hold Lin Yi's hand tightly. Lin Yi immediately felt the slight dampness and trembling of her palm. He held her hand firmly with his backhand and squeezed it gently, conveying comfort and tacit understanding. After dinner, we moved to the tea room. Xia Zhendong personally held the kettle and poured Lin Yi a cup of aged pu'er tea. The tea soup was bright red and had a mellow aroma. The majesty on his face had long been replaced by kindness and admiration. Lin Yi, it was my uncle's fault that I didn't see how talented you really are. Lan is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like you who is so talented and so well disguised. He paused deliberately, his eyes falling on the two people's still tightly clasped hands, and smiled meaningfully. It's her blessing. It's also our Xia family's blessing. He waved his hand with great generosity. Blind date? I'll be mad if anyone mentions it again. Lan likes racing and tinkering with her club, so let her do what she wants. As long as she's happy and knows her limits, I, as a father, will fully support her. He looked at Xia Lan with gentle eyes. Funding? No big deal. If the club needs any support, just tell Dad. The Speed Domain Club will also be one of our Xia family's assets in the future. Mrs. Xia smiled and took Lin Yi's hand, saying enthusiastically. Shaolin, you're welcome. Tell me what kind of food you like. Next time you come over, I'll cook for you. Don't refuse. Lin Yi smiled and responded calmly. Thank you so much for your kindness, Auntie. I will definitely visit you then. Xia Lan looked at her parents' attitude that changed 180 degrees, feeling both amused and emotional. They were on high alert before, but in a blink of an eye, they were taken care of by Lin Yi and became obedient, especially the mother, who rarely took the initiative to cook for others. She turned her head and looked at Lin Yi, her eyes sparkling, as if saying, See? I knew you could. Lin Yi felt the meaning in her gaze, raised the corners of his lips slightly, and responded with a gentle and determined look. He calmly took the teacup handed to him by Xia Zhendong, with a neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Uncle Xia, you're too kind. I'm just sensitive about food and I'm just expressing my feelings. Lan Lan is independent, thoughtful, and loves and sticks to her career, which is very rare in itself. He cleverly directed the credit and focus back to Xia Lan, showing both humility and maintaining his girlfriend's independence. Hearing Xia Zhendong nodding repeatedly, the satisfaction in Mrs. Xia's eyes almost overflowed. Okay, all good, all good. Xia Zhendong laughed loudly, and the more he looked at Lin Yi, the more he liked him. He felt that Lin Yi was capable but not ostentatious, knew how to respect others, and could keep his composure at critical moments. Such a young man was indeed worthy of his daughter. After sitting for a while, Lin Yi and Xia Lan stood up and said goodbye. Mrs. Xia accompanied Lin Yi all the way to the door and kept reminding him to come for dinner often. Xia Zhendong also personally accompanied him to the car and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, expressing his appreciation and recognition without words. After getting into the car and driving away from the Xia family villa, Xia Lan breathed a long sigh of relief. She turned her head and looked at Lin Yi. Oh my god. Lin Yi, you were like a god today. Didn't you see the way Master Wang looked at you later? It was like he was looking at an idol. And my dad, how long has it been since he praised someone like this? I almost don't recognize him anymore. Lin Yi looked intently at the road ahead and chuckled lightly upon hearing this. It's not that exaggerated, I just said what I needed to say. Xia Lan moved closer and said to Lin Yi. No way. You know how nervous I was? My palms were sweating. What if that stubborn old dad were to? Lin Yi interrupted her gently. Uncle is not stubborn, he just cares about you in his own way. Now, he has accepted you playing racing, isn't that great? Xia Lan was slightly startled, and then a warm feeling surged in her heart. She nodded vigorously. Yes. Thank you, Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned his head and smiled at her, his eyes gentle. Why are you being so polite to me? Xia Lan looked at Lin Yi's profile as he concentrated on driving. He looked a little handsome and had a reassuring power. But at this moment, Lin Yi's thoughts were even simpler. As long as she passes, at least this girl won't have to worry about her family's opposition anymore. The two drove all the way to the club. It was already very late and there were almost no people in the club. Xia Lan was still in high spirits and suggested. Let's go sit on the rooftop. Let's celebrate today's great victory. I've hidden a bottle of good champagne. Lin Yi agreed, and the two walked to the rooftop together. Xia Lan skillfully opened the champagne, and with a soft pop sound, bubbles gushed out happily. She poured 2 cups and handed one to Lin Yi. The two leaned against the rooftop railing, sipping ice-cold champagne and chatting casually, ranging from today's thrills to the club's future plans. After a few glasses of champagne, Xia Lan's fair cheeks were flushed with a charming blush, and her eyes became a little blurred. She swayed her body slightly, her voice was slightly drunk and sincere. It's not just about winning the competition, Lin Yi, but also about the family matters. Thank you so much, so much. She took a deep breath and tried to organize her words. My dad is such a stubborn old man, and my mom. I used to have a headache. It felt like nothing I said made sense. And the club, I know they think I'm not doing my job properly, but you come here and you're like. She seemed unable to find the most appropriate adjective and started giggling. Her body leaned back slightly because of the laughter, and her high heels were unstable and she slid to the side. Lin Yi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He immediately took a step forward, stretched out his arm and firmly wrapped it around her waist to support her. Xia Lan used his strength to stand firm, but had no intention of letting go. Instead, she leaned on his strong arms. She stretched out her index finger and gently poked Lin Yi's chest. She could feel the strong muscle lines underneath through his shirt. She murmured, with a hint of admiration in her tone. Lin Yi Dao, how come you know everything? Your sense of taste is so strong that you can even handle an old-fashioned person like my dad? She came closer, her breath smelling of alcohol, and whispered. Is it true that even falling in love is also amazing? The huge contrast between her usual boldness and her current naivete was like a small hammer, hitting Lin Yi's heart neither lightly nor heavily. Lin Yi did not answer the question about love, but his eyes fell on the corner of her mouth which was stained with a trace of white wine foam. He raised his hand and gently and slowly wiped the corner of her lips with his fingertips, wiping away the foam. It was this extremely gentle touch that made Xia Lan feel as if she was instantly electrocuted, and her whole body trembled slightly. Godfathers, please take a look at the following pictures. It's almost time to get on the bus. Chapter 44, Xiaolan is kissed. Lin Yi's new career begins. Xiaolan felt her cheeks getting hot. She watched him slowly lower his head. His eyes, which were always cold, were now filled with emotion she had never experienced before. As if being pulled by some invisible force, she subconsciously closed her eyes, raised her face slightly, and even unconsciously raised her toes a little. She remained like this, as if waiting for a century, yet as if it was just a moment. A warm and soft touch finally landed gently on her lips. At first it was just a tentative fit, then the touch became real, sucking gently, rolling and rubbing. Xiaolan tasted the flavor that belonged to Lin Yi. It was a real kiss, spontaneous and automatic. Xiaolan's hand unconsciously grasped the clothes on Lin Yi's arm, and she responded awkwardly to this long-awaited yet sudden kiss. It was Xiaolan's first time to have such close contact with a man. This experience made her breathe faster and her heart beat faster, but she also felt a tingling sensation that she had never felt before. Lin Yi also felt a sense of refreshment. This was an experience of conquering a cold beauty, which was different from any other experience he had had before. Both of them were reluctant to leave each other's soft hands. This kiss is deep and long. I don't know how long it was before I heard someone coming up the stairs, and I was awakened from this long kiss. Xiaolan immediately pushed Lin Yi away, and her face returned to its previous expression in an instant, but she couldn't hide her shyness, and she leaned down. I found out that it was the repairman who was sorting the clothes and putting them in the locker. He was about to leave and had no intention of going to the rooftop. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was almost caught by someone. Her cool image would have been ruined. She turned around and saw Lin Yi with a smirk on his face and immediately punched him. Disgusting. Stop laughing. Lin Yi smiled and grabbed her hand. Okay, stop laughing. Come on, I'll take you home. Xiaolan snorted, pulled her hand back, straightened her hair, and went down the rooftop with Lin Yi. Soon they arrived downstairs of Xiaolan's house. Lin Yi stopped and looked at her seriously. I'm very happy today. Xiaolan blushed slightly and said softly. Me too. Lin Yi moved closer and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Good night, Xiaolan. Xiaolan's heartbeat quickened, and she responded softly. Good night. Then he hurriedly turned and walked into the building. Another day passed, and Mrs. Xia prepared dinner. She told Xiaolan to take Lin Yi home for dinner. Xiaolan had no choice but to find Lin Yi and take him home. At the dinner table, Xia Zhendong suddenly asked. Lin Yi, your expertise in the catering industry is truly well-deserved. I'm wondering, are you interested in learning more about the current state of the high-end restaurant market? The question was asked tentatively, but also with a hint of invitation. The Xia family's business involves high-end hotels and restaurants. Xia Zhendong obviously values talent and may even want to incorporate Lin Yi, a talent, into his own business. Lin Yi was so smart that he naturally heard the hidden meaning. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, smiled and said, Thank you, Uncle Xia, for your consideration. I'm more interested in food itself, researching traditional and innovative dishes. I have more free time and can focus more on the taste itself. I don't have any other plans for now. He did not refuse directly, but expressed his attitude towards food. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhendong was not disappointed but felt even more appreciative. Not being swayed by interests and sticking to one's original heart, this purity is especially valuable among young people. After this matter came to an end, Lin Yi lay on the bed thinking about Xia Zhendong's words. I was thinking that it was time for me to start my own business. Since I had such powerful skills as a chef, why not use them and create my own restaurant? He thought about it and called Zhou Boren. Mr. Zhou, I plan to open my own restaurant. The restaurant concept is to pursue the ultimate original flavor, not fancy gimmicks, and focus on top-quality seasonal ingredients and master-level production. When Zhou Boren heard Lin Yi's thoughts, he stroked his beard and said with a smile. Little friend Lin, your idea is great. I support it. When the business opens, invite me to join in the fun. Lin Yi responded. Mr. Zhou, I'll definitely invite you over for tea when the time comes, don't worry. We don't have a name for the restaurant yet, would you mind coming up with one? Zhou Boren thought for a moment and said. Why not call it Yaowaixuan, so that everyone can remember what real food tastes like? Lin Yi nodded and said. Okay, let's call it Yaowaixuan. The idea was finalized, and Lin Yi was ready to get started, waiting to find a suitable address the next day. The next day, Linny walked around a cultural district. He looked at the mottled old walls and his eyes swept over the shops with transfer signs hanging on them. He shook his head in dissatisfaction. After a few days, the search process was not smooth. The shops in the core business district are too noisy, the people in the quiet alleys are pitifully sparse. Either the spatial layout is awkward, with the load-bearing wall blocking the middle, or the building has no style, which Linny doesn't like. It seems that fighting alone is too inefficient. Linny stood under a dim street light and dialed a number. The phone was quickly picked up, and a lazy yet magnetic female voice came from the other end. "Hey, how come you, a busy man like you, have time to think of me, your sister, today?" The person on the other end of the phone was He Wanqing. Linny chuckled. "Sister Wanqing, my brother misses you all the time. He's been busy lately." He Wanqing smiled and said, "That's more like it. Why, good brother, you're not just looking for me because you missed me, right?" Linny responded. "Sister Wanqing, I'm thinking of opening a restaurant and I'm looking for a place. I've been looking around for a few days but can't seem to find anything. I thought you might have connections, so I'm asking you to help me find one." He Wanqing said with a hint of appreciation. "All right. Brother Linny, you're finally going to start your own business. This is a great thing, a huge thing. With your skills, it would be a huge waste if you didn't open a shop." She immediately agreed. "Leave it to me. I'll ask some of my friends who work in real estate development for you. I'll specifically look for places that aren't easily available. You have to find a place that's worthy of your cooking skills." Linny smiled and said, "It has to be me, Sister He. If you have any news in the next few days, you can contact me at any time." After saying that, Linny hung up the phone and drove back to his home. Chapter 45. Shoya is rescued and taken in by the uncle. Although Linny asked He Wanqing to find a suitable address for him, he himself was not idle either. While he was on his way to select a site, it was already late and he took a shortcut through a dimly lit and slightly remote street. A curled-up figure next to a trash can on the corner of the street caught his attention. It was a girl. She looked very young, about 18 years old. She was wearing ill-fitting clothes, dressed like a spoiled little girl, and was being surrounded and teased by several hooligans. She tried to look calm, but her eyes were filled with fear. Linny is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. There are too many sufferings in the world and he cannot take care of them all. But just as he was about to pass by, he heard the gangster next to him swearing and behaving rudely towards the little girl, and Linny couldn't stand it anymore. Linny frowned slightly, walked over, and swept a cold gaze over the gangsters. Perhaps it was because his aura was too strong, and his clothes, although low-key, were of extraordinary quality. The young men muttered a few words, and were a little scared, and dispersed awkwardly. The girl looked at Linny warily, with her arms folded, like a hedgehog with its spines erected all over its body. Linny also saw this little girl up close. Although she was dressed like a spoiled little girl, a closer look revealed that she was very pretty and had the face of a classic 18-year-old girl. Linny didn't say anything, but just walked to the 24-hour convenience store next to him, bought a freshly heated hamburger and a cup of hot milk, and walked back to hand them to her. "Eat it." The girl was stunned for a moment, her eyes still wary, but the aroma of the food was an irresistible temptation. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out to grab it and wolfed it down. She ate so fast that she almost choked. Linny said in a calm tone, "Eat slowly. Where is home? Do you need help calling your family?" The girl shook her head violently, her mouth full of food, and said incoherently, I don't have a home. It's none of your business." Linny looked at her thin clothes and it seemed like she had nowhere to go, otherwise she wouldn't be next to the trash can. He was silent for a moment and then said, "Come with me." He turned and walked towards where he had parked his car temporarily. The girl hesitated, but looking at the handsome and seemingly harmless man in front of her, and then looking at the cold and dark streets around her, she finally bit her lip and staggered to follow him. Linny said to the little girl, "What's your name? I'll take you to eat something. I'm hungry too." The girl responded softly, "Okay, my name is Shoya." Linny did not take Shoya to any high-end place, but turned into a bustling night market street. The noisy voices on the street, the sound of oil roasting on charcoal, and the mixed aroma of various spices instantly enveloped Shoya. She followed Linny somewhat awkwardly, and suddenly found herself in this bustling night market, feeling a little at a loss. Linny sat down in front of a barbecue stall that was doing quite a lot of business and skillfully ordered some meat skewers, vegetables, and 2 bottles of mineral water. He handed the menu to Xiaoya and said, "Eat something hot and see what else you want to eat and order it yourself." Xiaoya looked at the dishes on the menu, things she had craved before but couldn't bear to buy, and secretly glanced at Linny. He looked calm, without any show of sympathy or condescending scrutiny, as if he was just taking an ordinary friend out for a simple meal. This normal attitude strangely soothed her frayed nerves. So she ordered it, just a few slices of steamed bread and beans. Linny gestured to her to order more, including some meat. Xiaoya nodded obediently and ordered some pork belly. The food arrived quickly, piping hot and fragrant. Xiaoya was a little reserved when eating at first, but hunger soon overcame her reserve and she began to eat with big mouthfuls. Eating hot food brings long-lost warmth and satisfaction. Linny didn't eat much. Most of the time he just drank water, looked at her quietly, and occasionally handed her a tissue. Xiaoya ate for a while. Perhaps it was the comfort of the delicious food, or perhaps it was Linyi's silent company, but Xiaoya's tense heart gradually relaxed. She said to Linyi, "Uncle." Linyi couldn't help but feel ashamed. "Am I that old?" Xiaoya shook her head and said quickly, "No. No. Not old, very young and handsome, but the sense of security you give me is just like an uncle, very reliable." Linny smiled and said, "It's okay, you can call me whatever you want." "What did you want to say just now?" Xiaoya asked the biggest question in her heart. "Why, are you helping me?" Linny put down the water bottle and said calmly, "I just happened to be passing by and saw it. No particular reason." This answer seemed to make Xiaoya feel more relaxed. After a moment of silence, she seemed to have mustered up her courage and lowered her voice, almost drowned out by the surrounding noise. I ran away from home." Linny did not show any surprise, but just listened quietly. Xiaoya lowered her head and unconsciously poked the plate with a bamboo stick. "My parents divorced a long time ago, and I live with my mom. She always thinks I'm a burden, that I'm immature and can't make money. She beats and scolds me at every turn. I often don't have enough to eat and I can't sleep well." Her voice choked, and she tried hard to hold back her tears. "I couldn't stand it anymore, so I ran away. Those people outside said they wanted to play with me and treat me well, but they actually wanted to bully me." Linny couldn't help but sigh when he heard about her experience. Isn't this just like the story in the novels he read before, the single mother, the broken home, the heartbroken girl who ran away from home? Unexpectedly, she would meet him. Linny handed her a string of freshly roasted butter sprinkled with cumin. "Okay, the most important thing is to fill your stomach first. Only when you are full will you have the energy to think about the next step." After saying that, Linny ordered another bowl of hot porridge for Xiaoya. After the barbecue, Xiaoya had a problem as to where to go. Linny thought about it, found a clean and safe chain hotel nearby, and booked a single room. He sent Xiaoya to the hotel and handed her a simple set of cotton t-shirt and trousers that he had just bought at a convenience store on the way. "It's new, washed and can be worn. Have a good sleep here tonight and don't think about anything." Xiaoya took the clothes and looked at the man in front of her who she had only known for a few hours but gave her food, warmth, and a sense of security. She was moved. No one had ever been so good to him. Seeing Linny about to turn around and leave, she felt lonely and scared. She suddenly reached out and tightly grasped the corner of Linny's clothes, her voice filled with tears and pleading. "Uncle! Don't go. I'm scared to be alone. Really scared." She looked up, her face still showing the innocence of a girl, her eyes red, full of dependence and fear. Linny paused in his tracks and looked down at the little hand that was holding the corner of his clothes. He sighed and said in a calm tone, "I have something to do tomorrow and can't stay here. It's very safe here. Lock the door and don't open it no matter who knocks. I have a spare phone here. Take it and call me if anything happens. You can take a shower and have a good rest later. Readers, fasten your seatbelts, get in the car immediately, click to urge the update, the excitement will begin soon." Chapter 46 Xiaoya confesses. "Uncle, don't think about leaving tonight." After saying that, Linny tried to pull at the corner of his clothes, but the girl held on tighter, and tears finally fell. Linny looked at her, was silent for a moment, and finally raised his hand and patted her shoulder gently. "Be good. I'll come over tomorrow morning and take you to breakfast." His promise was like a reassurance. Xiaoya looked up at him, as if judging the truthfulness of his words. Lin Yi's eyes were calm and honest, without a trace of perfunctoriness. She slowly loosened her fingers, bit by bit, and asked in a low and uncertain voice. Uncle, are you really saying? Lin Yi nodded, really. After receiving a positive answer, Xiaoya finally let go of his hand completely, but her eyes followed him until he walked into the elevator. She didn't return to the house until Lin Yi left. In the evening, Xiaoya took a hot bath and lay on the soft and clean bed. She held the new clothes in her arms, smelling the faint scent of laundry detergent. The long-lost comfort kept her awake for a long time. Xiaoya lay on the bed, with Lin Yi's appearance all in her mind. He was cool when he chased away the thugs, calm when he handed her the burger, and peaceful when they ate barbecue. And the peace of mind that came from his final promise to take her out for breakfast tomorrow. No one has ever been so nice to her since she was a child. Her parents divorced when she was a child and her family was not well off. Her mother would drink from time to time and often beat her. She didn't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes, and she complained that she didn't make enough money. Her father never cared about her, and after she ran away from home, the street thugs also bullied her. If he hadn't met Lin Yi, he might have starved to death, or he might have been bullied by some gangster. Xiaoya has never trusted anyone in her life, so when Lin Yi gave her food at first, she was a little wary. She didn't expect that she would really meet such a good person like Lin Yi, who took care of her gently and would not do anything to her. This kind of pure goodness has a fatal attraction to a girl who has been lacking love for a long time. The next day, Lin Yi arrived as promised and took her to have breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Yi asked Xiaoya tentatively, "Do I need to send you home? Or help you resolve the conflict between you and your mother?" Lin Yi thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate for a little girl like her to always be outside. When Xiaoya heard this, tears immediately fell. "I'm not going back. Uncle, do you think I'm a burden? I can work, or I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. I really don't want to go back." Lin Yi also used a tissue to wipe her tears and said, "I'm not thinking you're a burden. I'm just asking for your opinion, to see if you want to go back." Xiaoya grabbed Lin Yi's arm and shook her head like a rattle. Seeing this, Lin Yi gave her some money and said, "Well, Xiaoya, since you don't want to go back so much, I'll give you some money. You can stay in this hotel first. If you have anything, send me a message. I will come to see you from time to time. When my restaurant opens, I can arrange a place for you so you can make a living." At this point, Xiaoya smiled. "Thank you, uncle. I knew you were the best." In the next few days, Lin Yi would take time to visit her from time to time and bring her some delicious food. Xiaoya had never experienced this feeling of being respected and properly placed. This man named Lin Yi is like a ray of light in her life, illuminating her dark and desperate life. In Xiaoya's heart, he is strong, calm, and gentle, yet maintains just the right distance. He helped her, but he didn't try to take anything from her like others did. After a few short days of spending time together, Xiaoya remembered every move and every word of Lin Yi. She began to secretly look at his handsome profile, began to look forward to his appearance, and began to blush and feel her heart beating fast because of his unintentional glance. A mixture of gratitude, dependence, and admiration grew and spread in her heart. She knew she was not worthy of him and that he might only see her as a little sister in need of help or even a passerby. But she still fell hopelessly in love with Uncle Lin, who appeared when she was most desperate. One night, Xiaoya took a shower, dressed up a little, and sent a message to Lin Yi, asking him to come to the hotel where she was staying. When Lin Yi received the news, he thought something had happened and rushed over. After a while, we arrived at Xiaoya's house. "What's wrong? Xiaoya, why are you sending me a message so late at night?" Xiaoya said shyly. "It's nothing serious, Uncle Lin. I'm just scared and want you to stay with me tonight." After saying that, she also showed off her white thighs. When Lin Yi saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. He treated her like a little sister. Could it be that she fell in love with him? "Xiaoya, just lock the door. Call me if you have anything." Lin Yi was about to leave when Xiaoya rushed over, hugged him, and said aggrievedly, "Uncle, do you dislike me? Even though I've been out there for a while, I'm not dirty. I haven't touched other men." Lin Yi couldn't help but feel ashamed. "No, Xiaoya, how could I dislike you? I treat you like a sister. If I did that to you, my conscience would be uneasy." Xiaoya hugged Lin Yi and said coquettishly, "Uncle, please don't leave, okay? Stay with me. I know I may not be worthy of you, but I'm doing this voluntarily. It doesn't matter if we don't have a formal relationship. I don't want it to be taken away by someone else for the first time, so I might as well give it to Uncle Lin. You've been so good to me, and I've already fallen in love with you. Linny didn't expect that this girl would be so direct and say everything that could and couldn't be said so fluently. In the current situation, even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't because this girl wouldn't let go. So Linny had no choice but to agree to stay, thinking about whether he had enough determination and whether he could withstand the test. Xiaoya didn't let go of his hand until Linny agreed to stay with her. Xiaoya said to Linny, "Uncle, do you want to take a hot bath?" Linny waved his hand and said that he had already washed before coming. Xiaoya stared at Linny and said, "Then uncle, take off your clothes and come up to rest." Linny had no choice but to take off his clothes, revealing his conspicuous muscles, especially his six-pack abs which were very attractive. When Xiaoya saw Linny's muscles, her eyes brightened and she exclaimed, "Wow! Uncle, you have a great body." Xiaoya didn't usually have much contact with boys, and the only ones she had were some street hooligans who harassed her. She was very moved when she saw Linny's handsome face and smooth muscle lines. She couldn't help but feel happy. She didn't expect that he was such a nice person with an even better figure. If anything happened today, she would definitely not be the one to suffer. Linny didn't say anything and got into bed. Chapter 47 Site Selection finalized. When Xiaoya saw Linny get into bed, she ran to turn off the lights, took off her nightgown, and got in as well. The moment she entered, she felt a warmth, just like the warmth that Linny felt in her heart. Then she leaned towards Linny. Linny felt her softness, silently chanted Umutba in his heart, and leaned in too. What followed was that Xiaoya caught up, still relying on herself. Linny wanted to lean closer, but there was not enough space, so he could only let Xiaoya lean on him. Seeing that Linny didn't move, Xiaoya leaned her head on his chest and put her legs on his legs. This action made Linny feel uncomfortable. Just imagine an 18-year-old girl with a fragrant smell leaning on him. How uncomfortable would that be? So Linny said, "Xiaoya, please take your legs down. I feel a little hot." Xiaoya retracted her legs upon hearing this, and Linny just breathed a sigh of relief. The girl's hands were restless, and she said, "Uncle, do you mind if I touch your abs?" After saying that, without waiting for Linny's consent, he took his little hand and started touching her. Xiaoya felt the angular muscles, which felt very exciting. Linny felt a soft little hand on his body. Let a flame rise in your heart. He could only try his best to control himself from doing anything else and silently recite Umutba in his heart. But Xiaoya is not honest. This made him feel very uncomfortable, and he thought to himself that even Buddha couldn't save him today. I guess I'm going to fall into this girl's hands. So he kissed Xiaoya. And it was Xiaoya's first kiss. At first I felt an electric shock, but then I got used to it. After an unknown amount of time, Linny turned over, lay down on the bed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoya also hummed softly, collapsed on the bed, and breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. After a while, Xiaoya recovered and said to Linny, "We can continue." After she started, she felt she was losing strength. I could only try my best to hug Linny's neck tightly. Linny kissed her ear. Xiaoya is particularly sensitive here. Her reaction made him unable to help himself. So he continued to kiss. Xiaoya couldn't resist. Linny continued to act. 500 words omitted here. Xiaoya felt a little pain and said, "Stinky uncle. Bad uncle." Linny realized that he might be too reckless. Whatever you do, take your time. 1,000 words omitted here. A sleepless night. Xiaoya was so tired that she fell asleep. Linny just took a simple rest and closed his eyes for a while, then he regained his energy. Then at this moment He Wanqing called him. "Brother Linny, I've asked a friend about this. This location is perfect and the area is suitable. I'll send you the address later. You can go take a look today if you have time." Linny got up and packed up, then left a message for Xiaoya, telling her that he would be busy with the opening of the new store in the next few days, and she could stay here first and call him if there was anything. He then went to the address given by He Wanqing. Sure enough, the ones selected by He Wanqing were of much higher quality than what he found himself. This place is an old detached house hidden away in a quiet street next to the downtown area. The address is good and the dining environment is quiet enough. The walls are made of special red bricks, carrying the charm of time. The courtyard is full of greenery, quiet in the midst of bustle, and full of style. The interior space is also very spacious and has enough floors, so with a little renovation, it can become a perfect restaurant. The landlord was an elegant old man who seemed to have heard He Wanqing introduce Lin Yi. He was quite polite in his words, but the rent he offered was not cheap, at 600,000 yuan a year. Lin Yi stood in the courtyard, closed his eyes, and felt it carefully. It seems as if I can hear the crisp sound of dishes touching each other and the whispers of diners in the future, as well as the ultimate aroma wafting from the kitchen that is enough to conquer everything. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and determined, and gave the landlord a determined smile. This place is great. The rent, no problem. Let's talk about the details. Then the two of them found a coffee shop and negotiated for a long time. In the end, Lin Yi bought the place for 600,000 yuan a year. Then I called He Wanqing. Wanqing, the place you found is really good. The location is excellent and the house is stylish. It suits my taste very well. Whenever you're free, I'll treat you to a meal and reward you. He Wanqing said with a smile on the other end of the phone. Sure, anytime. I'm looking forward to your feast. In the evening, Lin Yi made an appointment with He Wanqing to have dinner. He chose a restaurant with unique characteristics and arrived at the reserved private room and advanced to wait. After a while, He Wanqing walked in wearing a simple yet elegant dress. She smiled and said, "The place my brother found is quite stylish." After He Wanqing took her seat, the waiters brought the dishes one after another, filling the table with exquisite dishes. Lin Yi picked up a piece of food for He Wanqing with chopsticks. "Try this, it's his signature dish." He Wanqing took a bite and her eyes lit up. It tastes pretty good." The two chatted while eating, from the restaurant location to the future business plan. He Wanqing made a lot of practical suggestions, and Lin Yi listened very carefully, nodding in agreement from time to time. The meal was relaxing and enjoyable. When He Wanqing was about to pay the bill, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Wanqing, you don't have to pay. It's my treat. And I have VIP service at this restaurant, so the meal is free." He Wanqing smiled. "Okay then, remember to invite me when the new store opens." Lin Yi nodded. "I will definitely do that when the time comes." After dinner, Lin Yi returned to the hotel to see Xiaoya. Xiaoya was very happy to see Lin Yi coming back, and quickly hugged Lin Yi. "Uncle, what have you been doing? It took you so long. I missed you so much today." Chapter 48. Want to apply for a business license? Bring me the money. Lin Yi touched Xiaoya's head and responded, "I went to see the restaurant's location today and I think it's a good one. We've already negotiated it and I'm going to apply for a business license tomorrow." Before Lin Yi could finish, Xiaoya hugged Lin Yi and said, "Are you tired today? Let me give you a massage." As she said that, she helped Lin Yi to the bed and started massaging Lin Yi with her two soft little hands. As they pressed each other, they kissed. After about an hour, the massage was over. Lin Yi can't help but sigh that 18-year-olds are full of energy. After a night passed, Lin Yi got up, packed himself up, and prepared to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for a business license. This is an important step in his entrepreneurial journey. As the saying goes, the beginning is always difficult. Without a business license, there is no need to talk about future plans. Lin Yi quickly changed into a suitable set of clothes and tidied up his appearance. Then he picked up the prepared materials and went out to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. They arrived at their destination in a short while. Lin Yi parked the car and walked into the service hall. The service hall of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was noisy. Lin Yi sorted out all the materials, including the lease contract for the old villa with clear property rights, identity certificate, preliminary fire safety opinion. He strived to ensure perfect compliance in everything. He was received by a middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a greasy face. He looked a bit shrewd and his work badge read, Section Chief Wang Defa. Section Chief Wang flipped through Lin Yi's materials slowly and methodically, his fingers tapping on the pages, looking as if he was deep in thought. Xiaolin, this place you live in, is an old house." He drew out his voice and glanced at Lin Yi from above his lenses. Converting a historic building like this into a commercial building is a very complicated process, with many approval steps, and the standards are, well, quite flexible. After saying these words, Wang Defa showed a little difficulty on his face, as if he was deliberately showing it to Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly and said calmly, "Chief Wang, I've consulted the relevant regulations, and the materials should be complete. If there's anything you need to add, please feel free to ask. Section Chief Wang leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. Oh, young man, there's more to doing things than just looking at paper materials. After saying this, he showed an expression that said, you know what I mean. Some standards depend on how you grasp them. As for this process, speed is a matter of thought. He held up 5 fingers towards Linny and said, 50,000, I'll help you arrange it, expedite the process, and ensure a smooth journey. How about that? Linny looked at the 5 fingers and felt a little disgusted. He was not worldly wise and knew that such unspoken rules existed in certain corners. So in order to save time and avoid unnecessary trouble, Linny's initial idea was that any problem that could be solved with money was not a big deal. So Linny didn't hesitate, nodded and agreed. When Section Chief Wang saw that Linny agreed so readily, greed filled his eyes, and he thought he had met a fat sheep who was naive and unworldly. He immediately slapped his forehead in surprise. Oh my! Look at the look in my eyes. I didn't see it clearly just now, but the area you're using exceeds the limit. You have to add another 50,000. A total of 100,000. I'll take care of it. Lin Yi's face darkened slightly. Going back on his word and raising the price? What the fuck? He really lives up to his name, Wang Defa. Lin Yi now treats Section Chief Wang as a clown and wants to see what else he can do. Once the floodgates of greed are opened, they are difficult to close. When Section Chief Wang saw that Lin Yi didn't say anything, he thought that Lin Yi was giving in again. He was ecstatic and his courage instantly soared to the sky. He made up his mind and thought that it would be a waste not to make some money. Lin Yi was not a man who was short of money. After all, the rent for this land alone was 600,000 yuan a year. Then he put on a more hypocritical smile and said, Wait. Mr. Lin. Let me take another look. Oops. Your location is too sensitive. And the area is special. According to our latest internal regulations, the price is this. He held up 2 fingers and crossed them together. 200,000. 1 cent less, and the license is at stake. 200,000. The anger in Lin Yi's heart was instantly ignited. It's not that he was reluctant to part with the 200,000, but he was completely enraged by this greedy face that had no bottom line and was incessant. He slowly stood up and looked down at Section Chief Wang, who was sitting in his office chair, with a cold look in his eyes. Section Chief Wang, I've learned a lesson from your rules. Section Chief Wang was startled by his sudden outburst of momentum, but he immediately pretended to be calm and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi said word by word. But I don't want to spend a penny of this money. Just follow the normal process. After saying this, he no longer looked at Section Chief Wang's face, which froze in an instant. He picked up the materials on the table, turned around and left, leaving behind a cold and stiff back. Section Chief Wang stood there in a daze, and it took him several seconds to react. His face turned blue and purple, and then he was filled with huge anger. The fat sheep that was right in his mouth actually dared to ignore him? He stared at the direction where Lin Yi left and said with gritted teeth. Good. Good. You're right, you ignorant brat. I'm going to choke you to death. I'll let you know how powerful I am. The following days became a battlefield where Lin Yi and this villain fought against each other. No matter how perfect the materials he submitted were and no matter how they complied with all the written regulations, they would always be rejected by Section Chief Wang for all kinds of bizarre reasons. The escape arrows on your fire diagram are 0.5 millimeters thinner. They're not eye-catching enough. Redraw them. There's an ink spot on the 7th line of the 3rd page of the lease agreement. It affects its seriousness. Please reprint it. An environmental assessment requires a stamp from a kindergarten 3 blocks away to prove your restaurant doesn't affect the children? Once, twice, 3 times. The construction period was delayed day by day, and Lin Yi's patience was exhausted to the limit. He knew very well that this was Section Chief Wang using the little power he had to carry out the most disgusting revenge. This can't go on any longer. Lin Yi took a deep breath and thought of someone Lu Shirhan. Lin Yi called Lu Shirhan and did not mention the details of the bribe. He simply explained that he had applied for a business license with all the necessary documents, but was repeatedly harassed by a section chief named Wang, causing the project to stagnate. Lu Shirhan on the other end of the phone exploded when she heard this. What? There's still this kind of scoundrel? Using chicken feathers as a token of authority, deliberately blocking people? How despicable. Lin Yi, don't worry. My dad seems to be an old friend of Director Lee from the Market Supervision Bureau. I'll call him right now. This is simply lawless. Lu Shirhan was very proactive and contacted her father immediately. When Director Lu heard that Lin Yi's materials were complete but were deliberately blocked, he immediately called Director Lee of the Market Supervision Bureau. Then he gave a brief explanation of Lin Yi's situation. After listening to it, Director Lee said that he would take care of the matter to the end. Chapter 49, 200,000 yuan compensation? Section Chief Wang wets his pants and begs for mercy. Monday morning is when the service hall is busiest. Lin Yi, wearing a decent casual outfit, walked into the service hall again calmly. He came here today to inquire about the progress. Almost the moment he stepped into the hall, Section Chief Wang, who had already been like a frightened bird, saw him from the office window. Wang Defa's face turned pale in an instant, and he rushed out crawling, completely disregarding his image and the surprised looks around him. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Why did you come here in person? Before he even arrived, his extremely flattering voice had already resounded throughout the entire hall, attracting all the people waiting in line to look over in surprise. Isn't this Section Chief Wang from the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Why is he so attentive to a junior? That's right, that's right. It's usually so hard to get anything done with him, but what's wrong today? Is the sun rising from the west? Section Chief Wang almost slid to his knees in front of Lin Yi, with a half-crying, half-smiling expression on his face. Then he bowed 90 degrees, held a file bag high above his head with both hands, and said in a fearful voice. It's done. It's all done. Your business license, health permit, fire permit, all the paperwork. Top efficiency, special cases handled with special care. It's all done. This is a major mistake on our part. It's caused you immense trouble. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. The entire hall fell into silence, and everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Section Chief Wang, who was indifferent to the masses and full of official authority a few days ago, now looks like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Then someone whispered. You are so arrogant and domineering, bullying the people. Isn't there anyone who can deal with you? That's right, that's right. I don't know what this handsome young man's identity is to make Section Chief Wang act like this. But honestly, it really makes me feel better. Lin Yi didn't answer it immediately. He had a playful expression on his face and said in a cold tone. Oh? Chief Wang, this time, you don't need lubricant? Didn't you ask for 200,000 yuan before? Lin Yi's words were like thunder exploding in the hall. 200,000? Lubricant? What a big mouth you're asking for. This is truly a good official for the people. He deserved it. He must have met a tough guy this time. It looks like the leaders above must have taught him a lesson, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this. The discussions and contemptuous looks were like sharp arrows that instantly pierced Wang Defa. His face was completely drained of color, sweat was pouring down, his waist was bent almost to the point of breaking, and he cried. No. That's not true. Mr. Lin, please don't joke with me. I was blinded by greed. I deserve to die. How could I possibly take your money? We are public servants, and serving the people is our duty. It was my fault. Please forgive me. Lin Yi then slowly took the file bag as if giving alms, not even bothering to open it to check. He leaned forward slightly and said coldly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Your rules don't work with me. Remember this lesson. Section Chief Wang could only wipe his sweat constantly and pray in his heart that his future would not be affected. At this moment, Director Lee of the Market Supervision Bureau, accompanied by a group of cadres, happened to be inspecting the hall and saw the whole farce. It was said to be a coincidence, but in fact he wanted to bring all the cadres here to see the good things Wang Defa had done and let others follow his example. Don't be like this people's parasite. Director Lee's face turned pale, and his eyes shot towards Wang Defa like knives. Wang Defa. Look at you. What a disgrace. Do you still have any dignity or bottom line as a party member and cadre? Get back to your office immediately. Suspend me for investigation. Await further action from the organization. The voice was majestic and unquestionable. After scolding Wang Defa, Director Lee immediately put on a warm and apologetic smile and walked up to Lin Yi. You are Mr. Lin Yi, right? I heard about your situation from Director Liu. I'm so sorry. It's our management bureau's fault for not being strict enough, and this bad apple has appeared. I will handle this matter properly and give you and the people an explanation. This is my business card. If you have any inconvenience in the future, you can contact me. After saying that, Director Lee took out a business card and handed it to Linny. Linny took the business card and shook hands gently with Director Lee. Director Lee, you're too serious. I believe this is just an isolated incident. Thank you for your fairness. I won't disturb you at work. After saying this, under the gazes of countless shocked people, Linny took the file bag, turned around gracefully, and left calmly. Many people saw this scene and said that this young man was amazing. He can actually rectify bad practices, and it seems that Director Lee knows him, so he seems to have a considerable background. At this time, Section Chief Wang had collapsed in his office. Thinking that he would not only face suspension but also possible imprisonment in the future, a warm feeling flowed from his crotch. Later, Director Lee walked into the office and looked at Section Chief Wang, who had already wet his pants, and shook his head in disappointment. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You're in a high position, but instead of serving the people, you're thinking about accepting bribes. That's totally wrong. Section Chief Wang has already burst into tears. I'm guilty. I've betrayed the organization's trust in me. But old leader, considering I've worked under you for so many years, can you please give me a lighter punishment? I have parents and children to take care of. I really can't afford to have any problems, boss. Director Lee shook his head. Old Wang, your captors are on their way. Take care of yourself. The law will naturally handle your case. At this time, Wang Defa completely regretted making things difficult for Linny, and regretted that he was greedy and kept raising the price. If I had honestly accepted the initial amount, I wouldn't have ended up like this. He is in great pain and regret at this moment. But now all that awaits him is the judgment of the law. Linny was in a good mood after getting the business license. Although the process was not very pleasant, he finally got it done. He called Lu Shirhan. Shirhan, it's all thanks to you that we got the business license this time. And that People's Parasite Section Chief Wang is probably finished. It's really satisfying. Lu Shirhan smiled and said, Linny, why are you being so polite to me? You don't even know how many times you've helped me. And I'm glad I could help you. When your restaurant opens, tell me and I'll go join in the fun. Linny smiled and said, Of course, don't worry. No matter who is missing, you are indispensable. The two exchanged a few brief pleasantries and then hung up the phone. The renovation plan for Linny Restaurant has already been designed, and it only needs simple decoration and renovation. The moment he got the business license, he notified the construction team to start renovations. All you have to do after that is wait and recruit staff for the restaurant. Chapter 50, Recruitment Scene. The arrogant interviewer turns into a clown in seconds. Yaowaixuan is being renovated in full swing, and its Seoul the Kitchen team is also about to be formed. The first person Linny looked for was naturally his younger brother Chen Feng. Chen Feng had long been hailed as a genius among the younger generation. Later, he recognized Linny as his elder brother and naturally learned a lot of knowledge. Linny has nothing hidden from his younger brother Chen Feng. Whenever he asks him questions about cooking, Linny will teach him the core methods and secrets of making delicious dishes. So Chen Feng is no longer the same person he was at the beginning. He learned Linny's cooking philosophy of simplifying things and pursuing the original flavor. Combined with Chen Feng's own talent and hard work, his understanding of heat, seasoning, and food processing reached a whole new level. Thinking of this, Linny also made an appointment with Chen Feng to meet at a food stall. As soon as Chen Feng arrived, Linny pushed a plate of freshly fried beef noodles from the boss in front of him. Try it. This plate of beef noodles is a little undercooked. The wok is not hot enough. And the MSG is a little too much for the seasoning. Chen Feng savored it carefully, his eyes full of admiration. Brother E, your tongue is truly a gift from the gods. He could now taste the difference that Linny mentioned, but he knew he couldn't make such an accurate judgment. Linny smiled and got to the point. The restaurant is almost done. I'll reserve the head chef position at Yaowaixuan for you. Do you have the confidence to start a business with me? The chopsticks in Chen Feng's hand fell onto the table with a bang. He looked up suddenly and his eyes turned red instantly. Excitement and a huge sense of honor hit him. He took a deep breath and said to Linny excitedly, Brother E. You think so highly of me. Don't worry. I will definitely do my best and will never embarrass you. If I don't do well, I will jump into the Huangpu River myself. Although he has always been hailed as a genius, he has never tried to be a chef. At most, he is a second in command, so being a chef has always been his dream. Chen Feng was so excited that he didn't control the volume of his voice, and his voice attracted the attention of the diners around him. Lin Yi patted his shoulder. All right. Just make the dish, I don't need you to jump into the river. Do your best, I believe in your ability. Chen Feng also nodded, and the position of head chef was decided. The remaining positions need to be posted online. Lin Yi thought about it and thought of a person as. Lin Yi gave the task of recruiting a team to the technical geek as pushed his glasses up, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Brother E, just wait and see. I'll make sure all the chefs in the city know about our place. He not only posted the recruitment notice with high salary and top benefits on mainstream recruitment websites and food forums. Some small tricks were used. He used data crawlers to screen out the resumes of local chefs with at least 5 years of experience and work background in well-known restaurants, and directly sent extremely tempting invitation emails. He also sneaked into several private communication groups of top chefs that require invitation codes to enter, and anonymously released so-called inside information. It's been reported that the first restaurant of the God of Taste, Linidao, is hiring. The standards are extremely high and the pay is excellent. Only top talent is welcome. This news also aroused the curiosity and heated discussion among some elite chefs. He also made a very impressive recruitment poster for Lin Yi and posted it on the website. After doing all this, he sent a message to Lin Yi. Brother E, I've already spread your recruitment information to various channels. When the time comes, the interviewer will probably be able to kick you down the hallway. He said half-jokingly. Lin Yi laughed when he saw the news. This kid has some skills, but he is not humble at all. After the news spread for a few days, Yaoixuan's recruitment became the hottest topic in the local catering circle, and resumes were numerous. After the initial screening, as finalized the interview list. Some are happy and some are sad. At this time, Zhou Yang, the owner of another newly opened restaurant, was having a headache because he couldn't find anyone. Zhou Yang is a rich second generation. His family thinks he is doing nothing, so they invest in him and plan to open a restaurant. Unexpectedly, he failed at the very beginning. There were only so many job seekers, so naturally, whoever had more traffic and was more popular would have more resumes. He didn't expect that a restaurant called Yaoixuan would steal the limelight, which made him very angry. When have I ever suffered such a loss? Damn it! When the time comes to open the business, I will definitely give him a big gift. The interview day arrived, and the atmosphere inside and outside the temporary meeting room of the old villa was tense and expectant. The atmosphere inside and outside the temporary meeting room of the old villa was tense and expectant. The interviewer lineup is luxurious. Main position, Lin Yi, founder, who decides the final candidate. On the left, Zhou Boren, a leader in the catering industry, was invited by Lin Yi to come and manage the place and oversee the process. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes were sharp. Right, Chen Feng, future executive chef, responsible for evaluating actual operations. In the waiting area, various elite chefs gathered, including calm middle-aged masters and young people with lively eyes. Everyone was preparing silently and the atmosphere was solemn. Soon a car stopped outside, the door opened, and a young man with sleek hair and wearing the latest brand of chef's uniform got out. Wang Shua. As soon as Wang Shua got out of the car, he started talking on the phone, his voice loud and clear. Dad, don't worry. It's just a restaurant interview. I'm here to give them face. There will be no problem. Hang up. He hung up the phone, and as soon as he entered the door, he looked at his competitors around him with arrogance on his face and undisguised contempt on the corners of his mouth. Wang Shua thought he was the most handsome guy in the whole place, and arrogantly believed that he could be chosen by the boss, and then he looked down on others. His eyes swept over Lin Yi, who was talking to someone else. Lin Yi was dressed casually today and was young, so Wang Shua subconsciously classified him as one of their kind. Wang Shua stood up, straightened his collar, and walked in front of Lin Yi. He glanced up and down at her and said frivolously, "Hey, buddy, are you here for an interview too?" Lin Yi raised his eyes and looked at him indifferently. Seeing that he didn't answer, Wang Shua became more certain of his own judgment, and his sense of superiority exploded. "Which technical school did you graduate from? Which small restaurant did you work in?" He lowered his voice, but it was loud enough for those around him to hear. Let me tell you, Yaowaixuan has pretty high requirements. I heard the owner is the legendary Linidao, who has a very sharp eye. Someone like you will probably be eliminated in the first round. How embarrassing. Don't be nervous about the interview later. Watch my performance carefully and learn a few tricks. It will be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. This opportunity is not something that everyone has. Several interviewees around him frowned and felt a little disgusted towards Wang Shuo. Linny found it a little funny, but still didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly to see what tricks he could come up with. Wang Shuo naively thought that the other party was shocked by his words, and boasted proudly. I'm different from you. I studied at Le Cordon Bleu, you know? The best culinary school in Paris. I even interned at a Michelin restaurant for 6 months. I can't say for sure about the head chef position, but a sous chef position is definitely within reach. He even reached out his hand and wanted to pat Linny on the shoulder. As for you, just come here to see the world and learn something, brother. At this moment, the staff's voice sounded. Dear interviewers, please prepare to enter. Chapter 51 Negative Example. Wang Shuo had a haughty sneer on his face and raised his chin disdainfully in the direction of Linny, as if to say, just wait and see. He turned around first, straightened his expensive clothes, held his head high, and wanted to grab a feng shui seat in the front row so that he could impress the judges during the interview later. However, he had just taken 2 steps when his feet suddenly froze in place. He saw a scene that made his pupils tremble. The young man who had just been ridiculed by him walked to the main seat in the front of the conference room very naturally and sat down calmly under the gaze of everyone. And the highly respected old man Shoboran actually sat down on his left with a smile and a bit of intimacy. On the other side, the chef Chin Fong, who looked equally young and had sharp eyes, sat on the right. The staff introduced to all the interviewees in a clear and loud voice. Hello everyone, welcome to Yaowaixuan Chef Recruitment. This is Mr. Linny, the founder and owner of Yaowaixuan. The person on the left is Mr. Joe Boren, a leading figure in the catering industry. The person on the right is our executive chef, Mr. Chin Fong. Next, the 3 of you will interview everyone. Boom! Wang Shuo's mind went blank instantly. It was as if thunder had exploded inside his skull. The carefully maintained arrogant expression on his face was completely frozen, and the blood color on his face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning as pale as paper. His mouth opened uncontrollably, big enough to fit an egg in, and his eyes were so round that they almost popped out of their sockets. Cold beads of sweat spurted out from his forehead and back, instantly soaking the collar of his clothes and the expensive hairspray. He just was blindly and madly mocking Linidao himself? Do you still want to pat someone on the shoulder with your hairspray-covered hands and teach them how to do things? If the interview notice hadn't come in time. Puff. In the dead silent waiting area, someone couldn't help but let out a suppressed sneer. Then, low, mocking laughter rang out one after another. Those interviewees whom he had looked down upon and despised before now cast rude glances at him like clowns, full of contempt and gloating. This kid was so proud and pretentious just now. Now he's stupid. Oh my god, who do I think I am? I was so awesome just now. Why are you so cowardly now? You think you're so awesome. You think you can be Chow Yun Fat just by putting on some hairspray? How dare you point fingers at the judges? Serves you right. This is karma. That slap on the face is so loud. He is undoubtedly the biggest clown of the year. Malicious comments were like sharp needles, piercing Wang Shuo densely. Wang Shuo now wished he could use his toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment and move in. He lowered his head and shrunk his neck, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. His previous arrogance was gone, leaving only regret and fear. The subsequent interview process was a long and public execution for Wang Shuo. On the first side theoretical question and answer session, when it was his turn to speak, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. The old man, Joe Boren, was very perceptive and could tell at a glance that the atmosphere was not right. He broke the silence with a smile and asked Linny. Shaolin, this is Xiao Wang, right? Judging from your expression, we've known each other before? Linny put down the teacup in his hand, making a slight sound that was particularly clear in the silence. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Just now at the door, Mr. Wang Shuo was very enthusiastic. He insisted on pulling me aside and teaching me a few moves, saying they would be enough for me to use for the rest of my life. Chen Fong exploded instantly. He slammed the table. What? Just you? His eyes shot towards Wang Shuo like knives, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you qualified to teach my big brother how to do things? My big brother's cooking skills are well known in the food world. You're just an interviewer? How dare you act wild here? Wang Shuo stood there stiffly, his face burning, wishing he could evaporate on the spot. Lin Yi gently waved his hand, signaling Chen Feng to calm down, his tone still calm. All right, Chen Feng. Be mindful of your duties in an interview. Contestant Wang Shuo, please begin your self-introduction and cue a session. Don't be nervous. Lin Yi gestured for him to continue the interview. Wang Shuo's previously boasted experience of studying in France was full of loopholes after a few casual questions from Lin Yi and Zhou Boren. Lin Yi, what do you think is the essence of the use of butter in French cuisine? Wang Shuo, the essence is to enhance the fragrance. Zhou Boren smiled. Xiao Wang, when you were interning at Michelin, what 3 kinds of marine fish did they use in their signature lobster soup? Wang Shuo, maybe salmon? Cod? His answer was completely wrong, and there were undisguised sneers from all around. At this point, he has actually been sentenced to death. But perhaps out of the purpose of making good use of waste and seeing how good his actual combat ability was, Lin Yi still let him enter the second interview practical. At the second interview, Wang Shuo's mentality had already exploded, he was in a panic and made countless mistakes. The basic skills, which may have been acceptable before, were completely distorted. The steak was fried so hard that it could be used as a shoe sole, and the sauce was thin and bland. In order to cover up his failure, he desperately sprinkled black pepper and salt, trying to cover up everything with strong flavors. Lin Yi took only one bite, then put down his knife and fork and said to Chen Feng beside him calmly. Record, the theoretical foundation is hollow, and there is a lack of real high-end catering experience. Basic skills are impetuous, and the psychological quality is extremely poor. In a panic, they tried to cover up the flaws with excessive seasoning, which goes against Ye Weixuan's philosophy of pursuing the original flavor of the ingredients. They are unqualified. Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire operation area. This sentence, like the final judgment, completely nailed Wang Shuo to the pillar of shame. Zhou Boren also shook his head regretfully, with a hint of disdain in his tone. My heart is higher than the sky, but my hands are lower than the ground. So impetuous. So bad. The interviewees around were whispering and talking about this merciless evaluation. Is that all you're capable of? You're not even as good as me, a self-taught person. How could you have the nerve to brag just now? It's just a piece of junk. It looks good but is useless. You think you're great just because you're dressed nicely and have sleek hair, don't you? You're just showing off. A good blacksmith must be strong himself. Wang Shuo's face was ashen, he was so ashamed and angry that he didn't even clean up the operating table. Amidst ridicule and contempt, he fled the scene in disgrace, becoming the most classic negative example in the recruitment history of Ye Weixuan. The Wang Shuo incident spread like wildfire in the small circle of high-end chefs that day. The more the version is passed on, the more amazing it becomes. Have you heard? The boss of Ye Weixuan, Lin Yi, is a true god. The son of a certain family went to show off, but was immediately confronted and his mentality exploded on the spot. More than that. Mr. Zhou and Chen Feng are here too. The 3 of them took turns attacking him, devaluing him professionally and personally. If anyone brags about French schools or Michelin stars in the future, think about whether they can get past the boss of Ye Weixuan first. After this incident, Ye Weixuan's reputation for strict professional standards had already spread throughout the industry before it even opened. Instead, it attracted many talented chefs who were truly devoted to their craft and disliked pretentiousness to join the team. Of course, there are more surprises in the interview. Lin Yi and Zhou Boren's sharp eyes discovered the real talent. A middle-aged chef who was not talkative but had a focused gaze demonstrated the cucumber and wensi tofu on the spot. His knife skills were superb and his understanding of the ingredients was profound, so he was appointed as the sous chef. There was also a young female chef who had beautiful presentation and unique ideas about taste. Her concepts coincided with Lin Yi's, so she was hired directly. Several young people with solid basic skills and sincere attitudes were hired as kitchen helpers. At this point, a well-structured and potential-filled elite kitchen team has been initially formed. Lin Yi is currently waiting for the decoration team to complete the construction, and after a simple ventilation, he can prepare for the opening ceremony. After finishing the recruitment, Lin Yi found Xiaoya who was helping to sort out the materials. Xiaoya, come here. Xiaoya came running over, still wearing a clean apron. Uncle, what's the matter? Linny looked at her with a gentle tone. The restaurant is about to open, and there will be a lot of things to do inside and outside. I need someone I can absolutely trust to help keep an eye on it. He paused and continued. I'll assign you a position as patrol manager. Walk around the front and back halls every day to see how everyone is doing and whether they're being rude to the guests. If you have any problems, report them directly to me or Chin Feng. Just sit in the office when you have nothing to do. Xiaoya was stunned, then her eyes suddenly lit up and tears welled up in her eyes. She was very moved. She knew that this was Lin Yi's way of protecting her and giving her a decent, dignified, and important job. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked but firm. Uncle! Don't worry. I will definitely help you keep a close eye on it. If anyone dares not to work properly, I'll be the first to say no. She finally found a sense of belonging and value. She felt that she had changed a lot since meeting Lin Yi. Both physically and mentally, everything is moving in the right direction. If it weren't for the uncle, I would have starved to death or frozen to death in a corner, and I wouldn't be able to be a manager like I am now. I can manage others and protect the store. She thought to herself, her gratitude towards Lin Yi was beyond words. More exciting later. Chapter 52, Encountering Thugs at the Opening? Scared by the gathering of bigwigs. After a period of careful preparation, Yaowaixuan finally opened its doors. The old house is decorated in a festive and elegant way. There are 2 stone lions tied with red silk at the door, and flower baskets on both sides extend all the way to the corner of the street. The fragrance of flowers mixed with the tempting aroma of food in the house attracted the attention of passers-by. The plaque with the words Yaowaixuan written in gold on a black background looks particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Inside the store, the employees were in high spirits. Chef Chin Feng, dressed in a crisp white chef's uniform and with sharp eyes, was making the final mobilization in the kitchen. Xiaoya, the patrol manager, also changed into a tailor-made modified Cheongsam uniform, looking capable and pretty. As the boss, Lin Yi wore a black Chinese-style stand-up collar suit with an excellent tailoring, which made him look tall and straight, and his temperament was as steady as a mountain. He stood at the door, his face calm, greeting the incoming guests. However, there is always a shadow under the sun. At the corner of the street, several sneaky figures were staring at this side. Zhou Yang, the boss who had difficulty recruiting people because Lin Yi had snatched away his recruitment traffic, has always held a grudge against him. He specially hired Scarface and his gang of thugs to give Lin Yi a big gift to ruin his good life. He planned to make Lin Yi's opening a grand event. Brother, that's the one. A yellow-haired younger brother whispered to the gangster in the lead who had a fat face and a gold chain around his neck. Scarface spat out the cigarette butt from his mouth and laughed sinisterly. Damn, with such a grand show, he must be filthy rich. Boss Joe said, let's give him some trouble, let him know who's in charge in this world. Let's go collect the protection money. Scarface and his gang staggered through the crowd and deliberately knocked over an expensive flower basket placed at the door with their shoulders, scattering the flowers all over the ground and causing a burst of low gasps from those around them. Scarface, holding a newly lit cigarette, walked up to Lin Yi and said nonchalantly, Hey, boss, good luck with the opening of your new store. This location is great, we'll help you look after it from now on and make sure no one dares to cause trouble. Look at this hard work fee, is it a token of appreciation? The thugs behind him cooperated and surrounded him, showing threatening expressions, trying to create a sense of oppression. Lin Yi's eyes instantly turned cold, like ice. He thought that these few scum were not enough for him to fight, but the current situation was not a good time to take action, so he suppressed his anger and did not take action. Chen Feng had long noticed that Lin Yi was in a bad mood. He immediately stepped forward and said in a low voice, Brother Yi. Today is a great day, don't bother with these bastards, it's bad luck. Spend some money to ward off disaster, give them some and send them away first. After the opening, don't worry, I'll find my gang and settle the score with them. They'll never dare to act like this again. He had been through the lower classes and knew how difficult it was to deal with these local tyrants, so he suggested that Lin Yi send them away first and settle the score with them later. Xiaoya also nervously grabbed the corner of Lin Yi's clothes, her little face turning pale. She had never seen such a scene in her life, so she secretly prayed in her heart that Lin Yi would have a successful opening. Lin Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the fierce look in his eyes. He glanced coldly at Scarface and his gang, and that look made Scarface feel inexplicably cold in his heart. For a moment he thought he was having an illusion. How could he be afraid of a pretty boy? Linny didn't say anything. He took out his wallet from his inner pocket and pulled out a thick stack of cash, about 5,000. Instead of handing it directly to Scarface, he threw it on the etiquette table next to him as if it were garbage. Lin Yi's voice was devoid of warmth. Here, get out of here. Don't get in my way. Scarface's eyes lit up when he saw the stack of money, but Lin Yi's contemptuous attitude made him very unhappy. He snorted and grabbed the money. You're smart. But he didn't leave. Instead, he waved his hand to his brothers. Brothers, come in and sit down. Let's try what the tea in this big hotel tastes like. He planned to take the money and eat and drink for free, to discuss this ignorant boss and show off his strength. Scarface and his gang swaggered to the most conspicuous spot and sat down, crossing their legs and smoking cigarettes. After a while, an energetic old man named Joe Boren, dressed in a red tang suit, walked in. Linny immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Mr. Zhou, you're here, please come in. Joe Boren laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. Little friend Lin is opening his business, how can an old man like me not come and share in the joy? Do a good job. Let those who have forgotten their duty as a chef see what the real thing is. After saying that, the old man's eyes flashed like lightning, and he swept across the table where Scarface was sitting, seemingly unintentionally. Scarface's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I must have seen this old man somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. I asked my younger brother to check it on his mobile phone, and he said, Brother, this old man is Joe Boren. He used to be a state banquet chef and has a high status in the food industry. Scarface nodded and said, I didn't expect this kid to still have some energy. Let's give him some face and not mess things up. After a while, a black Audi A6 stopped and a middle-aged man named Director Lu, who had a calm and majestic aura, got out of the car. Lu Shirhan, who was dressed brightly and elegantly, followed him intimately. Director Lu took the initiative to extend his hand to Linny with a friendly smile. Shaolin, congratulations on the opening. Shirhan praises your cooking skills and ideas every day at home, saying that if I don't come and see how delicious it is, she'll starve me. I came here on an empty stomach today on purpose. Linny smiled and shook hands. It's a great honor for my humble home to have Director Lu here. You're so kind. I owe this business license to you. Please come in. Shirhan, take Director Lu to the private room. Lu Shirhan nodded happily. Linny, I'm going to eat a lot today. It's your treat. Linny smiled and said. What did Shirhan say? I must treat you. The two walked towards the private room. When Scarface saw this, the cigarette in his hand fell on his leg, leaving a black mark which he was busy wiping. Director Lu, director? Isn't this the director of the Public Security Bureau? This kid actually knows such an important figure? And he knows him so well? He began to feel a chill on his back. Others may not know this, but for those in their line of work, the cops must know it. Damn it! Yes, the director, this is going to be tough. Scarface's little brother has already started to back down. Brother, why don't we go? If things go wrong and we get caught, we'll be doomed. At this moment, Scarface was actually very panicked, but he was worried that if the news of his departure got out, he would lose all his prestige and would be unable to survive. So he still said, What are you afraid of? You have to eat your fill before you leave. Not long after, a yellow Porsche 911 stopped and Yuan Qing, wearing a Chanel suit, got out of the car with full aura. The followers behind her were carrying an extremely exquisite flower basket. Yuan Qing deliberately drove a nice car today to support Lin Yi. Chapter 53. The thugs were frightened and attacked their employers. She walked up to Lin Yi, smiled sweetly, and said jokingly, Brother, congratulations on your prosperity. I'm here today to learn from you and see if your Yaichuan can compare to my French restaurant. Lin Yi also joked with her. Sister He, you're welcome to come and join us. But don't be reluctant to leave after you finish eating. Scarface's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Is this another super rich woman? She doesn't look like someone you're going to mess with. Not to mention his younger brothers, they were already sweating profusely. Several middle-aged men with extraordinary demeanor came over, led by the exhibition director of the Antiques Association. The exhibition director smiled and said, Friend Lin, good luck with your grand opening. I didn't expect you to have such a keen eye and be so generous in business. We've all come to support you. This will be our new base from now on. Linny responded with a smile. Old man Jean, don't be polite. Eat more later. It's my treat. Scarface and his gang were completely stunned, their brains crashed. An antique dealer is here too? What the hell is this shop? Who the hell is this guy? It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme. Afterwards, people from all walks of life came in an endless stream, all of them had a strong aura and were either rich or noble. Everyone was very polite to Linny and chatted and laughed happily. Scarface and his gang had already shrunk to the most inconspicuous position in the corner, wishing they could squeeze themselves under the table. They watched Linny calmly and effortlessly dealing with the big guys. It made them feel suffocated. The cigarette in my hand had long gone out, and my legs were shaking uncontrollably. Scarface's heart was already broken. Fuck Zhou Yan. You're fucking screwing me. How can this guy run a restaurant? He's clearly a well-connected person. How dare I ask him for protection money? And even took his money? Am I fucking tired of living? This money is for buying my life. The younger brother next to him asked in a sobbing voice. Brother, this money is hot, will we be? Another little brother looked pale. Brother, let's return the money, kowtow, and run away quickly. I just saw the driver that the director brought with him, and he looked at me. The way he looked at me was like he was looking at an ant. Maybe they've already set their sights on us. If we dare to cause trouble, we'll definitely not be able to escape. Scarface shuddered, as if waking from a dream. He quickly and tremblingly picked up the stack of money that he had not dared to put into his pocket, bent his waist, and walked to Linny with a flattering smile on his face that was uglier than crying. He said in a trembling voice, Boss Lin. Congratulations on your prosperity. Good luck. This money, we were just kidding. We were just joking. How could we really take your money? You are such a magnanimous person. Please don't bother with us. Keep it. Keep it. He held the money high above his head with both hands, his body bent almost at a 90-degree angle. Linny seemed to have just noticed their presence. His eyes lightly swept across the stack of money and then across the scarred, pale face, without any expression. He was too lazy to even speak, and just nodded slightly to Chen Feng beside him. Chen Feng received Lin Yi's instruction, sneered, grabbed the money, lowered his voice, and said in a cold tone. Get lost. If I see you near Yaoichuan again, I'll break your legs. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you, Brother Feng. We'll get out of here right now. We'll get out of here right now. Scarface bowed and nodded as if he had been pardoned, and ran out of the restaurant with a group of frightened brothers, crawling and rolling, and disappeared around the corner in an instant, wishing he had 2 more legs. The restaurant was packed with guests, and the wine and food were delicious. The little incident at the door just now didn't cause any ripples. Or rather, no one cares at all. The gap in levels is too big. They are just thugs in the city. How can they be compared with people of Lin Yi's status and background? All employees witnessed the entire process, and the excitement and pride in their hearts were beyond words. Their admiration for Lin Yi reached its peak. Following a boss with such extensive connections, what would there be to be afraid of in the future? Xiaoya, in particular, was greatly shocked today and constantly refreshed her cognition. She increasingly felt that by devoting herself to Lin Yi, she was definitely the one who took advantage. She will learn more from Lin Yi in the future. After the opening ceremony, Lin Yi could finally take a break and return to a separate box. In the box was naturally his childhood sweetheart Shun Muxue. Lin Yi returned to the room and said to Shun Muxue, Muxue, today's opening has been successfully concluded. Our restaurant can then operate normally. Shun Muxue was also very happy. Congratulations, Brother Lin Yi. From now on, I can come here anytime to eat delicious food. I'm so happy. Lin Yi touched her head and said, Silly girl. With me here, how can you not eat delicious food? Really? On the other side, Scarface and a group of frightened brothers ran wildly through several streets until they could no longer see the old villa of Yaoichuan. Only then did they dare to hold on to the wall and gasp for breath. Everyone's face was pale with the residue of extreme fear. Scarface punched the wall so hard that he didn't even notice the cut on his hand. The fear and great humiliation instantly turned into tremendous rage. Fuck him. Fuck Zhou Yang. This son of a bitch. He screwed me. He told me he was just a cook with some money. How the hell is that called having some money? Director, rich woman, antiques magnate, then he's a cook? Then he's the fucking king of hell. Thinking about how he had just acted arrogantly in front of that kind of person and asked for protection money, Scarface felt like a big idiot. If the other party makes a fuss about this, you won't even know how you died. Luckily, he returned the money and apologized. If he had just left, who knows how he would have died. I was wondering why I was afraid of the gaze of a pretty boy at that time, and it turns out there was a reason. Zhou Yang, that bastard. If he wants to die, don't drag me down with him. Scarface's eyes were red and he became angrier the more he thought about it. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's go settle accounts with that bastard Zhou Yang. Damn it, he almost got us wiped out. Half an hour later, they arrived at Zhou Yang's restaurant. It was dinner time, but there were few people in the restaurant, in stark contrast to the popularity of Yaoichuan. Zhou Yang was sitting in the office, calculating today's losses in a depressed mood. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The office door was kicked open. Scarface rushed in with a group of angry minions holding sticks, all with ferocious faces. Zhou Yang was startled. Seeing that it was Scarface, he suppressed his anger. Brother Scarface? Why are you here? Is the job done? Did that kid piss himself? He still had the mentality of watching the show. Scarface roared, then kicked Zhou Yang and the chair to the ground. I'll fuck your mother. Are you scared to pee? I'll make you pee. Zhou Yang was stunned by the kick and grimaced in pain. Brother Scarface. What do you mean? I gave you a lot of money. Scarface grabbed Zhou Yang's collar, lifted him up, and spit in his face. Money? That little bit of money of yours almost cost me my life. Do you even know who the owner of Yaoichuan is? Zhou Yang was beaten so hard that he saw stars. What background can he have? He's just a cook. Cook? Scarface laughed in anger, his voice shrill. The cook was able to have Director Liu from the Municipal Bureau come personally to congratulate him, and even call him brother? Zhou Yang was stunned. Scarface continued to roar. Is it a joke that the cook can have a top-tier wealthy woman personally deliver a flower basket? Zhou Yang began to sweat coldly. A cook can allow the Antiques Association's exhibition director to bring a group of bigwigs here to serve as a base? Zhou Yang's face began to turn pale. The one who cooks can fill a room with bigwigs and connections? You're telling me this is just an ordinary chef? Scarface was almost roaring. I went in with my brothers to ask for protection money, but it was like falling into a dangerous trap. I didn't even dare to ask for the money, and I almost couldn't come back. You almost got me killed, did you know that? Every time he asked a question, Scarface pushed Zhou Yang hard. Zhou Yang was pushed and staggered, his face as pale as death. He collapsed to the ground, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Director of Bureau? Exhibition Director? Any of these names is someone that Zhou Yang cannot curry favor with no matter how hard he tries. And they all went to Yaoichuan to support Lin Yi? Do you actually want to use such despicable means to disgust the other party? This isn't just hitting a brick wall, it's like hitting your head against Mount Tai. It's over, it's completely over. Scarface looked at Zhou Yang's distraught and cowardly look, and his rage grew even stronger. Smash it. Smash this shady shop. Damn it. How dare you cheat me? The younger brothers had been holding back their anger for a long time and immediately took action. The office was suddenly filled with the sounds of smashing and looting and Zhou Yang's wailing. From then on, these people became well-behaved and never dared to cause trouble for Lin Yi again. Chapter 54, Anti-Counterfeiting Failure. The venomous anchor burst into tears. Yaoichuan has been open for a few days, and its reputation is getting better and better, and its business is also getting better and better. Many people come here just to try the food in this restaurant, saying that they can taste the real flavor of the food, which is gorgeous but not exaggerated. Yaoichuan has also attracted the attention of some store bloggers. Wang Gang, a top food counterfeit busting anchor with tens of millions of fans, released an explosive announcement to his huge fan base and social media platforms. Family. Tomorrow at 12 noon, tune in to my livestream. I'll show you the recently hyped Yaoichuan. The location is average and the prices are high. I highly suspect this is another overhyped internet famous restaurant that's designed to take advantage of your money. As usual, if the food isn't good, I'll criticize it right away, no mercy. Save your family some money. We'll draw 5 lucky viewers from the livestream and have their round-trip travel expenses reimbursed. Come on. Tomorrow, Brother Gang will take you to fight counterfeiting. As soon as the trailer came out, it instantly ignited the internet. The fans of the venomous Wang Gang and the netizens who like to watch the fun are boiling with excitement. Brother Gang went to war, leaving no grass behind. I finally waited for you. Just wait for the boss to be scolded by Gangu until he doubts his life and faints in the toilet. Hahaha, another anti-counterfeiting carnival. Already booked the live broadcast room. The leaks cutters have encountered tough opponents, which is a welcome sight. The next day at noon, the sharp-tongued Wang Gang showed up on time as expected. He was dressed in black, holding a high-performance selfie stick, and followed by 6 or 7 people including assistants and photographers. The live broadcast room had already been opened, and the number of online users had skyrocketed, easily breaking through the 100,000 mark, and was still rising wildly. He completely ignored the customers waiting quietly in line at the door, squeezed to the front, pointed his camera roughly at the elegant sign of Yawaichuan, and began his performance in his signature loud voice. Look, family. This is it? Ha! Hidden in such a shabby corner, decorated like a fucking sanatorium for retired cadres. I think we're not here to check things out, we're here to see him off. Harsh and vicious words spread across the entire internet through the live broadcast room. Xiaoya, the patrol manager, stepped forward immediately. Although she was a little scared, she still tried to persuade him softly. Hello, sir. We need to queue up to make a reservation to dine here. Your live broadcast equipment may affect other guests. Please. The sharp-tongued Wang Gang interrupted her directly and even pointed the camera maliciously at Xiaoya's face. Her slightly nervous but pretty face sparked a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Q? Make an appointment? Who am I? I'm the venomous Wang Gang. I'm here to conduct a nationwide quality inspection for you all. Send your boss out. I want to see who owns this shop. The voice was so loud and the attitude was so arrogant that the customers in the queue looked at him sideways and frowned. Hearing this movement, Lin Yi came out. His expression was calm and his eyes indifferently swept over the center of the farce Wang Gang and his camera. I'm the boss, what's the matter? Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but it strangely drowned out the noise at the scene. The venomous Wang Gang looked Lin Yi up and down. Seeing that he was so young and his temperament was more like a scholar than a chef or boss, he felt that he was right to expose the counterfeit. His tone was full of provocation. Are you the boss? You look so young and delicate, you don't look like you know how to cook. I'm Wang Gang, the sharp-tongued man. There are over 100,000 of my family members watching my livestream right now. I'm going to say this today. If your food isn't delicious, it's price gouging. False advertising. I'm going to make your crappy shop notorious from the moment it opens, and shut it down. Do you believe me? The camera focused on Lin Yi's face, waiting for his anger or panic. However, Lin Yi just glanced at him indifferently as if he were a clown, and said calmly. When you open a business, whether it's delicious or not depends on your taste, and the customers will judge for themselves. If you want to try the food, you're welcome. Please respect the order and queue up, or make a reservation in advance. If you don't want to try, please do as you please and don't block the guests who really want to come and eat. After saying that, he ignored Wang Gang and turned around as if he was about to go back. This extreme calmness and indifference actually caused a crack in the originally one-sided comments in the live broadcast room. This boss is quite something. Why isn't he panicking? Pretend. Keep pretending. Wait until the food comes and see how you act. Such a strong aura, does it feel like Brother Gang has hit a hard nail? Why do I think the boss is so handsome, so calm? The sharp-tongued Wang Gang was choked by Lin Yi's attitude. For the sake of the live broadcast effect and the so-called hard evidence, he suppressed his anger and agreed to queue up reluctantly. After a while, it was finally his turn. As soon as he sat down, he continued speaking to the camera, trying to save face. Look, everyone. This menu is so confusing. There aren't even any pictures, and it's filled with confusing ingredient names. Who are they trying to fool? This tableware, imitation bone china, right? Just for show. Food is the real thing. I've already prepared my venomous rants. I'm going to make him bankrupt today. Family, get your gifts. Give Brother Gang some courage. Soon, the first dish was served. It is a main dish in the set menu of the day, traditional steamed grouper. The fish is beautifully presented, with snow-white flesh and intact skin, drizzled with amber secret sauce and garnished with a few strands of green onions and flower petals, like a work of art. The venomous Wang Gang habitually started to rant. Humph. The presentation is so fancy, it must be because the cooking skills are not good, and they rely on appearance to make up for it. Look at this fish, the color it's steamed in, huh? Wait. His professional eyes suddenly focused and stared at the fish skin. The perfect color, the evenly distributed fat particles under the skin, and the undamaged shape all indicate that the steaming temperature was extremely precise. The sarcastic words he had prepared were stuck in the middle. With a critical mindset, he picked up a piece of the most tender fish meat from the belly, dipped it in the sauce at the bottom of the plate, and put it into his mouth with a critical attitude. Next second, time seemed to stand still. All the prepared vicious comments were completely drained from his brain in an instant. His eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricting violently due to the extreme taste impact. The hand holding the chopsticks froze in mid-air, completely petrified. The live broadcast camera gave a huge close-up of his face. His face was an expression mixed with extreme shock and disbelief. A few seconds later. "Ah, so delicious," he cried out. Immediately afterwards, under the stunned gaze of hundreds of thousands of live broadcast viewers and on-site assistants, 2 lines of tears flowed from the eyes of the sharp-tongued Wang Gang. He chewed frantically, raised his head, tears still on his face, and shouted incoherently. How is this possible? This fish is alive. It's alive in my mouth. It's so delicious that it makes my scalp tingle. Woo woo. Chapter 55, One Mouthful of Deification. The whole network witnessed the true fragrance. The fish meat was so sweet and delicious that it could not be described in words. It exploded in his taste buds and brain, bringing him a complete physical shock and emotion. He completely forgot that he was broadcasting live and forgot about his carefully cultivated, venomous tongue persona. He suddenly lowered his head and took another big mouthful of rice soaked in fish sauce. Then he greedily picked up a large piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. He ate it without any manners, and the juice even stained the corners of his mouth. The barrage was instantly flooded with question marks and exclamation marks. What's going on? Holy shit! Brother Gang is crying? No way, sir. It's so delicious that it makes me cry? Hurry up and say something, Brother Gang. What does that smell mean? I'm so anxious. Damn it, show me you're hungry. Reversed? The assistant and photographer team were completely confused and in a panic. They had never seen their host in such a situation. The venomous Tongue King ate for a long time before he finally regained some consciousness. He suddenly snatched the main camera from his assistant's hand and thrust his tearful face in front of the screen, his voice hoarse but extremely excited. Family. I was wrong. I, the venomous Tongue King, have been in the industry for 10 years, exposing countless counterfeits and thinking I've eaten everything in the world. Today, I solemnly and sincerely apologize to Master Lin, the owner of Yaoichuan. I'm sorry. This is the most delicious fish I, Wang Gang, have ever eaten in my life. No. This is the most delicious meal I have ever eaten in my life. Barely one. This timing. 1 second more and it's old, 1 second less and it's fresh. It's a miraculous skill. This seasoning. The sauce is salty, fresh, and sweet, perfectly bringing out the fish's exquisite sweetness without overpowering it. It truly highlights the restaurant's commitment to the natural flavors of its ingredients. What Michelin 3 stars, what world's 50 best? Compared to this, they're all rubbish. Everything I said at the door just now was bullshit. Everyone must come and try it. Borrow money, take out a loan, or even sell blood to try it. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't. He was so excited that he was incoherent. Then, as if remembering something, he immediately took out his phone and started making a call right in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. When the call was connected, he almost shouted. Wife! Hurry! Stop cooking! Bring your parents, my parents, and your sister's family. Right now! Right now! Take a taxi to Yaoichuan. I'll send you the address. Don't ask why. If you don't come, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. You'll have lived your life in vain. After the call, the expression on his face instantly changed from excitement to humbleness and caution. He looked at Lin Yi, who had just come out of the kitchen and was explaining things to Chen Feng, and asked in an almost flattering tone. Master Lin. Master Lin. I'm sorry. I was blind just now. Can I have a few more combos? I ordered them for my family. Oh no, I want another one for myself. It's amazing. Lin Yi stopped and glanced calmly at him in the live broadcast room that was still open. His face was still expressionless, and he just nodded slightly. His tone was as calm as before. Sure. Follow the rules, queue up or make an appointment. It was as if the other person's crying was just a common thing to him. Xiaoya, who had been watching the whole process with fear and anxiety, finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. She looked at Lin Yi's calm back, her eyes full of disbelief and admiration. Uncle, this is too awesome. This is his strength. He can even turn things around on the spot? After the live broadcast ended, the venomous Wang Gang and his family actually stayed, lined up according to the rules, and then enjoyed a feast that they would never forget. The only things left during the whole process were exclamations of delicious, so fragrant, whoa, and the frantic act of taking photos and posting them on WeChat moments. Before leaving, the sharp-tongued Wang Gang shamelessly wanted to take a photo with Lin Yi and ask for his autograph, but Lin Yi declined on the grounds that he was busy in the kitchen. However, the online world has already been in turmoil because of his live broadcast. Hashtag the poisonous tongue king just cried hashtag. Hashtag Yaiweixuan god level food hashtag. Hashtag the strongest real fragrance scene in history hashtag. Topics such as these have topped the hot search list. The live broadcast recording clips, especially the part where he burst into tears and praised incoherently, were edited and forwarded in various ways, and the number of views instantly exceeded 100 million, becoming the annual phenomenal and famous scene. Countless food bloggers, experienced foodies and curious netizens come here to try it. Yaiweixuan's only reservation phone was paralyzed by the calls. The appointment queue is directly extended to 3 months later. The biggest irony and comedy effect comes from the die-hard fans of the sharp-tongued Wang Gang who were clamoring wait for bankruptcy and brother gang, beat him up. People were frantically searching for Yaiweixuan reservation guide and how to eat at Yaiweixuan on major platforms, creating a huge contrasting topic effect. Yaiweixuan did not fail as soon as it opened as the sharp-tongued Wang Gang had initially cursed. On the contrary, with this wave of top black traffic shocking reversal, it gained explosive top traffic and word-of-mouth certification. Overnight, the names of Yaiweixuan and Lin Yi were completely heard throughout the internet, and they became gods in the culinary world. Daily sales soared like a rocket. The 3 or 4 digit set meals per person, coupled with almost full occupancy every day, make Yaiweixuan's daily turnover easily exceed 1 million. After deducting the cost of top-quality ingredients, high rents and conscientious employee salaries, the profits are still staggeringly high. At the end of the first month, the finance department sent the report to Lin Yi. He looked at the string of astonishingly long numbers representing profits, his face still expressionless, he just nodded lightly. This number is enough to drive any restaurant owner crazy, but to him, it seems to be just an expected result. After a while, when Yaiweixuan's operations were completely on track, Lin Yi made a decision. He called Chen Feng to his office. From now on, the kitchen will be fully handed over to you. You've memorized the menu by heart, and you've learned the cooking time and seasoning from me. You even have your own understanding of some things. It's time to stand on your own. Chen Feng was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly, and his eyes turned red again. This is the greatest trust and recognition for him. Chen Feng straightened his back and spoke in a strong and powerful voice. Brother Yi. Master. Don't worry. I will definitely protect the reputation of Yaiweixuan. I will never embarrass you. Lin Yi nodded. He was completely confident in Chen Feng. This young man not only has talent, but also has the respect and persistence for cooking, which is enough to take up the banner. Afterwards, Lin Yi completely lived the life of a carefree shopkeeper that countless people dream of. Yaiweixuan is still in high demand and makes a fortune every day. Every profit will be transferred into his account on time. Lin Yi's only responsibility is to count money every day. Occasionally, when Xiaoya reports on her work, her eyes are filled with admiration and envy. Uncle, you have truly become a free and easy immortal now. Lin Yi would smile faintly. Well, if the taste is right, everything will fall into place naturally. Chapter 56 Exclusive Honeymoon. Ishu's CP Suite in the Mountains. The operation of Yaoichuan has been running smoothly, and its reputation and wealth are growing day by day. However, Lin Yi has been very busy with his career recently, and he feels that he has neglected Shin Mushuet a little recently. One evening, after closing the restaurant, Lin Yi did not review the dishes as usual, but called Shin Mushuet to his home. Shin Mushuet sat on the sofa and said, "Brother Lin Yi, what's the matter with you calling me here?" Lin Yi looked at Shin Mushuet gently. He took out an exquisite envelope from behind him and handed it to her. Shin Mushuet took the envelope and asked, "This is?" Lin Yi said mysteriously. "Mushuet, open it and take a look." Shin Mushuet opened it carefully with doubts. Inside were 2 plane tickets to Qiandongnan area and a stack of travel guides with pictures and text. She raised her head and opened her lips slightly. Is this for me?" Lin Yi took a step forward, gently held her in his arms, and stroked her hair with his chin. He said apologetically, "Mushuet, I'm sorry. I've been busy with the restaurant lately and neglected you. The restaurant is thriving now, and Shen Feng and Xiaoya are very proficient in the business. I'll hand the restaurant over to them to manage, and there won't be any problems. Let's go out for a walk, just the 2 of us. Let's go somewhere where no one knows us, just you and me. I want to spend some quality time with you." Listening to Lin Yi's sincere words, feeling the warmth of his embrace, and looking at the strategy he had painstakingly prepared, Shin Mushuet felt a lump in her throat, and was very touched, with her eyes slightly red. She clutched the papers tightly and said excitedly, When did you secretly prepare this?" Lin Yi responded, "I thought about this for a long time, did a lot of research, and consulted with experienced hikers before deciding on this. I hope you like it." Shin Mushuet nodded vigorously, and all her emotions finally turned into full anticipation. She pointed to a photo of sour soup fish in the guide and said excitedly, "I love it. I definitely like it. I've always wanted to go to Guizhou. I heard that the ethnic minority culture there is very strong and there are so many delicious foods." She flipped through the guide excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Lin Yi looked at her happy expression and couldn't help but smile. "Okay, let's go to southeast Guizhou and visit the deepest villages." Before leaving, Lin Yi called Chen Feng and Xiaoya over. He looked at Chen Feng and said, "Fengzi, I'll leave the kitchen to you. You know everything about the restaurant. If there's anything you can't handle, call me immediately." Chen Feng took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and said firmly, "Brother Yi, don't worry. I'm here with the shop. I guarantee there won't be a single chopstick missing. Just go out and have fun." Xiaoya also earnestly promised, "Everyone and I will definitely work hard, don't worry." The 2 of them set out on their journey, carrying only their bags and without any heavy luggage. The last leg of the journey to the mountains was a bumpy long-distance bus ride. The mountain road was winding, and Shin Mushuet felt a little uncomfortable, her face slightly pale. Lin Yi asked her to sit on the side by the window, and he sat on the outside. He carefully opened the window a crack, then stretched out his arm and let her head rest gently on his shoulder. He whispered, "Go to sleep. I'll call you when we get there." Shin Mushuet closed her eyes peacefully, feeling very comfortable leaning against Lin Yi. The bumps and jolts seemed no longer unbearable, and she slowly fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yi didn't move, just lowered his head and stared at her sleeping face, feeling that the years were peaceful and quiet. Nothing could be better than this. After arriving at the ancient town, they chose a wooden building with strong Dong ethnic characteristics. After settling in, the 2 walked hand in hand and explored. The bluestone road winds and twists, with stalls full of ethnic flavor on both sides. At a corner, a few locals gathered around an old lady who was baking a kind of glutinous rice cake with a fragrant smell. The outside was golden and it seemed to be filled with special fillings. Shin Mushuet, like a curious kitten, tugged at the corner of Lin Yi's clothes. "It smells so good. Brother Lin Yi, let's try this." Lin Yi smiled and nodded, then bought one. He picked up a piece with a bamboo stick, blew it carefully, and handed it to Shin Mushuet's mouth. "How about trying it? Be careful, it's hot." Shin Mushuet took a small bite. It was crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside. The salty and fragrant meat filling was mixed with a unique plant fragrance. She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and said, "It's delicious. You should try it too." Lin Yi put the remaining half into his mouth where she had bitten it. He savored it carefully and said, "The crust is perfectly baked, crispy but not hard. The glutinous rice is a local variety with a good texture, and the filling is made with wild onions and minced pork. It also contains a special herb spice that provides a very unique and refreshing taste that perfectly cuts through the greasiness of the meat. But the amount is a little too much, which suppresses the meaty aroma. Perhaps reducing the proportion by 5% will make the flavor more balanced. After he finished his serious analysis, he lowered his head and met Shin Mushue's smiling eyes. Shin Mushue joked. Master Lin, you're judging food even when you're out having fun? Are you catching an occupational disease? She drawled, poking his arm playfully. Linny was stunned, then smiled, and said, Ahem. I've been tasting food and giving feedback at restaurants lately. I'm used to it. He touched Shin Mushue's head and said affectionately, If our Mushue says it's delicious, then it's delicious. You have the final say. Shin Mushue felt as sweet as if she had been filled with honey. She took Lin Yi's arm and continued to explore forward. They walked hand in hand on the stone road of the ancient village, and took pictures of each other when they saw beautiful scenery. When Shin Mushue sees a stall selling hand-embroidered wallets or unique silver jewelry, she will choose them with great interest. Lin Yi stayed by her side patiently, and always bought the thing she looked at for a second. At night, they stayed in a bibi halfway up the mountain, which had a terrace with a great view. The starry sky in the mountains was particularly beautiful. The two of them snuggled on the sofa, covered with the same blanket. Listening to the faint sounds of streams and frogs at the foot of the mountain, they couldn't help but feel very relaxed. No work, no interruptions, just each other and the starry sky. They kept chatting, from their childhood to the present day, and the beautiful memories made their feelings for each other quickly warm up. Lin Yi looked at Shin Mushue affectionately, which made her blush a little. Lin Yi picked up Shin Mushue in a princess hug. The scenery outside is so beautiful, let us not waste it and cherish the beautiful scenery. Let us do something meaningful. Last time, Shin Mushue was not available, so Lin Yi gave up halfway. And today, she can drink it ice cold. Look down. Shin Mushue's pair of long, snow-white legs look particularly beautiful. Not only the legs, but also the figure is more graceful. Lin Yi feels that it seems to be hotter at night than during the day. Shin Mushue looked at Lin Yi and realized what would happen next. Chapter 57 and Mushue achieved the right result. Later, Lin Yi suggested playing a serious football game. Lin Yi is the attacker and Shin Mushue is the defender. The result is that Lin Yi has superb skills. It's always just shooting. There are endless skills such as bicycle kicks. Shin Mushue is a terrible goalkeeper. Can't hold. Can't even defend a single ball. So in this game, it is clear who is strong and who is weak. But Lin Yi didn't rest for long. Instead, I drank saliva and smoked a cigarette. He turned around and started playing football again. After some time, she felt a little tired. I don't want to play anymore. I don't even know how long I've been playing. How come he never gets tired, huh? Some time passed. Lin Yi finally took a deep breath. I'm a little tired, I don't want to play anymore. Shin Mushue breathed in deep gulps of fresh air, panting because she was tired. She said delicately, Brother Lin Yi, how are you so good at playing football? Lin Yi smiled evilly and said with full energy, I have good skills and talent. Come, are you tired? Let me rub your legs and relax your muscles. Lin Yi spoke with full strength, as if he was not affected by the Yi game, just now. After saying that, Lin Yi stretched out his hand and placed it on her snow-white thigh. Massage, get up. Help her relax her muscles. It seems that Lin Yi's massage of her legs requires some effort. In fact, this is a good job. Lin Yi enjoys it. Massage 0 for a long time. The pain in Shin Mushue's legs has eased somewhat. Lin Yi looked at her with a smile. Shin Mushue quickly shook her head and begged for mercy. The game is too tiring. Can you please let me rest for a while? Lin Yi smiled and said, Mushue, I wanted you to take it slow too. Afterwards, Lin Yi fell asleep with Shin Mushue in his arms. The two fell asleep very quickly. It was unknown whether they were tired from riding in the car and shopping during the day, or. A day later, based on a vague traveler's notes, they decided to look for a more remote village that was said to have preserved the ancient salt-making technique. The map navigation had long been out of date, and the mountain road became increasingly rugged, so the two had to walk the last section. Although it is a bit hard, the scenery along the way is beautiful and the air is fresh. Linny took pictures of Shinmushue from time to time, which not only allowed him to capture the unique scenery on the roadside, but also allowed him to capture Shinmushue's beautiful face. Why not? The two then passed through a dense bamboo forest and climbed over a small ridge. An ancient Dong village appeared in the valley. The stilt houses inside were more ancient and vicissitudes of life than the ones they had seen before. The village is very small. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the city, it is so quiet here that you can almost hear people breathing. This quiet environment is suitable for people to meditate, relax their mind and brain, and can be said to be a good place for travel. Linny took Shinmushue a little further inside, and suddenly a pure and indescribable salty and fresh smell wafted in the air. They followed the vague instructions and came to a wooden house deep in the village that looked extremely old. Behind the house there is an ancient well surrounded by stone railings. Beside the well stands an old man wearing blue homespun clothes and with wrinkles all over his face. I saw an old man guarding a clay pot, slowly boiling the brine drawn from the well with the most primitive firewood. That tempting pure salty aroma comes from this. The old man's eyes were weathered but clear. He looked at the salt grains slowly crystallizing in the pot, seriously and attentively. Shinmushue covered her mouth in surprise. What a unique smell, such a clean, salty aroma. Linny thought about his restaurant. If he could use this kind of salt to enhance the flavor, wouldn't it be even more perfect? Linny walked forward slowly and tried to ask using the most polite tone and gestures. The old man raised his head and looked at Linny with cloudy eyes for a moment. Perhaps he saw the curiosity and respect in Linny's eyes. He used his calloused hands to pinch a handful of freshly precipitated white crystals from a pottery jar next to him and handed it to Linny. Linny took it with both hands, took a deep sniff, and his face was instantly filled with shock. The fragrance was extremely pure, without any impurities, with a hint of mineral calmness and indescribable freshness. He put the little bit of salt on the tip of his tongue. Boom! Linny's pupils suddenly contracted. The extreme salty taste bursts out instantly, but there is no choking feeling, instead it is an extremely pure impact. Then, an indescribable delicious flavor unfolds layer by layer, as if condensed from the essence of the rocks and the precipitation of time, and even has a subtle sweet aftertaste. Just as Linny was immersed in the shock of the ancient salt, a burst of noisy footsteps and arrogant shouting broke the tranquility of the village. You old bastard! Have you thought it through? Don't be so shameless! A fat man named Boss Lu, wearing a flowered shirt and a gold chain, rushed in with 7 or 8 thugs armed with sticks, and surrounded the old master in his ancient well. I bought this broken well to give you face. If you don't know what's best for you, believe it or not, I will destroy your broken house and fill up this well today? When the old master heard this, he was so angry that he trembled all over and stood guard in front of the well. Chapter 58 Danger. Linny was arrested. Boss Lu's patience had already run out, and he suddenly pushed the old master away. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Guys, smash it. Stop. Linny quickly pulled Shinmushue to the corner behind him and whispered, hide well and record the video. Then he strode forward, stood in front of the old master, and looked at Boss Lu with a stern look. Is there any law against plundering people in broad daylight? When Boss Lu saw that it was a young man he didn't know, he was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Where did you come from, you little bastard? Don't you even ask who I am? Here, I am the law. Get out of here, or I'll take care of you too. He looked at Linny with contempt, thinking that he was just a pretty boy who was ignorant of the world and was trying to get ahead. Linny's tone was calm, but his eyes were like blades. What if I don't leave? Boss Lu was getting angry and shouted, waving his hands. Beat him. Break one of his legs and see if he can still act so arrogant. 7 or 8 thugs rushed forward, swinging sticks. Shinmushue screamed in shock, Brother Linny, be careful. However, the next scene left everyone stunned. Linny's eyes turned cold, and the martial arts given by the system burst out instantly. His body was as fast as lightning. He stepped sideways to avoid the oncoming wooden stick, stretched out his right hand quickly, grabbed the wrist and snatched the stick, all in one go. The shadow of the stick flies with the wrist, pointing, poking, sweeping and chopping, and every blow hits the painful joints. Ouch! My hand! My legs are broken! Screams rang out one after another. The thugs rushed forward fiercely and fell even faster. In just a moment, they were rolling on the ground with sticks scattered all over the floor. The whole process takes no more than a minute, and is as smooth as a violent aesthetic. Linny straightened his clothes and calmly threw the wooden stick to Boss Lou's feet with a paw sound. His voice was icy. Now, can you talk properly? Boss Lou's face turned pale, his legs trembling, but he still managed to shout. You're so cruel. But my brother-in-law is the county magistrate. Just wait, I'll make sure you can't leave this county. He took out his cell phone and made a call tremblingly. Linny ignored him and turned back to look at Shin Mushue. She nodded slightly, indicating that the video had been saved. The old saltmaker was surprised and grateful, but he kept shaking his head. Thank you, young man, but his brother-in-law is really the county magistrate. Please leave quickly and don't let me get you into trouble. Linny's eyes darkened. Could it be that this county magistrate is not a good person? The old master sighed, his voice trembling. County Magistrate Joe and Boss Lou are the local tyrants here. They're seizing land, oppressing the people, and even dealing in drugs. My son wanted to gather evidence and report it to the city, but he was put in jail instead. I don't want to live anymore. I just want to die with this salt well. Go away and leave me alone. Linny's fists trembled when he heard this, and his nails almost dug into his palms. Shin Mushue also covered her mouth in shock, unable to believe that there was such darkness in such a bright and clear world. Soon, the roar of an engine was heard in the distance. A black official car, led by a police Santana, sped up, raising a cloud of dust. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, a beer belly, and wearing a white shirt walked in, surrounded by his secretary and driver, with an air of official authority. He glanced at the scene and saw his brother-in-law wailing and collapsed on the ground, and his face suddenly turned ashen. The person who came was County Magistrate Joe. He shouted in a loud voice without asking right or wrong. What's going on? A group of people fighting in broad daylight? How disgraceful. Boss Lou rushed over as if he saw a savior. Brother-in-law. It's him. This thug from out of town injured us and wanted to steal my project. You have to take charge of this for me. County Magistrate Joe glared at Linny coldly and waved at the accompanying police officers. Still standing there? Cuff this thug and take him back. I'll deal with him severely. The police stepped forward, and Linny protected the two people behind him, his face as gloomy as water. Are you the county magistrate? You arrest people without asking right or wrong? Your brother-in-law committed armed violence and seized the salt spring. The evidence is irrefutable, and you don't care? County Magistrate Joe sneered, his tone arrogant. Here, I have the final say. The fact that you hurt someone is a fact. We can discuss other matters back at the bureau. I have evidence. Linny gestured to Shun Mushue. She bravely raised her phone and said, I recorded everything. Boss Lou was the first to do it. County Magistrate Joe's expression changed slightly, and he said sternly, falsifying evidence and slandering public officials are aggravated crimes. Confiscate your phone and bring it back to the police station. The police pounced like wolves and tigers. Linny's eyes flashed, knowing that if he fought hard at this moment, not only would he be accused of assaulting a police officer, but his own reason would also be deemed unreasonable. It is better to go with the flow and plan your move later. Chapter 59, Sweeping the Underworld and Eliminating Evil. Thinking of this, Linny took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the urge to take action immediately, and secretly winked at Shin Mushue, signaling her to be patient. The police handcuffed them and pushed them into the police car. Linny looked indifferent, while Shin Mushue looked a little frightened. Linny and Shin Mushue were taken to the town police station. Outside a simple interrogation room, County Magistrate Joe was observing. The police officer inside said, Young man, you know the saying that a powerful dragon can't overpower a local snake, right? If you delete the video, admit to the fight, and pay for the medical expenses, I can consider letting you and your girlfriend suffer less and letting you go. Otherwise, this intentional injury charge carries a sentence of imprisonment. At this moment, a cold yet exciting prompt sounded. Detect the host's dangerous situation at this time, and unlock hacking skills for the host. You can operate any electronic device and send the message you want. Linny said in his heart. Damn system. You haven't moved for so long, I thought you were gone. Unlock it for me now. Received host's command, skills unlocked for the host. Linny pretended to be hesitant and afraid, and after a moment of silence, he said, I need to call my lawyer. County Magistrate Joe was watching outside, thinking he had a good plan. He signaled his men to hand the phone over to Linny, but he kept his eyes fixed on him, thinking he was foolproof. Linny took the phone and pretended to look for the lawyer's number, but his fingers were operating quickly on the screen at an invisible angle. The hacking skills granted by the system allowed him to easily bypass the monitoring backdoor of the mobile phone and directly enter a string of special codes. He didn't dial any familiar number, but went directly into an encrypted communication channel. The key video in the cloud, along with County Magistrate Joe's name, position, and the old master's accusation of suspected drug trafficking, were compiled into a distress message and sent to Director Liu, the city-level Public Security Bureau chief's personal confidential mobile phone. The whole process took less than 30 seconds, and he immediately pretended that the call was not connected and put down the phone in frustration. On the other side, Director Liu was in a meeting when his confidential cell phone vibrated. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but when he saw the emergency sign of the sending channel and message, he frowned and clicked it to take a look. With just one glance, his expression suddenly changed. The arrogance and disregard for laws by County Magistrate Joe in the video, as well as the 4 words "suspected of drug trafficking" in the information, made him instantly realize the seriousness and urgency of the problem. This is no longer a simple dispute, but rather local corruption of an extremely egregious nature and a possible major criminal offense. He immediately interrupted the meeting, walked out of the conference room quickly, and directly dialed the confidential phone number of the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, quickly reported the situation, and forwarded the video and information. Senior provincial and ministerial officials were furious. "The evidence is so conclusive and it involves drug crimes, we must not tolerate it." In order to prevent the news from leaking out, the provincial department took prompt action and set up a special task force directly supervised by the provincial department and appointed Director Liu as the head of the frontline command team. Police forces from surrounding counties and cities were quickly mobilized, and the special police detachment was on standby, ready to carry out a cross-regional thunder arrest. Since the distance is not close, in order to capture the suspect quickly, special support from armed helicopters is provided to carry out the capture. In the interrogation room, County Magistrate Joe was still smug, thinking that Linny had surrendered. Not long after, an unusual, dense and sharp siren suddenly came from outside the police station. The sound came from far away and quickly surrounded the police station. County Magistrate Joe stood up in confusion. "What's going on? This is the police station, why are there police surrounding this place?" Before he could finish his words, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. A group of skilled unfamiliar police officers wearing different police uniforms rushed in and instantly took control of all the original police station personnel on the scene. Director Liu, dressed in uniform and with a stern expression, strode in with big strides, his eyes like knives shooting straight at County Magistrate Joe, whose face turned pale instantly. Director Liu's voice was low, but full of unquestionable authority. "County Magistrate Joe, you are suspected of harboring and condoning the underworld, abusing your power, and bending the law for personal gain. The Provincial Public Security Bureau's Special Task Force has decided to take compulsory measures against you according to the law. Take you away." 2 police officers from other places stepped forward and handcuffed County Magistrate Joe quickly and efficiently. County Magistrate Joe was completely stunned. His legs went limp and he was almost dragged out, muttering, "How could this happen? What's going on? The news has never leaked out. How did they know?" At the same time, several action teams outside the town simultaneously closed in, and Boss Liu and his gang of evil forces were wiped out. A surprise interrogation was conducted overnight to dig deep for clues of his illegal and criminal activities, especially drug crimes. Thunderous action, extremely swift. Lin Yi and Shin Mushue were also released. The master's son, who was imprisoned on trumped-up charges, was also acquitted. The father and son hugged each other and cried bitterly at the door of the police station, expressing their gratitude to Linny and the task force profusely. The news spread throughout the county like wings. The people didn't dare to believe it at first, until they saw Boss Liu's property being sealed off and his cronies being arrested one by one. They were finally convinced that the local tyrants who had been entrenched for many years had really fallen. Many people spontaneously came to the police station and the town government, applauded, and some even set off firecrackers, as if it was New Year's Day. Years of injustice were finally redressed, and they were moved to tears by the presence of Linny and the police officers from the task force. As key witnesses and the biggest contributors to the downfall of the evil forces, Linny and Shin Mushue were closely protected and highly praised by the task force. Given that Linny provided solid evidence in this major campaign against organized crime, he indirectly attracted the attention of senior officials and played a decisive role. After research, the Provincial Public Security Department and the Foundation for Brave Acts of Righteousness jointly awarded Lin Yi the honorary title of Advanced Individual for Brave Acts of Righteousness and gave him a generous bonus. His deeds were reported by official media such as the provincial newspaper, but for protection purposes, his real name was hidden and he was referred to only as Mr. Lin. But among high-level officials in certain circles, his name has spread and become a symbol of justice and strength. Director Liu was commended by the province for his decisive command, quick action, and outstanding achievements in this case. This added a very glorious chapter to his personal resume and his political prospects are bright. His gratitude and appreciation for Lin Yi also reached a whole new level. He was able to achieve such a great achievement this time thanks to Lin Yi sending her the evidence. The old master was even more grateful to Lin Yi and regarded him as the great benefactor of the entire village and his own family. He found Lin Yi, took out the pottery jar containing the snow crystal salt again, and said sincerely, "Mr. Lin, you are our great benefactor. From now on, the snow crystal salt produced by our ancient salt spring will only be supplied to you. No other source will be allowed. This salt is not only a superb seasoning, but according to our ancestors, consuming it in small amounts over a long period of time can also have the subtle effect of clearing the mind and improving eyesight. This is my way of repaying you for your kindness." Lin Yi also accepted this kindness. Chapter 60 Xiaoya falls ill. Lin Yi returned safely to Yaiwaichuan with Shen Mushui, carrying this unique gift, snow crystal salt. Once the dishes cooked with snow crystal salt were launched, they immediately caused an earthquake-like effect. The unique mineral flavor of this salt brings the taste buds of all diners to an unprecedented level. The diners were amazed. "Oh my god! Master Lin's steamed grouper this time is so delicious that my eyebrows are falling. It's even better than before. Is this umami flavor going into my brain? This new seasoning salt is amazing. It's clearly the same Dongpa pork recipe, but the one I had today is rich but not greasy, melts in your mouth, and has an indescribable sweet and transparent aftertaste. What kind of magic is this? My taste buds have been a bit tired for years, but after eating this dish, it's like my dormant taste buds have been awakened. This salt is definitely not ordinary salt." Yaiwaichuan's popularity has surpassed its previous limit. The reservation phone line has been completely overwhelmed, and the seats have been booked for several months later. It has become a legend in the catering industry. Lin Yi also made a lot of money, and gained a lot from this trip. After this thrilling journey, Shen Mushui witnessed that Lin Yi not only had extraordinary abilities, but also had a strong heart and sense of justice. Her love and sense of security reached an all-time high. At night, the two hugged each other on the balcony and looked at the night view of the city. Shen Mushui snuggled in Lin Yi's arms and whispered, "Brother Yi, although this trip was a bit thrilling, I don't regret it at all. Being able to go through this with you and seeing you fight for justice for them, you make me feel incredibly proud and at peace." Lin Yi hugged her gently, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. He had never expected that a trip aimed at making up for the companionship would be involved in such a storm. Fortunately, the result is good. The business of Yaiwaichuan is still in full swing and bustling with people. As the patrol manager, Xiaoya shuttles between the tables like a tireless butterfly. With a professional smile on her face, she patiently answered customers' questions, coordinated the order of dishes, and handled emergencies, almost without stopping. Due to being overcrowded for many consecutive days, her working hours have already far exceeded normal hours. The lunch and dinner peaks are endless, and I am often so busy that I don't even have time to drink water. Chen Feng was also very busy in the kitchen. Although he would occasionally yell at her to take a break, she would always rebuke him with a reply, "It's okay, I can hold on." Until tonight, when she was explaining a new dish to a table of guests, her voice suddenly trailed off mid-sentence. The scene before my eyes began to spin and blur, the customer's face became a double image, and my ears were buzzing. She subconsciously tried to hold on to the back of the chair next to her, but missed. Immediately afterwards, the world spun around and she felt all her strength was instantly drained away. Her vision went dark and she fell to the ground. "Xiao Ya! Manager! What's wrong with you? Hurry up, someone has fainted." There was a sudden commotion in the restaurant. Xiao Hua, the nearest waiter, heard the scream, dropped her spoon and rushed out. Seeing Xiaoya lying bloodless on the ground, she was scared out of her wits. She helped Xiaoya up and yelled, "Get out of the way! Everyone, get out of the way! Call a taxi!" The other employees were also panicked and rushed to help. Someone immediately called the emergency number, but considering the waiting time, The waitress Xiaohua acted decisively and asked a quick-footed employee to run to the intersection to hail a taxi. The waitress Xiaohua carried Xiaoya into the car, very anxious. Go to the nearest and best hospital. When the driver saw this, he did not dare to delay. He stepped on the accelerator and took them to a nearby private hospital, Ancon Hospital, which is famous for its high-end, good service and elegant environment. The emergency department was brightly lit late at night, but there were not many people. Xiaoya was quickly pushed into the consulting room and was seen by a middle-aged male doctor who was about 40 years old, wearing glasses and had an indifferent expression. His name tag read Dr. Li. Dr. Li raised his eyelids, looked at the unconscious Xiaoya and the anxious Xiaohua and others, and said calmly, "What's going on?" The waiter Xiaohua explained anxiously. "Doctor, she suddenly fainted. She's our restaurant's on-call manager. She's been so tired lately, she's been so busy she barely had time to eat." Dr. Li hummed, and without asking any more questions, he picked up the stethoscope to listen to the heartbeat, pried open the eyelids to look at the pupils, and then quickly wrote out a bunch of examination orders. "Go pay the fee first and get checked out. Blood tests, electrocardiograms, brain CT scans, liver function tests, everything. There are many causes of fainting, so a comprehensive investigation is necessary." Xiaohua was very confused at the moment. She felt that the doctor was right and that a comprehensive examination was a responsible act. She nodded quickly and went to pay the bill with the bill. The long list of tests was expensive, but he didn't even blink. Linny rushed over immediately after receiving the call. When Linny arrived, Xiaoya had just been pushed to do a CT scan. Xiaohua was waiting anxiously outside the clinic with a thick stack of bills and a preliminary blood test report. The waitress Xiaohua saw Linny coming and said, "Boss Lin, you're here?" Linny asked in a deep voice. "How about it?" Xiaohua handed the report to Linny. "We're still checking. The doctor said we need to do a comprehensive investigation." Linny quickly glanced at the blood test report and frowned slightly. The report showed that Xiaoya's blood sugar was low. Although some of the other indicators were close to the lower limit, they were generally within the normal range, which were typical signs of fatigue and malnutrition. After a while, Xiaoya was pushed back and she was a little more awake, but still very weak. All the test results came out one after another. Dr. Li took all the report forms and looked at them one by one, his brows furrowed and his expression serious, as if he had encountered some difficult and complicated disease. Linny asked worriedly, "Doctor, how is she?" Dr. Li pondered for a moment, pushed up his glasses and said, The situation is more complicated than I imagined. Although there's no visible organ damage at the moment, excessive fatigue has caused bodily dysfunction and a decrease in immunity. There may be potential neurasthenia and anxiety. Systematic conditioning and intervention are needed, otherwise it is easy to relapse or even worsen." As he spoke, he picked up the prescription and began to write out the medicine in a flamboyant manner. After a while, a long prescription was handed over. Linny took the prescription. He glanced at it, a little confused. There are 7 or 8 kinds of medicines listed on the prescription. There are expensive imported vitamin injections, special health products that claim to enhance immunity, expensive drugs that improve blood circulation, and even a psychiatric drug for treating anxiety. Linny asked with a hint of doubt. "My friend fainted due to overwork and hypoglycemia. The blood test and CT scan results also showed no major problems. Is such a complicated treatment plan necessary? Especially this kind of anti-anxiety medication, it doesn't seem suitable for her current condition, right? And this kind of medicine can't be used casually." Chapter 61: The Miracle Doctor Awakens. Exposing the unscrupulous doctor on the spot. Dr. Li paused while writing the medical record, raised his head, and a hint of displeasure and contempt flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. He looked Linny up and down, and seeing that he was young and dressed casually, he didn't look like a medical professional. He sneered. "Are you the doctor or am I the doctor? Can you understand the patient's condition? Can you afford the potential risks? My treatment plan is the most comprehensive and safest, and it's designed for the patient's complete recovery. Why, you don't want to spend money? If you don't want to spend money, don't come to our hospital. Can't you just go to a small clinic and get a bottle of glucose?" His voice was loud, full of obvious sarcasm and moral blackmail, attracting the attention of other patients and their families waiting in the corridor. A kind aunt also advised, "Young man, just listen to the doctor. He's a professional, how could he possibly harm you? He's done all the tests, and it's definitely for your own good. A young nurse nearby was tidying up the equipment and echoed in a low voice. Sir, Dr. Lee is an old doctor in our hospital. His diagnosis must be reasonable. The gazes and discussions around him made Dr. Lee even more proud. He raised his chin arrogantly and looked at Lin Yi. Then he tapped the prescription with his fingers. Did you hear that? If you don't understand, don't question it. Go pay the bill and get your medicine quickly, don't delay the next patient's visit. It's not that Lin Yi is reluctant to spend money, but he is afraid that taking this kind of psychiatric drugs indiscriminately will be bad for the body, and if he becomes dependent on them, it will not be worth it. So Lin Yi was a little anxious and was thinking about what to do. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Malicious ridicule and serious medical misinformation detected, attempting to harm the health and property of those around the host. If eligible, activate God-level medical skills. A huge amount of medical knowledge instantly flooded into Lin Yi's mind. Anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, countless profound knowledge is integrated in an instant. When he looked at the examination report and the prescription in his hand again, he felt completely different. Every piece of data and every kind of medicine became extremely clear in his eyes, and the meaning behind them was clear at a glance. After Lin Yi finished reading the test data, his expression suddenly changed, and the previous doubts were replaced by confidence. He picked up the brain CT report again, and his voice was clear and heard by everyone. Dr. Lee, you said her condition is complicated and there are potential risks? This brain CT scan shows that the brain structure is clear, with no bleeding, no infarction, and no lesions. Even the slightest signs of insufficient blood supply due to fatigue aren't obvious. What's the basis for your so-called potential risks? Dr. Lee's expression changed slightly and he opened his mouth to refute. Lin Yi didn't give him a chance and picked up the blood test report again. You said her immune system is weakened and dysfunctional? The blood test showed that her white blood cell count and lymphocyte ratio were normal. The only abnormality is the blood sugar level, which is lower than normal. This is the symptom of hypoglycemia, which is why she fainted. Other indicators are also at the lower limit of normal values, but this is completely consistent with the physiological manifestations of long-term fatigue and insufficient nutritional intake. She only needs to replenish her energy and rest to recover, so how can she be said to be disordered? Dr. Lee's expression turned even worse, and he stared at Lin Yi. He thought, how could this kid possibly know so much? What's going on? Just when he was confused, Lin Yi spoke again. Lin Yi held up the long list of medicines and called out the names one by one. This imported vitamin injection has the same ingredients as regular vitamin tablets, but it's packaged in expensive packaging and costs over 20 times more. For patients who can eat normally, it's completely unnecessary. This health supplement, which claims to boost immunity, is primarily composed of polysaccharides and trace elements. Its purported miraculous effects lack large-scale clinical data support and have nothing to do with Xiaoyao's current condition. Lin Yi paused, sneered and said, as for this medication to improve blood circulation, what's the point of prescribing it to a young woman who fainted due to hypoglycemia? Finally, his gaze, sharp as an arrow, shot directly at the anti-anxiety drug, and his voice suddenly rose, resounding. And there's this anti-anxiety drug. Its side effects can cause patients to become drowsy, weak, and dizzy. A patient who just fainted due to excessive fatigue and hypoglycemia, you prescribe her this medication that will aggravate her drowsiness and fatigue? These words were so powerful that they struck Dr. Lee's ears. After hearing this, Dr. Lee's forehead began to sweat. Lin Yi stared at Dr. Lee, whose face began to turn pale. Dr. Lee, please explain in front of everyone what is the basis for prescribing this medicine. Are you worried that her fainting once wasn't enough and that she needs medication to make her sleepier and not wake up, so she should come back for a follow-up visit next time? Or is that? His voice was icy cold. Or is it because this medicine is expensive and the commission is high, so I can help you cover the cost of this astronomical medicine bill? Every question is clearly stated, every argument is based on pharmacology and cannot be refuted. The whole audience fell into silence. The aunt, the patient who was trying to persuade Lin Yi just now, opened her mouth wide in shock. The nurse who whispered in agreement was also stunned. She looked at Lin Yi with shock and disbelief on her face. Some patients and their families in the corridor who heard Lin Yi's words held their breath. Someone whispered, yes, what this young man said makes sense. Even though I don't know anything about medicine, after listening to what he said, it seems that. Could it be that this young man is also a doctor? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? It can't be that dark. As Dr. Lee listened to Lin Yi's powerful questioning and the patient's whispers, his face turned pale in an instant, and the sweat on his forehead had soaked his hair. He pointed at Lin Yi. You're slandering me. Who are you? How dare you slander my professional judgment? Security. Where are the security? Get this troublemaker out. Lin Yi looked at Dr. Lee, who now looked like a clown, with a playful look. Many sleeping patients also woke up, waiting to see what would happen next, just like a crowd of spectators. At this time, an uncle actually stood up for Dr. Lee. I just trust the doctor. Besides, the price is right. I've spent a lot of money on his treatment over the years. It just works. What do you know, a young boy? Questioning Dr. Lee. These words made Dr. Lee straighten his back a lot. The commotion here attracted the department's duty director, an old professor with gray hair and reading glasses. What's going on? What's the fuss? Chapter 62 The Hospital Bows. Lin Yi seeks justice for Xiaoya. The director came over with a frown on his face and tried to calm everyone down. Everyone, please be patient. I will solve any problems you may have. Then he looked at the pale-faced Dr. Lee and the calm Lin Yi and asked. You two, what happened? Dr. Lee seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said first. Director. This person is being unreasonable, questioning my diagnosis and slandering me. You have to make the decision for me. Lin Yi calmly handed the stack of reports and the prescription to the director. Hello, director. This is my friend's medical report and the prescription written by Dr. Lee. I have only raised a few questions about the rationality and necessity of this prescription based on medical common sense. The director took the information, put on his reading glasses, and looked at it carefully. He first looked at the examination report, nodded, and then looked at the long prescription. The more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed and the gloomier his expression became. After reading it, he suddenly raised his head, glared at Dr. Lee sternly, and said with a hint of anger in his voice. Dr. Lee. Is this gentleman wrong? What's going on with this prescription? You need to give me a reasonable explanation for this combination of medications and this choice of indication. Especially this anti-anxiety drug. Why would you prescribe this drug to a young patient who fainted from hypoglycemia? This authoritative question was like the last straw that broke the camel's back and completely crushed Dr. Lee. Under the repeated questioning from Lin Yi and the director, his psychological defenses completely collapsed. He explained incoherently. Director. I think she might have underlying anxiety, so I'm giving her preventive medication. The director interrupted him sharply, his face livid. That's enough. Preventive medication? Preventive medication with psychotropic drugs? Do you still have any professional ethics and common sense as a doctor? You disappoint me so much. He turned to the crowd and announced in a clear and powerful voice. I apologize to everyone on behalf of Dr. Lee. I will handle this matter properly and give everyone a satisfactory result. The director turned to Dr. Lee and said, Dr. Lee is suspected of serious violations of medical ethics and diagnosis and treatment standards, engaging in serious excessive medical treatment and seeking improper benefits. Immediately suspended. I am subject to a full investigation by the hospital's disciplinary committee. We will deal with all issues seriously and will not tolerate any leniency. Then, he turned around and bowed deeply to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, I'm deeply sorry. It's my fault for my lax management and lack of supervision that I allowed such scum to infiltrate the medical team, harming the interests of patients and tarnishing the reputation of the hospital. During this period of suspension, I will conduct a comprehensive investigation into his issues. I will handle them effectively. Your friend doesn't need these medicines. What she needs most right now is rest and sugar. Please rest assured that all the examination costs tonight will be covered by our hospital as compensation and apology for this terrible incident. He leaned closer to Lin Yi and whispered. Mr. Lin, you can tell at a glance that the diagnosis is wrong. I wonder which hospital you work in. Are you willing to come to our hospital for consultation? You can name your salary. Lin Yi shook his head and refused. I'm mainly developing in the catering industry now. Treating illnesses and saving lives is not my job. I just can't stand seeing people wearing white coats and doing harm to others. I hope the director will severely punish this person and not let the patients down. A hint of surprise flashed across the director's eyes. Young man, you are so professional. I thought you were from the same profession. I didn't expect that you are not a doctor, but you have such knowledge. I admire you. Don't worry, I will strictly supervise it in the future and won't let this kind of thing happen again. After saying that, he left with the black-hearted Dr. Lee. There was silence inside and outside the clinic for a moment, and then some sounds were heard. The aunt who had advised Linny before excitedly grabbed Linny's arm. Hey young man. You're amazing. You've given us, the ignorant ones, a break. This black-hearted doctor must have cheated a lot of people. I trusted this kind of person for nothing, really. The nurse next to him looked at Linny with eyes full of shock and admiration. She whispered to her colleague. Oh my god, he was so handsome just now, what he said made so much sense, it turns out he really understands it. I fell in love with him instantly. The patient who had just defended Dr. Lee was also dumbfounded at this moment. Damn, this idiot is really a piece of shit? I might have been tricked too. No, I want to complain. Although Xiaoya was weak on the hospital bed, she listened to the whole process. She looked at Linny, her eyes flashing with admiration, and whispered weakly. Uncle, you actually know medicine. It's amazing. A sense of security arose spontaneously, as if with Linny around, all problems could be solved. The waitress Xiaohua was so shocked that she was speechless. She was impressed by Lin Yi's momentum and professional knowledge. She thought, the boss is amazing. Not only can he cook, he also knows medicine. It's amazing. Is there any boss who can't do this? I want to follow him forever. Lin Yi walked to Xiaoya's bedside, his tone became gentle. Xiaoya, it's okay. Have a good sleep. Xiaohua, go buy some millet porridge for Xiaoya. Don't be so stupid next time. It's time to take a break. Your health is more important than work. Xiaoya nodded with emotion and said, Uncle, I don't want to betray your trust in me. So I must do a good job to repay you. I'll be careful next time and won't faint again and cause trouble for everyone. Lin Yi touched Xiaoya's head and said, Okay. Don't be so stupid next time. When you get better this time, I'll assign you a few assistants to help you share the work, so you can have an easier time in the future. Xiaoya didn't say anything, just nodded obediently. After a while, Xiaohua came back with the porridge. After Lin Yi took the millet porridge, he said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, go back. I'm enough here. Xiaohua nodded and responded. Okay, boss, I'll get back to work then. Lin Yi said to her again. Xiaohua, you did a great job this time. Go back to the finance department and get a red envelope. Xiaohua thanked Lin Yi and took a taxi back. Lin Yi picked up the millet porridge and fed Xiaoya bit by bit. Xiaoya ate the porridge that Lin Yi fed her, and she felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. Just like when they first met, Lin Yi always took care of her and made her feel the warmth she needed most. She felt that her hard work was worth it. The uncle was so good to him, and she was willing to work herself to death. But in the future, she will listen to her uncle, know how to balance work and rest, know how to order others around, but also do her own job well. Meanwhile, on the other side, a rectification storm broke out within Ankon Hospital, and Dr. Lee was thoroughly investigated. Not only does he often prescribe more medicine to patients, but he also ignores the side effects, all for his so-called performance. Moreover, he accepted bribes from patients totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is simply a disgrace to the profession of doctor. After a meeting and discussion in the hospital, Dr. Lee was resolutely fired and his behavior was reported to the Health Regulatory Department. He may face the possibility of having his professional license revoked and may also be investigated and prosecuted by judicial authorities. Many patients he treated were furious and threatened to dig up their ancestral graves. After the employees of Yaiwaichuan learned about this, their loyalty and admiration for their boss, Lin Yi, reached a new high. Not only is the boss the best cook in the world, he's also an amazing doctor. Xiaoya rested for a while, recovered completely, and returned to work in the restaurant. Chapter 63, The Godly Chef Saves People. A moment of life and death shows his magical power. In the evening, the lights in Yaiwaichuan are warm, the voices are bustling, and the air is filled with mouth-watering aromas. The restaurant was bustling with the sounds of cups and plates colliding, diners chatting and laughing, and the faint roar of flames coming from the kitchen. This bustling scene makes it hard to imagine what a restaurant looks like at night. In the most elegant listening to the rain box, the well-known food critic Mr. Kai is entertaining several old friends from other places. Mr. Kai is known for his sharp tongue and high-level review skills, and he enjoys extremely high authority in the food circle. There are very few restaurants where he can personally accompany you and rave about them. And Lin Esiwaichuan is one of them. At this moment, he was picking up a piece of carefully prepared golden scale fish belly, a fish belly dish known for its special knife skills and cooking time, and excitedly explaining to his friends. Look at the texture of this meat, the juiciness hanging on the wall is amazing. And the control of the heat is absolutely exquisite. This isn't just cooking, this is art. However, before he could finish his words, his voice was suddenly cut off as if by an invisible knife. Mr. Kai's face instantly turned from rosy to a terrifying purple, and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground with a click. His eyes widened in horror, his hands tightly grasped his throat, his body slid uncontrollably from the chair, an expression of pain and despair on his face. Lao Kai. What's wrong with you? Oh no. He's choked. Quick. Pat him on the back. No. I can't get it out. Call an ambulance. Quick. The box was instantly in chaos. His friends panicked, some slapped his back hard, and some tried to dig his throat with their hands, but it was all in vain. Mr. Kai's body began to twitch, his eyes rolled back, his consciousness was rapidly fading, and the shadow of death was looming. The waiter outside heard the noise and rushed in. Seeing this scene, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and he screamed in a crying voice through the intercom. Sister Xiaoya. Oh no. Something's happened to Mr. Kai. He's choking. His face is pale. At the same time, he frantically dialed 120. In the kitchen, Lindy was instructing Chen Fom on how to control the final heat of a soup. Manager Xiaoya rushed in like a gust of wind, her face pale and her voice trembling violently. Uncle! It's bad. Mr. Kai seems to be dying. He's choking. Lin Yi's brows suddenly furrowed, without any unnecessary questions or hesitations. He instantly put down the ladle in his hand and tore off his chef's apron with lightning speed. He strode out of the kitchen with big strides. The solemn atmosphere made the busy employees unconsciously make way for him. The crowd of onlookers crowded at the door of the box, panicking. Linny stepped into the box, his eyes like lightning instantly locking onto Mr. Kai, who was lying on the ground and almost unconscious. Just one glance. Just by glancing at Mr. Kai's purple face, stiff posture, and the feeling of blockage in his throat, Lin Yi's knowledge of divine medical skills in his mind was instantly activated and he made a judgment. He said calmly, "The food is blocking the airway deep down. The standard Heimlich maneuver is blocked and ineffective. Everyone, get out of the way. Let me do it." Not a second of hesitation. He quickly stepped forward and lifted the limp Mr. Kai from behind, keeping his body leaning forward at a specific angle. The next moment, Lin Yi's fingers were as sharp as swords, and he quickly, accurately, and fiercely tapped several extremely hidden acupuncture points on Mr. Kai's back. That is not a first aid point in modern medicine, but a kind of ancient acupuncture technique for relieving choking included in the system skills, which aims to instantly stimulate nerves and muscle groups, and will instantly generate an upward impact force. At the same time, he made a palm with his other hand and slapped the lower back area corresponding to Mr. Kai's diaphragm with a peculiar angle and force technique. Ah! Wow! A violent cough sounded, as if it erupted from the deepest part of the chest. A large piece of unshelled meat mixed with sauce spurted out of Mr. Kai's mouth. Immediately afterwards, there was a heavy and rapid inhalation sound like a broken bellows. Mr. Kai collapsed completely, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably, his face slowly regaining some redness from the horrifying purple, and he greedily breathed in big gulps of the precious air. The entire process, from Linny entering the box to the crisis being resolved, took no more than 15 seconds. It happened so fast that the people around didn't have time to recover from their extreme fear. The hand of death that was strangling life had been cut off cleanly by Linny. The box fell into an eerie silence. All that was left was Mr. Kai's heavy breathing, having survived the disaster. Next second. Wow! Tsunami-like exclamations and thunderous applause suddenly broke out. Oh my god! Boss Lin! You are simply the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Amazing! Absolutely amazing! I just thought Mr. Kai was going to. I didn't even see what happened. And it's fine? It's amazing! What kind of technique is this? It's amazing! I didn't expect that Boss Lin also knew medical skills. If it weren't for a coincidence, something might have happened today. Mr. Kai's friends were so excited that they were incoherent. Some of them hurriedly supported the weak Mr. Kai, while others patted Lin Yi's shoulders hard, not knowing how to express their inner shock and gratitude. Mr. Kai breathed a sigh of relief and held Lin Yi's arm tightly, his fingers still trembling slightly with fear. His voice was very hoarse, and every word was filled with relief and gratitude for surviving the disaster. Lin. Boss Lin, thank you for saving my life. Without you, I would have died here today. This life is given by you. Thank you so much. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just let me know. He had experienced all kinds of delicacies and all kinds of status and fame, but this kind of experience of being pulled back from the gates of hell was the first time. Faced with the crowd's extremely excited, admiring reactions and adoring gazes, Lin Yi smiled but still appeared extremely calm. He patted Mr. Kai's hand lightly and said with a smile, "Mr. Kai, you're too kind. It's just a small favor. I'm glad you're okay. There's a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall stewing in the kitchen, and it's almost ready. I have to go back and watch it. Xiaoya, get Mr. Kai a cup of warm honey water and let him have a good rest." He said it so lightly, as if he had not just completed a thrilling life and death rescue, but rather just casually adjusted the air conditioning temperature. While everyone was still immersed in shock and admiration and unable to recover, he had already turned around. Like a knight who has finished his mission and is leaving, he calmly and leisurely returned to his battlefield, the kitchen. This indifference also makes many people secretly marvel. Is this what it means to be a skilled and daring person? He wasn't even a bit panicked. I declare that Boss Lin will be my idol from now on. Mr. Kai's friends also looked at each other, nodded and said, "Not only is the food at this place great, but the owner is also a real deal. Looks like we'll have to eat here more often in the future." Chapter 64. After his reputation became a god, Lin Yi's next step, medicinal food. The next day, the food circle and even the entire social network were detonated by a depth bomb. Mr. Kai did not update any food reviews, but for the first time, he posted them on multiple platforms including his Weibo and official account. At the same time, a long article titled Yaiweixuan not only has divine taste, but also a diner's escape from death by the hand of God was published. The article is extremely detailed and emotionally sincere, recreating those thrilling minutes last night and capturing his despair at the time. Lin Yi's divine rescue and his incredible yet surprisingly effective first aid techniques are portrayed vividly. At the end of the article, he wrote, "I used to think that the only criterion for judging a restaurant was its taste. Until last night, at Yaiweixuan, my standards were completely overturned. Boss Lin Yi not only conquered my taste buds with his delicious food, but also saved my life from the hands of death with his superb medical skills. This goes beyond fine dining. For me, Yaiweixuan is no longer just a restaurant, it is a place that can create miracles of taste and miracles of life. In the past, I evaluated it with my tongue, now I use my life. Thank you, Boss Lin, for saving my life. I will never forget it." This article went viral. It instantly surpassed 100 million views. The number of reposts and comments was staggering. Hashtag the boss of Yaiweixuan is a miracle doctor. Hashtag food critic survives death at Yaiweixuan. Hashtag the taste of God and the hand of God. Many topics such as these have landed in the top 3 hot searches and have stayed there for a long time. The official website and reservation phone number of Yaiweixuan were instantly overwhelmed by the influx of traffic, and the server was paralyzed several times. Appointment applications are no longer queued for several months, but directly for a year later. Countless people called in, not even to reserve a seat, but just to express their admiration and curiosity for Lin Yi. The reputation of Yaiweixuan and Lin Yi has reached an unprecedented height, almost legendary. Before this, perhaps some of its peers were jealous of the popularity of Yaiweixuan and secretly spread some sour remarks such as over-marketing and the taste is just so-so. After this incident, all similar noises disappeared completely. When people in the circle mentioned Lin Yi again, their tone was no longer just envy or admiration, but a hint of indescribable awe. That Mr. Lin is an unfathomable figure. Not only does he cook well, he also has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Don't mess with him. Behave yourself from now on and don't have any bad thoughts. Without any commercial competition means, Lin Yi achieved victory without fighting by relying on an unexpected first aid. His position in the industry became even more indestructible, and no one dared to question or try to shake it. Xiaodao's admiration for Lin Yi has completely turned into blind faith. When she had nothing to do, she would hold her face in her hands and steal a glance at Lin Yi's busy back in the kitchen with sparkling eyes. When talking to others, he always says, "How great is my Uncle Lin," and you didn't see the scene at that time. She used her first month's bonus to secretly buy Lin Yi an exquisite leather acupuncture bag. Although she had never seen Lin Yi use needles, she felt that even a miracle doctor should have this thing. He also bought a branded thermos, filled it with wolfberry and red date tea, and then quietly placed it in Lin Yi's lounge. The reactions from passers-by were also extremely enthusiastic. "Have you heard? The owner of that restaurant, Weixuan, is a hidden miracle doctor. The video has gone viral online. That technique is so fast, accurate, and ruthless. He must be a master. It's a pity I can't make an appointment, otherwise I really want to go and see it. Even if I can't eat, it's good to get a taste of the atmosphere. This boss is amazing, right? Is there anything he can't do?" Shen Muxue naturally also saw that the entire internet was praising her brother Lin Yi crazily, and her heart was of course full of pride and honor. But seeing so many comments in the comments section such as "Boss Lin is so handsome. I want to give Dr. Lin a monkey. I hope to meet Master Lin." At night, she snuggled in Lin Yi's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers, and asked him half jokingly and half seriously, "My Master Lin, divine Dr. Lin, when did you secretly learn such powerful medical skills? How many secrets are there that I don't know? There are so many people watching you now." Lin Yi looked down at her cute face, which was slightly resentful, and instantly understood her little thoughts. He reached out and held her tighter in his arms, resting his chin on her hair, his voice gentle and firm. "Silly girl, the biggest secret is, no matter what I can do or how powerful I become, I will protect you well." Simple words are more powerful than any sweet talk. Shen Muxue's heart was filled with sweetness and a sense of security. She nestled into his arms contentedly and smiled happily. Although Mr. Kai's thrilling life and death moment was easily resolved by Lin Yi, it left him with deeper thoughts. Standing in the corner of the restaurant and looking at the satisfied smiles of the diners, he thought not only of the enjoyment of his taste buds, but also of new ideas. The best doctor treats illness before it occurs, the average doctor treats illness that is about to occur, and the worst doctor treats illness after it occurs. Huangdin aging. It means that the best doctors can stop the disease before it occurs, the average doctors treat the disease that is about to occur, and the lowest doctors treat the disease that has already occurred. It would be better to help everyone to the best of your ability and invent some medicinal foods that can not only make them happy eating, but also help everyone prevent and treat diseases. Delicious food should not only bring short-term pleasure, but also be the cornerstone of long-term health. In the next few days, Lin Yi seemed to be no different from usual, but no one knew that the knowledge of God-level medical skills was echoing in his mind, and he was performing countless simulations and calculations in his mind. The medicinal properties, mutual promotion and restraint of countless ingredients, as well as the cooking temperature, seasoning, and taste, are all combined, verified, and optimized countless times in his mind. He wants to make food a gentle medicine that nourishes the body subtly and protects against the exhaustion and subhealth of urban life. Finally, the Weixuan 4 Seasons Medicinal Diet Series was quietly born. The first 4 products were born. Although seemingly simple, they actually contained the crystallization of Lin Yi's hard work and system skills. 1. Clarifying Heart and Calming Mind Porridge. The dish is made with carefully selected seasonal new rice, paired with lily bulbs to clear the mind, lotus seeds to calm the nerves, and longan meat to replenish the blood. What's even better is that the broth made by Lin Yi using a variety of mushrooms and wild delicacies is used instead of part of the water to cook the dish. The finished porridge is crystal clear, with the aroma of rice and the freshness of mushrooms perfectly blended. It has no medicinal taste, only a warm and sweet taste. It can be used to treat symptoms such as insomnia, anxiety, and restlessness. Chapter 65, The Birth of a Medical Chef. Weixuan becomes a diet therapy holy land. 2. Spleen strengthening and stomach nourishing soup. Use old ducks that are more than 3 years old, and simmer them together with warming and nourishing yam, spleen strengthening and dampness removing poria, and qi invigorating white atractylodes, and simmer for more than 8 hours. The soup is crystal clear, yet extremely mellow in the mouth. The duck meat is tender and crispy, and the yam is fragrant, which perfectly neutralizes the slight bitterness of the medicinal ingredients, leaving a sweet taste in the mouth. It can be used to treat symptoms of weak spleen and stomach, indigestion, and loss of appetite. 3. Dehumidifying and detoxifying drink. It is not just red bean and barley water. Linny roasts the job's tears in advance using a special process to stimulate its aroma while reducing its coldness. He uses adzuki beans for better diuretic effects. Then add authentic wild yam powder, boil and filter, and you will get a drink with beautiful color and smooth taste, with unique fried rice aroma and a hint of sweetness. This product is for treating excessive dampness in the body and fatigue. 4. Moisturizing lung and cough syrup. Squeeze the juice of seasonal snow pears, mix it with ground Fritillaria serosa powder and almond juice, add a little rock sugar and loquat extract, and simmer in water until it becomes a soup. The finished product is like amber cream, silky smooth in the mouth, and the sweetness of the pear perfectly wraps the slight bitterness of the Sichuan Fritillaria, with an immediate throat moistening effect. It can be used to treat cough, dry throat, and sore throat. These medicinal foods are not advertised in any way. Linny simply printed them into a beautiful single page as part of the chef's special blend for Season's Medicinal Diets series. Hand it over to Xiaoya and all the waiters, and tell them. It is only recommended to guests who look tired, have a slight cough, or actively ask about healthy dishes, and the conditioning instructions are briefly explained. The price is not low, almost equivalent to a main dish. After all, they are all made with real ingredients, and Linny spent a lot of effort to make them. Real gold will always shine on its own. The feedback from the first batch of people who tried it began to ferment at an astonishing speed. Zhang Wei is a typical programmer in a large internet company. After working overtime for a month, he was dragged to Yaoichuan by his colleagues to reward himself. But his face was sallow, he had dark circles under his eyes, and he kept yawning during the meal. He looked not in the slightest bit of energy. The attentive waiter noticed this and quietly recommended. "Sir, you seem very tired. Our chef Lin has just launched a new dish called calming porridge. Perhaps it can help you feel better?" Zhang Wei ordered a bowl doubtfully. When the porridge was served, the warm aroma made him feel better. After taking a spoonful, the warm rice porridge mixed with an indescribable sweetness slid into the stomach, and the whole person seemed to be soothed. When he got home that night, he fell asleep immediately and had no dreams all night long. This was the first day in 6 months that he had not been disturbed by tiring dreams. The next day, he posted anonymously on the company's internal forum. "Brothers. Highly recommended. Although the dishes at Yaoichuan are not cheap, they are really good. I drank a bowl of porridge from his restaurant yesterday and it was like changing the batteries. It's 10,000 times more effective than the sleeping pills issued by the administration. It's even harder to make an appointment." There were countless comments below, asking for details. Mr. Wang is a successful entrepreneur, but he has also paid the price of stomach problems. He has too many social engagements and drinking alcohol damages his stomach, causing him to suffer from chronic stomach pain and indigestion. He is already a regular customer of Yaoichuan. When he heard that there was stomach-nourishing soup, he ordered it immediately. Spleen-strengthening and stomach-nourishing soup, when it comes up, the soup is clear and the aroma is very mellow. He took a sip and immediately felt a comfortable warmth rising in his stomach, without any of the resistance he usually felt when taking medicine. "I've been here several times and always order this soup." A few days later, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the long-term bloating had disappeared. His appetite also improved a lot, and he even dared to try some spicy food that he had not dared to touch before. After a meal, he went to Xiaoya and said with emotion, "Little girl, tell Boss Lin that his soup is amazing. It's more effective than the stomach medicine I spent thousands of dollars on overseas. This isn't just a dish anymore, it's dietary therapy, it's a favor." Lisa is a sophisticated white-collar worker who pays great attention to skin care, but her complexion has become dull recently and she often has acne on her chin. All sorts of expensive skincare products and detox juices had little effect. Encouraged by her best friend, she tried the dehumidifying and detoxifying drink. The drink has a very special taste, with the aroma of roasted rice and a unique smoothness, and it is not difficult to drink. She insisted on coming every afternoon for a drink. A week later, a miracle happened. My skin became noticeably brighter and more radiant, and stubborn acne disappeared. More importantly, I no longer feel heavy when I wake up every morning, but feel lighter. She excitedly swiped the screen in her friend group. "Hey kids! It works! Yaoichuan's magic water. Beat all skin care products and IQ tax juice. Aside from being expensive and hard to find, there are no downsides. Go for it." Mr. Li brought his grandson who was on summer vacation to eat some foreign food. During the meal, the old man couldn't help coughing softly, and his throat was dry and itchy. The filial grandson saw the lung moisturizing and cough syrup on the menu and ordered a portion for his grandfather. The old man originally thought it was too expensive, but when he took a spoonful of the crystal clear soup, the sweetness and refreshing taste instantly relieved the discomfort in his throat, and he couldn't help but drink it all in one breath. When he returned home that night, his wife was surprised to find that he had coughed much less at night. The next day, when the old man was taking a walk, he praised his old friends. As for Yaiweixuan, it's a bit expensive, but the owner is really capable. The food I make not only fills my stomach, but it also soothes my throat. It works better than cough syrup. The power of word of mouth is enormous. These real and surprisingly effective feedbacks spread rapidly through interpersonal networks and social media. The medicinal food series of Yaiweixuan quickly surpassed those signature dishes and became the most sought-after best-selling dishes. The purpose of people coming here has quietly changed. It is not only for the ultimate deliciousness, but also an investment and expectation in health. In this era of pre-prepared meals, people's health is not taken seriously. Others don't take it seriously. I, Lin Yi, take it seriously. Not only should we bring out the original flavor of the food, but we should also bring health to everyone. At the very least, there should be no side effects on health. This is Lin Yi's business philosophy. Later, there was a huge demand for these medicinal foods, and Lin Yi even lowered the price of the medicinal foods that were in short supply. This is his support for everyone. He hopes that more people can afford his medicinal food and relieve their discomfort. Unconsciously, besides the halo of God of cooking, Lin Yi has added a more important title: medical chef. This title carries everyone's high respect for him. In the eyes of diners and colleagues, he is no longer just a chef who cooks delicious food, but a master who has truly seen the mysteries of the esophagus and can perfectly combine taste and health. Of course, he did not keep these skills to himself. He passed on all these dishes to his younger brother Chen Feng without reservation. Chen Feng lived up to everyone's expectations. Not only did he learn the skills, but his dishes also tasted delicious. He truly became a chef who could stand on his own. The positioning of Yaiweixuan has also been quietly upgraded. It is no longer just a top-notch restaurant that pursues the ultimate taste experience, but is also regarded as a food therapy sanctuary that can nourish the body and mind and regulate health through delicious food. As a result, it was pushed to an unprecedented new height, and business became increasingly popular. Chapter 66, Unspeakable Secret? Trying to save a dead horse. The atmosphere of a small private tea party should be relaxed and leisurely. But Director Liu noticed that his old friend, Director Zhang of a powerful department of the National Health Commission, always had an elusive melancholy between his brows, and his spirits were somewhat lethargic, and he would occasionally lose his focus and sigh. Director Liu waved away the assistant who was serving on the side, and they were the only two left in the tea room. He asked in a low voice with concern. "Lao Shang, have you been too tired recently? You don't look well." Upon hearing this, Director Zhang sighed deeply, his fingers unconsciously stroking the warm teacup, his face showing embarrassment, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. He struggled for a moment before lowering his voice and almost whispering. "Old Liu, to be honest, I have a little, unspeakable secret." He pointed to his lower body with a bitter smile. "There's a big problem here, in this area. I've seen countless specialists and tried both Chinese and Western medicine. I've visited many famous doctors and tried countless tonics and folk remedies. I've spent a ton of money, but there's been little improvement. I've even felt worse." He leaned back in his chair, his tone filled with fatigue and frustration. "You don't understand, this is about a man's dignity. The guy at home doesn't say it, but I'm exhausted both physically and mentally. I feel like there's no point in living anymore. This kind of thing is a fatal blow to a man like him who holds a high position and attaches great importance to his reputation. Only in front of a close friend like Director Liu would he dare to reveal a word." Director Liu looked solemn and listened carefully. He pondered for a long time, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice with an unquestionable certainty. "Lao Shang, let me recommend someone to you. I won't reveal your story, but you must trust me." At this moment, he thought of Lin Yi, who has been very popular recently. "This kid always manages to surprise me, and this time will definitely be no problem." A faint glimmer of hope flashed in Director Zhang's eyes. "Who?" Director Liu whispered. "The owner of Yaiweixuan, Lin Yi. Have you heard of him?" Director Zhang was stunned, his face full of disbelief and disappointment. "Lin Yi? The chef? Old Liu, are you kidding me?" I'm a director of the National Health Commission, and I'm looking for a chef to treat this disease. Director Liu held his arm, his eyes sharp. Listen to me, some of his methods have long gone beyond the scope of cooking. You know about Mr. Kai's case, right? The situation was so critical, but he resolved it in just a few strokes. His technique is definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary doctor. I think his understanding of the human body, medicine, and food is truly profound. Regarding your problem, perhaps he really has a trick up his sleeve? Why not give it a try? I guarantee on my life that he's absolutely reliable and very tight-lipped. Director Zhang looked at his old friend's extremely serious expression and thought that he had reached the end of his rope, and he struggled violently in his heart. In the end, trust in Director Liu and a hint of unwilling expectation prevailed. He gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Okay. Old Liu, I trust you. Help me arrange it, and keep it absolutely confidential. 3 nights later, Lin Yi, led by Director Liu, quietly came to Director Zhang's house, a study located in the deepest part of the second floor. After sending him in, Director Liu left for something. Director Zhang's study is well soundproofed, elegantly decorated, and the lighting is slightly dim. The heavy mahogany furniture and walls full of books create a sense of oppressive tension. The air seemed to be frozen, with only the dull ticking sound of the antique clock in the corner. Director Zhang sat on a large leather sofa. Although he was the one seeking help, his long-term position in a superior position still made him look at others with a scrutinizing attitude. When Director Zhang saw how young Lin Yi was, his heart sank again and his doubts deepened, but his years of self-cultivation allowed him to remain calm and polite on the surface, and he was just a little distant when shaking hands. He was filled with doubts. Was it possible that my Zhang's unspeakable secrets had to be entrusted to such a young man? Lin Yi was as calm and composed as ever, with a clear and peaceful gaze. He was neither flattering nor timid, as if he was just there for an ordinary meeting. Director Zhang did not get straight to the point. Instead, he slowly picked up the teacup, took a sip, and glanced at the male secretary standing quietly beside him, who also had a tired look on his face. He spoke calmly, with a subtle hint of consideration. Mr. Lin, Director Liu highly respects your abilities. It just so happens that my secretary, Xiao Lu, has been feeling lethargic and exhausted lately. Could you please take a look at him and see what's wrong? This tactic of killing 2 birds with 1 stone is quite clever. It not only avoids the embarrassment of being directly exposed, but also allows Lin Yi's ability to be tested on the spot. If Lin Yi can't even identify the secretary's minor flaws, then there's no need to talk about it further. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi turned his gaze calmly to Secretary Liu. He didn't even ask the other party to stretch out his hand to feel his pulse, but just stared at him for a moment. His god-level visual diagnosis skill was fully activated, as if he could see through the surface and see directly to the source. Then, he spoke calmly, his voice clear and certain. This gentleman's problem isn't simply fatigue. It's dampness trapped in his body, causing his spleen to lose its function, and alcohol toxins to accumulate, damaging his liver meridians. It's probably because I've been busy with work and social events lately, and I've been drinking too much. I'm experiencing a sticky mouth, abdominal distension and pain, loose stools, and even a feeling of heaviness throughout my body in the afternoon. Every word is like a precise bullet, hitting the bull's eye. The professional composure on Secretary Liu's face instantly shattered into complete shock. He blurted out subconsciously. How did you know? It's true. I've been accompanying the director on a lot of receptions lately, with drinking parties almost every day. I feel like I'm not myself anymore. He realized his mistake after he finished speaking and looked at Director Zhang awkwardly. When Director Zhang saw this, the teacup in his hand stopped in mid-air. The scrutiny in his eyes melted away as quickly as ice and snow encountering sunlight, replaced by deep surprise and a glimmer of hope that was finally ignited. Could it be possible that this young man actually possesses such power? Director Zhang took a deep breath and waved his hand. Secretary Liu and other staff members immediately understood what he meant, and quickly and quietly left the study, gently closing the soundproof solid wood door. He and Lin Yi were the only ones left in the room. The atmosphere became more solemn. Director Zhang leaned forward slightly, folded his hands on his knees, and struggled for a long time. Then he spoke vaguely, still trying to maintain his dignity. Mr. Lin is indeed well deserved of his reputation. As for me, well, it's mainly because of my age. I feel less energetic than before, weak and sickly, and my sleep is very poor. He hid the most critical symptoms under general terms. Lin Yi did not ask for details like ordinary doctors, nor did he rush to take the patient's pulse. Linny leaned against the back of the sofa, his posture calm, as if he was in control of the rhythm of the entire conversation. He looked at Director Zhang calmly and said, "Director Zhang, please hold your breath and concentrate for 30 seconds. Chapter 67, Hidden Illness of Senior Management? Lin Yi's 3 moves to decide the outcome." Although Director Zhang didn't understand why, he still did as he was told and tried to regulate his breathing. At this moment, Lin Yi did something that surprised Director Zhang greatly. He slowly closed his eyes, tilted his head slightly towards Director Zhang, and seemed to be listening to something with extreme concentration, the art of listening to sounds and identifying breathing. You could hear a pin drop in the study, with only the gentle breathing of the 2 people. Time passes by second by second. After a moment, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were surprisingly bright, as if they could see through people's hearts. He no longer gave the other party any room to evade, his tone as firm as a rock, each word going straight to the point. "Director Zhang, I already know the root of your illness. It's not in your heart, your kidneys, or your liver. It's in your mind and your qi. You hold a high position of power, and your thoughts are too heavy, exhausting your mind. As a result, your qi is stagnant between your chest and ribs, like a huge rock blocking it, preventing it from reaching your dantian. Ultimately, this results in the inability of qi and blood to smoothly fill the zone tendons, leading to erectile dysfunction." He paused slightly, looked at the other person's pupils that suddenly shrank, and continued to speak accurately. "Do you often feel a dull pain under your ribs on both sides? Do you have trouble falling asleep at night? Even if you do fall asleep, you often wake up easily from dreams, and your dreams are chaotic?" Snap! The purple clay cup lid in Director Zhang's hand accidentally fell onto the mahogany coffee table, making a crisp sound. He was frozen in place as if under a spell. All hits. Every symptom was described exactly by the young man in front of him. This was 10 times more accurate and thorough than the conclusions reached by all the experts he had seen before after using all kinds of instruments for examination. This is no longer a medical skill, it is almost like mind reading. Lin Yi added, "The various tonics you've taken before weren't the right medicine for your condition. They were like adding fuel to the fire. The more you take, the more your qi becomes stagnant. It's completely counterproductive, so it's ineffective and actually harmful." These words incorporate profound medical concepts and accurately analyze Director Zhang's internal condition. Lin Yi's words were very professional, like a sharp scalpel, pointing directly at his vital points. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Director Zhang was struck by lightning. He froze completely, and the color drained from his face. All his psychological defenses and official disguises were torn to pieces in the face of this incredibly accurate diagnosis. He was no longer the powerful director, but just a man suffering from illness and anxiety. His body softened and he leaned back heavily on the sofa, sighing as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His voice was filled with exhaustion and complete conviction. "Ah! I'm convinced. Mr. Lin. I, Zhang, am truly convinced today. You are truly a godlike being. Every word is a gem, every sentence hits the nail on the head. Absolutely right. Absolutely right." Director Zhang, who had completely let down his guard, almost poured out all the pain that had been pent up for a long time. Lin Yi listened quietly, nodding from time to time to show his understanding. This attitude made Director Zhang feel extremely relieved. Director Zhang finally asked the most core question nervously. "Mr. Lin, do you think I can be saved?" Lin Yi's answer was decisive and full of convincing confidence. "Of course. The key to this condition lies in unblocking and guiding rather than blindly tonifying. Once the liver qi is regulated and the heart meridians are unobstructed, qi and blood will naturally flow downward and replenish, and function will naturally recover." Faced with the completely convinced Director Zhang, Lin Yi did not prescribe any shocking and expensive prescriptions. Instead, he provided an extremely simple, yet comprehensive solution that went straight to the point, far surpassing any complex prescription Director Zhang had ever encountered. 1 dose for internal use. Lin Yi picked up the pen on the desk and wrote down a seemingly very simple recipe on a note. In fact, it was an ancient recipe that had been system optimized. The main ingredients are common medicinal materials such as bupleurum, white peony root, citrus aurantium, cinnamon twig, and roasted licorice. This prescription is designed to soothe liver and relieve depression, and reduce heart fire. Take it for 7 consecutive days, 1 dose per day, divided into morning and evening doses. 2. A set of ancient guiding techniques. Linny stood up and personally demonstrated 3 extremely simple yet infinitely mysterious guiding movements similar to a simplified version of the 8-section brocade moves. The first is draw the bow and shoot the eagle to relax the chest and ribs, the second is hands supported to the sky to regulate the triple burner, and the third is 7 shakes behind the back to stimulate all the meridians. Practice 9 times each morning and evening. The movements should be slow, gentle, and quiet, aiming to guide the chi and blood and unclog the meridians. 3. Dietary taboos and suggestions. Please make sure to eat a light diet in the near future. Avoid raw, cold, greasy, and spicy foods. Also, you can come to Yaoichuan often and order a cup of my recently developed liver-soothing and qi-regulating tea to help with your health. For the next 3 weeks, you must go to sleep before 10 p.m. every night. Your body is currently re-establishing order, so you need absolute peace and quiet. The plan was so simple that Director Zhang could hardly believe it. But at this moment, he treated Linny like a god and followed his instructions strictly. A miracle happened. 3 days later, the bloating and tightness under his ribs that had lasted for many years disappeared, and his sleep at night became deep and sound. A week later, one morning, he felt a natural and strong physiological reaction for the first time in a long time. 3 weeks later, not only did his functions fully recover, he even felt full of energy and sharp thinking, as if he had returned to the state he was in 10 years ago. The relationship between the couple also warmed up and they regained their intimacy. This feeling of regaining new life made Director Zhang and his wife ecstatic, and their gratitude to Linny was beyond words. If I had to describe it, it would be rain after a long drought. In one word, awesome. The absolute best of awesome. A month later, Director Zhang personally paid a secret visit to Yaoichuan. It was not mealtime, and he was directly invited into Linny's private tea room. After seeing Linny again, Director Zhang's attitude changed drastically. He held Linny's hand tightly and shook it vigorously, his eyes filled with undisguised gratitude and admiration. Mr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. You are truly my adopted parent. I, Zhang, will never forget this kindness. After the greetings, Director Zhang's expression became serious and he said sincerely, Mr. Lin, you have the ability to transform decay into something magical. Running a restaurant is truly a waste of talent and a great loss to the medical community. He leaned forward, his voice low but heavy. Although I, Zhang, am just a clerk in the National Health Commission, I still have some say. If you are interested in developing a career in the medical and health field in the future, whether you want to open a private clinic or industrialize and promote your miraculous medicinal food. He paused and made a promise in a resounding voice. I'll take care of any issues regarding medical approval, qualification certification, and policy processes. Here at the National Health Commission, I'll personally open a green channel for you. Special matters will be handled promptly, and your journey will be smooth. When Linny heard this, his expression remained calm, but a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. This promise is worth far more than billions of dollars. It means that if Linny wants to transform his divine medical skills into a wider influence or industry in the future, the biggest policy obstacles will be completely cleared. A smooth road leading to the pinnacle of the medical and health industry has quietly opened up under his feet. Chapter 68, Miracle Medicine appears? The Dark Hand has already laid out a poisonous plan. On a quiet street not far behind Yaoichuan, a 3-story stand-alone building with white walls, black tiles, and flying eaves and corners has been quietly renovated. A rosewood plaque hangs on the door lintel, with 3 powerful and vigorous gold-plated characters inscribed on it, Lingxiao Pavilion. Different from the worldly atmosphere of gourmet food in Yaoichuan, this place exudes a calming elegance and a faint medicinal fragrance. Lin Yi's positioning of Lingxiao Pavilion is very clear. We focus on the functional disorders of modern men under high-pressure ED, premature ejaculation, kidney essence deficiency and various hidden diseases that are difficult to talk about but seriously affect the quality of life, such as stubborn hair loss, severe insomnia, chronic urticaria, etc. Main concept. Precisely understand the root cause, use ancient secret formulas for conditioning, and achieve rapid and lasting results. The interior decoration of Lingxiao Pavilion is antique, and various Chinese medicine books are displayed on the antique shelves. But secretly, it is equipped with the most advanced biometric access control, all-round surveillance without blind spots, and a data encryption system to ensure the absolute privacy of every customer. On the eve of the opening, Director Zhang came to visit in person. After expressing his satisfaction, he made a suggestion. Mr. Lin, the opening of Lingxiao Pavilion is a complex undertaking, and every aspect requires reliable personnel to manage it. Although you are a master of medicine, you can't do everything yourself. Director Zhang smiled warmly, but his tone was serious. My daughter Qingya just graduated with a master's degree in integrated Chinese and Western medicine from Capital Medical University. She is very passionate about traditional medicine and is smart and steady. I want her to come over and be your assistant. On the one hand, she'll help you with some of your affairs, and on the other hand, and most importantly, she'll learn some real skills from a master like you and temper her. What do you think? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Thank you for your hard work, Director Zhang. It is an honor for High Heaven Pavilion to have your daughter's help. He understood that this was not only Director Zhang's intention to consolidate the relationship, but also a bond connecting the two of them, and more likely a real talent. The next day, Zhang Xingya arrived to report on time. She was wearing a well-tailored light gray business suit, with an upright posture and no makeup. Her face was beautiful but with a sense of alienation. Her eyes are sharp and intelligent, and she exudes a scholarly air and the calmness that comes from rigorous academic training. She looked at Lin Yi, extended her hand politely, and spoke in a steady tone without much warmth. Hello, Teacher Lin. I'm Zhang Qingya. My father asked me to come and study with you. I've received A's in all my major courses while at school, and I'm proficient in modern medical diagnostic techniques and the theoretical foundations of traditional Chinese medicine. I hope that in the future, I can actually be exposed to some clinical practice that goes beyond the textbooks. Although the words were humble, the arrogance in his bones and the hidden scrutiny and challenge were almost overwhelming. She had considerable doubts in her heart about this overly young miracle doctor and her father's almost arranged approach. Lingxiao Pavilion opened quietly. However, its special scope of treatment and slightly expensive consultation fees still attracted a lot of criticism and ridicule. Have you heard? That amazing chef from Yaichuan has opened a clinic specializing in treating ailments related to that. The chef gave up cooking and switched to making herbs? This crossover is too outrageous. TSK, the consultation fee is shockingly high. It seems they are targeting those wealthy people who are too embarrassed to go to regular hospitals. On the internet and in private, voices of doubt and ridicule are heard everywhere. Even those who muster the courage to come for treatment often do so with deep suspicion. In the early days of the business, Mr. Li, an entrepreneur who had been troubled by ED for many years and had tried various Western medicines but had obvious side effects, came to seek help. Zhang Qingya diagnosed the patient as having kidney yang deficiency according to the textbook procedure and prescribed a conventional kidney tonifying prescription. Lin Yi saw through the essence at a glance. Not entirely correct. He's under long-term stress, which has caused liver qi stagnation, which turns into fire and burns kidney yin. He appears to have yang deficiency, but in fact it's false yang deficiency and true stagnation in heat. You're adding fuel to the fire by using warming tonics. Lin Yi prescribed a prescription mainly to relieve liver depression, nourish yin, and reduce fire. After a week, Mr. Li's functional ability improved, and his bitter taste in the mouth, insomnia, and irritability that had plagued him for years were also greatly alleviated. He came back for a follow-up visit excitedly and thanked Lin Yi profusely. Zhang Qingya, who was standing by, was stunned. It was the first time she had witnessed such accurate diagnosis and immediate results, and the ideas were completely beyond the textbooks. The look she gave Lin Yi changed from questioning to intense curiosity, and she began to study and observe silently. Over the course of a few days, Lin Yi used some miraculous medical skills to quietly cure a financial tycoon's years of stubborn eczema and treated a technology giant's severe insomnia and anxiety, with immediate results. The reputation of Mr. Lin from Lingxiao Pavilion spread rapidly among the top circles like mercury leaking out of the ground. This rapid momentum immediately touched the nerves of some people. At the headquarters of Xiongfeng Group, a giant in the field of men's healthcare products in this city and even in the whole country, the young master Zhao Tianhao looked at the report submitted by his subordinates with a gloomy face. He decided to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. Lingxiao Pilla medicine developed by Lin Yi? Humph, a cook's creation dares to touch the meat in our bowls? A sinister sneer appeared on Zhao Tianhao's lips. Go check it out. Find a way to get some of that pill back. I want it to be stank before it even hits the market. Zhao Tianhao's methods are dirty but effective. The business spies he sent out disguised themselves as patients who were broke but still wanted medicine. Their acting was concise and tears were streaming down their faces. Finally, they used all means to get a few of Lin Yi's first edition Lingxiao pills for internal testing at an extremely high price. In the secret laboratory of Xiongfeng Group, analysts worked all night long. The ingredients are very complex, mostly herbal extracts, and the degree of compounding is extremely high. It is impossible to completely reverse engineer it in a short period of time. But, said the chief analyst, a sly glint in his eyes, it's not difficult to imitate its main effect. Why don't we just mix a large dose of sildenafil, the main ingredient in Viagra, with hormones like methyltestosterone, add some flour and herbal powder, and make a small pill that looks just like it? It's highly effective and low cost. Zhao Tianhao grinned. Okay. Let's do it. Then, give me these fake Lingxiao pills for free in large quantities to the homeless people under the overpass and those poor people in the shantytowns. Tell them this is a miraculous medicine donated by High Heaven Pavilion. A few days later, a sudden storm swept the whole city. Many homeless people and low-income people suffered serious drug poisoning after taking pills of unknown origin. Symptoms include severe heart palpitations, soaring blood pressure, and some people even suffer sudden strokes, are in critical condition, and are rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Chapter 69, Fatal Frame-Up? Lin Yi's desperate comeback. The media, which had already been secretly arranged by Zhao Tianhao, swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. A shocking scandal. Lingxiao Pavilion's fake medicine is harming people, and many patients are in critical condition. The chef god is actually a poison doctor? A deep dive into Lin Yi's illegal medical practice. Who is protecting Lingxiao Pavilion, referring to director Zhang? The horrifying headline, coupled with the image of the patient groaning in pain on the hospital bed and his family members crying, instantly ignited the anger of the entire nation. There was a torrent of curses on the internet, demanding severe punishment for the murderer. A joint investigation team composed of health, drug supervision, public security and other departments entered Lingxiao Pavilion at lightning speed, put up seals, seized all medicines and materials, and took Lin Yi away to assist in the investigation. The Lingxiao Pavilion, which was once bustling with people, suddenly became desolate and gloomy. Director Zhang received countless calls for accountability and was extremely anxious. Even though he trusted Lin Yi in his heart, he could only remain silent temporarily in the face of the overwhelming ironclad evidence. Those big guys who had received favors from Lin Yi before were now avoiding suspicion and their calls could not be reached. When the investigation team came to seal up the place, Zhang Qingya was standing at the door. She looked at the glaring seal, then recalled the news reports and the conclusive evidence of poisoning, and her long-standing skepticism and scientific training prevailed. She found Lin Yi, who was temporarily released on bail but remained terrifyingly calm, his eyes filled with disappointment and heartache. Her voice trembled. Teacher Lin, I've always tried to understand you from a scientific perspective, and I even hoped that I was wrong. But now, someone's dead. Science relies on evidence, and the current evidence is extremely unfavorable to you. Do you have any further explanation? She was almost making a final attempt to verify the facts, and her emotions were complicated and indescribable. Despite being deserted by everyone and facing overwhelming accusations, Lin Yi's eyes remained clear and calm. He made a request to the head of the investigation team. I believe in your impartiality. Please allow me to see the detailed blood test report of the poisoned person and the so-called evidence pills that were confiscated. After getting permission, Lin Yi quickly flipped through the report with his eyes like lightning. After a moment, he raised his head and said in a firm tone, "No. These poisoning symptoms are clearly an acute poisoning reaction caused by the abuse of large doses of sildenafil mixed with male hormones. Tachycardia, sudden increase in blood pressure, and a tendency to stroke are all typical manifestations of the severe side effects of this type of Western medicine." He picked up a pill as evidence, and without even needing any instruments, he just twisted it with his fingertips and sniffed it, and then he asserted, "My Lingxiao pill is made from pure Chinese herbal medicine. It emphasizes balance and gentleness. It does not contain any Western medicine ingredients, let alone such a large amount of hormones. This is a fake drug made from inferior Western medicine. It's a frame-up." The members of the investigation team looked at each other in confusion, half believing and half doubting. Lin Yi once again threw out a bombshell. To prevent counterfeiting, each of my Lingxiao pills is refined using a special process. A miniature anti-counterfeiting mark with the word Lin is embedded in the core of the pill. It requires a high-power magnifying glass to see clearly. Please test these evidence pills immediately. Authenticity will be determined immediately. These words were like a bolt of lightning in the darkness. Zhang Qingya, who had been listening, suddenly raised her head. Lin Yi's extremely calm analysis, his accurate judgment of the ingredients in Western medicine, and his unprecedented internal anti-counterfeiting technology. Her keen scientific intuition and logical thinking made her realize instantly. This is most likely an extremely despicable conspiracy. Her father's absolute trust in her and Lin Yi's previous cases of efficacy that could not be explained by common sense were now swirling in her mind. She no longer hesitated and immediately stepped forward and said sternly to the head of the investigation team, "Team Leader Wang, I'm Zhang Qingya, a doctor of medicine. The questions raised by Professor Lin are very important and professional. I would like to participate in the subsequent sample comparison and pharmacological analysis. I can provide professional assistance. At the same time, I believe it is necessary to immediately conduct a thorough investigation into the source of this batch of evidence." She even subtly hinted at her father's influence, asking her superiors to oversee a fair investigation. The investigation team attached great importance to it. On the one hand, Zhang Qingya was arranged to assist in the detailed dissection and high-power microscopic examination of the evidence pills. On the other hand, the Public Security Department quickly identified the gangster who distributed the pills based on the characteristics of fake drugs provided by Lin Yi. The truth soon came to light. Under a high-power magnifying glass, all the evidence pills were empty inside, without any Lin mark at all. The arrested gangster quickly confessed the mastermind behind the scenes during interrogation, Zhao Tianhao of Xiongfeng Group. The news is all over the screen again, and this time it's a shocking reversal. The truth is revealed. Ling Xiage was framed by a vicious business, and the mastermind, the young master of Xiongfeng Group, was arrested. Ling Xiao pill contains secrets, high-tech anti-counterfeiting breaks down false accusations and lies. From poison doctor to miracle doctor, Mr. Lin Yi's injustice is finally redressed. The official announcement detailed the case and cleared Lin Yi and Ling Xiao Pavilion of all charges. Ling Xiaodan has received free and the most convincing positive publicity nationwide for its characteristics of being purely natural, having no side effects and having magical anti-counterfeiting technology. The public's sympathy and curiosity were completely ignited, and public opinion overwhelmingly supported Lin Yi. It turns out to be a real miracle drug. It's so effective that the bad guys got jealous and framed it. Looking to buy Ling Xiaodan? Where can I buy the authentic one? Xiongfeng Group became infamous in an instant, its stock price plummeted, and its partners terminated their contracts one after another. Faced with astronomical compensation and lawsuits from victims, Zhao Tianhao and his son were approved for arrest, and they will face severe punishment by law. The seal of Ling Xiao Pavilion was solemnly torn off, the door was reopened, and Lin Yi returned safely. Zhang Qingya found Lin Yi, her pretty face full of guilt and admiration. She bowed deeply to Lin Yi. "Teacher, I'm sorry. Please forgive my previous ignorance and doubt. At the most important moment, I actually wavered. Your medical skills, your wisdom, and your foresight anti-counterfeiting mark are all far beyond my imagination. I am convinced." She raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with complex lights, including admiration, apology, and a hint of indescribable closeness and admiration. Lin Yi looked at her, without blaming her, but instead showed a gentle smile. "Wake up. There's nothing wrong with scientific skepticism. What's wrong is the conspiracy that exploits information asymmetry. It's rare that you can stay rational at a critical moment and use your professional knowledge to choose to stand on the side of truth. Science is the foundation, but sometimes we need to trust some feelings and wisdom that go beyond existing scientific knowledge to understand everything in the world." These words made Zhang Qingya feel warm and all her grudges disappeared. After this battle, the reputation of Ling Xiao Pavilion and Ling Xiao Pill reached an unshakable peak. The phone calls for appointment consultation were completely overwhelmed and the door was almost broken down. Director Zhang felt deeply frightened and guilty, and mobilized all his energy to apply for national confidential formula and patent protection for Ling Xiaodan as quickly as possible, and built a more solid policy protection network for Ling Xiao Pavilion. Lin Yi formally began to systematically teach Zhang Qingya the improved method of refining Ling Xiao Pill and several other core prescriptions. She was extremely talented and grateful, and she studied day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep, and quickly grew into Lin Yi's true chief disciple and the actual manager of the daily operations of Ling Xiao Pavilion. Chapter 70, Capital Tycoon Attacks. Lin Yi cleverly breaks through all-around suppression. Ling Xiao Pavilion's reputation has risen instead of fallen since the last turmoil, reaching an unprecedented height. Ling Xiao Pill is said to be so miraculous that it is hard to come by. Orders are pouring in from all over the country and even overseas, and the phone lines for appointments and consultations are almost always busy. However, great success brought sweet troubles. Lin Yi insisted on doing the core links himself, leading Zhang Qingya and a few trusted disciples who had passed rigorous tests to refine Ling Xiao pills using a manual method that was almost ancient. This model seems to be a drop in the bucket in the face of the explosive growth and demand. Zhang Qingya placed a thick report in front of Lin Yi, frowning slightly. Teacher, this is last month's order summary and inventory warning. With our current production capacity, even if we run around the clock, we can only complete less than 1/10 of the orders. Customers are waiting for a year and a half, and there are more and more complaints. On the black market, our pills have been sold for more than 10 times their original price, and even more realistic fakes have begun to appear. Lin Yi looked at the report with a calm expression but deep eyes. He knew very well that expanding production capacity was imperative. Qingya, what do you think? Zhang Qingya said with certainty. We have to industrialize, at least in parts. Non-core steps such as cleaning, drying, grinding, and preliminary mixing of medicinal materials can be standardized on production lines or outsourced to reliable partners. This is the only way to free up production capacity and meet market demand. But this requires a lot of capital investment, as well as new production sites and equipment. Just as Lin Yi began to plan a controllable expansion of production capacity, a real giant crocodile swam over, smelling the scent of capital. Xin Hao, a partner of Pancher Capital, a 40-year-old elite wearing a custom-made Italian suit and with sharp eyes, took the initiative to visit. He had obviously done his homework and was well aware of Linkseage's operating data, customer base, and market potential. In the reception room, Xin Hao smiled and pushed over a beautifully bound investment plan, his tone full of temptation. Mr. Lin, I've long heard of your name. The effects of Ling Xiaodan are amazing, and its market potential is trillions of dollars. We at Rock Capital are very optimistic about this project and are willing to invest 500 million yuan upfront, acquiring a 51% stake in the newly established company and fully promoting the globalization of Linkseoden. We will hire the best team, build a modern pharmaceutical factory that meets the standards, and make it available in every high-end pharmacy and hospital around the world. In 3 years, at most, we can take the company public. By then, you and your team will achieve complete financial freedom. The blueprint he drew was grand and clear, and was the shortcut that countless entrepreneurs dreamed of. However, Lin Yi's gaze didn't even linger on the tempting plan for too long. He raised his eyes and looked at Xin Hao, his gaze calm but with unquestionable determination. Mr. Qin, thank you for your kindness, Pancher Capital. But I'm sorry, Lingxiao pill is not an ordinary commodity. It is an extension of my medical skills, and I need to be highly responsible for every medicinal property and every patient's constitution. If industrialization comes at the expense of its fundamental efficacy and safety, it will betray its original purpose. Controlling rights and core secret formulas are not for sale. The smile on Xin Hao's face was still perfect, but the temperature in his eyes suddenly dropped a few degrees. Dr. Lin, you are a respected physician. But the ocean of the business world is far more vast than one might imagine, and it also hides unknown storms. Sometimes, it's better to board a large ship than to row a small boat alone. It's more risk-resistant. Do you really want to reconsider it? Lin Yi's answer was concise and straightforward. If we do not share the same ideals, we cannot work together. Xin Hao still maintained his composure when he left, but his revenge came quickly and fiercely. The commercial giant Pancher Capital began to show its huge size and ruthless means to the small boat Lingxiao Pavilion. Soon, Zhang Qingya and several other core disciples received calls from headhunters, who offered them a price dozens of times higher than their income at Lingxiao Pavilion and promised them options in higher positions. After Zhang Qingya received the call, she didn't even let the other party finish speaking before she coldly refused. I'm sorry, I'm not pursuing financial freedom, but rather the advancement of medicine. Your medical skills and philosophy cannot be measured by money. She immediately reported the poaching situation to Lin Yi in detail, her eyes clear and firm. Teacher, what I can learn here cannot be given anywhere else. Lin Yi felt relieved and nodded slightly. But some people still can't resist the temptation. A disciple who was in charge of the preliminary processing of medicinal materials and a front desk receptionist could not resist the temptation and chose to leave. A few days later, bad news came from the purchasing department. Several indispensable key medicinal ingredients in the Linkseoden formula, such as special grade Cistanche deserticula from a specific origin and a rare Ganoderma lucidum spore powder, suddenly became scarce. Their prices were sharply raised by mysterious capital, and they even faced the risk of supply interruption. It is obvious that Pancher Capital took advantage of its capital advantage to maliciously buy out and hoard at the source. Not only that, there is even public opinion smearing. A large number of popular science articles and expert interviews appeared on the internet almost overnight. The title is horrifying. Exploring the truth about miracle pills, how big are the hidden dangers of unverified herbal medicines? Miracle doctor or charlatan? On the role of psychological suggestion in therapeutic effects. The article seems objective, but in fact it implies that the safety of Ling Xiaodan is questionable and the effects may come from psychological effects or illegal additives. The two disciples who were poached earlier also revealed information in an anonymous interview, deliberately complaining vaguely about the high workload and unfair treatment, further misleading the public. As expected, Lingxiao Pavilion ushered in administrative review. As if they had made an appointment, the drug supervision, industry and commerce, taxation and other departments came one after another to conduct routine inspections or verifications based on reports from the public. Although Lingxiao Pavilion had all the necessary procedures and standardized operations, the frequent inspections seriously disrupted the normal diagnosis and treatment order and production arrangements, causing panic among the staff. Faced with an all-round encirclement, Lin Yi did not panic. He first stabilized the internal situation, fully affirmed Zhang Qingya's loyalty, and promoted her to Deputy General Manager of Lingxiao Pavilion, fully responsible for daily operations and technical management. At the same time, an internal meeting was held to significantly increase the salary and year-end bonus ratio for all core employees who remained, which boosted team morale. Then, he demonstrated amazing business acumen to solve the supply chain crisis. He did not engage in a price war with Pancher Capital to buy medicinal materials. On the one hand, relying on his god-level knowledge of pharmacology, he quickly adjusted the formula and developed a simplified version of Lingxiao Dan Lingxiao San. Chapter 71, Zhou Lao's Tearful Plea. Lin Yi fights for his friend against all odds. This powder is about 70% as effective as the original pill, but the cost is reduced by 60%, and the dependence on the key medicinal ingredients that were sniped is greatly reduced. Ling Xiaozhen was sold in limited quantities through online channels, which immediately met the huge demand in the mid-range market and alleviated financial pressure. It also partially thwarted Pancher Capital's plan to hoard goods and wait to sell them at high prices in order to make huge profits. On the other hand, through the introduction of the big boss Mr. Wang, someone he had treated before, he directly contacted the country's top Chinese medicinal herb planting experts and several large-scale authentic medicinal herb planting bases. Lin Yi signed an exclusive targeted planting and guaranteed price purchase agreement with the other party, based on the golden signboards of Weixuan and Lingxiage and the promise of long-term, stable and high-priced cooperation. We rebuilt a more stable and higher-quality supply chain from the root, turning crisis into opportunity. Director Zhang National Health Commission took the initiative and organized a high-level traditional medicine innovation and development seminar in the name of the National Health Commission, and specially invited Lin Yi as the keynote speaker. At the meeting, many national treasure-level Chinese medicine experts made public speeches. From theory to clinical practice, it fully affirmed the scientific nature and effectiveness of Ling Xiaodan, directly refuted the false rumors on the internet, and vindicated Lin Yi and Ling Xiaodan. Director Liu mobilized resources and conducted secret investigations, quickly identifying several leaders of online water army companies who were paid to post and manipulate public opinion. We cracked down severely in accordance with the law on the charge of suspected crime of damaging commercial credibility and product reputation, effectively curbing the source of the rumor spread. Those business tycoons and cultural celebrities who were once healed by Lin Yi also took the initiative to endorse Lingxiage in their respective social circles and even on their personal social media. Their personal experience and authoritative status are more convincing than any advertisement. A media tycoon even published 3 consecutive special reports in his authoritative media, deeply analyzing the Ling Xiaodan phenomenon and praising it as the perfect combination of traditional wisdom and modern needs. The public opinion situation reversed instantly. Lingxiao Dan and Lingxiao Pavilion not only cleared their grievances, but also gained dual credit endorsements from the official and top circles because of this storm, and their credibility and popularity reached an unprecedented peak. As for the administrative review, after proving that it was fully compliant, Director Zhang made a phone call and those unwarranted, harassing routine inspections quietly stopped. Faced with Lin Yi's sharp and comprehensive counterattack, as well as the amazing power behind it, Xin Hao of Pancher Capital knew that nothing could be done. He visited Lingxiao Pavilion again, and this time his attitude was no longer that of a condescending investment elite, but rather one with some respect. Xin Hao said sincerely, "Mr. Lin, I really admire you. Not only are you a master of medicine, but you also possess great wisdom and a powerful concentration. Pancher Capital respects your choice and your path. We apologize for any previous disagreements. We hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in other more suitable areas in the future." After this battle, the industrial closed loop of Lingxiage was officially completed. Upstream. We have formed strategic alliances with many top medicinal material bases and firmly controlled the source of high-quality medicinal materials. Midstream. The core preparation of medicinal ingredients and the final pill combining process are still completed manually by Linny and a very small number of his direct disciples, including Zhang Qingya, in a confidential workshop on the top floor of Lingxiao Pavilion. For the early pretreatment, grinding, mixing and other processes, an automated and fully controllable modern production line has been established, which has greatly increased production capacity. Downstream, a multi-channel sales network has been formed with direct sales of Lingxiage and limited sales of Lingxiaozhen online. Linny successfully resisted the greedy erosion of capital and protected the purity and autonomy of medical skills. He did not reject development, but achieved healthy expansion of the industry in a way that was smarter, more controllable, and more in line with the essence of medicine. Lingxiage is no longer just a medical clinic, it has become a health brand with a complete industrial chain, excellent reputation, and huge profits. In this game with the capital giants, Linny himself completed a gorgeous transformation from a common miracle doctor to a helmsman of the medical industry with core skills and strong influence. As his most capable disciple and partner, Zhang Qingya always stood by his side, with admiration in her eyes and a bit of indescribable emotion. One day, the quiet and peaceful atmosphere in Lingxiao Pavilion was broken by a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps. The visitors were not patients seeking medical treatment, but several middle-aged men with serious expressions, surrounding an old man with white hair and a trembling body, Mr. Zhou Boren. Mr. Zhou no longer had his usual composure. His eyes were sunken and tears were streaming down his face. As soon as he entered the door, he grabbed Lin Yi's arm tightly with amazing strength, as if he was grabbing the last straw. Mr. Zhou's voice was hoarse and filled with desperate crying. "Shaolin, my son Weigua. Weigua, he's dying." Zhou Weigua, Mr. Zhou's eldest son, was in his prime and was the inheritor of Mr. Zhou's culinary skills. He was at the peak of his life but suddenly collapsed. Mr. Zhou's voice was broken. "We've visited the best hospitals around the world, and all the top experts have come to the same conclusion. They're saying it's catastrophic mitochondrial energy depletion. They say the energy factories in our cells have completely shut down, and our organs are failing one by one. There's no cure. There's no cure. They said, at most, there's only a week left. 1 week. Death's cold verdict." Mr. Zhou almost fell to his knees, but was held tightly by Lin Yi. "Shaolin. I, Zhou Boren, have never believed in ghosts or gods. I only believe in myself. But this time I really have no other choice. I beg you. Save Weigua. Save my son. I know this is asking too much, but you're the only miracle I can think of. I'm willing to pay any price." This heavy trust mixed with despair, and this tearful request, made it impossible for Lin Yi to refuse. He took a deep breath, his eyes became sharp and focused. "Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I'll go check the situation first." The moment he finished speaking, the long-lost system prompt sounded coldly in his mind. Ding! Life failure beyond normal limits detected. This meets the conditions, triggering the ultimate challenge mission, defy the heavens and change fate. Mission objective, slow down the target's lifespan and extend its expected lifespan to more than 3 months. Quest reward, divine medical skill level increased to top level, unlock the ancient lost acupuncture method, the first 3 acupuncture fragments of spiritual pivot, 9 needles to reverse fate. Serious warning, this treatment will consume the host's vital energy and spirit to an extreme degree. Each treatment is performed with extreme caution. Failure may cause a backlash of vital energy, causing irreversible damage to the host. Please choose carefully. Chapter 72, 9 Needles Against Heaven to Extend Life. Lin Yi bet everything. Defy fate and change destiny. The reward is extremely tempting, but the price is also appalling. But it is only right and proper to lend a hand in saving the son of his old friend Zhou Boren. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all, his eyes were firm. "I accept." In the intensive care unit, Zhou Weigua was lying on the hospital bed, his body full of tubes for various life-sustaining equipment. His face was pale, his breathing was weak, and his chest was almost invisible. He was completely dependent on machines to maintain his last signs of life. Lin Yi and Zhang Qingya received the medical records and various test reports that were several inches thick. The two stayed awake all night in the secret room of Lingxiao Pavilion. Zhang Qingya looked at the shocking data curves and video films, her face pale. As a top medical student, her knowledge left her feeling deeply powerless. "Teacher, mitochondrial energy synthesis is almost zero, and the function index of all organs in the body has plummeted. This is the complete depletion of the energy source at the cellular level. From the perspective of modern medicine, this is a fundamentally irreversible process. We should perhaps consider how to use the best palliative care to alleviate his suffering in his final days. Her voice trembled with despair. No. Linny suddenly looked up, with a strange light burning in his eyes. That was the flame created by the fusion of the vast amount of ancient medical knowledge instilled by the system and his own beliefs. According to traditional Chinese medicine theory, this isn't a simple organic disease. It's the sudden collapse of innate vital energy, the extinguishing of the vital energy of the 5 internal organs, the core power that sustains life. It seems like a dead end, but there is always a glimmer of hope between heaven and earth. Ancient texts once recorded, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, stealing the authority of yin and yang, may prolong life for a moment. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated, sinking his consciousness into the vast amount of ancient medical information provided by the system, trying to grasp the elusive glimmer of hope. Zhang Qingya was given a faint glimmer of hope by his words. She forced herself to use all the global medical databases she could access. She frantically searched for information and medical books on related diseases. After a sleepless day and night, the two were almost exhausted. Combining a vague hint from the system with the few words Zhang Qingya found in the electronic file of a lost medical book fragment, they finally locked onto a legendary prescription Huishinyan. But after hope comes deeper despair. According to the prescription records, the core medicine must be the 1,000-year-old Mi Tai Sui, supplemented by 9 extremely rare auxiliary medicines that almost only exist in legends, such as polar ice lotus, 100-year blood essence, melting heart grass, etc. A global search for medicine. A race against death. Linny did not hesitate at all and immediately mobilized all his connections. Director Zhang, contact the National Reserve of Rare Animal and Plant Medicinal Materials and major research institutes as soon as possible to check the inventory. Director Liu, use special channels to send out exploration information to the international black market and secret collectors. Xia Lan, mobilize the Xia Group's global business network and logistics capabilities, and offer a reward for the purchase at any cost. Chen Feng, with a few old brothers with good skills, based on the possible growth environment provided by Lin Yi, they went directly into the primitive dense forests and snow-capped mountains in the southwest to try their luck. As time passed, bad news continued to arrive. There's no record of Mi Tai Sui in the national treasury. Someone on the black market claims to have it, but the price is astronomical, and it needs to be verified, so there's no time left. The last recorded appearance of the polar ice lotus was in northern Europe, but that was 20 years ago. The melting heartgrass grows in a suspected volcanically active zone, extremely dangerous. The numbers on Zhou Weiguo's vital monitor continued to decline slowly but steadily. An atmosphere of depression and despair enveloped everyone. In the early morning of the 7th day, when there were less than 20 hours left before the deadline predicted by the doctor, Xiaolan received shocking good news. Her people, through the abbot of an ancient temple on the top of a snowy mountain, exchanged a peerless ancient Buddha head donated by the Zhou family for a small half of the jade-colored 1,000-year-old Mi Tai Sui, which had been worshipped by the temple for generations. Thanks to the efforts of all parties, the other 8 auxiliary medicines were miraculously gathered at the last moment. Treatment begins immediately. The secret room was converted into a temporary treatment room and no one is allowed to enter. Lin Yixian carefully boiled the Huitian drink with real fire. When the medicine was ready, the room was filled with a strange fragrance that made people feel refreshed. He carefully fed the medicine to the unconscious Zhou Weiguo. Then, the most dangerous part came, performing the Lingshu 9 needles to reverse fate. Linny took out 9 silver needles of ancient style in different lengths. He concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, and his whole aura became extremely solemn. At the moment of inserting the needle, it seemed as if he was not giving acupuncture, but pushing an invisible mountain. Each injection was done extremely slowly, requiring the infusion of his own pure qi, a combination of internal and mental strength. As the needle tip pierced Zhou Weiguo's specific acupoint, veins popped up on Lin Yi's forehead and big beads of sweat rolled down. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body even emitted a faint white mist caused by the intense energy consumption. Zhang Qingya was nervously monitoring the data from all the modern medical equipment, her heart in her throat. She saw that every time Lin Yi gave Zhou Weiguo an injection, the almost straightened line of his heartbeat waveform would beat weakly. The downward trend of the failing organ function indicators was actually forcibly curbed, and there was even a very weak sign of recovery. When the last needle was inserted with difficulty, Lin Yi almost collapsed. His body swayed and he almost fell down. Zhang Qingya supported him in time, and his touch was cold, which was a sign of severe depletion of vitality. The backlash has begun. But Linny didn't care about himself and stared at the instrument. Success! After the 9 needles were applied, although Zhou Weiguo's vital signs were still extremely weak, they no longer continued to deteriorate, but maintained a fragile balance. The next few days were a real tug of war between life and death. Linny became very weak due to the backlash, but he still had to insist on giving Zhou Weiguo acupuncture once a day to consolidate the effect. Zhang Qingya also showed amazing professionalism and calmness. She stayed by the instrument 24 hours a day and closely monitored every piece of data of Zhou Weiguo. Precisely adjusting the parameters of nutrient solution, ventilators, and various modern medical equipment that maintain vital signs provides crucial basic support for Lin Yi's miracle-defying treatment. At the same time, she took meticulous care of the frail Lin Yi, decocting medicine for him and adjusting his diet. Seeing the huge price Lin Yi paid to save people, her inner admiration had long since turned into deep heartache and an indescribable love. In this enclosed space, the two people support and trust each other for the same goal, and their relationship becomes extremely subtle and close. Chapter 73, A Medical Bet? Jinling Jiang Family Challenges. 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights of torment and guarding. On the 8th day, the monitoring equipment showed that Zhou Weiguo's heartbeat became stronger and more stable. Although he was still intubated, he had an obvious spontaneous breathing rhythm. He even slowly opened his eyes. Although he was still weak, his vision had regained clarity and he was able to communicate very briefly. Miracle! A true medical miracle was born. Mr. Zhou cried with joy and almost kowtowed to Lin Yi. Later, the top Western medicine experts from home and abroad who rushed to the consultation after hearing the news were all stunned when they saw the latest review report. This reversal could not be explained by any existing scientific theory, and the report could only write unexplained clinical miracle. Although Lin Yi was weak and needed some time to recuperate, his medical skills had completely broken through to the top level through this extreme challenge. His understanding of qi, the origin of life and the energy of heaven and earth has reached a whole new level, and his eyes have become deeper and more restrained. He gained the Zhou family's eternal and selfless gratitude, and his reputation as a miracle doctor who could revive the dead and turn flesh into bones became a legend in top circles. After experiencing this baptism of life and death, Zhang Qingya's medical philosophy was completely reshaped, and she truly understood the amazing heights that could be achieved by combining Chinese and Western medicine. Her feelings for Lin Yi were buried deep in her heart, becoming complex and deep, and the tacit understanding between the two reached a new level. Although the 9 needles to defy fate rewarded by the system is only a fragment, the supreme medical knowledge and powerful effectiveness it contains have become Lin Yi's ultimate means. After experiencing this life-extending struggle, Lingxiao Pavilion is no longer just a simple medical clinic, it has become a legendary place that can create miracles of life. And Lin Yi's footsteps did not stop. After a while, the tranquility of Lingxiao Pavilion was broken by an unusual aura. The visitors were not patients seeking medical treatment, but 2 men dressed in simple Chinese gowns and with extraordinary demeanor. The leader was about 27 or 28 years old, with a handsome face, but there was a sense of arrogance between his eyebrows. He scanned everything in High Heaven Pavilion with scrutiny and critical eyes. He is the most outstanding heir of this generation of the Jinling Jiang family, the young master Zhang Yunlan. Beside him followed a taciturn old man with bulging temples. He was Jiang Lai, the guardian of the Jiang family, with a gleam in his eyes. Zhang Yunlan had no intention of greeting. He walked straight to Lin Yi, took out a note bordered with gold thread and emitting a faint sandalwood scent, and handed it over. There was an unquestionable dominance in his movements. Zhang Yunlan spoke, his voice clear but with a hint of coldness. Mr. Lin, I've heard recently that your reputation as a miracle doctor has spread far and wide. The techniques you use are bizarre and swift, but your eagerness for quick results has perhaps deviated from the fundamental principles of medicine, strengthening the body's health and harmonizing yin and yang. He raised his head slightly, his tone becoming more pressing. My Jinling Jiang family has been practicing medicine for generations. We wouldn't claim to be the world's leading medical family, but we shoulder the responsibility of rectifying the medical tradition. I've come here today to write this invitation, inviting Mr. Lin to discuss 3 games of Taoism to set the record straight. Lin Yi took the post and unfolded it. The content was even more aggressive. If the Jiang family wins, Lin Yi must immediately close Lingxiage, permanently give up practicing medicine, and make a public statement admitting that what he has learned is a heresy. At the same time, the Lingxiao pill and all its related prescriptions were handed over to the Jiang family for safekeeping and correction to prevent them from harming the world. If Lin Yi wins, the Jiang family is willing to admit defeat and offer the family heirloom Imu Qinghua Lu and 3 priceless Millennium Bloodling. This bet is almost humiliating. It will not only completely destroy Lin Yi's career and reputation, but also take away his core achievements, bring him down to the dust, and never let him recover. Its purpose is by no means a simple discuss of the Tao, but to establish the Jiang family's unshakable industry hegemony in one fell swoop and completely eliminate Lin Yi, the oddity. Zhang Qingya in the room, as well as Zhou Boran and others who rushed over after hearing the news, all looked extremely ugly when they saw this. The Jiang family has no good intentions. Lin Yi glanced at the post, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, a hint of interest arose. He raised his eyes to look at Zhang Yunlan and said calmly, "I accepted the post." "When and where?" Zhang Yunlan raised his lips in a confident arc. 3 days from now, at noon, it will be at your High Heaven Pavilion. By then, fellow believers will be here to witness it. 3 days later, the atmosphere in the largest clinic in Lingxiao Pavilion was solemn. Zhou Boran, Director Zhang, Director Liu, and several respected senior figures in the field of traditional Chinese medicine were present as witnesses. Everyone held their breath and focused their attention on the two people confronting each other in the field. Round 1, identifying and distinguishing the properties of medicines, blind tasting of 10 flavor powders. Zhang Lai stepped forward and took out 10 identical mutton fat jade bottles. The bottle mouths were sealed, and inside were 10 kinds of medicinal powders that were ground into powders that were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Zhang Lai said in a deep voice, "These 10 ingredients are all extraordinary. Some are extremely poisonous, while others have miraculous effects. Mr. Lin, please help my young master identify its name, origin, year of preparation, and medicinal properties and toxicity. Time limit, 1 stick of incense. The competition begins." Zhang Yunlan was very skilled. He opened the corks one by one, picked up a small amount of powder with his fingertips, looked at its color, smelled its flavor, or tasted it very carefully with the tip of his tongue, and then closed his eyes and thought. Then he wrote quickly on the paper, at an extremely fast speed, showing his extremely profound knowledge of medicinal materials and family heritage. On the other hand, Lin Yi simply picked up the jade bottles one by one, without even opening them. He just lightly touched the bottle with his fingertips and sniffed it with his nose. His god-level medical skills were activated, and he knew everything. He didn't write fast, but each stroke was steady and powerful. A stick of incense burns out. The answers of both parties are checked by witnesses. Result, both students correctly wrote down the names of 10 medicinal herbs. But Lin Yi's answer was even more terrifying. Not only was he correct in all of them, he also marked the exact year after each medicine. Dragon's blood, 370 years. Ambergris, from the sperm whale of the South China Sea, exposed to the sun for 5 years. It even pointed out that one of the herbs was deliberately disguised as millennial Ganoderma lucidum powder by the Jiang family. This isn't a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, but an 820-year-old one. It grows on the cliff face on the shady side of Mount Tai, away from the sun. I picked it 3 days after the autumnal equinox last year. Its accuracy is comparable to that of high-precision instruments, or even better. For the first time, the confidence on Zhang Yunlan's face began to crack, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhang Lai's eyes turned extremely serious when he looked at Lin Yi. "What's wrong with this kid? He's so powerful. He can be said to be the strongest rival I have ever encountered in my life. I can't be careless and underestimate the enemy." In the first game, Lin Yi wins. Chapter 74, Medical Saint. Crush the Jiang family and win the Holy Canon. Round 2, the battle for treatment on site living cases. The Jiang family brought a middle-aged man with a dull face, distracted eyes, and a willing face. Zhang Yunlan said, "This is a patient admitted to our Jiang family. He suffers from soul separation syndrome. His consciousness is unclear and he appears to be in a state of dementia. Modern medicine is helpless. Today, we'll use this person as our subject. Each of us will use our own methods, and within the time limit of 1 stick of incense, we'll see who can bring him back to life. The one with the most pronounced reaction wins." Zhang Yunlan took the first step. He took out the golden needle and used the Jiang family's unique skill, the 99 soul restoring needle. One could see needle shadows flying and needles falling like rain. The technique was complicated and gorgeous, implying some strange rhythm, which made several old Chinese medicine practitioners nod their heads repeatedly. After the acupuncture, the patient's originally stiff body seemed to relax a little, his eyelids trembled slightly, and his breathing became a little smoother, but his eyes were still empty and he was not awake. It's Lin Yi's turn. He did not rush to use the needle, but carefully observed the patient's complexion and tongue coating, and took the pulse for a while. Then he judged. This is not the separation of the soul, but rather phlegm obstructing the mind and blocking the spiritual altar. He took out a specially modified Lingxiao pill that had enhanced its effect of opening the orifices and awakening wisdom, dissolved it in warm water, and slowly fed it to the patient. Then, he asked the patient to sit down, and he stood behind the patient, with his palms suspended 3 inches above the Baihui point on the top of the patient's head, but not touching it. Qi Daoing technique. Everyone only saw that there seemed to be a faint flow of air in Lin Yi's palm, and there was actually a faint white mist seeping out from the top of the patient's head. When the incense stick was about to burn out, the patient who had been in a daze suddenly let out a vague groan from his throat, his eyelids trembled violently, and he slowly opened his eyes. Although his eyes were still confused, he looked around, and finally his cracked lips moved, and he uttered a word clearly. Water. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Then there were cries of disbelief. This medical skill is unheard of. It's truly amazing. He truly lives up to his recent reputation as a miracle doctor. He's a role model for us all to emulate. In the second round, the winner was immediately decided. Lin Yi won again. Zhang Yunlan's face was as pale as paper, his body was shaking slightly, and he could hardly accept this fact. Having lost both games, according to the agreement, the Zhang family has already lost. The third round, the life-threatening needle reverse Guan Yuan. Extreme reluctance and pride made Zhang Yunlan suddenly raise his head, his eyes bloodshot, and he hoarsely said. In the first 2 rounds, Zhang was inferior to his opponent and I admit defeat. However, the art of medicine is endless. Zhang would like to add another round of gentlemen's competition. I wonder if Mr. Lin dares to accept it. Without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, he quickly said. In this game, external things don't matter, only your own body matters. You and I will simultaneously perform the most powerful acupuncture technique inherited from our family on the Guan Yuan acupoint in our abdomens. No medication is needed, just your own strength and willpower to withstand the force of the needle. Whoever can't bear it first, removes the needle, or admits defeat, will be the loser. This is the ultimate test of will and medical skills. Do you dare, Mr. Lin? When these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. Guan Yuan acupoint is the root of vital energy. Such a dangerous acupuncture method can cause serious damage to vital energy if you are not careful, and may even leave permanent hidden dangers. This is far more than a medical skills competition, it's almost a gamble with your life. Zhou Boren and the others were about to speak out to dissuade him, but Lin Yi spoke calmly. Can. The 2 men sat opposite each other and each took out a long needle. Following Jiang Lai's order, he simultaneously moved the needle and pierced his own Guan Yuan acupoint. The moment the needle entered, Zhang Yunlan's face suddenly turned blood red, his whole body trembled violently, veins popped out on his forehead, sweat poured out, and his teeth clenched tightly. He was obviously enduring tremendous pain and energy shock, and his body was shaking slightly. In contrast, Lin Yi's face turned slightly pale when the needle was inserted, and then he quickly regained his composure, and even his aura became more restrained. It was as if the domineering and dangerous needle force fell into his body, like a drop in the ocean, and was quietly dissolved and absorbed by some deeper power. The top medical skills bestowed by the system and the physique that has been strengthened many times are fully demonstrated at this moment. 1 minute seemed like a century. Puff! Zhang Yunlan could no longer hold on and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden needle in his hand flew out and he collapsed to the ground with a dazed look in his eyes. In the third game, Lin Yi won. Zhang Lai immediately stepped forward to support Zhang Yunlan and fed him a pill. He looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of shock and awe. Zhang Yunlan pushed Zhang Lai away, struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, straightened his robe, and bowed deeply to Lin Yi, his voice hoarse but clear. Mr. Lin's medical skills are unparalleled, and his cultivation is unfathomable. Yunlan is defeated with conviction. With conviction. The Jiang family abides by the agreement. He no longer had any arrogance, only complete respect. Zhang Lai followed closely behind, bowing and saluting with an extremely respectful attitude. The Jiang family members took out the bets on the spot. The Yimu Chung Hua Lu is not an ordinary book. It is made of some unknown animal skin. The pages are ancient and contain countless lost ancient prescriptions and acupuncture techniques. There are also miraculous methods of cultivating magical medicines and secret techniques of extracting herbal essences, which can be called an endless treasure house of medicine. The 3 millennium blood poria were sealed in a cold jade box. They were as red as blood and emitted amazing life energy and fragrance. They were treasures for refining life-saving pills. All the witnesses present today will spread the results of this shocking competition throughout the entire top circle. The status of Lingxiao Pavilion and Linyi will no longer be miracle doctor, but will be regarded as a person close to medical saint. Linyi did not become arrogant because of the great victory. Instead, he stepped forward to help Jiang Yunlan up, speaking in a calm tone. Young Master Jiang, you are too kind. Today's fight is only for mutual learning and confirmation, not to create hatred. The Jiang family's medical skills are extensive and profound, especially acupuncture, which has opened my eyes. In the future, I hope to have more exchanges and cooperation with the Jiang family in the areas of medicinal material identification, ancient prescription research, and even elixir refining. These words of repaying evil with kindness and giving enough room for retreat made Jiang Yunlan and Jiang Lai, who were already prepared to endure humiliation, feel even more ashamed and grateful. Jiang Yunlan took a deep breath and said solemnly, Mr. Lin has a broad mind, and Yunlan is ashamed. In the future, if you need anything, the Jiang family will definitely do their best. As for the cooperation, Yunlan will do his best to promote it after returning. Turning enemies into friends, and perhaps even gaining an ally from a powerful medical family, has long-term value far greater than a temporary victory or defeat. Jiang Qingya, who was standing by, witnessed the whole process of Lin Yi's miraculous skills and the broad-mindedness he displayed at the last moment. Her heart was shocked, and her beautiful eyes were shining with excitement. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were almost overflowing. With the acquisition of Imu Kingwalu, Lin Yi's medical career will become even more prosperous. Chapter 75, Professor's Challenge? Lin Yi uses science to overcome science. The Jinling Jiang family's challenge for the throne ended with Lin Yi's great victory. The legendary Imu Qinghualu and 3,000-year-old bloodling were solemnly sent to the core laboratory of Lingxiao Pavilion. The laboratory is filled with modern precision instruments. Lin Yi and Jiang Qingya, wearing white coats, were carefully flipping through the ancient book made of special animal skins. Teacher, is this really a medical book? Jiang Qingya looked at the strange plant meridian diagrams on the pages, as well as the obscure ancient texts interspersed among them, and felt that her modern medical knowledge had been greatly impacted. Lin Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter. In his vision, data was flowing rapidly on the system interface, scanning, analyzing, and comparing and translating the information in the ancient books with the huge modern medical database. Lin Yi's voice was filled with a hint of amazement. It is more magnificent and elegant than medical books. This is a biological experiment notebook written by one, or rather a group of ancient sages, using the ultimate knowledge and experimental methods of their time. It was hundreds of years ahead of its time. He pointed to a diagram depicting the extraction process of a certain fern. Look here, it doesn't describe a simple decoction, but requires soaking in morning to a slightly acidic environment and simmering it slowly over midnight a specific temperature and time window. Finally, we need to use a magnet to guide it, perhaps using the magnetic field to separate the components. This is a complete, original biochemical extraction and purification process. Lin Yi pointed to a pattern that resembled a complex molecular structure. And this? It doesn't record the ethereal spirits of plants and trees, but rather how to utilize several specific mineral powders through repeated precipitation and crystallization. A substance that can calm the mind and spirit is extracted from a rare orchid. Jiang Qingya was stunned. She had never thought that the ancients could understand and intervene in life activities in this way. Lin Yi's explanation gives this ancient book, which is like a heavenly book, a shocking scientific rationality. With the assistance of the system and combined with modern equipment in the laboratory, Lin Yi quickly succeeded in reproducing and optimizing the first practical formula recorded in Imu Qinghualu. He named the result Qingling San. It is a light blue, fine powder with a peculiar, cold fragrance. Its function is not to simply enhance mental strength, but its core ingredients can extremely accurately regulate the secretion and balance of epinephrine and dopamine in the brain. This allows the user to enter a state of extreme concentration and freedom from distractions in a short period of time. It can also significantly improve thinking speed, with the effect lasting about 4 hours, with almost no side effects and no dependence. Lin Yi did not put it on the market, but provided it to scholars and entrepreneurs among the core members of Lingxiage on a small scale for experience testing. The effect is explosive. A tormented top research professor wrote excitedly in an email. Mr. Lin. This is incredible. The writer's block that I've been struggling with for years has vanished. In just 4 hours, I finished writing the core of a paper that's been bothering me for 2 months. My thinking has never been clearer. A financial trader reported. The anxiety caused by market fluctuations has been greatly reduced, and the accuracy and speed of my decision-making have greatly improved. The magical effect of Qingling powder soon spread secretly among the small circle of top intellectuals and high-pressure elites, and was hailed as the kiss of the goddess of wisdom. However, fame also brings trouble. The first to attack was not the imagined gangster or capital tycoon, but a biology professor who enjoyed a high reputation in the academic community, Professor Wang Wei. He published a long article on his highly influential blog and academic social media. Beware of smart drugs, on the unscientific nature and potential harms of Qinglingson. The article is carefully worded, yet full of condescending questions. Recently, a product called Qinglingson has been circulating in certain elite circles, claiming to significantly enhance cognitive abilities. Based on its vague description, it appears to be a herbal concoction that has not been validated in any rigorous double-blind trials. Modern neuroscience has proven that improving cognitive ability is an extremely complex systemic issue and cannot be achieved by a simple mixture. It's more like an expensive placebo effect, or worse, it could contain other substances that haven't been detected, raising concerns about their long-term safety. I call on relevant agencies to immediately investigate, and I urge the public to remain rational and not be misled by products that lack transparency and scientific basis. Professor Wang Wei's influence is enormous. Soon, mainstream scientific media reprinted the article and published commentary articles. The tone is often filled with distrust and ridicule towards traditional secret recipes. Qinglingson has been labeled a suspected scam and a potential drug. Faced with the storm of public opinion triggered by Professor Wang Wei, Zhang Qingya became somewhat anxious. Teacher, should we come forward to clarify? Or release some of the formulas and data? Linny shook his head, but the corners of his mouth curled up. No. He's questioning the scientific basis, so we'll respond using the scientific principles he believes in most. At Lin Yi's instruction, the official account of Lingxiao Pavilion released a brief but forceful statement. 1. Qingling powder is a completely natural plant extract and does not contain any artificial synthetic chemicals. 2. We welcome any qualified third-party testing agency to conduct the most rigorous ingredient analysis and pharmacology testing on Qingling powder under the joint witness of both parties. 3. We solemnly invite Professor Wang Wei, or any authoritative team he designates, to design and conduct a fully open, double-blind clinical trial. All expenses will be borne by Lingxiao Pavilion. For, if Qingling powder is ultimately scientifically proven to be ineffective or poses a safety hazard, Lingxiao Pavilion will be permanently closed, and Lin Yi will bear all legal responsibility. This statement directly caught Professor Wang Wei off guard. This has brought a war of public opinion to the stage of hard-hitting scientific testing. Professor Wang Wei accepted the challenge out of his pride as a scientist and confidence in his own judgment. He commissioned a highly reputable independent testing organization to jointly be responsible for the testing and clinical trial design. The entire process was followed and reported by the media. However, the results surprised all those who were waiting to see the joke. The ingredient analysis report of the testing agency shows Qinglingson is indeed a mixture of multiple complex plant extracts, and no known synthetic psychotropic drug ingredients have been detected. However, its complex composition and interaction mechanism are difficult to fully analyze with existing technology. The results of the double-blind trial slapped the doubters in the face. The experimental group that took Qingling powder showed significant improvements in many cognitive tests, including attention, memory, and complex problem-solving ability. And side effect monitoring shows that it is extremely safe. The report concludes that although the mechanism of action has not been fully elucidated, the effects of Qingling powder are clear, significant, and safe. Professor Wang Wei looked quite embarrassed when facing the media, but he still maintained his scholarly demeanor. I must admit that the results were beyond my expectations. It reminds us that there are still many unsolved mysteries in nature. I apologize for my previous skepticism and express my surprise and interest at the effects of this product. It deserves further study. This public scientific slap in the face not only did not damage the reputation of Qinglingson and Lingxiage, but instead gained them unprecedented credibility and attention. Lin Yi used the method that the opponent was best at to win the most complete victory. Chapter 76, Night Rain in Lingxiao Pavilion, A Tacit Understanding. As the night deepened, the lights on the second floor of Lingxiao Pavilion were still on. Zhang Qingya was bent over the desk, concentrating on organizing the medical records of several recent special cases and some of Lin Yi's oral interpretations of Yimu Qing Hua Lu. Her fingertips tapped quickly on the keyboard, occasionally pausing to frown in thought. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyelids, revealing a hint of fatigue. This was the scene Lin Yi saw when he walked out of the inner room. The girl held her back straight and seemed to be in high spirits, but her slightly furrowed brows and occasional silent yawns revealed her mental fatigue. He paused, without saying a word, and turned and walked silently towards the small tea room on the side. A moment later, he came back holding a white porcelain cup. The cup was steaming and exuding a clear and slightly sweet aroma. It was not tea, but a refreshing medicinal drink he specially prepared. Lin Yi placed the cup gently next to Zhang Qingya's hand, just right so as not to disturb her thoughts. Zhang Qingya was stunned and looked up to meet Lin Yi's calm gaze. It's refreshing. It contains pine nuts and wild chrysanthemum, so it's not bad for the stomach. His tone was as calm as ever, without much emotion, as if he was stating a prescription. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Qingya whispered, holding up the cup. The warm touch penetrated the porcelain wall into her palm, and the strange fragrance penetrated into her nostrils, which really cleared her chaotic mind. She took small sips, and her heart felt as if it was being soothed by the warm water, with a subtle warmth rising from it. He was always like this, aware of her needs but never explicitly stating them. Once, because of some trivial matters at home and the pressure of learning these medical knowledge, she was in a low mood and seemed silent all day. When Lin Yi was explaining an ancient text about 7 emotions causing illness, his eyes swept across her slightly dazed face, and he read out one of the sentences in a gentle but clear voice. I know that all diseases are caused by qi. Anger causes qi to rise, joy causes qi to slow down, sadness causes qi to disappear, fear causes qi to descend, cold causes qi to contract, heat causes qi to escape, shock causes qi to become chaotic, fatigue causes qi to be depleted, and thinking causes qi to become stagnant. He paused, as if speaking casually. This is true in medicine, and in the world as well. There are some things that are useless to dwell on, so it's better to let them go for now. Once your energy is flowing smoothly, the road will naturally become clear. His words were like a breeze, blowing away the haze in her heart. She raised her head and saw that he was not looking at her, still concentrating on the book in his hands, as if what he had just said was just an unintentional remark. But she knew he was talking to her. This subtle care made her feel understood and respected more than any direct comfort. What made her heart tremble the most was that one time her father, Director Zhang, came to visit her and suddenly said with a smile during a casual chat. Qingya, Mr. Lin praised you to me the other day, saying that you have talent, are willing to work hard, and have a calm mind. You are a good material for studying medicine. My father just mentioned it casually, but it was full of pride as a father. Zhang Qingya was pouring tea for her father at the time. When she heard this, her hand trembled slightly, and the tea slightly overflowed the edge of the cup. She quickly calmed herself down, keeping a decent smile on her face, but her ears were quietly red. Lin Yi had never praised her so directly in person. This sincere affirmation from his father, relayed behind the scenes, carries more weight than any praise given in person. It made her feel so happy that she wanted to fly all night. The long-term daily interactions have fostered an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Often, Lin Yi would just glance at the bookshelf, and Zhang Qingya would understand and stand up, accurately pulling out the ancient book he wanted. As soon as he stretched out his hand, without even having to speak, she had already handed him a tray of alcohol-soaked cotton wool or a certain size of acupuncture needles. This kind of cooperation that has reached perfection in work has gradually permeated into daily life. She would remember all the subtle habits he had when making comments. He would also notice her habit of folding the waste paper into small squares and putting them away when she was organizing materials. It was late at night again, and suddenly it started to rain heavily outside the window. The raindrops hit the glass window rapidly, making crackling sounds. After a busy day, Zhang Qingya packed up her things and walked to the door only to realize that it was raining so heavily and she didn't bring an umbrella. Lin Yi's voice came from behind. It's raining too hard, wait a moment. Zhang Qingya nodded and returned to the house. She stood quietly in the house, looking out the window at the street scene shrouded in rain. Lin Yi finished the things at hand and walked out. He saw her back standing quietly, looking at the rain intently, wondering what she was thinking. There was only the sound of the rain, making it seem particularly quiet. He suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Never mind, I'm a little hungry too. I heard there's a new porridge shop in the alley next to us, and it's delicious. Let's go get some supper together, and I'll take you home. Zhang Qingya turned her head in surprise. Lin Yi's expression was very natural, as if it was really just a spur-of-the-moment decision. She suppressed the subtle throbbing in her heart and nodded. Good. Lin Yi took out a large black umbrella from behind the door, opened it, and the two walked into the rain side by side. The umbrella was big enough, but the rain was heavy. In order to avoid the puddles on the ground, their arms would touch lightly from time to time, and then quickly separate. A slightly awkward yet inexplicably warm atmosphere permeated the small space under the umbrella. The porridge shop is small, but clean and warm, and the air is filled with the fragrance of rice porridge. At this time, they were the only table of guests. The hot fish porridge and side dishes were served quickly. Away from the Lingxiao pavilion filled with medical books and medicinal herbs, away from the relationship between master and disciple, drinking porridge in this small world, the topic of conversation naturally changed. Lin Yi spoke humorously and talked and laughed with her, which made her realize for the first time that this usually serious teacher also had such a relaxed, peaceful, and even humorous side. They talked for a long time until the rain subsided. Lin Yi sent her back home, and Zhang Qingya thanked him softly. Thank you, teacher. The porridge is delicious. Lin Yi nodded, stood under the umbrella, and watched her go back. Well, go up quickly. Back at Lingxiao Pavilion, Lin Yi put away his umbrella, and water drops fell to the ground, forming a small puddle. He suddenly felt that the ordinary bowl of porridge he had just had seemed quite good. That rainy night, that bowl of hot porridge, and that brief but independent space under the umbrella, became a tacit secret corner between the two. Chapter 77, Flip-Flop God of War? Take away the Rolls-Royce with full payment. The sun was blazing on Saturday morning. The glass curtain wall of a certain Carrefour store sparkles in the sun. The exhibition hall is fully air-conditioned, and the mirror-like floor reflects the shiny luxury cars. The sales consultants wore neat suits, had standardized smiles on their faces, talked in low voices, and scanned every customer who entered the store with sharp eyes. Just then, the automatic door slid open. A man and a woman walked in. The man Lin Yi looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a pure white t-shirt, casual shorts, and a pair of ordinary black flip-flops. He was holding half a pancake in his hand and was eating it with gusto. The girl next to her was much fresher and prettier. She wore a simple white dress, high heels, a ponytail, and no makeup on her face. She looked like a college student next door. It was Zhang Qingya. The two people's attire, which was out of place in the luxurious showroom, immediately attracted the attention of all the sales staff. The senior salesman only took a glance, and a hint of subtle contempt appeared on the corners of their mouths. They quickly exchanged looks that said, "Are you here to use the air conditioning again to take pictures and post on WeChat moments?" They all tacitly lowered their heads or pretended to organize information, and no one wanted to step forward and waste their time and expression. The air froze awkwardly for a few seconds. Finally, a young girl standing in the corner with an intern badge on her chest, looking a little nervous, seemed to have made up her mind. She took a deep breath, trotted forward, bowed slightly, and spoke with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. "Good morning, sir, ma'am. How can I help you?" Her initiative drew the sneer of Mr. Wang, a senior sales manager who was not far away. Manager Wang whispered to the colleague next to him, his voice was not loud, but it just floated over. "Let Xiao Linzi practice. She's free anyway, and this kind of client is a good opportunity for her to gain some experience with setbacks." Lin Yi seemed not to hear the discussions. He finished the remaining pancakes in a few bites and accurately threw the paper bag into the trash can in the distance. Then, with his finger, which was still slightly stained with oil, he casually pointed to the car in the center of the exhibition hall, which was bathed in spotlights, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "This is the one, is it available? Top of the line, fully equipped." His tone was calm, just like asking at the market how much the cabbage was. In turn, Shaolin looked in the direction of his finger, his eyes widened instantly, almost thinking he had misheard, and subconsciously confirmed. "Sir, are you talking about that Rolls-Royce Phantom? That's our..." Before he could finish his words, Manager Wang rushed over. He put on a professional fake smile, but the contempt in his eyes almost overflowed. He deliberately emphasized his tone. "Sir, that's our flagship model. The official suggested retail price is quite high. Add in options and purchase tax, and the price is close to 10 million. Are you sure you want to know?" He turned sideways, trying to divert Lin Yi's attention to the side. "There are other models that have just arrived over there, which are very cost-effective and more suitable for daily transportation needs." The words 10 million and more suitable were pronounced particularly clearly. Lin Yi's gaze didn't even linger on manager Wang for a second. He continued looking at the intern Xiaolin and nodded. Well, this is it. Is the car available? If so, let's go through the paperwork now. He even tilted his head and smiled at Zhang Qingya beside him, his tone relaxed. The back of this car is spacious, and the airline seats have massage and ventilation. When you get tired of visiting patients with me in the future, you can lie down in the back and have a good sleep. Zhang Qingya said him obediently and looked at the luxurious interior through the car window curiously. She didn't have much idea about cars, but she felt that the teacher's choice must be correct. Manager Wang's expression suddenly turned grim, and he quickly interrupted, trying to seize the initiative. Sir. Xiaolin is an intern and isn't familiar with many car buying procedures and financing options. If she makes a mistake, it might delay your time. I, a senior manager, will serve you. I guarantee. Lin Yi finally raised his hand and interrupted him. His tone was still calm, but it carried an unquestionable tone. No need. Let her do it. This sales will be hers. He said to the somewhat bewildered Kobayashi. Help me see how to drive away as quickly as possible. Just as Xiaolin was excitedly and panicking about to check the system, the door of the exhibition hall was roughly pushed open again. A middle-aged man named Xian, with a beer belly, a thick gold chain around his neck, and a briefcase tucked under his arm, walked in with a heavily made-up young woman in his arms, shouting. Manager Wang. Where's Manager Wang? Has the car I ordered arrived yet? I'd been waiting for so long. Your CEO Lu and I are close friends. When Manager Wang saw the newcomer, he immediately changed into a different person. His face was instantly filled with a flattering smile, and he almost bent over and trotted over. Oh my! Boss Qian! Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Your car is still going through customs. It'll be here soon. Don't worry, with Mr. Lu's connections, everything will be arranged perfectly for you. The first batch of goods will be yours. Boss Qian nodded with satisfaction. He glanced across the exhibition hall and saw Lin Yi standing in front of the Rolls-Royce. He couldn't help but frown and nodded with the finger holding the cigar. Hey! Manager Wang, who are these people? This car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, I can't even afford it. What are they doing there? I can't afford to pay for it if they damage it. Manager Wang quickly smiled and explained. Boss Qian, please don't misunderstand. This gentleman is just looking around and asking about the price. Xiaolin. Why don't you take these two guests to see the new family car over there? As he spoke, he winked at Xiaolin, and the meaning of dismissal in his tone was not concealed at all. Facing this farce, Lin Yi seemed to be out of the picture, only concerned about his own problems. He asked the bewildered Xiaolin again. So, the system shows the car is available, right? Full payment required. Can I proceed with the paperwork now? Xiaolin was a little dizzy from the situation, but he nodded vigorously, his voice a little shaky due to nervousness. Yes, sir. The system shows that a top-of-the-line collector's edition arrived 2 days ago, and all the paperwork is complete. Lin Yi nodded and casually took out a bank card from the pocket of his loose shorts. The card is all black, without any bank logo or number. Only delicate dark patterns are faintly visible under the light, giving it an extraordinary texture. He handed it to Xiaolin. Okay. The password is 6 zeros. Let's do it. The entire payment process was incredibly fast. When Kobayashi finished the operation on the POS machine with trembling hands and the machine spit out the receipt symbolizing the successful payment, the entire exhibition hall seemed to have pressed the mute button. The flattering smile on Manager Wang's face froze completely, and his face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boss Qian's eyes widened and the cigar in his mouth almost fell out. Manager Wang was sweating profusely and speaking incoherently. What's going on? They actually paid? The look he gave Lin Yi was filled with horror and disbelief. Lin Yi took the key in a thick stack of documents, nodded to the intern Xiaolin who was almost crying with excitement, and said calmly. Thank you, that was very efficient. Only then did he finally seem to notice Manager Wang, whose face looked ashen, and added lightly. Oh, by the way, what's your store's complaint number? I think this manager's business capabilities and professional attitude have a lot of room for improvement. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the second floor. Chapter 78, Peer Reversal. Top treatment for the flip-flop boss. I saw a middle-aged man named Mr. Liu, wearing a more upscale suit and obviously a senior manager, running down in a hurry with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. He completely ignored Manager Wang and Boss Chin, who were frozen in place, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi. He quickly stepped forward, bowed slightly, his face filled with sincere apology and respect. Mr. Lin. Oh my. What a huge misunderstanding. Why didn't you let me know in advance of your visit? I'm Xiao Lu, the general manager of this restaurant. I can hardly reserve a table at Yaowaixuan even a month in advance. Your cooking and medical skills are simply divine. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap. Manager Wang's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. Boss Qian opened his mouth wide, looked at Mr. Liu, then looked at Lin Yi, who was wearing flip-flops, with only shock and embarrassment on his face. Even Zhang Xingya, looking at the calm and composed teacher beside her, unconsciously raised a little pride at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Liu turned around and immediately put on a cold face towards Manager Wang. You. Go to the finance department and settle the bill right now. You don't have to come tomorrow. Then he smiled at Lin Yi and said in an extremely sincere tone. Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry for giving you such an unpleasant experience. I will personally oversee all subsequent procedures for you. Lifetime free maintenance, top grade 5 cold film for the entire car, original floor mats and trunk mat, full yearly insurance, all mine. You must give me a chance to make amends. Lin Yi did not comment on Mr. Liu's arrangement, but just nodded lightly. Great service. If you want to eat at Yaowaixuan next time, mention my name and I'll treat you. Mr. Liu also nodded and bowed very happily. Lin Yi picked up the brand new key to the noble Rolls-Royce and turned it around casually between his fingers. Then he handed it to Zhang Xingya beside him with a teasing smile. How about it, new driver, do you want to give it a try? Zhang Xingya blushed and gave him a reproachful look, but did not take the key. No, I can't afford to pay for it if I hit it. Lin Yi smiled, opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. As everyone stared at it with a mixture of awe and shock, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom, like an elegant behemoth, emitted a low roar and drove out of the forest store smoothly and silently, leaving behind a group of people who were still in shock and a story about flip-flops and Rolls-Royce that was about to spread in the sales circle. Intern Xiaolin held the heavy sales contract in his hands and looked at the taillights of the car going away, feeling like he was having an incredible dream. Her career destiny also underwent a drastic change because of her original and most basic professional qualities that had not been erased. 2 days later, Lin Yi prepared to go out for a trip, and he booked a cruise ship called Seven Seas Pearl. On the day of embarkation, the sea breeze at the dock carried a salty smell, and the huge Seven Seas Pearl cruise ship was like a blue and white palace on the sea, shining brightly in the sun. The long lines of travelers were bustling with activity, full of vacation excitement. Lin Yi still dressed in his extremely low-key style. A slightly loose pure white cotton t-shirt, a pair of army green quick-drying shorts, a pair of ordinary sandals that look like they can go to the beach at any time, and a simple suitcase without any logo in his hand. Zhang Xingya followed beside him, wearing a light floral dress and a wide-brimmed straw hat. She had no makeup on, but she had a pure and elegant temperament, like an art student out sketching. In front of them was Mr. Wang, a middle-aged man with a loud voice and a beer belly. He wore a thick gold chain around his neck and an LV handbag under his arm. He was bragging loudly to the heavily made-up young woman next to him. Look, honey. This is so huge. This is so grand. I booked a sea view room with a balcony. Opening a bottle of red wine in the evening, looking at the sea, that's what life is all about. It's so much better than those crowded cabins without even windows. As he spoke, his eyes deliberately swept over the casually dressed Lin Yi behind him, with an undisguised sense of superiority. Hey, young man, is this your first time on a cruise? Come with me, I'll take you to the paid restaurant on the ship to see the world. That steak, wow. Lin Yi just smiled faintly and did not comment. Zhang Qingya gently took Lin Yi's arm, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes towards Mr. Wang's nagging, but more of anticipation for the upcoming journey. Finally, it was their turn to go through the formalities. Mr. Wang handed over his ship card in a proud manner, and the staff processed it mechanically. However, just as Lin Yi was about to show his ID, a beautiful blonde woman who had been waiting near the VIP channel, wearing a neat white uniform and with a capable and outstanding temperament, walked over quickly. She ignored everyone else and walked straight to Lin Yi, showing an impeccable professional smile on her face. She bowed slightly and said in fluent Chinese, Mr. Lin, welcome aboard the Seven Seas Pearl. I'm your personal butler, Amy. I'll prioritize all your needs during this voyage. She turned sideways and gracefully gestured, "Please. Your Glory of the Starry Sea presidential suite is ready, with all amenities arranged to your preferences. Please follow me through the VIP channel to avoid the crowds and go directly to your suite." In an instant, the noisy sounds around seemed to subside. Mr. Wang's smile froze, his eyes widening as he watched the obviously high-ranking beautiful housekeeper being so respectful to the young man in flip-flops. When he heard the words presidential suite again, he forgot to put down his arm holding the briefcase. Lin Yi nodded gently to Amy, then seemed to have just noticed the petrified Mr. Wang next to him and gave him a calm smile. "We appreciate Mr. Wang's kindness. We'll go up first." After saying that, he calmly walked towards the exclusive passage with Zhang Qingya, under the guidance of Amy and the astonished gazes of the people around him. Mr. Wang's female companion looked at Amy's slender back and Lin Yi's calm departure, and couldn't help but whisper, "Lao Wang, they're staying in the presidential suite, and they even have a private butler. Oh my god." Mr. Wang suddenly came back to his senses, his face turned pale and blue, and after a long pause, he muttered, "Damn it, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty?" Amy led the two of them through a quiet and luxurious corridor and used a special keycard to open a double door with exquisite carvings. Even with Zhang Qingya's increasingly broad vision, she couldn't help but let out a soft wail the moment she stepped into the suite. This was completely beyond her imagination of a room on a ship. "In front of me is an extremely spacious living room with an excellent view. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows that cover an entire wall is the boundless blue sea, like a huge dynamic painting." Chapter 79 Almighty Lin Yi. Showing his brilliance on the cruise ship. The floor is covered with soft high-quality carpets, the furniture is elegant and modern, and the details exude luxury. The wine cabinet is filled with famous wines, and flowers and welcome fruits have already been prepared. The most amazing thing is the huge private terrace, which not only has comfortable lounge chairs and a dining area, but also a private jacuzzi with a slightly steaming hot water. Amy smiled and introduced, "Mr. Lin, Ms. Zhang, this is your suite. Fruit and champagne are ready. We've also specially prepared Longjing tea and a set of purple clay tea sets. If you need anything, please feel free to ring the call bell. I am at your service 24 hours a day." Just then, there was a commotion at the door. I saw Mr. Wang actually following their route and trying to peek inside with a smile on his face. "Hey, Brother Lin. This is the presidential suite? Awesome. Why don't you invite me in to take a look? You can even take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments." Amy reacted very quickly. She stepped forward and blocked the door just in time. She kept an impeccably polite smile on her face, but her tone was unquestionable. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Wang. This is a private suite area. To protect the privacy and safety of our guests, please do not enter without permission. Your room is on the D floor downstairs. Do you want me to contact a waiter to give you directions?" Mr. Wang was frustrated and embarrassed, so he could only wave his hand awkwardly. No. I was just passing by, curious. He turned and left in embarrassment, returning to his balcony room, which was not bad but seemed extremely cramped in comparison. When he looked up, he could just see a corner of the terrace of Lin Yi's suite above. The huge gap in height made him feel so sad that even the sea view outside the window didn't seem so beautiful. During dinner time, the main restaurant has an elegant atmosphere. Mr. Wang deliberately changed into his most valuable suit and ordered the most expensive tomahawk steak and blue lobster on the menu, trying to attract the attention of people around him and regain the face he lost during the day. It happened that the restaurant's chef, Mr. Renaud, a Michelin 3-star chef from France, came out to greet the guests as usual. Mr. Wang immediately stood up and took out his phone to take a photo. "Hello? It's Chef Renaud, right? I've heard a lot about you. Let's take a photo together." Chef Renaud maintained a distant smile and reluctantly took a photo with Mr. Wang, but his eyes fell on Lin Yi at the next table. Lin Yi had just finished tasting a dish of pan-fried foie gras. Lin Yi wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and said softly, "Chef Renaud, your skills are amazing. This foie gras dish is especially bold. You chose to pair it with 82% dark chocolate chips. You cleverly used the bitterness to balance the richness of the foie gras." Chef Renaud was slightly stunned, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he walked over on his own initiative. Lin Yi continued to smile and said, "However, I have a small, immature suggestion. If you try using chocolate with a cocoa content of over 90%, its more extreme bitterness and less sugar may help to more thoroughly deconstruct the greasy texture of foie gras. It makes the aftertaste purer and longer, and the layering is enhanced. Chef Renault was completely stunned. He stood there, chewing on Lin Yi's words, and a strong light gradually burst out of his eyes. He suddenly said nothing, looked at Lin Yi deeply, turned around, and almost ran back to the kitchen. A few minutes later, in the surprised gazes of all the guests, Chef Renault personally brought a plate of freshly made foie gras and walked quickly to Lin Yi's table. Like a student waiting for the teacher's comments, he said nervously, "Sir, please try this. I used the 94% Ganaya chocolate you mentioned." Lin Yi cut a small piece of his new foie gras and savored it carefully. After a moment, a look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. "Perfect. The rich bitterness blends perfectly with the fat of the foie gras. Chef, your reputation is truly well deserved." Chef Renault's face flushed with excitement. He ignored the etiquette of the restaurant and held Lin Yi's hand tightly. "Confidant. You are my confidant. Thank you. Thank you for your advice. This is a whole new level higher than my original idea. Tonight, please allow me to tailor a complete tasting menu for you and Miss Zhang. Please give me this opportunity." Mr. Wang, who was standing by, was so stunned that he even forgot to eat the steak on his fork. He whispered to his female companion. What were they talking about? Chocolate? Isn't foie gras served with jam? Why is this foreign chef acting like he's just seen his father? The female companion looked at the scene over there that attracted much attention, and then looked at Mr. Wang in front of her, who only ordered the most expensive dishes. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling extremely disappointed, and said unhappily, "Eat yours. They say it's culinary art, you just think it's expensive." On a calm afternoon, the sun shines on the open deck and people enjoy sunbathing on the lounge chairs. An old lady named Chen, who was elegantly dressed and had an extraordinary temperament, was leaning on the railing and gazing into the distance, her hand unconsciously stroking a vintage necklace inlaid with sapphires on her chest. Suddenly, a wave hit and the boat shook slightly. Her hand slipped and the necklace fell into the sea. "Ah! My necklace!" Old Madame Chen exclaimed, her face instantly pale. "That was left to me by my husband." The people around were in an uproar, but could do nothing. Lin Yi, who was walking with Zhang Qingyan nearby, rushed over after hearing the noise. He quickly comforted Mrs. Chen, who was about to faint. "Old lady, don't worry, tell me the approximate location, maybe there is still a way." After finding out the location, Lin Yi immediately found the nearby crew members and said calmly and decisively, "Inform the cockpit to try to maintain the current ship position and do not move. Please bring a strong magnetic salvage device. The waves weren't big just now, and the necklace is heavy, so it won't sink too quickly. It should be in the sea not far below." His calmness and clear instructions instantly stabilized the chaotic situation. The crew obeyed his commands subconsciously. Soon, a strong magnetic salvage device was thrown into the sea. Under the anxious and expectant gazes of the crowd, after several attempts, the salvage device was pulled up. The sapphire necklace was clearly attracted to the magnetic head. The crowd cheered. Old Madame Chen covered her mouth with her hands in excitement, tears welling up in her eyes. However, the necklace's clasp was damaged due to the impact. Old Madame Chen was still sad as she held the necklace that she had lost and found but could not wear. Lin Yi took the necklace, carefully observed its material and structure, and said to the crew, "Please lend me a set of fine tools." Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Lin Yi sat down on the lounge chair on the deck. He picked up tweezers, fine files, micropliers and other tools, and with the help of his extraordinary eyesight and the ultimate micro-manipulation ability brought by his god-level medical skills, he actually started to repair the delicate buckle smaller than a fingernail on the spot. Chapter 80, Unparalleled Vision. Lin Yi shows off his prowess at the auction. His movements were smooth and his expression was focused, as if he was a master performing micro-carving. In just a few moments, the buckle was restored to its original state. He even used a fine needle to carve a tiny twined pattern on the inconspicuous inside, symbolizing peace. Mrs. Chen put on the necklace, tears welling up in her eyes with excitement, and she held Lin Yi's hand tightly. "Kid, thank you so much. Not only did you find it back, you made it more complete." Lin Yi also waved his hand and said, "It's just a piece of cake." Many people were also extremely shocked when they saw this scene. The casino is brightly lit at night. Mr. Wang saw Lin Yi again and felt that this was the place where he had the best chance of regaining his face. He approached Lin Yi, who was playing blackjack, and deliberately said loudly, "Brother Lin, is it boring to play such small games? Come, I'll treat you to a big one. Linny wanted to refuse, but Mr. Wang kept pestering him, so he had no choice but to nod. Then play 2 rounds. Mr. Wang secretly winked at his female companion, who understood and accidentally tried to pour a glass of wine on Linny. Linny seemed to have eyes on his back, and he dodged by slightly turning his body. At the same time, he flicked his fingers slightly, and a bit of invisible energy hit his female companion's elbow, and the glass of wine spilled all over Mr. Wang's expensive shirt. Mr. Wang was in a state of embarrassment and even more angry and decided to teach Linny a lesson at the gambling table. He kept increasing the stakes, but Linny, with his extraordinary calculation ability and memory, always managed to win with a slight advantage or stop in time. After a few rounds, hundreds of thousands of chips were piled up in front of Linny, but Mr. Wang was so frustrated by his losses that he kept buying large chips, and ended up losing more and more. The casino manager came over with a smile and handed Linny a glass of champagne. "Sir, you are very lucky. This glass of wine is just a token of my appreciation." Then he turned to Mr. Wang, whose face was pale, and asked with concern. "Mr. Wang, it seems you're having bad luck tonight. Do you need me to increase your credit limit?" Mr. Wang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Looking at Linny's indifferent back as he left, he felt like a complete clown. Another day passed and an auction was to be held. The auction was held in the cruise ship's most luxurious, starry sky theater. The crystal chandeliers were glittering and the air was filled with the scent of money. Mr. Wang was obviously dressed up carefully, wearing a suit and tie and a dazzling gold watch. He was chatting loudly with a few people who looked like entrepreneurs, his voice neither too loud nor too quiet, just loud enough for those around him to hear. Collecting is all about vision and courage. The pure gold Guangdong statue in my home was blessed by a master, and the piece of Hutan jade seed material was polished to a glossy finish. There's a red sandalwood screen from the mid-Qing dynasty at this auction. I think it's quite good and interesting. I'm planning to buy it for fun." He deliberately put on the airs of a seasoned collector, but his eyes kept glancing towards the entrance, as if he was expecting something. When Linny brought Zhang Qingya in low-key and sat down in the back row, President Wang's eyes immediately lit up and a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The auction proceeded smoothly, with calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, and Western antiques appearing one after another. Mr. Wang was indeed generous and bought a very expensive jade piece. He nodded proudly to everyone around him. Finally, it was the turn of the controversial item, a replica porcelain vase with gray-green glaze, simple shape, and obvious signs of use and dirt on the surface. The auctioneer's introduction was also relatively conservative. Lot 38, a suspected Song Dynasty Celadon vase, starting price $60,000. The response in the venue was lukewarm, with many people flipping through the catalog with little interest. Linny raised the number plate. The auctioneer did his routine. "Okay, this gentleman offers 60,000. President Wang immediately raised his own sign as if he were a shark smelling blood, almost the moment Linny put down his sign, and said in a loud voice, 80,000. He looked at Linny provocatively, with a look that said, "I'm targeting you." Linny had a calm expression and raised the sign again. 120,000. Mr. Wang followed without hesitation, a playful smile on his face, as if they were playing a game of cat and mouse. He just wanted to make Linny look bad in public and make him waste his money on a piece of junk. 150,000. After several rounds, the price was raised to $250,000. There were some whispers in the room, and many people noticed that Mr. Wang was deliberately trying to be argumentative, and their eyes flickered back and forth between him and Linny. Zhang Qingya gently pulled Linny's sleeve with some concern. Linny patted the back of her hand, indicating that it was okay. When the auctioneer called out 250,000 for the first time again, Linny stopped raising the price slightly and instead raised his hand directly, calmly stating a number. 1 million. The sound was not loud, but it was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves in the venue. How many? 1 million? US dollars? Are you crazy? For a replica? The whole audience was in an uproar. All eyes instantly focused on Linny. Even the auctioneer was stunned for a moment before confirming. This gentleman offered $1 million. The smile on Mr. Wang's face completely froze. He originally thought that Linny would gradually bargain him down to a maximum of 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, but he didn't expect that the other party would not play by the rules at all and directly reported a number that made him shudder. He opened his mouth and wanted to raise the sign again, but his arms felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. $1 million for something like this? Even if he wanted to be angry, he wouldn't be so stupid as to do that. 1 million, second time. The auctioneer's voice sounded. Mr. Wang's face turned ashen, and he put down his number plate in a sullen manner. In order to save some face, he deliberately sneered in a voice that everyone around him could hear. Humph! What a brain! Spending 1 million on a fake piece of junk. You're such a fool with so much money. His words attracted the attention of several people nearby, but more people looked at him as if he were a clown. The auctioneer brings down the hammer. $1 million, deal. Congratulations to this gentleman. Just as the staff were about to send the porcelain vase backstage, an old man sitting in the front row of the VIP seats, Mr. Liang, former director of the National Museum of China, who had been silent and wearing glasses and had a refined demeanor, suddenly stood up excitedly and walked quickly to the front of the stage. Wait. Please wait a moment. Let me see. Let me take a closer look at that bottle. The auctioneer recognized this leading figure and immediately and respectfully signaled the staff to carefully carry the bottle to Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang took out the magnifying glass and strong flashlight he always carried with him. His fingers trembled slightly as he almost lay on the bottle, carefully examining the glaze, crackle, and bottom of the bottle. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his face turned red with excitement. The whole place was silent, and everyone had a premonition of something. A few minutes later, Mr. Liang stood up, his eyes moist. He spoke into the microphone with a trembling voice. God bless you. This isn't a replica at all. This is the long-lost Southern Song Dynasty official kiln, a gray-green glaze paper hammer bottle. Look at the purple rim and iron foot, the ice crackle pattern, the jade smooth glaze, and the wear marks on the bottom foot. It's exactly the same as the Ru kiln plate hidden in the Forbidden City. This is a national treasure. Chapter 81, Rumor Crusher. Lin Yi's top protector. He was so emotional that his voice choked as he spoke. According to records, this bottle was lost overseas during the war in the late Qing dynasty and has not been found for nearly 100 years. I never expected it to reappear here today. Its historical and artistic value cannot be measured in monetary terms. If we had to estimate its value, on the international market, it might not even fetch tens of millions of dollars. Boom! The entire venue exploded. The sounds of shock, ecstasy, and disbelief almost blew the roof off. Reporters' flashlights flashed wildly, recording this astonishing scene. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yi again, full of admiration and curiosity. How could he tell it was real? At this moment, Lin Yi slowly stood up amid the noise. He walked to the front of the stage and took the microphone from the excited Mr. Liang. His eyes swept calmly across the audience, and his voice was clear and steady. Mr. Liang's appraisal is correct, so I feel relieved. The auction just now was not for personal collection. It is a national regret that such a precious national treasure is lost overseas. Today, by chance, I, Lin, just happened to be the one to escort it home. He paused, his voice low but resounding. I hereby declare that I will donate this Southern Song Dynasty official kiln paper hammer vase to the National Museum free of charge. Let this long-lost treasure return to where it belongs. Quiet. After the extreme silence, there was warm applause that broke out like a tsunami. Almost everyone stood up spontaneously and looked at Lin Yi with great admiration. This pattern and sentiment instantly conquered the audience. Elder Liang was so moved that he burst into tears. He held Lin Yi's hand tightly and said repeatedly, "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. On behalf of the country and history, thank you." The flashlights almost drowned out Lin Yi, and he became the absolute center of the audience. Mr. Wang had already slumped in his chair, his face ashen. His previous sarcastic remark of "stupid but rich" was like a loud slap in the face, hitting him hard. In front of Lin Yi's brilliant patriotism and amazing vision, his pitiful show-off and narrow-mindedness seemed extremely ridiculous and ugly. Even the woman next to him felt her face burning and subconsciously moved her chair to the side, as if to draw a clear line between them and him. Mr. Wang has completely become a pathetic background board, the most insignificant footnote in a high-end auction. The captain's dinner is the most important social event on a cruise. Guests are required to dress formally, and the atmosphere is solemn and luxurious with champagne, music, and gorgeous costumes. However, beneath this glamour, some discordant rumors are quietly growing. The source was naturally Mr. Wang, who lost face at the auction. He was filled with resentment but didn't dare to provoke Lin Yi directly, so he turned his vicious spearhead towards Zhang Qingya, who looked gentle and seemed easier to control. Next to the men's swimming pool, he pretended to be careless and revealed to his friends and a few gossiping women. "Tisk, did you see that? That little girl who follows Lin around all day. She looks quite innocent, but who knows? I heard she was kept as a playboy while she was still a student. That Lin guy is really willing to spend a lot of money. He donated a presidential suite, a personal butler, and millions of bottles. Just to make this beautiful girl smile? This kind of woman, huh?" These malicious speculations were exaggerated and spread among a small number of passengers who were unaware of the truth. Before the dinner, Zhang Qingya was walking alone on the deck when she vaguely felt some strange looks and whispers. Although she couldn't hear them clearly, the scrutiny and contempt in them made her feel very uncomfortable, and her mood was obviously a little low. The careful Lin Yi noticed her abnormality. He didn't ask directly, as that would only embarrass her more. He just asked the housekeeper Amy to deliver an exquisite gift box to her room before she was about to go back to her room to change clothes. Inside the gift box was a lake blue one-shoulder-long dress. The fabric was top-grade silk gauze, which was light and flowing, and the tailoring was extremely elegant. It could perfectly outline her figure without appearing revealing or frivolous. The matching jewelry was not dazzling diamonds, but a set of clear and warm icy jadeite earrings, necklace, bracelet, which Lin Yi had found at a bargain in an antique transaction before. It was incomparable to ordinary jewelry. Zhang Qingya looked at herself in the mirror, looking refreshed, and the haze in her heart was mostly dispelled by this effort. That night, when Lin Yi, wearing a perfectly tailored black dress, and Zhang Qingya, who was wearing a lake blue long dress, jade jewelry, and light makeup, appeared at the door of the banquet hall, they instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. The man is handsome and extraordinary, with a demeanor as calm as the deep sea. The woman is beautiful and refined, with an elegant temperament like an orchid in a valley. The two of them standing together looked like a pair of perfect lovers walking out of a painting, so well matched that it was breathtaking. Rumors about being a canary or being kept seemed so pale and ridiculous in the face of her impeccable looks and outstanding temperament. Many people who had heard the rumors before now showed doubtful expressions. Such an outstanding girl needs to be kept by someone? In the middle of the dinner, Captain Olafson made his customary greetings to the important guests. He came to Lin Yi's table and shook hands with him enthusiastically. "Mr. Lin, thank you again for your great contribution to charity," referring to donating the porcelain vase. "Your generosity is admirable." Lin Yi responded with a smile. "Captain, you're too kind. It's my job." Then he very naturally introduced Zhang Qingya next to him, his voice clear enough for everyone around to hear. "Captain, please allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Zhang Qingya, my most talented student, and also my most important partner and chief physician assistant at Lingxiao Pavilion." He paused deliberately and emphasized his tone. More than half of Lingxiao Pavilion's research on the restoration of ancient prescriptions and the analysis of medicinal properties is independently undertaken or led by Qingya. She is very talented and extremely hardworking. It can be said that without her, many projects would not be able to proceed smoothly. Bringing her out this time is also a reward for her hard work. These words, like the most powerful declaration, instantly vindicated Zhang Qingya. The looks of the guests around, who originally had some inquiring eyes, immediately changed. From speculation and scrutiny, it instantly turned into surprise and admiration. It turns out that this beautiful girl is not just a vase, but an expert with real talents and skills. A partner who can lead important projects. The reputation of Lingxiao Pavilion has been well known in the upper circles recently, and the weight of its chief assistant can be imagined. Zhang Qingya bowed slightly and shook hands with the captain gracefully. "Hello, Captain. Nice to meet you." She has decent manners and elegant conversation, and she is completely an excellent professional woman. A hint of appreciation flashed in the captain's eyes, and he praised sincerely. "You are truly young and promising. Miss Shang, nice to meet you." Just then, that inappropriate figure came over again. Mr. Wang held the wine glass with a fake smile on his face, as if he wanted to say something sarcastic, such as, "Mr. Lin is so nice," to his assistant. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the captain frowned slightly. He spoke first, his tone still polite but with authority. "Mr. Wang, the atmosphere at the dinner party is very good. Please do not interrupt my conversation with the distinguished guests. Please be mindful of the occasion." After saying that, she stopped looking at him and continued to greet Lin Yi and Zhang Qingya. Mr. Wang's words were abruptly blocked, and his face turned purple. He was caught in a dilemma and felt so embarrassed and ashamed under the obvious contemptuous gazes of the people around him that he could only hide in a corner in shame. In this silent battle, Linny did not even directly mention the rumor, but gave Zhang Qingya the highest affirmation and protection in the most decent way, crushing those filthy rumors. Zhang Qingya felt the changes in the gazes around her, and looking at the resolute profile of the man beside her, her heart was filled with gratitude and an indescribable emotion. Chapter 82 Party Redemption. The divine needle pierces the parasite. The voyage is coming to an end, and the real highlight is quietly unfolding. At the invitation of the mysterious collector Mr. Hua, Linny was able to attend a small party held in the captain's private lounge. Including Linny, there were only 7 or 8 people who received the invitation, and all of them were people of incredible influence. The captain accompanied the group as the host, and even Zhang Qingya was only able to go along because of Linny's insistence, which shows how high the standards were. Everyone was chatting and laughing, and the topics covered global economic trends and even some unknown energy technology projects. Their words revealed a vision and pattern that ordinary people could hardly reach. Although Linny is young, the knowledge and calm demeanor displayed in his speech do not make him seem out of place. Instead, they make Mr. Hua and others nod secretly. However, the harmonious atmosphere was broken by a muffled sound and a scream. I saw Mr. Li, a wealthy businessman in his 60s from Southeast Asia, suddenly turn pale and the crystal wineglass in his hand fell to the ground. He covered his abdomen, his body began to cramp violently, and then he started to vomit uncontrollably. The symptoms were extremely severe. Father! What's wrong with you? Mr. Li! Call a doctor. The scene suddenly became busy. Mr. Li's son, Li Mingho, hurried forward to support him, his face filled with panic. The cruise ship's senior doctor quickly arrived and performed an emergency examination, but his brow was furrowed. The heart is beating fast, the blood pressure is abnormally high, and there are severe gastrointestinal cramps. It looks like acute poisoning, but the source of the poison cannot be determined. The equipment on board is limited, and we must prepare a helicopter to transport the patient immediately. The situation was extremely critical and Mr. Li's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Li Mingho was sweating profusely and roared. Quick! Contact the helicopter. In this chaotic moment, Lin Yi's calm voice rang out. Wait a minute. Maybe let me take a look first. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. A glimmer of hope flashed in Mr. Hua's eyes. Mr. Lin, are you also proficient in medicine? Linny stepped forward and said. I know a thing or two. Although the ship's doctor was puzzled, he still made way when Mr. Hua gave the order. Linny did not use any instruments. He just concentrated on observing Mr. Li's complexion and pupils, and quickly took his pulse. After a moment, his eyes became stern. Lin Yi's voice was clear and affirmative, instantly quieting the noisy scene. It's not acute poisoning, it's chronic. Some toxin has been accumulating in the body for a long time, and today it's just been catalyzed by the alcohol, causing it to completely erupt. As he spoke, he took out an ancient needle bag from his bosom, and with lightning-fast movements, he inserted several silver needles accurately into several important acupoints on Mr. Li's head, face, chest, and abdomen. The needle tail turned slightly, and almost immediately, Mr. Li's convulsions stopped, his groans of pain subsided, and although his breathing was still weak, it became much more regular. This miraculous move instantly stunned everyone present. But Lin Yi's next words were even more shocking. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he glanced at the pale-faced Li Mingho standing beside him. His tone was calm but carried an unquestionable tone. Mr. Li has been taking this herb for a long time. It should be a warming and tonic herb called Muanyang Chao, right? This substance is warm in nature. Taking a small amount can indeed benefit qi and nourish the blood. However, if taken together with another substance called gallstone powder in minute amounts over a long period of time, it will form a chronic and highly toxic substance that will accumulate in the 5 internal organs and be extremely difficult to detect. Judging from the symptoms, he has been taking the drug for at least a year. With a plop, Li Mingho's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. His face was pale and full of disbelief. His lips were trembling and he couldn't utter a word. His reaction directly confirmed Lin Yi's words. In an instant, everyone understood. This was not an accident, but a carefully planned and long-lasting conspiracy to kill relatives. The purpose is self-evident: to fight for the family property. The lounge fell into deathly silence. The only sounds were Mr. Li's gradually steady breathing and the subtle sound of Linny withdrawing the needle. Mr. Hua, the captain, and several other bigwigs looked at Lin Yi with completely changed eyes. I used to admire his talent, insight, and generosity, but now I am deeply shocked and in awe. This young man not only possesses extraordinary medical skills that can bring the dead back to life, but also has terrifying insight that can see through people's hearts. With a casual understatement, he revealed the ugliest scar of a wealthy and prestigious family. Lin Yi took out a small porcelain bottle, poured out a pill he made himself, fed it into Mr. Li's mouth, and helped him swallow it. This is just a temporary stabilization of the condition. Further treatment is needed to eliminate the remaining toxins. We can now arrange for medical treatment. His life is no longer in danger. Mr. Hua took a deep breath and broke the silence first. He looked at Lin Yi with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Mr. Lin, thank you so much today. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with any problems. He then glanced coldly at Li Mingho, who was lying limp on the ground, and said to the captain, "Captain, it looks like you need to take care of other things first." The captain immediately understood and signaled 2 security personnel to come forward and help Li Mingho, who looked as pale as death. Lin Yi said calmly, "It's just a small favor. It's just a doctor's duty." But everyone knows that this is not just a simple task. After this incident, Lin Yi's status in their hearts has been greatly improved, and they all want to make friends with him. Although the party was interrupted due to an accident, the influence Lin Yi gained from this trip far exceeded anyone's imagination. On the last night of the voyage, the Seven Seas Pearl sailed into a sudden storm area. The wind howled, and huge waves tens of meters high were rolled up, which slammed into the hull again and again like mountains, making a terrifying noise. The huge cruise ship was now pitching and shaking violently between the waves. The sound of objects sliding in the cabin mixed with screams and cries coming from afar made people panic. The buffet restaurant was in a mess, with cups and plates scattered all over the floor. Many passengers were pale and retching while holding vomit bags. The crying of children was particularly harsh. In the corridor, some people were holding onto the handrails tightly, unable to move, with fear written all over their faces. The high stools at the bar counter fell to the ground, and the wine bottles were broken and the juice was flowing everywhere. Mr. Wang and his female companion were in an even more miserable state. Mr. Wang had long lost his usual arrogance. His face was pale, his legs were weak, and he kept muttering, "It's over, it's over. Is this boat going to capsize? I should have known better and not come." His female companion huddled beside him, shivering. In stark contrast to the chaos and panic outside was the scene inside the suite. Although there is noticeable shaking inside the suite, the heavy structure and superior design minimized the discomfort. Lin Yi didn't even sit down, but stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. More exciting later. Chapter 83, The Raging Waves and Thunder are just a backdrop. There were lightning and thunder outside the window, and heavy rain washed the glass like a waterfall. The huge waves sometimes turned the entire view into deep sea water, and sometimes made the hull rise to the top of the waves, revealing the raging sea like an abyss below. The devastating scene was shocking. Lin Yi's voice was so calm that not a single ripple could be heard. "Amy, I heard there are some nice bottles of Bowmore 1957 on board. Open one." Such a scene deserves a good wine. Although personal housekeeper Amy had experienced storms before, she was still a little nervous at the moment. But when she saw Lin Yi so calm, even looking at the waves with an admiring attitude, she was also infected and calmed down. Her professional ethics made her respond immediately. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll prepare it for you right away." After all, Zhang Qingya was still young and had never experienced such terrible storms. Although she tried her best to remain calm, her slightly pale face and fingers that subconsciously gripped the armrest of the sofa revealed her inner fear. Lin Yi took the wine glass handed to him by Amy, gently shook the amber wine, and walked to the sofa. He didn't say anything empty like "don't be afraid," but handed a cup of steaming calming tea to Zhang Qingya, his voice calm and gentle. "Sit tight, some hot tea will make you feel better." He sat down on the sofa opposite Zhang Qingya, and his body naturally adjusted its center of gravity as the ship swayed, remaining as steady as a rock. He looked at her and began to speak in a lecturing tone. "Don't worry too much. This is a severe storm caused by an extratropical cyclone. It looks scary, but the Seven Seas Pearl's whole structure is strong enough to handle it. Its center of gravity has been precisely designed, and its wind and wave resistance is far superior to its current level. Look at the current shaking amplitude. Although it is large, the cycle is stable, and there is no dangerous resonance." He did not try to comfort her, but instead analyzed the issue logically with clear and calm scientific knowledge. His calm voice seemed to carry a strange power, penetrating the sound of the wind and rain outside the window, effectively distracting Zhang Qingya and pulling her out of her panic. As she listened to him explain the changes in air pressure and the causes of ocean waves and looked at his calm and confident face, the fear in her heart actually slowly subsided, replaced by a gradually increasing sense of security and trust. This absolute calmness and wisdom displayed in times of crisis can touch people's hearts more than any sweet words. Just then, an unexpected episode happened. Due to a particularly violent tilt of the hull, a mahogany treasure cabinet storage rack in the living room shook violently, and a blue and white porcelain vase about half a meter high on the top instantly lost balance and fell to the ground. Amy and Zhang Qingya both exclaimed subconsciously, "Ah!" However, Linny seemed to have eyes behind him. He didn't even look back, still maintaining his upright posture. The hand holding the wineglass was as steady as a rock, while the other hand grabbed back as fast as lightning. Extremely precise. At the moment when the porcelain bottle was about to be smashed into pieces, his fingers firmly supported the bottom of the bottle, and with a light twist of his wrist, he eliminated the force of the fall. Then he swung his arm smoothly and casually put the priceless antique porcelain vase back to its original place. The whole process was smooth and effortless. He didn't even turn his head completely, and his eyes were still mostly on Zhang Qingya. It was as if he had just brushed away a little dust. Amy was stunned, her cherry lips slightly open, unable to close for a long time. Only then did she realize that this young employer possessed far more than just wealth and wisdom. That kind of absolute control over the body and amazing reaction speed are not possessed by ordinary people. Zhang Qingya also saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes shone with excitement. Her heartbeat, which had calmed down earlier, accelerated again, but it was because of another completely different emotion. Outside the window, the storm was still raging with thunder. Inside the window, there is a reassuring tranquility. Linny took a sip of whiskey and continued the previous topic about ocean climate as if nothing had happened. Zhang Qingya also knew that this was the last day of the cruise, and she and Linny were resting in the same room. Do something you won't regret. At night, she took the initiative to hug Linny. A night of passion. In the early morning, the Seven Seas Pearl slowly sailed back to its home port. Both of them looked healthy and full of energy. The sun dispelled the last trace of haze and the sea returned to calm, as if the thrilling storm last night was just a dream. The dock was already crowded with people, including those meeting the ship, the busy porters, and the media reporters who had come to hear the news mainly because of Lin Yi's donation of national treasures, making the atmosphere particularly lively. However, in the top-floor VIP drop-off area, the atmosphere was completely different. It is quiet and orderly here, but it has an invisible aura. Linny and Zhang Qingya walked out of the cabin accompanied by housekeeper Amy. Several heavyweights who had been waiting here came forward immediately. The first one is Mr. Hua. He no longer looked like the collector at ease at the party, but instead, with a serious attitude, he handed over a business card made of a special material with both hands. Mr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. It is my greatest honor to have met you on this voyage. This is my private line, open 24 hours a day. In the future, if you need anything in China, no matter how big or small, just ask me. Next came Mr. Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed by his family. Although his face was still a little pale, his spirits had obviously improved. He held Lin Yi's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Lin, I will never forget your life-saving grace. My Li family owes you a life. From now on, your affairs will become my Li family's affairs. Old Madam Chen also came over accompanied by servants. She was still elegant, but a little more friendly. She put a card with her address and phone number into Zhang Qingya's hand and patted the back of her hand lovingly. Good boy, please come to Hong Kong Island to visit me when you have time. Mr. Lin, thank you again for making my life less regretful. Her invitation represents acceptance into a top celebrity circle. The collective farewell and solemn statements of these big men formed an invisible halo that enveloped Lin Yi. The other VIP passengers who got off the ship all looked at him with surprise, secretly shocked, and speculated about the young man's amazing origins. Mr. Wine was also mixed in the crowd as he prepared to get off the boat. Seeing this scene where everyone was paying homage to him, especially seeing that Mr. Hua, whom he usually had to look up to, was so polite to Lin Yi, his eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. He struggled for a moment, but still forced a smile, trying to get closer to make himself familiar, and even took out his fancy business card. However, before he could get close, an assistant behind Mr. Hua calmly stepped forward and stopped him at the right moment, with a professional smile on his face. Sorry, sir, please wait a moment. That gesture clearly refused him entry into that core circle. Mr. Wang's hand froze in mid-air, and the business card looked extremely awkward. He looked at Lin Yi, who was surrounded by several big men and was calm and composed. Then he looked at himself, who was ruthlessly blocked on the periphery. His face turned blue and red, and the last bit of his spirit was completely lost. He took back the business card awkwardly, lowered his head, and like a defeated rooster, he pulled his suitcase and walked around the crowd in a dejected manner, quickly disappearing at the end of the passage without even noticing when his female companion left. Chapter 84: A Chance Encounter and a Coffee Incident. The beautiful housekeeper Amy accompanied us throughout the whole process. After helping Linny confirm all the luggage procedures, she walked up to Linny, her blue eyes filled with sincerity and reluctance. She bowed slightly, her voice softer and more emotional than usual. Mr. Lin, Ms. Zhang, thank you very much for choosing 7 Seas Pearl. I must say that you are the most special, humble, and impressive guests I have ever served in my career. I have learned a lot from your demeanor, wisdom, and overall perspective. I sincerely look forward to having the honor of serving you again in the future. This is not a formulaic farewell, but admiration from the heart. Linny smiled and nodded. Thank you for your care these past few days, Amy. You're very professional. See you again someday. After all the noise, Linny and Zhang Qingya finally got on the luxury car that came to pick them up. The car window blocked out the noise outside. Zhang Qingya looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, recalling the dreamlike experience of just a few days, with a lot of emotions in her heart. She secretly glanced at Lin Yi, who was resting with his eyes closed beside her. The outline of his face was particularly clear under the light from outside the window. After coming back, Lin Yi's life returned to normal. One day at noon, he sat in a corner by the window of a coffee shop with an almost empty cup of American coffee and an open economic journal in front of him. He was wearing a soft gray cashmere sweater and a pair of fitted dark casual trousers. Although he was dressed simply, he exuded a calm and composed aura. At this time, Su Wanqing was holding a tray and carefully moving between the tables and chairs. She was wearing light blue jeans and a simple white cotton t-shirt. Her hair was simply tied back, revealing her forehead and a slender neck. Even with such simple attire, it was difficult to conceal her stunning beauty, but there was a hint of fatigue in her clear almond-shaped eyes that was difficult to conceal. She works hourly here, and every penny counts to her. Lily, who worked at the same place as Su Wanqing, saw that even though she was dressed poorly, she still attracted a lot of hidden glances, and jealousy was wrapped around her heart like a vine. She and Su Wanqing were in the same school, and she knew very well that Su Wanqing was not only good-looking, but also won the first prize in the last school design competition, overshadowing her, the self-proclaimed flower of the art department. Just as Su Wanqing was walking towards a table of guests with a cup of freshly made, piping hot latte, a hint of malice flashed in Lily's eyes. She pretended to bend down to tie her shoelaces and stretched her feet very naturally into the middle of the aisle. Su Wanqing was concentrating on maintaining her balance and didn't notice the change under her feet. Her toes were suddenly tripped and she fell forward with a scream. The tray slipped out of his hand, and the cup of scalding latte was accurately spilled onto a middle-aged female customer who had just sat down next to him and was dressed in gorgeous clothes. Ah! The female customer let out a shrill scream and jumped up suddenly. Her face turned pale in an instant as she looked at the stain that was rapidly spreading on her snow-white silk shirt on her chest. My clothes! These are Chanel's new styles this season. Are you blind? Su Wanqing fell to the ground and hit her elbow hard, but she didn't care about herself at the moment. Looking at the conspicuous stains and labels on the other person's clothes, her face instantly turned paler than paper. She hurriedly got up, bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry, ma'am. I really didn't mean it. Lily immediately rushed forward and pretended to support Su Wanqing, but her voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear. Wanqing! How could you be so careless? What should we do now? This lady's clothes look super expensive. We can't even afford to pay for them even if we work for months. Her words seemed caring, but in fact, every word was adding fuel to the fire. The female customer became even more furious and pointed at Su Wanqing's nose. Compensation? What are you going to use to compensate me? Can you afford it if you're this broke? Call your manager. I have to file a complaint. Get out of here right now. The manager rushed over after hearing the news and apologized continuously, but he was powerless to do anything about the huge compensation demanded by the female customer. Su Wanqing's eyes were red with anxiety, her voice was filled with tears, but she tried hard to maintain her dignity. Ma'am, please. I can compensate you. I can pay you in installments. I will definitely pay you back. The female customer sneered and was extremely arrogant. Installment? Who cares about your installment plan? I'm wearing this dress for the first time today. Just as the farce was getting out of hand, a calm voice interrupted. The voice was not loud, but strangely it drowned out all the noise. It's just a piece of clothing. Why make things so difficult for a student? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Linny had walked over at some point and was watching the farce with an indifferent expression. The female customer was furious, and when she saw someone speaking up, she immediately turned her fire towards Linny. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Why are you pretending to be a good person here? Can she afford to pay you back? Are you just saying this? Linny ignored her shouting and turned his gaze directly to the sweaty manager, his tone unquestionable. The loss of this lady's clothing will be charged to my account. I will compensate her at the original price. He paused, glanced casually at Lily beside him, and added. Also, there's surveillance footage in the store. If there's any dispute about what happened, you might as well check it out now. When Lily heard this, the fake smile on her face froze instantly, the blood color faded away completely, her eyes avoided, and she subconsciously took half a step back, not daring to say another word. The manager nodded quickly, and Linny took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay directly. His movements were quick and casual. But at that moment, Su Wanqing, who was standing behind him, and the manager who was standing nearby, both vaguely saw an astonishing balance number flash across the phone screen, followed by a long string of zeros. Both of them were stunned for a moment, almost suspecting that they were seeing things. Linny seemed to have just done something insignificant. After completing the payment, he didn't even look at the stunned female customer. He went straight back to his seat and picked up the magazine again, as if nothing had happened. The storm suddenly subsided. The female customer received compensation. Although she was still angry, she had nothing to say and was persuaded to leave by the manager. Lily had already disappeared without a trace. Su Wanqing stood there, unable to calm down for a long time. She hesitated for a long time, but finally mustered up the courage and moved step by step to Linny's desk. Her fingers nervously twisted the corners of her clothes, her voice as thin as a mosquito, almost trembling. Sir, thank you so much, I will definitely find a way to pay you back. Linny raised his head from the page of the book and his eyes fell on her face. Her beauty was even more astonishing when seen up close, but what attracted him even more was her eyes, which were as clear as a mountain spring. At this moment, they were covered with a layer of mist due to panic and gratitude, but there was a hint of stubbornness in her eyes that refused to give in. Chapter 85, Is this necklace just a meeting gift? Lin Yi's smile was gentle, without any hint of charity, but rather like treating an equal friend. No need to return it. A cup of coffee spilled is a small matter. It's not worth ruining a young man's future and dignity for a piece of clothing. In the evening, Su Wanqing got off work, changed back into her own clothes, and stood at the door of the bookstore, looking a little hesitant and confused. The ups and downs she experienced today made her uneasy, and the image of the man who rescued her was lingering in her mind. At this moment, Linny walked out of the bookstore next to him. Seeing her, he naturally stopped. Get off work? Su Wanqing nodded in panic. Ah, well. Thank you for what you did today, Mr. Lin. How about I treat you to a meal? Linny smiled. It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet. I know a good restaurant nearby. Let's go together. It's my treat. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She felt a little embarrassed, after all, she already owed him too much, but she nodded involuntarily. Okay. The place Linny took her to was not the luxurious restaurant she had imagined, but a private restaurant hidden in an old villa. The storefront is low-key, without even a striking sign, and you need to make an appointment in advance to enter. The interior decoration is in retro Chinese style, quiet and elegant, with soft lighting and a faint sandalwood scent in the air. The waitress was wearing a simple cheongsam and spoke softly. Su Wanqing was obviously a little restrained. The expensive solid wood chairs, the exquisite tableware, and the dishes she couldn't name made her feel at a loss. She wasn't even very good at using her heavy silver chopsticks and several different knives and forks. Linny saw it all, but didn't give any pointers or ridicule. He was just demonstrating naturally, and when she accidentally made a little noise, he smiled gently. It doesn't matter. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable. The most important thing about a meal is having fun. These rules are there to serve you, not to restrict you. He helped her pick up the dishes, introduced the origins and tastes of the ingredients, skillfully resolved her embarrassment, and allowed her to slowly relax. She began to taste the food itself, a sensation she had never experienced before. After dinner, Linny checked the time. It's still early. I just happened to have 2 concert tickets a friend gave me. It's a performance by a small chamber orchestra, and they say it's pretty good. Are you interested in going together? She didn't say anything, just nodded silently. The atmosphere of the concert hall is another completely different experience. There is no noise, only melodious piano music in symphony. Although Su Wanqing didn't know much about classical music, the pure artistic appeal made her immersed in it, feeling her soul cleansed and shocked. She secretly looked at Lin Yi, whose profile was particularly deep, and felt that he seemed to come from another world that was completely unfamiliar to her. After the show, the two of them strolled along the dimly lit streets. When passing by a jewelry store with an extremely luxurious window design, Su Wanqing's eyes were involuntarily attracted by a necklace in the center of the window. It wasn't the biggest or shiniest, but it was an extremely delicate design. The thin platinum chain outlined a pattern of star trails, with a small but restrained sapphire dotted in the middle. Elegance and a hint of mystery perfectly suited her aesthetic. She simply took a second look out of pure appreciation for beauty, her eyes clear and without a trace of greed. However, Lin Yi stopped. He followed her gaze and then took her wrist and walked into the store. Lin Yi said to the clerk, "Hello, could you please take out the star necklace in the window and have a look at it?" Su Wanqing reacted instantly and quickly grabbed his arm, her voice becoming anxious. "No. No. Mr. Lin. What are you doing? That's too expensive. I can't accept it. We are not related at all, and you have helped me a lot. I really can't." The clerk had already taken out the necklace. Against the black velvet, the brilliance of the gem was even more stunning. Lin Yi turned around and looked at her cheeks flushed with anxiety and her eyes full of rejection. His tone became a little firmer. "I think it suits you very well. Be obedient and accept it." He paused and added, his voice a little deeper. "This is a greeting gift to celebrate our acquaintance." The word obedient had a magical power that made Su Wanqing's refusal stuck in her throat. She looked into Lin Yi's deep eyes, which contained no frivolity or charity, but only a pure admiration and a certainty that she could not understand. Her heart was in turmoil, and her eyes turned slightly red involuntarily. Finally, under Lin Yi's powerful yet gentle aura, she nodded almost dizzily. Lin Yi put the necklace on her personally. The slightly cool gemstones pressed against her warm skin, causing her to shiver. Walking out of the store, the evening breeze was blowing, and Su Wanqing's heart was still pounding. A huge, unrepayable debt and an indescribable throbbing filled her chest. She suddenly stopped, mustered up the greatest courage in her life, stood on tiptoe, and quickly kissed Lin Yi on the cheek. The touch was soft and fleeting, like the flutter of a butterfly. Thank you." After she did all this, her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She didn't dare to look at Lin Yi's reaction at all. She quickly lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the corner of her clothes, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. This is the most direct and purest way for her to express gratitude and affection at her age. Lin Yi was obviously stunned for a moment, and then a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Let's go. I'll take you back." The car he was driving today was a symbol of absolute wealth and status, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom. The uniformed driver had already respectfully opened the heavy double doors of the back seat, and Lin Yi gestured to Su Wanqing to get in first. Su Wanqing sat down almost holding her breath. Inside the car is another world. The ultimate silence seems to completely isolate the hustle and bustle of the outside world, with soft wool carpet underfoot and leather seats. The starry sky canopy had not yet been lit, but the luxurious feeling had already made her feel at a loss. Her body unconsciously tensed up, fearing that she had gotten something dirty. Lin Yi then got in. The spacious back seat was still more than enough space. He whispered to the driver the approximate name of Su Wanqing's home area. The Phantom started smoothly, with almost no vibration or noise, as if gliding into the night. Su Wanqing leaned back in the soft seat, watching the night scene rapidly receding outside the window, her heart filled with nervousness. As the Phantom drove away from the main road, the scene outside the window gradually faded. The lights became sparse and dim, the buildings became low and dilapidated, and the streets began to narrow. Finally, this top-of-the-line luxury car, which was out of tune with the surroundings, stopped in a dimly lit, narrow urban village, the house she rented outside to facilitate her part-time job. Su Wanqing whispered, her voice filled with unconcealable embarrassment and awkwardness. Just send it here. It's hard to drive in. Linny nodded without asking any more questions. Good. The driver got out of the car and opened the door for her. Su Wanqing got out of the car almost as if running away, lowering her head and not daring to look back. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom disappeared silently into the night, just as it had come. Looking at the almost bare environment of her home, and touching the cold and expensive sapphire necklace around her neck, the huge sense of disappointment overwhelmed her like a tide. The sapphire necklace around her neck felt cool against her skin, reminding her that what had just happened was not a dream. She held the necklace tightly. The sharp edges of the gems hurt her palm slightly, but it also made her eyes clearer and more determined. We must change our destiny. It's not just to get rid of poverty, but also for the day when she will be truly qualified and can confidently walk into the world of the rich, towards the man who drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chapter 86, Support her and go back to the village to crush the local tyrant. As the Dragon Boat Festival approached, Su Wanqing received a call from her mother in her hometown village, and her voice was filled with sadness. The gist of it was that the village was going to redistribute the contracted land, and the village chief and village party secretary Wang Fugue hinted that her family might not be able to keep the well-located land unless they showed their appreciation. The mother knew that it was not easy for her daughter to be away from home, so she just sighed and said that the elderly people at home were old, and she hoped that she could come back during the Dragon Boat Festival and see if she could find a solution. On the other end of the phone, Su Wanqing listened to her mother's sighs and dug her nails deep into her palms. She knew what the village chief Wang Fugue meant by expression. His family had always been domineering in the village. Seeing that her family had no able-bodied men and her father was an honest man, they often bullied her openly and secretly. A feeling of powerlessness and anger surged in my heart. She was invited by Lin Yi to try to design some packaging and promotional graphics for Ling Xiaogu. On the one hand, Lin Yi also wanted to help her gain experience, and on the other hand, she could raise money for living expenses and tuition. When she handed the design draft to Lin Yi, there was inevitably a trace of lingering worry between her brows. Lin Yi was very perceptive and asked casually, "Are you in trouble?" Su Wanqing didn't want to disturb him with her trivial matters, but under his calm and soothing gaze, she whispered briefly about the situation at home and her worries about having to go back during the Duanwu festival. After listening to this, Lin Yi was silent for a moment, tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, and then said calmly in an unquestionable tone, "I happen to have nothing to do during the Dragon Boat Festival. I'm also going to inspect a project over there, so I'll take you back on the way." Su Wanqing looked up suddenly, her eyes full of surprise and a hint of panic. No need, Brother Lin, it's too much trouble for you." Lin Yi interrupted her, his tone still calm. "It's no trouble. I'll just go take a look. Pack it up in advance and I'll pick you up when the time comes." On the morning of the Dragon Boat Festival, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided silently to the intersection of the urban village where Su Wanqing rented a house, once again attracting the attention of people who got up early. Su Wanqing got into the car carrying a simple luggage bag. The car drove out of the city, entered the provincial road, and finally turned onto a bumpy township road. Despite the bumpy road, the Phantom's excellent suspension system filtered out almost all discomfort, and the interior of the car remained stable. The closer she got to her hometown, the more familiar and dilapidated the scene outside the window became, and the more complicated Su Wanqing's mood became. Finally, the car drove into her village. The low brick houses, muddy dirt roads, free-range chickens and ducks, formed an explosive visual impact with the luxurious and distinguished Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Look! What kind of car is that? Oh my god, this car is so impressive. I've only seen it on TV. That's Wanqing from the old Su family? How did she get to know such a rich man?" Wherever the car passed, it caused a sensation in almost the entire village. The villagers put down their work and watched the car drive in. The car finally stopped steadily outside the gate of Su Wanqing's slightly shabby bungalow. Su Wanqing's parents had already heard the noise and came out in a panic. Seeing their daughter getting out of such a luxury car that existed only in their imagination, followed by an extraordinary and handsome young man, the old couple were stunned and didn't know what to do. Su Wanqing introduced, her cheeks slightly red. "Dad, Mom, this is my friend, Lin Yi." Lin Yi took a step forward, his attitude humble but naturally exuding an aura that could not be ignored. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Sorry to bother you. I'm just dropping off Wanqing on the way back. At this moment, the village chief Wang Fugue, who heard the news, came over with 2 followers. He originally wanted to urge the Su family to express their opinion. The voice arrives before others arrive. Old Su. What have you thought about the land issue? Don't give me face, ah? His words came to an abrupt halt as he saw the Rolls-Royce parked nearby and the young man standing next to the car, who was dressed seemingly simply but exuded a powerful aura. Wang Fugue had seen a bit of the world in the town and recognized the meaning of the car logo. That was not someone he could afford to offend. The arrogance on his face instantly disappeared, and was immediately replaced with an extremely flattering smile, and his waist unconsciously bent a little. Hey! Who is this? A distinguished guest has arrived. Welcome. I'm Wang Fugue, the village chief. Please let me know if you need anything. He completely ignored the Su family members next to him, wishing to devote all his enthusiasm to Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at him calmly without even extending his hand. I'm sending a friend back. I heard something happened in the village? Wang Fugue's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly broke out. He quickly waved his hands. It's okay. It's okay. It's all a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Brother Su's land is great. I'll be the first to disapprove of anyone who dares to have any bad intentions. Wanqing has made great progress. To have a friend like you is a real honor for our entire village. He spoke incoherently and acted in a flattering manner, completely different from his previous self. Villagers are like this, they bully the weak and fear the strong. Su Wanqing's parents looked at this scene, feeling both relieved and excited. They have been honest all their lives, so how could they have ever seen the arrogant village chief be so servile? Looking at the friend my daughter brought back, although the young man didn't talk much, his demeanor and the village chief's attitude of being rude at first but respectful later said it all. A proud smile finally appeared on their faces, and their backs straightened unconsciously. The surrounding villagers watched from afar, talking among themselves, their eyes filled with envy and awe for the Su family. The Su family is going to be rich. Wanqing is such a capable girl. Look at Wang Fugue's grandson, it's so funny. Su's father and mother listened to the discussions around them, looked at the luxury car in the yard that symbolized wealth, and then looked at their beautiful daughter and the unfathomable Lin Yi. Their hearts felt as sweet as if they had drunk honey. When faced with curious inquiries from some familiar villagers, they just smiled and said nothing, but in their hearts they thought proudly. Didn't you see how cowardly the village chief looked just now? This time when returning home, all the difficulties were swept away because of Lin Yi's presence. Su Wanqing looked at the long-lost smiles on her parents' faces and Lin Yi's calm yet extremely reliable back, her heart filled with gratitude. After Su Wanqing returned to the city, she studied and worked harder, and devoted more energy to her design drafts. Lin Yi's existence was like a bright light, illuminating her way forward and making her more eager to get closer to him with her own strength. However, the information delay from my hometown triggered a ridiculous farce. Chapter 87: The scene where the young master of the county factory broke through the defense. Aunt Wang, a distant relative who has always been eager to introduce a date to Su Wanqing, is completely unaware of the recent huge changes in the Su family. She only heard that Su Wanqing had rejected even the nephew of the village chief, and she was sure that this girl was too picky and too arrogant. If you don't want such good conditions, what else do you want to find? Aunt Wang was cracking melon seeds while flipping through her address book when her eyes suddenly lit up. She got it. The only child of her cousin who ran a furniture factory in the county was Zhao Chang. She immediately called Su Wanqing's mother, her voice loud and clear, spit flying. His aunt. This is a fantastic match. He's the only son of Mr. Zhao, the county boss. His family owns a big factory and they have 3 apartments in the county town. The young man is very handsome, but his standards are a bit high. I think he is a perfect match for our Wanqing. He said that as long as the girl agrees, he will immediately give her 88,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Isn't this sincerity unparalleled? Ever since Su's mother experienced the incident with Lin Yi, her perspective and mentality have quietly changed. She politely declined. Aunt Wang, thank you so much. But Wanqing is busy with her career outside now. She is still young, so we are not in a hurry. Aunt Wang didn't listen to her words at all and interrupted her directly. Hey, aren't you in a hurry? Where else can you find such good conditions? Don't hesitate, if you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. Well, I'll have the young man come directly to your house this weekend so you can meet him. It's a deal. Early in the morning on the weekend, Zhao Chang drove a shiny new Honda, wearing a tight suit, with his hair slicked back, and carrying a few boxes of health supplements with exaggerated packaging, and swaggered into the Su family. As soon as he entered the house, his eyes revealed his disdain for the Su family's shabby decoration. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the chair before slowly sitting down. "Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm Zhao Chang." His tone carries the sense of superiority of a rich second generation from a county town. "Aunt Wang should have told you all, right? My family's conditions are among the best in the county. What about Sister Wan Qing? Her house is a bit simple, but she looks pretty in the photos. If she follows me, I'll definitely let her live a comfortable life and not have to work hard outside. As a woman, the most important thing is to be content with one's lot, have children quickly, and take care of the family." Su's father and mother kept polite smiles on their faces, but no one knew what they were thinking. While Su's mother slowly poured him some water, she casually mentioned, "Yeah, it's not easy for a girl to work hard outside. But Wan Qing recently met a friend, and the car she drove her home last time looked quite impressive. What was it called? Rolls-Royce? We don't know either, but I heard it's quite expensive." Zhao Chang was just enjoying himself when he heard this, like a rooster whose neck was suddenly strangled. The smug look on his face froze instantly. Rolls-Royce? Of course he knew what kind of car it was. It was completely different from his Accord. He laughed dryly twice and tried to remain calm. "Ha ha, auntie, you don't know, car rental companies now have all kinds of luxury cars. Many people like to rent a car just to show off and cheat people, so don't get fooled." Just then, Su Wanqing called back. She would call home regularly every week. Su's mother quickly answered the phone and pressed the speakerphone button. Su Wanqing's clear voice came. "Mom, is everything okay at home?" Su's mother said. Okay, Wanqing, that Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao's son, whom your Aunt Wang introduced to us, is here and was just talking about you." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. When she spoke again, Su Wanqing's voice was almost cold. "Mom, thank Aunt Wang for her kindness. But right now I just want to focus on my studies and work, and I have no intention of dating. And..." She paused, her tone firm. "I already have someone I like. He's very good, very good. No one else can compare to him." These words were like a loud slap in Zhao Chang's face. His face turned red and white, and he stood up suddenly, feeling greatly insulted. "Su Wanqing. What do you mean? You don't like me? Why are you pretending to be so noble? You're just a village girl, it's a blessing for me to like you. You don't want the 88,000 yuan betrothal gift, what kind of person do you want to find? Driving a Rolls-Royce? Dream on. I think you've been played by someone." "Mr. Zhao." Su's father interrupted him suddenly. The usually honest man now had a gloomy face and an unusually harsh voice. "Please be respectful. My daughter's message is clear. You are not welcome in our home. Please leave." After what happened with Lin Yi, Su's father became much more confident. Zhao Chang was so angry that he was shaking all over and pointed at the Su family. Okay. Your family will be poor for the rest of your life." After saying that, he grabbed the keys and health supplements, slammed the door and left angrily. The farce ended, but Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone didn't speak for a long time. The sentence "I have someone I like" just now was almost blurted out. She was shocked after saying it and her face was burning. But what was more powerful than shyness was Zhao Chang's appearance and those harsh words like a basin of cold water, making her more clearly aware of the cruelty of reality. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she might have finally succumbed to reality and married a man like Zhao Chang who was arrogant just because he had a little money, and lived a life with a foreseeable end. The appearance of Lin Yi opened a window to another world for her, allowing her to see completely different possibilities in life. He is the only opportunity she can seize to change her destiny. This realization sent a wave of fear through her. She was afraid of losing this life-saving straw, afraid that once Lin Yi lost interest in her, she would be reduced to her original state, or even worse. Fear and admiration intertwined, transforming into a strong determination. She must work hard to become stronger and better before she is qualified to stand by his side. The days after Su Wanqing returned to the city seemed to be divided into two worlds. On one hand, Lin Yi brought her wonderful experiences that she had never imagined. On the other hand, she faced the never-ending bills for her rented house and the deep fear of returning to poverty. This split left her feeling helpless. Lin Yi did not ask for anything in return for his help, but this made her even more uneasy. She was like a beggar who had accidentally found a treasure, and was always worried that everything would be taken away and she would be left on the streets again. She began clumsily, trying to do something. Hearing that Linny had been eating light Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine recently, she saved up a few days' worth of food money, bought an expensive sea base, checked the recipe on her phone, and frantically cooked in the small kitchen filled with choking smoke. Oil splashed onto the back of my hand, and the fish was difficult to control at the right temperature. When it came out of the pot, the fish's eyes were slightly cloudy, and the edges of the fish had a slight burnt edge. She still carefully removed the fish bones, put the most intact fish belly meat into an insulated box, took 2 subways, and delivered it to Lin Yi's company. Chapter 88, Choice? Life-saving money or indenture. The receptionist let her up only after she answered the internal call. Lin Yi was processing documents. When he saw her coming, he gently asked her to sit down. I made a fish. I heard you liked it. She spoke in a small voice, her fingers nervously scratching the edge of the thermal box, like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to mark her homework. Lin Yi thanked him and opened the box. It didn't look good, but he still picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. He chewed very slowly, and Su Wanqing's heart was in her throat. It's delicious. Thank you. He put down his chopsticks, his tone as gentle as ever, even with a smile. But Su Wanqing saw that his Adam's apple rolled slightly, the reaction of swallowing. He didn't even take a second bite. The word delicious was like a blunt knife, slowly cutting through her stubborn pride. In the next few days, she was even more cautious. I care about his itinerary, remind him to bring an umbrella on rainy days, and prepare honey water to soothe his throat when he coughs, but I always overdo it and it seems abrupt and inconsiderate. She seemed to be trapped in a transparent cover. She could see Lin Yi's world outside, but there was always a layer between them and she could not truly integrate into it. She could only use clumsy methods to try to attract attention and prove that she was not completely useless. The emotional collapse occurred one evening. Her design was shortlisted for an important newcomer award, an opportunity she had always dreamed of, but participating in the competition required a considerable amount of material and travel expenses. She was worrying in front of the computer when her cell phone rang. It was the landlord's voice, cold and impatient, asking for the next quarter's rent. After hanging up the phone, she slumped in her chair, feeling a huge pressure coming over her like a tide. Just at this moment, Lin Yi's message popped up. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to take you to see a jewelry collector who might be able to help you with your design. He meant well. She knew it. But this news became the last straw that broke the camel's back. He always easily provided her with resources and help that she could never get when she was in the most difficult times. All her struggles and efforts seemed so insignificant and ridiculous in the light of his arrangement. The little bit of decency and equality she tried so hard to maintain was shattered in an instant. She didn't know how she got to the door of Lin Yi's apartment. She rang the doorbell, and when he opened the door, his face still looked a little tired after work. Seeing her red eyes, he was stunned for a moment. Wanqing? This sentence was like turning on a switch. All the grievances, fears, inferiority and pressure burst out at this moment. Tears burst out without warning, and she stood at the door, shaking all over and sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Yi frowned slightly, let her in, closed the door, and quietly handed her a tissue. He didn't rush her, just waited patiently. After crying for a long time, I finally calmed down a little. Su Wanqing raised her head, looking at the handsome and outstanding man in front of her with tearful eyes, her voice broken. Do you think I'm bad? Materialistic? I approach you, just for your money? She gasped and spoke incoherently. I know I'm not worthy of you. I know, but I'm really scared. Lin Yi, I'm afraid of going back to the past when I had to hesitate for a long time even when buying paint. I'm even more afraid of being forced to go back and marry someone who thinks a few tens of thousands of yuan in betrothal gifts can buy my life. She seemed to have exhausted all her strength, finally peeling off the most unbearable and true heart, and laying it out in front of him. Yes. I admit it. I like being with you, and I also like the life of not having to worry about money and being able to focus on design. She waited, waiting for his contempt, his ridicule, or his order to leave. However, Lin Yi just looked at her silently, with a moment of surprise in his eyes, which then turned into a deep gaze. He sighed softly, walked forward, and without saying much, he stretched out his hand and, with an irresistible force, embraced her trembling body in his arms. Su Wanqing froze, her tears soaking his clothes. I know. His voice came from above his head, steady and powerful, with a strange soothing power. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a good life. There's nothing shameful about being afraid of falling back. He paused, his embrace slightly tightened, his voice low and frank. I help you because I see myself in you, a person who was once helpless at some point in my life. More importantly, I saw the things you held on to tightly even in the mud: your talent, your stubbornness, and your kindness. That's not materialism, Su Wanqing, it's survival. He finally said, don't be afraid, there is still a long way to go, take your time. In this safe embrace, listening to his steady heartbeat, Su Wanqing's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. All her anxiety and confusion were firmly grasped. The ringing of the phone at midnight was like a sharp knife, piercing the tranquility that Su Wanqing had just accumulated. In the receiver, my father's desperate sobs were mixed with dialect, piecemeal pieces of bad news. Her mother suddenly fell seriously ill and needed an extremely complicated heart surgery. The surgery fee and subsequent rehabilitation costs added up to a huge amount of money that she could not imagine. My father's voice was filled with despair and bewilderment. Wanqing. Dad is useless. Dad really doesn't know what to do. The family's meager savings were not enough, and they owed a huge debt. She could only look for opportunities to make money and find ways to fill the hole in the family. The huge pressure was like an invisible hand, instantly strangling Su Wanqing's throat. She had just seen a ray of light in her life when the huge waves of reality once again pushed her to the bottom of the sea. Hundreds of thousands. Even if she worked for several years without eating or drinking, she still couldn't save enough. Linny had already helped her a lot and spent a lot of money. She was really embarrassed to ask for more money. After thinking it over, she decided to find a way out herself. Just as she was frantically searching for various loan information, Ms. Wang called. The tone was one of feigned concern. Sister Wanqing, I heard your family is having difficulties? Oh, how pitiful. For a woman, the most important thing is to solve practical difficulties while you are still young. Here, I happen to have a way to make some quick money. A friend's company is in urgent need of a short-term endorsement contract with a girl with a good image and a sense of design. The advance payment will be just enough to help you out. The contract was sent quickly. The upfront payment was indeed attractive, enough to cover the surgery and the family's debts. But among a bunch of complicated legal terms, Su Wanqing keenly caught the trap: a 15-year contract that was almost like selling herself. It stipulates that all copyrights and commercial profits of all her design works during this period belong to the company. By signing it, her dream of becoming a designer was completely over. Chapter 89, I'll give you a check and promise myself a future. Miss Wang said casually on the other end of the phone. Oh, the terms are a bit rigid, but the money comes quickly. Think about it, your mother is still waiting in the hospital. Opportunities don't wait. Su Wanqing's hands were shaking violently, and her mother's face and the amount of the surgery fee flashed alternately before her eyes. She was about to give in. At that moment, the words Linny had said when he watched her racking her brains over a small design problem suddenly echoed in her ears. Wanqing, remember, any seemingly easy shortcut secretly carries a price you can't afford. It's okay to walk slowly, what matters is that the path is your own. Her heart suddenly started beating wildly and she broke out in a cold sweat. The next day, she finally couldn't stand the pressure. With eyes swollen from crying, he found Linny. She tried her best to remain calm and told Linny everything about the huge debt her family owed, the lack of money for her mother's surgery, and the fact that Miss Wang came to her with the contract. Here's the situation. I know this is presumptuous, but I need this money to save my life. I'm not asking for a gift, I'm asking you, or your company, if you can lend me this money. Just consider it an advance on my future design work. I can sign a contract as a guarantee. Linny listened quietly, with no emotion on his face. He picked up Miss Wang's contract and quickly glanced through it. His eyes turned cold. It was obvious that this contract was a trap. Putting down the contract, he spoke in a steady voice. I can provide you with an interest-free loan in the name of the company. We will sign a formal loan agreement and agree on the repayment period and method. This money is an investment based on your future value, not a personal gift from me. Can you accept it? Su Wanqing was stunned, and a warm current dispelled the coldness in her heart. She knew that Linny was helping her by asking a question that would preserve her self-esteem. She nodded with a sob. Thank you. I accept. Linny acted decisively and asked the legal department to prepare the contract immediately. Okay, take the money and go to Uncle Zhao. After a while, the problem was solved by Lin Yi. Su Wanqing looked at him, her heart filled with gratitude. After signing the loan agreement, Lin Yi handed her the check, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, "Wanqing, remember, I'm willing to invest in you because I believe your value far exceeds the numbers on this paper. Don't let me misjudge you. My mother's operation was very successful." Having removed the biggest burden from her heart, Su Wanqing devoted all her energy to work and study. This family crisis did not crush her, but instead tempered her and made her more resilient. She threw herself into an important collaborative project for a studio. Her designs are innovative and bold, yet full of emotional details. The final solution received high praise from customers, and received enthusiastic market response once it was launched, becoming a hit case of the year. Su Wanqing's name began to circulate in a small circle within the design circle. Immediately afterwards, the annual Emerging Design Grand Prix kicked off. This is a very important and influential competition in the industry, and Ms. Wang's company also selected works to participate. The work Su Wanqing submitted was a set of jewelry called Rebirth. The design was inspired by the mother's mental journey before and after the operation. Fragility, struggle, and hope are melted into the lines and structures, full of magnificent vitality. At the finals, under the spotlight. When it was announced that the gold medal winner was Su Wanqing, she was in a trance for a moment. She walked onto the stage calmly, wearing the first little dress she bought with her project bonus. Without any awkwardness or uneasiness, she accepted the trophy with grace and gracefulness, and explained her creative ideas clearly and profoundly into the microphone. Below the stage, Lin Yi sat in the guest seats, looking at her with a smile on his lips. At the cocktail party after the award ceremony, Miss Wang came over with a glass of wine in hand, smiling. Her voice was not loud but loud enough for everyone around to hear. "Congratulations, Miss Su. It's true that a person's absence is truly remarkable. The style of this work has changed so drastically. The source of inspiration is truly unique." There was a hint of doubt in his words, and the situation became awkward for a moment. Su Wanqing turned around and faced Miss Wang. Although she kept smiling, her eyes were full of dissatisfaction. "Thank you for your concern, Ms. Wang. I have kept all the inspiration for the new Life series and every draft in my computer and in the cloud. If Ms. Wang or the judges or senior colleagues are interested in discussing the design process, I would be happy to share it at any time." Her tone was calm, but every word was powerful. She took out her phone and directly opened the cloud document interface. The evidence was conclusive and impeccable. Miss Wang's face turned ugly, and the people around her looked at her with a hint of scrutiny. She originally wanted to make people suspect that Su Wanqing had plagiarized, but was instead pinned to the ground by the other party with irrefutable evidence, bringing humiliation upon herself. After this incident, the eyes of those business partners who once only regarded her as the beautiful vase beside Lin Yi completely changed. They began to truly recognize her talents and abilities, and when they talked to her again, the way they addressed her naturally became, "Designer Su, I have an idea about your design." The project was a huge success and the prize money was generous. The first thing Su Wanqing did was to walk into Lin Yi's office and put a check on his desk. "Brother Lin, thank you for believing in my worth. I will pay you back the remaining money soon." Lin Yi looked at the check, stunned for a moment, then chuckled. "Good. Keep working hard, I believe you can do it." In the evening, the two took a walk on the beach. Lin Yi asked, "What are your plans next?" Su Wanqing looked into the distance. "My studio project is almost finished. I received an offer for a 1-year advanced training program at the Italian Fashion Institute. I want to go." She stopped, turned, and looked at him, her eyes clear and firm. "I appreciate everything you've done for me. But I don't want to live under your wings forever. I hope we can be two trees standing side by side, not a vine and a tree." The sea breeze blows her long hair, and in her eyes there are dreams, a future, and an independent self. Lin Yi stared at her. The girl in front of him was no longer the girl who cried helplessly in the cafe. She was now a hard-working and promising designer. Lin Yi said softly, "Do you know why I helped you in the first place? It's not your beauty, but your tenacity in not giving up in difficult situations. Now, I'm proud of you." He reached out and gently took her arm. "Go ahead. Go fly. I'll wait for you to come back stronger." Before leaving, Su Wanqing invited Lin Yi to drink and have dinner, and even gave Lin Yi the most precious thing she had her first time. A night of passion. The two fought for 300 rounds, but there was no winner. Airport Departure Hall. There are no lingering tears, no melodramatic farewell of 18 people. Su Wanqing pushed the luggage cart, her face full of excitement and anticipation for the new journey ahead. Lin Yi helped her straighten her scarf. A year is neither long nor short, so come on. Su Wanqing smiled, with stars twinkling in her eyes. Yes. This year, I will work hard to grow. I will definitely become the best designer. Lin Yi nodded, leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Okay. Keep in touch. He stood there, looking at the girl who was once timid, now walking confidently towards the boarding gate and joining the crowd, and he was filled with emotion. Chapter 90, 50 million in liquidated damages? I bought it. The bar above the clouds is more of a secret club built for the city's top class than a bar. The thick soundproof door completely isolates the outside sounds. The room is filled with low jazz music, and the warm yellow light gently outlines the contours of the leather sofa and dark wood trim. The air is filled with the subtle aroma of premium cigars and the rich aroma of aged whiskey. Lin Yi sat alone in a booth with an excellent view, gently shaking the remaining wine in the glass with his fingertips. Having just finished a new energy investment meeting with several people with strong backgrounds, even he felt a little mentally tired. The tranquility here is perfect for him to sort out his thoughts alone. However, the tranquility was violently broken by a shrill noise. A middle-aged man with a bloated figure, a tight shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck rushed in with a few customers who also had rosy faces. He is the boss of Xingyo Media, Wang Ba. Shun Maxin. Come out. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Wang Ba yelled with his tongue spread out in a harsh voice, causing the guests at the surrounding tables to frown slightly. Soon, a graceful figure walked out from the backstage area, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Even here, her radiance was hard to conceal. Shin Maxin, 26 years old, tall and long-legged, wore a simple black halter dress that made her skin look like snow. She has a face that is extremely suitable for the big screen, with bright and elegant features, and her eyes have a lazy and seductive charm. But if you look closely, you can catch sight of the fatigue and a hint of cold despair hidden in her eyes. Mr. Wang, you're here. Shin Maxin walked closer with a professional smile on his face. His voice was soft, but with an imperceptible sense of distance. Oh, my big star, I finally found you. Wang Ba's turbid eyes swept over her without any hesitation, and his dirty hands went straight to her waist. Come on, have a few drinks with me and these CEOs. If you treat us well tonight, the heroine of the next play will be decided by just one word from me. Shin Maxin cleverly moved sideways to avoid his dirty hands and picked up a glass of wine on the table. Boss Wan, you're joking. I'd like to toast you and all the CEOs. The flesh on Wang Ba's face twitched, and he was obviously extremely dissatisfied with Shin Maxin's avoidance. He pretended to be crazy because of the alcohol, and his voice became louder. Shin Maxin. Don't be so shameless. You signed with my company, why are you pretending to be pure and innocent? I'm telling you, if you don't keep the boss's company tonight, I'll make you disappear from the entertainment industry tomorrow. You can't even pay back the 50 million yuan in liquidated damages by selling your body. Before he finished speaking, he reached out again, this time with great force, grabbing Shin Maxin's arm tightly, trying to pull her over by force. The humiliation that had been pent up for too long reached its peak at this moment. Shin Maxin suddenly shook off Wang Ba's hand, and due to inertia, the bright red wine in the cup spilled all over Wang Ba's greasy face. Time seemed to stand still for a second. Bitch! How dare you throw wine on me? Wang Ba was stunned for 2 seconds, then he became furious. The wine on his face flowed down his flesh, making him look extremely ferocious. He raised his strong arm and slapped Shin Maxin's cheek with it, making a sound of wind. Shin Maxin subconsciously closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly, but he stubbornly straightened his back, ready to endure this humiliating slap. The expected slap did not come. A hand with distinct joints, steady and powerful, accurately grasped Wang Ba's wrist in midair, like an iron clamp, making him unable to move. Wang Ba turned around in surprise and met a pair of bottomless eyes. Lin Yi had stood beside them without them knowing when. He was dressed simply, but he exuded an unquestionable powerful aura, which made the noisy Wang Ba pause for a moment. At the moment he grabbed Wang Ba's wrist, several blurry but intense images flashed through Lin Yi's mind like lightning. At the International Film Festival Awards ceremony, under the bright lights, a Chinese actress holds the trophy. A few years later, a piece of news shocked the entertainment industry. The newly crowned international film queen Shin Maxin committed suicide due to depression. The face in front of me, filled with despair and stubbornness, looked exactly the same as the one in the photo in the news that I remembered. Linny realized that this was a person. It turned out to be her. A genius who fell like a meteor in her previous life. Unexpectedly, before reaching the peak, her situation would be so dire. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Wang Ba tried to break free, but found that the other party's hand didn't move at all. Instead, he felt a sharp pain, which sobered him up. Boss. Seeing this, Wang Ba's two burly bodyguards immediately pounced on him ferociously. Linny didn't even look back. His figure shifted slightly, and everyone saw nothing but a flash before their eyes. After a few muffled thuds and cries of pain, the two bodyguards collapsed to the ground in strange positions, completely powerless. The entire process was as fast as a ghost, and Lin Yi's clothes remained unwrinkled. The bar was silent, and all the guests looked at this sight in shock. Wang Ba was so frightened that his face turned pale, cold sweat poured down his face, and he pointed at Lin Yi in a bluffing manner. Do you know who I am? How dare you touch me? Shin Machine signed the contract and is mine. If she breaches the contract, she must pay 50 million. 50 million? Will you pay for her? Let's see who dares to help her. He tried to use contracts and laws as a last resort. Linny ignored his howling and turned his gaze to Shin Machine, who was still in shock but trying to remain calm. She was looking at him with a complex expression, one of surprise, gratitude, and a hint of deep doubt. It's okay. Lin Yi's voice was calm, yet strangely soothing. He then glanced at Wang Ba indifferently, his eyes as cold as a knife, making Wang Ba's next words stuck in his throat. At this time, the bar manager and several security guards hurried over. They obviously recognized Lin Yi as the VIP that the boss had specially cared for, and their attitude was extremely respectful. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. Lin Yi pointed at the embarrassed Wang Ba and the bodyguard groaning on the ground, and said indifferently. These people have drunk too much. Please ask them to leave. They are not welcome above the clouds from now on. Yes, Mr. Lin. The manager immediately signaled the security guard to clear the area. Wang Ba wanted to say something, but under the security guard's tough attitude and Lin Yi's cold gaze, he could only utter a few powerless harsh words and was asked out of the door in a miserable state. The farce ended, the music started again, and the bar returned to its previous atmosphere, but many eyes were still subtly cast at Lin Yi and Shin Machine. Lin Yi looked at Shin Machine, who was still standing there with her body trembling slightly. He took off his thin coat and gently draped it over her bare shoulders to block those inquiring gazes. Let's talk somewhere else. His tone was unyielding, yet contained a reassuring certainty. Shin Machine wrapped himself tightly in the coat that still retained the unfamiliar body temperature, looked up at this mysterious and powerful man, and nodded as if grabbing the only piece of driftwood when drowning, and nodded inexplicably. Chapter 91 Signing in the future movie queen, Lingsha Media is launched. Leaving the hustle and bustle of Above the Clouds, Lin Yi's car glided silently into the night and finally stopped at a private tea house hidden on the edge of the city. The walls are white and the tiles are black, and the nightlights hanging from the eaves sway gently in the night breeze. The waiter led them into an elegant room called Listening to the Snow, where a faint scent of sandalwood burned and a pot of top-quality pu'er tea was warming on a small stove. What was out of place with the environment was the expensive men's coat on Shin Machine's shoulders and the fear in her eyes that had not yet completely subsided. Drink some tea and calm down. Lin Yi personally poured a cup of warm tea and pushed it in front of her. His movements were unhurried, without the condescending attitude of a benefactor, nor the eagerness of an ordinary man for beauty, but only a reassuring calmness. Shin Machine thanked him softly, holding the warm teacup in both hands, and the coldness at his fingertips gradually dissipated. She quietly raised her eyes and took in the man opposite her. He was incredibly handsome, but even more terrifying were his bottomless eyes, as if they could see through everything and control everything. Lin Yi saved her, but has not put forward any conditions so far, which makes her even more uneasy. Mr. Lin, thank you for your help just now. Shin Machine finally spoke, his voice still a little hoarse. But Wang Ba's methods are despicable, and there's also the 50 million yuan in liquidated damages. I don't want to implicate you. She keeps a low profile, which is the self-protection she learned in the cruel entertainment industry. Lin Yi raised his eyes, his gaze resting calmly on her face. Implicated? He's not worthy of it. Tell me about your story, from the beginning to now. There was an unmistakable guiding force in his tone. Perhaps it was because he had been suppressed for too long, or perhaps it was the inexplicable sense of security he brought, Shin Machine took a deep breath, as if opening a dusty gate, and began to tell the story. She started out as an excellent student at the drama academy, and talked about the huge changes in her family, the sky-high medical expenses for her seriously ill father, and how Wang Ba used advance pay as bait to trick her into signing a long-term, blood-sucking contract, which ultimately left her penniless and burdened with huge debts. Forced by the company to participate in various unbearable drinking parties, and ruthlessly banned for refusing the unspoken rules. Her narration was somewhat restrained at first, but when she talked about her father's death and how she was banned for sticking to her bottom line, her voice couldn't help but choke up. Her charming eyes were filled with tears and unwillingness, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Linny listened quietly the whole time, without interrupting or comforting her, but only occasionally refilled her cup of hot tea. This silent respect, on the contrary, allowed Shin Machine to completely vent his pent-up depression. After she finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of tea boiling on the fire. Suddenly, Linny changed the subject and asked a seemingly irrelevant question: "How do you understand Cheng Die in Farewell My Concubine?" Shin Machine was stunned, and then realized that this was a test. She thought for a moment, her eyes suddenly becoming sharp and focused. He was a theater fanatic, unable to distinguish between himself and theater. Unless he's crazy, he can't live was his destiny. The intense conflict between his pure and unadulterated love for art and the turbid times created his tragedy. He wasn't weak, he was simply too pure, so pure that it was incompatible with reality. His death was the inevitable result of idealism being crushed by reality. Her analysis is precise and profound, with strong empathy and independent insights. Linny nodded slightly, and then asked a few more questions about his understanding of different acting schools and his sharp views on the current impetuous phenomenon in the film and television industry. Shin Machine answered questions fluently, showing wisdom and insight far beyond his appearance, and he was completely different from the fragile image he had in the bar before. After the QA session, a hint of admiration flashed across Linny's eyes. He put down his teacup and stared directly at Shin Machine with a sharp gaze. His voice was calm and firm. "Your value is far more than the 50 million in Wang Ba's eyes. A place like Xingyao Media will only bury your talent and tarnish your reputation. It's not worthy of you." Shin Machine's heart suddenly stopped beating, and he had a premonition that something earth-shattering was about to happen. "I'll take care of the penalty for breach of contract," Linny said lightly, as if it was just a daily expense. "I will establish a new entertainment company, Lingxiao Media. You will be signed as the company's first artist and future mainstay." Before Shin Machine could recover from his shock, Linny had already taken out his cell phone, dialed a number, and gave instructions in a concise tone. First, immediately pay Xingyao Media a termination fee of 51 million. With the extra 1 million, buy out all related defamatory clauses and make them sign a permanent confidentiality and settlement agreement. This must be done within the hour. Second, draft a top-level artist contract with terms that are most beneficial to the artist and respect their autonomy. Write it and send it to me for review. Third, start the registration process for Lingxiao Media. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Shin Machine, whose lips were slightly parted in shock. "The name of our new company, Lingxiao, means a lofty ambition, not competing with ordinary flowers for spring. I hope it can stand at the top of the industry in the future, and I also hope that the artists under it will have the ambition and ability to soar to the sky." He operated his phone a few times and showed Shin Machine an electronic contract he had just received. "This is your new contract. Take a closer look. It offers the highest commission in the industry, the right to choose scripts, autonomy over your image, and complete respect. All you need to do is cut off the past and use your strength and works to prove that my decision today is correct." Shin Machine took the phone with trembling hands and read it word by word. The more she read, the more shocked she was. This isn't even a contract, it's a dream booster. Every clause reflects respect for the artist's professionalism and character, a world of difference from Xingyao's blood-sucking contract. In just a few hours, she was pulled back from hell to earth, and even saw the stairway to heaven. The man before her not only saved her from danger, but also gave her the opportunity to regain her dreams and reach the top. The huge impact made her mind go blank and tears burst out without warning. But this time, instead of the bitter saltiness of despair, it was a combination of ecstasy and gratitude. She raised her head, her eyes tearful, but she looked at Linny firmly, her voice trembling with excitement. "Mr. Lin." "No, boss. Shin Machine will always remember this kindness. From now on, Shin Machine's life belongs to Lingxiao. I will never let you down." She picked up a pen and signed her name on the electronic contract, writing each stroke solemnly. It was as if what was signed was not a contract, but a brand new future. Outside the window, the night was still deep. But Shen Maxin knew that her dawn had arrived. More exciting later. Chapter 92. Instead of competing for the leading female role, she chose to be the second female lead to stun the audience. As soon as the news of the open casting for Nightwalker, a big-budget movie that director Chen Kai has been preparing for several years, was released, it caused a huge stir in the entire Chinese film and television industry. This script, which combines spy warfare, action, and profound exploration of human nature, is widely regarded as a trump card for international awards with its excellent production team and top-level investment. Inside Ling Xiao Media's office, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Shen Maxin carefully read the script of Nightwalker, her brows furrowed slightly. Boss, the female lead, White Butterfly, is too thin and lacks dramatic tension. She's more of a perfect symbol to propel the plot forward, lacking any room for the actors to display their complexities. She put down the script and looked at Lin Yi, who was sitting calmly behind his desk. Besides, rumors are circulating in the industry that Wang Ba has spared no expense in paving the way for Lu Qingqing. This role is probably already taken. Lin Yi looked at her admiringly, tapping the table lightly with his fingertips, a smile on his lips. Your judgment is spot on. What we're fighting for isn't this superficial C position, but a more valuable role. He picked up another, thinner character design draft and pushed it in front of Shen Maxin. Look at this, the second female lead, Red Rose. Shen Maxin's eyes fell on the paper and he was instantly attracted. Red Rose, the top singer of the Paramount in Shanghai, maneuvers between various forces. Her charming appearance is her most deadly disguise. She seems to be a plaything of the enemy and puppet forces, but her true identity is a mystery. Although this character does not have as many scenes as the leading female character, each scene is extremely explosive, with extreme emotional changes and complex psychological activities, which is a great test for the actor's acting skills. Lin Yi's voice was filled with a firmness that penetrated everything. This role is the true touchstone of your acting skills. It is the stepping stone for you to shed your past labels and become a powerful actress. We have to fight for this role that will allow you to shine. Shen Maxin took a deep breath and stroked the name of Red Rose with his fingertips. The long-lost fighting spirit in his eyes was completely ignited. I understand, boss. I'll take this role. On the day of the audition for Nightwalker, the backstage was crowded with people and the air was filled with tension and anticipation. The carefully dressed actors were like commodities waiting to be selected, and their eyes were filled with silent contests. Shen Maxin's appearance caused a slight commotion in whispers. She only wore light makeup today and a simple black slim dress, but it couldn't hide her outstanding bone structure and temperament. However, what greeted her was not kindness. Oh, isn't this our former number one sister? What's going on? Xingyao can't accommodate a big Buddha like you, so you found a new backer? Lu Qingqing's agent raised his voice in a sarcastic tone, and the looks around him instantly became complicated and subtle. Several actors around who wanted to say hello immediately shrank back and avoided looking. The makeup artist was exclusively occupied by Lu Qingqing and turned a deaf ear to other people's requests. The costume designer helplessly handed over a cheongsam that was dark in color and obviously too large in size. I'm sorry, Miss Shen, these are the only clothes that match the Red Rose temperament. Please make do with them. The costume designer spoke in a perfunctory tone, obviously having received instructions. In the past, Shen Maxin might have felt humiliated and uneasy. But at this moment, she simply took the cheongsam calmly and said lightly, "It's okay, I can handle it myself." She opened her professional makeup case and faced the mirror, her fingers calmly sketching her makeup. Her eyeliner was lifted, blending to create a hint of charm and sharpness. Her lips were plump, adding a touch of seduction and determination. In just over 10 minutes, the person in the mirror had lost her elegance and transformed into the Red Rose swaying on the edge of danger. Then, she took out the needle and thread, and skillfully sewed with her fingertips. The ill-fitting cheongsam was cleverly tightened, which actually better fitted the character's curvaceous beauty that was bound by fate but struggling to survive. This professionalism and strong psychological quality of remaining calm in the face of danger made some bystanders secretly put away their contempt. The atmosphere in the audition hall was serious. Director Chen Kai sat in the middle with a frown on his face, and next to him were the producer, screenwriter, and other judges. Surprisingly, Lin Yi, as a representative of the newly established Ling Xiao Media, was also invited to sit in the audience. He looked relaxed, but like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, he invisibly calmed Shen Maxin's mind. All the candidate actors were watching from the audience and were under great pressure. As expected, Lu Qingqing's performance turned the tenacity of White Butterfly into bitterness and hatred, and her lines sounded like recitations and were pretentious. Chen Kai's brows were getting tighter and tighter, almost enough to pinch a fly to death. When it was Shen Maxin's turn, the impromptu question she drew was as difficult as hell. The reaction of Red Rose when she suddenly learned at the carefully planned ball that she was completely betrayed by the person she loved the most and the only person she trusted, and all her plans fell through. There are no dialogue prompts, it all depends on the actor's understanding and performance. The light shone on Shen Maxin. Her originally charming smile froze on her face in an instant, and her eyes changed from initial disbelief to shock with her pupils suddenly shrinking. Then, the pain and crushed trust surged like a tide, but she forced it down. In the end, everything turned into an extremely cold sneer with a hint of madness. She wasn't hysterical, nor did she burst into tears. She just raised her chin slightly, opened her red lips slightly, and spoke with a faint breath, but every word was piercing. "I see." These 4 words expressed so much sorrow and determination. That voice contained overwhelming hatred and a determination to die together with the enemy. In just a few seconds, a complex and 3-dimensional red rose comes to life before your eyes. The entire performance is rich in layers, full of emotion and extremely contagious. The hall was completely silent, and everyone was stunned by the powerful dramatic tension. "Okay. Click. Perfect." Director Chen Kai stood up suddenly, almost knocking over his teacup in excitement. He walked around the table and almost ran to Shen Maxin, staring at her with burning eyes. "That's the feeling. Complex. Dangerous. And heartbreaking. Shen Maxin. The red rose belongs to you. It has to be you." His loud voice echoed throughout the hall, like a loud slap in the face of those who looked down on her. Lu Qingqing and her team members also turned pale. If Wang Ba was present, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Linny still sat quietly, just lightly tapping the armrest with his fingertips, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his lips. He knew that from this moment on, Shen Maxin's brilliance could no longer be concealed. Lingxiao Media's first move was a brilliant one. Chapter 93 Her conferred God Knight is Linny's best investment. The premiere of Nightwalker is arguably the most anticipated event of the year. When Shen Maxin stepped onto the red carpet, all the flashlights in the venue flashed instantly. The clothes she wore were no longer the old ones that she had to modify herself, but a dress specially tailored for her by a top designer invited by Linny. The dress was so dazzling that she looked like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Facing the media's barrage of cameras, she remained calm and composed, her brows radiating a confidence untouched by the glitz and glamour of the moment. At that moment, no one remembered the down-and-out artist who had been forced to drink the person before them was a true superstar. After the movie was released, word of mouth swept in like a tsunami. The film's sophisticated production, interlocking plot, and director Chen Kai's profound skills have all garnered widespread praise. But the most unexpected aspect is the second female lead, Red Rose. Shen Maxin completely brought to life the woman who walked on the edge of a knife. Her charming appearance was her most deadly disguise, and the despair and tenacity in her eyes were her true soul. Every look, every turn, every line is full of tension. Especially the scene where the actor learns that he has been betrayed by his beloved, which is regarded by film critics as a textbook-level soul-shaking scene, and every micro-expression has been interpreted repeatedly. In comparison, the leading female role, White Butterfly, played by Lu Qingqing, appears so pale and flat, completely overshadowed by the brilliance of Red Rose. Hashtag Shen Maxin's acting skills are amazing. Hashtag Red Roses are hard to accept. Hashtag Topics such as the stories of the Chinese people have topped the hot search list one after another, with over 1 billion views. Her number of Weibo followers has skyrocketed, and various high-end endorsements and invitations to fashion magazine covers have come in like snowflakes. Shen Maxin, who was once banned and forced to drink, became famous throughout the entertainment industry with his absolute strength. The most important Golden Dragon Award ceremony of the year arrived as scheduled. Shen Maxin wore a simple and elegant silver fishtail dress and attended the event with Linny. When the award presenter read out loudly, "Best Supporting Actress Nightwalker, Shen Maxin," the audience burst into applause. Under the spotlight, Shen Maxin walked towards the stage step by step with steady steps. Taking the heavy Golden Dragon trophy from the award presenter, she stood in front of the microphone, her eyes slightly red, but her voice clear and firm. "I'm grateful to director Chen Kai for his trust, and to every member of the crew." She first expressed the usual thanks, then her gaze passed over the crowd and fell precisely on the man in the audience, who remained calm and composed. The camera followed and captured Lin Yi's calm and encouraging smile. Shen Maxin's voice was heard throughout the room through the microphone, clear and firm. Finally, I would like to express my special thanks to my boss, Mr. Lin Yi. The whole audience was silent, only listening to her words. Each word was so powerful. When I hit rock bottom and lost all my dignity, he gave me the right to reclaim my dreams. He made me firmly believe that in this industry, a clean soul and hardcore strength are always more worthy of respect than dirty dealings. This trophy belongs to Lingsha Media and to every dream chaser who refuses to succumb to unspoken rules. As soon as he finished speaking, there was thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. These words are not only an acceptance speech, but also a loud slap in the face of those who believe in capital operation and traffic supremacy in the industry. That night, Shen Maxin became a god. That night, the name Lingsha Media, along with Shen Maxin's acceptance speech and amazing performance, resounded throughout the entire entertainment industry. The effect after the award ceremony was amazing. The threshold of Lingsha Media has been almost broken down. Countless talented actors without background, screenwriters who are not appreciated for their talents, and behind-the-scenes elites who stick to their ideals have all regarded it as the last pure land in hope. What they value is not only Ling Zhao's strong financial resources, but also his respect for the professionalism and dignity of artists, as well as his clear positioning of strength is king. The 50 million yuan in liquidated damages that Lin Yi invested in the early stage now seems to be an extremely accurate strategic investment. The direct benefits brought by Shen Maxin and the surge in company valuations due to her made this investment earn more than 10 times the return in a short period of time. The capital market began to look at this emerging entertainment company with a new perspective. In contrast, Wang Ba's Xingyao Media has completely become a laughingstock in the industry. The artists that were highly promoted were crushed, while the former abandoned children rose to the top and became gods. The company's reputation plummeted, its stock price plummeted, and there were constant turmoil over artist contract terminations. It was already on the verge of bankruptcy. In a hidden private club box, Wang Ba threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground with a ferocious look on his face. Lin Yi. Shen Maxin. I won't let this go. You want me to lose everything? I'll make you pay the price. There was a crazy glint in his eyes as he began to contact some shady forces, planning how to take revenge on them. In the office on the top floor of Lingsha Media, the lights are bright. Shen Maxin took off her makeup, put on comfortable home clothes, and brought a cup of hot coffee to Lin Yi, who was still processing documents. She looked at Lin Yi's well-defined profile under the light, her eyes filled with complex emotions, gratitude, admiration, and a deepening admiration. "Boss, what should we do next?" she asked softly. Lin Yi raised his head, took the coffee, and cast his gaze on the beautiful city night view outside the window. His tone was calm but contained great power. Lingsha Media can't rely on you alone. We have accumulated enough capital and reputation, and it's time to start our own drama plan. The Phantom Bar, located in the Sky Garden on the top floor of the city, is famous for its brilliant night view and privacy. Soothing music washed away people's fatigue. Shen Maxin sat alone in a corner booth by the window, with a nice-looking glass of Midnight in Paris in front of him. The great success of Night Walker and the coronation of the Golden Dragon Award for Best Supporting Actress have made her truly one of the top-tier powerful actors. Film contracts, endorsements, and praise came in like a tide, and her life seemed to be on a rocket, soaring from the bottom of the valley to the sky. However, amidst this extreme noise and brilliance, only when you are alone can you feel the tremendous pressure and sense of unreality. Occasionally coming to this stylish bar for a drink has become her way to relieve her stress and escape from the spotlight for a short while. She took a sip of wine, letting the slightly bitter yet sweet liquid slide down her throat. She looked at the night view outside the window, her thoughts drifting away. All these changes were caused by that man Lin Yi. Thinking of him, Shen Maxin's mouth unconsciously showed a hint of warmth, but there was also a bit of unspeakable melancholy in his heart. He treated her extremely well, giving her absolute respect and top-notch resources, but that kindness seemed to always be separated by a rational distance, the appreciation of a good horse by a good horse breeder, but not what she secretly longed for deep in her heart. What she didn't know was that in a dark corner at the other end of the bar, a pair of resentful eyes had been staring at her for a long time. "Mr. Wang, it's confirmed. It's that bitch Shen Maxin. She came alone," a henchman reported in a low voice into the phone. Chapter 94 Anonymous Text Message? Welcome to the hunting time. The person on the other end of the phone was Wang Ba, who was on the verge of bankruptcy and at the end of his rope. When he heard the news, his eyes, bloodshot from alcoholism, flashed with madness. "All right. If you don't take the road to heaven, you'll be forced to enter hell." Linny, you ruined my company, so I'll destroy your cash cow first, and then I'll give this bitch a taste of me. A vicious plan instantly formed in his mind. He paid a large sum of money to a money-hungry bartender and handed him a small packet of a colorless, odorless, and powerful hallucinogen. Find a chance to slip it into her drink. If you succeed, there's a generous reward. The bartender looked at the thick stack of bills in his hand, then glanced at Shinmashin, who was drinking alone and looking very charming. His conscience struggled for only a moment before being swallowed by greed. He took the opportunity to refill Shinmashin's cup and quickly shook the medicine powder into the newly mixed Midnight in Paris. Shinmashin was completely unaware of this. She took the glass from the bartender, thanked him, and immersed herself in her own thoughts again. After a few sips of wine, she began to feel something was wrong. Her head began to feel dizzy, her vision became blurry, a frightening heat surged through her body, and her limbs began to weaken. What's going on, this wine? She tried to stand up, but her head spun and she nearly fell. She forced herself to reach for her phone, but realized her handbag was gone. At this moment, two men in black suits with cold faces supported her from the left and right. Miss Shin, you've had too much to drink. Let us take you home. Their voices were emotionless, but the strength in their hands was astonishingly great. They almost half dragged and half carried her out of the bar. Shinmashin's heart was filled with alarm. She wanted to call for help, but only a weak sound came out of her throat. She wanted to struggle, but her whole body was limp and she couldn't muster any strength. Her heart was filled with intense fear and despair. In her blurred vision, she seemed to see a black business car parked in front of the bar. The door was open, like a huge mouth of the abyss. Wang Ba was sitting in another car on the opposite corner of the street at this moment, and he used his mobile phone to clearly capture the process of Shinmashin being carried into the car. He had a twisted and pleased smile on his face, especially when the close-up of Shinmashin's weak appearance as he struggled was captured. He was so excited that he trembled all over. Lin Yi. Did you see that? Your darling is about to be in my bed. He edited this short video and sent it anonymously to Lin Yi's private number that he could find. The postscript contained only one line full of provocation and malice. Boss Lin, I'll let you taste your rose tonight. Don't worry, I'll record it and share it with you. A notification popped up, announcing the successful message delivery. Wang Ba grinned and signaled the driver to follow the black commercial vehicle in front, speeding towards the luxury hotel that had already been booked. The night was thick, and the trap of the abyss had already tightened. When his cell phone vibrated in his suit pocket, Lin Yi was in his study reviewing Ling Xiao Media's strategic plan for the next quarter. He casually took out his cell phone, and the anonymous video and the line of malicious text that popped up on the screen made the air in the room drop several degrees in an instant. In the video, Shinmashin, who was obviously unconscious and was roughly carried away, was like an ice pick piercing Lin Yi's eyes. Rage surged within him, but the more it surged, the more terrifying his outward composure became. His deep eyes were now filled with ice. Without a second's hesitation, he opened the thin and light laptop he carried with him, his slender fingers turned into afterimages on the keyboard, and the complex code interface scrolled rapidly. The powerful hacking skill unlocked before is now fully activated. Track signal sources, crack anonymous servers, locate mobile terminals. A series of operations were completed in a flash. Chapter 95, Seal your meridians with silver needles to cut off your evil roots. Near the Phantom Bar, turn towards the Hilton Hotel, the top-floor presidential suite. Lin Yi read out the location information in a low voice, each word carrying a cold murderous aura. He closed his computer, grabbed the car keys from the desk, and dashed out of the study like a flash of black lightning. The roar of the engine traced a rapid trajectory through the night as it headed straight for the target hotel. The corridor of the top-floor presidential suite was thickly carpeted and silent. Two burly men in black suits stood guard at the door like two door gods, their eyes alert. However, they didn't even get a clear look at the person coming. A dark figure approached silently from the corner of the corridor like a ghost. The big man on the left felt a precise and swift knife chop on the side of his neck. His eyes went dark and he collapsed to the ground. The big man on the right was startled and looked back. Just as he saw his companion fall down, a hand like an iron clamp had already grabbed his wrist holding the walkie-talkie. He didn't even have time to sound the alarm before an irresistible force came over him, and his wrist joint was twisted and dislocated. The severe pain made him groan and fall to his knees. The walkie-talkie fell silently on the carpet. Lin Yi didn't even look at the two people curled up in pain on the ground, his eyes fixed coldly on the heavy door. The lighting in the suite was dim. Wang Ba was holding up his cell phone excitedly, the camera aimed at Shin Machine, who was lying on the big bed, unconscious and struggling weakly. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were unfocused. The little sanity she had left made her use her weak strength to try to push away Wang Ba, who was approaching her, and she let out a low whimper. TSK, how pitiful. Will Lin Yi be mad when he sees this video? Ha ha ha. Wang Ba laughed obscenely and reached out to pull Shin Machine's collar. Bang! With a loud bang, the heavy wooden door was kicked open from the doorframe by a terrifying force. Lin Yi's figure appeared at the door, against the light of the corridor, like a god of death returning from hell. Wang Ba was suddenly frightened and his phone fell to the carpet with a click. When he saw that it was Lin Yi, the color drained from his face instantly. He stammered and tried to threaten, Lin Yi. You dare to break in. I'll call the police. Lin Yi said nothing, but just walked closer. The cold murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into substance, making Wang Ba like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake. His legs went weak and he didn't even have the strength to escape. You, don't come over here. Wang Ba waved his hands and tried to retreat. Lin Yi moved at an extremely fast speed. Wang Ba only felt a flash before his eyes, and then a heart-wrenching pain came from his abdomen. Lin Yi's punch was like a hammer, smashing into his stomach. Wang Ba screamed miserably, then crumpled to his knees like a cooked shrimp, retching violently. Lin Yi raised his foot and stepped coldly with the shiny sole of his leather shoe on Wang Ba's face, which was twisted with pain, and pressed him tightly to the carpet. The voice was low, but carried a chilling chill. Which hand did you touch her with? Wang Ba was so frightened that he was pissing and shitting, begging incoherently for mercy. I didn't touch you. It hurts. Master Lin, please be gentle. Master Lin, spare me. I won't do it again. Lin Yi's expression remained calm. He uncrossed his legs, squatted down, and pulled out a small leather needle bag from his bosom. He unfolded it, revealing several slender silver needles that gleamed with cold light. Under Wang Ba's extremely terrified gaze, Lin Yi picked up a silver needle and accurately and quickly inserted it into a hidden acupuncture point below his lower abdomen. A sharp soreness and swelling sensation instantly spread throughout Wang Ba's body, and he felt with horror some indescribable changes. This is interest. Lin Yi's voice was like the god of death. From now on, if you want to touch a woman again, you will be in excruciating pain. Remember this lesson. After saying this, he no longer looked at Wang Ba, who was lying like a pile of mud on the ground, and walked straight towards the big bed. On the bed, Shin Machine was in a trance, her body trembling from the effects of the drug and fear. When she felt someone approaching, she instinctively shrank back. The coldness in Lin Yi's eyes melted instantly, replaced by tenderness. He carefully wrapped her tightly in a soft velvet blanket, isolating her from the cold and unbearable outside world. Then he leaned over and whispered in her ear in a softer voice than ever before. Don't be afraid. Moxin. It's me, Lin Yi. It's okay, I'll take you home. The familiar voice and reassuring atmosphere were like a warm current flowing into Shin Machine's frightened heart. Her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she uttered a vague. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks, but it was no longer fear, but relief after being rescued. She subconsciously leaned into Lin Yi's arms and completely lost consciousness. Lin Yi picked her up steadily along with the blanket, and without even looking at Wang Ba, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, he strode out of the dirty room. In the corridor, the hotel security and manager rushed over after hearing the news. They looked at the two bodyguards lying on the ground, the open door, and Shin Machine, who was wrapped tightly in Lin Yi's arms. They looked at each other and no one dared to step forward to stop them. Lin Yi's figure disappeared at the elevator entrance under the gaze of everyone. Tonight, Thunder's redemption was over, and the dust had settled. But the evil seed sown by the hegemon will inevitably bear even more bitter consequences. The top-level apartment purchased by Lin Yi-san is located on the top floor of the city's most prosperous area, but it feels like a quiet fortress away from the hustle and bustle. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, there is a dazzling and boundless city night view. The interior is in a minimalist and low-luxury style, with cold lines and calm colors. Every detail shows the owner's extraordinary taste and strong financial resources. This is the safest place right now. Lin Yi gently laid Shin Machine, who was wrapped in a velvet quilt, on the large sofa in the middle of the living room. The drug took effect completely in her body, her originally pale cheeks flushed abnormally, fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her breathing became rapid and hot. She twisted her body unconsciously, tearing at the edge of the quilt with her hands, and uttered vague and painful mutterings. Judging from the situation, no matter how much she hates the person opposite her, she will probably succeed now. Linny stood beside the sofa, looking at the sexy and charming Shinhwa, took a deep breath, and forced himself to suppress all distracting thoughts that might arise from the vivid scene before his eyes. His eyes quickly returned to the calm and clear state of a doctor. At this moment, he is no longer the powerful business tycoon, but a doctor who saves the world. He quickly took out the leather needle bag he carried with him and picked up the slender silver needle. Under the light, the tip of the needle flashed a cold light. He moved as fast as lightning, inserting the silver needle into the Baihui point on the top of Shinhwa head, the Shinmen point on his wrist, and the Yongquan point on the sole of his foot with incredible precision. Each needle contained a kind of subtle, pure, and gentle vital energy, which was slowly introduced along the meridians, like a cool stream, draining the manic drug power in her body. Chapter 96: A Night of Passion, a Night of Reckoning. His movements were professional and steady, with an unquestionable sense of authority. His fingertips occasionally inevitably touched her hot skin, but they also quickly moved away, never crossing the strict boundaries. As time passed, Shinhwa's body twisting gradually subsided, his flushed face slowly returned to normal, and his rapid breathing became even and long. She seemed to be gently pulled back to reality from a terrible nightmare. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times, and Shinhwa slowly woke up. The first thing I felt was the long-lost coolness and comfort in my body, as if it had been washed by warm spring water. The previous unbearable burning sensation and the pain of being stripped of consciousness had disappeared without a trace. She naturally knew what that burning sensation meant. Then, she opened her eyes, and her blurry vision gradually focused, and what came into view was Lin Yi's profile close at hand. He was leaning over slightly, observing her condition intently. There seemed to be a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and there was a hint of barely perceptible fatigue in his eyes. The room was filled with a faint, refreshing scent that belonged to him, mixed with a little bit of disinfectant alcohol and herbs. In an instant, all the fragments of memory before he lost consciousness came flooding back: the dizziness of the bar, the fear of being carried away, Wang Ba's hideous face, the figure breaking into the room. She immediately understood that it was Lin Yi who saved her from the abyss of no return, and he did not take advantage of her. Instead, he used this extremely respectful way to remove the effects of the drug for her. The great relief of surviving the disaster, and the strong shock brought by being cherished and protected by him, created a huge emotional gap, like a flood that broke through the dam, instantly breaking down her psychological defenses. Tears burst out without warning, not out of fear, not out of grievance, but an expression of being completely overwhelmed by a huge sense of security. "Why?" She choked, her voice hoarse and broken. "Linny, why are you so nice to me?" Seeing that she was awake, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with relief. He stood up, picked up the warm water prepared beside him and handed it to her. His tone was as calm as usual, but much softer than usual. "Drink the water first. Speak slowly later." Watching her sip the warm water and calm down a little, he spoke calmly, as if stating a simple fact. "I'm helping you because you deserve it. You're talented and resilient, and you deserve to shine on a higher stage. If I take advantage of someone's misfortune, what's the difference between me and a scumbag like Wang Ba?" His words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the softest part of Shinmo's heart. In this bizarre circle full of desires and transactions, she has seen too many hypocritical faces and too much ugliness in the name of help in order to control others. But the man in front of her was powerful enough to control everything easily, but he chose the most difficult and respectful way for her. He gently soothed her wounds, but drew a clear line and gave her the right to choose completely. The gentleness behind this strength, and the bottom line and respect that he still adheres to even at the top, this huge charm of personality, makes her heart move more than any life-saving grace, and makes her irresistible. Emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for a long time, completely overwhelming reason, reserve and all concerns at this moment. Shenhua suddenly put down the water cup, and despite being a little weak, rushed forward and hugged Lin Yi's waist tightly. She raised her head, her tear-soaked eyes were surprisingly bright, burning with desperate love and desire. "Lin Yi." She called his name, and then, in his slightly surprised look, she took the initiative to kiss his lips. This kiss, at first, was salty with tears and a desperate determination, but soon, it turned into unreserved passion. She was not making a deal or repaying a favor, she was responding to this man who made her soul tremble with her whole body and soul. When their lips parted, she gasped slightly, her eyes gazing intently into his deep eyes. Her voice was clear and firm, with a slight tremor, but it was extremely sincere. "Lin Yi, if you want me to. I'm not repaying you, I really love you." The city outside the window is still bustling, but in this quiet penthouse, the air seems to be frozen. Lin Yi looked at the undisguised love and determination in her eyes, and finally a ripple appeared in those eyes that were always calm. After a night of passion, both of them were very happy. Shin Ma-shin was so tired that she fell asleep. This sleep might be because she had him by her side, so she slept so peacefully. Lin Yi was also full of energy. He didn't expect that his heroic act of saving the beauty in his respect would earn him the company of a beautiful woman. After the break, there will be a reckoning. On the outskirts of the city, a chemical plant that has been abandoned for many years stands among the weeds. The rusty pipes have become twisted, and the broken windows are like countless empty eyes, staring coldly into the darkness. A cold moonlight streamed through the gaping hole in the ceiling, casting splotches of light on the ground. The air was filled with rust, dust, and a faint smell of residual chemical reagents. In the empty central area of the factory, Wang Ba paced back and forth like a trapped, anxious beast, his face a mixture of panic at the end of his rope and the pleasure of impending revenge. He was surrounded by a dozen strong men who looked like bad guys. They all had fierce eyes, held steel pipes in their hands, and even had machetes flashing with cold light. The leader was a bald man with gloomy eyes and gloomy brows, nicknamed Thunder Tiger, who was a well-known black market thug in the area. "Brother Hu, will that kid really come?" Wang Ba couldn't help but ask again, his voice a little sharp because of nervousness. Lei Hu spat out the cigarette but from his mouth and said with a sinister grin, "Boss Wang, don't worry. His woman will definitely come after you for humiliating her like this. Unless he's a coward, he'll come crawling over here. In this place, no one can hear you even if you scream your throat out. It's a good place for you to vent your anger, and for us brothers to stretch our legs." They thought they had laid a tight net, but they didn't know that everything was under Lin Yi's control. Through the hacking skills he had unlocked before, Lin Yi had already intercepted all the communications between Wang Ba and Lei Hu. He could even see their current location in the factory clearly by hacking into the camera of one of his subordinates' mobile phone. The low roar of the engine came from far away, and a dazzling headlight cut through the darkness of the factory. Lin Yi's black car, like a ghost in the dark night, was parked steadily outside the factory gate. The car door opened and Lin Yi got out alone, still wearing a light casual suit. He looked calm, as if he was not stepping into a dangerous place, but into his own backyard. He walked slowly into the empty workshop, his footsteps echoing in the dead silence, clear enough to make people panic. Chapter 97, A Mob, Are They Qualified to Block the Road? Wang Ba was surprised and delighted, pointing at Lin Yi and screaming, "Here I come. It's him. Brother Lei Hu, kill him for me. I want to cripple his limbs in front of him." Before he could finish his words, Lei Hu stopped him with a look, meaning that he should do it. Lei Hu then led his men to slowly surround them. More than a dozen people spread out in a fan shape, blocking all the escape routes, and the weapons in their hands reflected a cold light. "Boy, you're so brave, you really came here alone. But unfortunately, you have to leave sideways today." Lin Yi stopped and swept his eyes calmly over the crowd, finally landing on Wang Ba's face, which was twisted with excitement, with a barely perceptible sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. "What a bunch of rabble, so much nonsense." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi moved. His figure was like a ghost, so fast that only a shadow was left. He did not rush directly towards Wang Ba, but like a killing machine, he first cut into the enemy's weakest point on the left. A thug holding a steel pipe only felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The steel pipe had changed hands. The next second, his ribs were hit hard. The sound of broken bones was clearly audible. He collapsed without even a groan. "Fuck! Kill him!" Lei Hu was shocked and angry, roaring and rushing forward with a knife. However, Lin Yi's movements are as smooth as flowing water, full of a cruel and violent aesthetic. He seemed to be able to predict all attacks, sideways, sliding, blocking, and counterattacking. Every movement was extremely simple and effective. He dodged the whistling baseball bat and with a flick of his hand, the thug lost his balance and crashed into his companion. He blocked the incoming machete and used his elbow like a gun to accurately hit the other person's throat. The steel pipe he snatched seemed to come alive in his hands, poking, sweeping, chopping and smashing it. Every time he swung it, someone would fall down with a scream. He even had some spare time. After grabbing a thick steel pipe, he held both ends with both hands and exerted a little force. The steel pipe actually made a teeth-grinding groan and was forcibly bent into an exaggerated U-shape by him. He threw it to the ground with a clang. This inhuman force completely destroyed the remaining thugs' fighting spirit. They looked at the twisted steel pipes on the ground, then at Lin Yi, who was unharmed like a god of war with a cold look in his eyes, and began to flee in all directions. But how could Lin Yi let them escape? He moved again, chasing like a cheetah, each strike accurately incapacitating one of their victims. But in just 2 minutes, the dozen or so people who were so aggressive just now were all lying on the ground groaning and wailing, including Lei Hu, who was known as a tough guy. Wang Ba was already paralyzed on the ground with fear, his crotch soaked and his whole body shaking like a sieve. He watched Lin Yi walk towards him step by step, the footsteps sounding like the drumbeat of death. Don't come over. Master Lin. I was wrong. I will give you the company. All the money. Forgive me. Wang Ba burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly. Lin Yi stood in front of him, looking down at him, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. He bent down, took out the cell phone from Wang Ba's pocket, unlocked it skillfully, and found all the evidence stored in it about drugging Shin Machine and contacting the gang. Lin Yi's voice was cold. Let you go? Sure. I'll dirty my hands with you, or let the law deal with you. He found some discarded electrical wires and tied Wang Ba and the thugs who were still able to move together tightly like dumplings. He then called the police using an anonymous internet phone call, clearly stating the location and situation. At the same time, the incriminating evidence in Wang Ba's mobile phone was packaged and anonymously sent to the police's serious crime squad in several of the most influential media outlets. The sound of sirens came from far away, and flashing red and blue lights illuminated this sinful factory. Lin Yi took one last look at Wang Ba, who looked ashen and completely collapsed, then turned around and disappeared into the night outside the factory. The next day, the headlines exploded. Xingyao media boss Wang Ba has been arrested on suspicion of kidnapping, intentional injury, drug abuse and other crimes. His behind-the-scenes scandal has been exposed and he faces severe legal punishment. Wang Ba, the once arrogant cancer of the entertainment industry, finally met the end of his own doing. What awaits him is a long life behind bars. Lin Yi, with a thunderous show of force, completely cleared the obstacles on the road ahead and showed the villains in the darkness the terrible price of touching his reverse scale. In the cold visiting room, Wang Ba was wearing an orange prison uniform, his face was pale, and his former arrogance was gone. He gripped the receiver, his fingers white with the strain. She lowered her voice and almost begged the man in a suit and slicked back hair outside the soundproof glass. Brother Shua. You must help me this time. I've been completely defeated by that bastard Lin Yi and that bitch Shin Machine. There was a glint of resentment in his eyes. I'm helpless in there, but you're out there, so you have plenty of options. Please, Brother Shua, destroy Lingxiao Media in the business world and help me vent my anger. Let him have a taste of bankruptcy. Outside the glass window, Zhou Shua, the boss of Superstar Media, slowly adjusted his cufflinks, a trace of pity on his face as he spoke into the microphone, his voice filled with his usual arrogance. All right, Botsy, just stay inside and I'll take care of the outside world. A nouveau riche who got in by luck and brute force doesn't know the rules. Someone should teach him how to behave. The entertainment industry is a very complicated place. You can't just jump in with a few bucks. Just wait and see how I kill him and avenge you. After receiving Zhou Shua's assurance, Wang Ba felt like he had grabbed a lifeline and thanked him repeatedly. Meanwhile, a calculating sneer played at the corner of Zhou Shua's mouth. Zhou Shua brought down Lingxiao Media not only to vent his anger on his childhood friend, but also to eliminate this potential threat that did not play by the rules and might disrupt his good plans. Almost at the same time, a piece of heavy news exploded the entire film and television industry like thunder. The top fantasy IP The Ravages of Time, which has hundreds of millions of fans, has officially announced the launch of its film and television adaptation project. This project is a potential box office harvester and word-of-mouth generator, and instantly became the fat meat that all film and television companies are salivating over. This is also my chance to defeat Lin Yi. In the meeting room of Superstar Media, Zhou Shuaji was beaming with pride. Leveraging his company's financial resources and the connections he'd built over the years, he quickly engaged in in-depth negotiations with the copyright holders, gaining the upper hand. The Ravages of Fire must be in the hands of our superstar. Zhou Shua slammed the table. Let's go with the safest plan. We invited director Wu to direct the film, as he is best at this type of large-scale commercial film. The male and female protagonists will be our two top stars, who have a huge fan base and are guaranteed to be box office hits. We want to create a benchmark project of S-level production plus top-level traffic. Wu is a well-known and capable director, but he also has some unspoken rules when it comes to attracting investment, and his character is not so upright. Chapter 98, instead of using top stars, use newcomers to stun the audience. This combination of big IP plus famous director plus popular star is the formula for success that Zhou Shua has believed in for many years, and it is also recognized as a safe card in the industry. He seemed to have already seen the scene of the project being a big hit, money rolling in, and Lin Yi's envious and jealous face standing by. However, in the office on the top floor of Lingxiao Media, the atmosphere was completely different. A thick volume of the original novel of The Legend of Zhu and project materials were spread out in front of Lin Yi, while Shen Maxin and the newly formed core team sat beside him. Lin Yi put down the information, his eyes sharp. The core of the Ravages of Fire isn't just about leveling up after killing monsters. More importantly, it's about the protagonist's growth, bonds, and spirit of rebirth despite adversity. We need to delve deeply into its soul, rather than creating a glamorous, empty shell. He made a decision that stunned all the team members. First, the director did not look for Director Wu, who was good at hype, but instead invited Director Chen, a powerful director who has been somewhat silent in recent years because of his persistence in artistic pursuits and unwillingness to compromise with capital. Director Chen has talent and fame, but he refuses to go along with the capital, so he is excluded from the circle. Second, the cast completely abandons traffic stars. Relying on his vague memories from his previous life and extraordinary insight, Lin Yi accurately selected two unknown young people with clear eyes and spiritual energy from a huge amount of new talent information: Lin Fan and Zhao Xiaoye. There's a stubborn refusal to admit defeat in Lin Fan's eyes, and Zhao Xiaoye has an unpolished agility and resilience. They are the living Lin Yan and Feng Qinger. Lin Yi's tone left no room for doubt. What shocked the industry even more was that when Superstar Media thought it had won the game and was dithering over the details, the legal and financial teams of Lingxiao Media carefully studied the IP licensing contract with amazing efficiency and discovered a tiny loophole. The priority negotiation rights granted by the copyright holder come with a strict deadline for the receipt of the first advance payment. While the superstar was still haggling over the sky-high salaries and schedules of his top stars, Lin Yi mobilized his powerful cash flow, deposited a huge advance payment into the copyright holder's account with more favorable profit-sharing conditions and at lightning speed, and completed the contract first. When Lingxiao Media officially announced that it had obtained the film and television rights of The Legend of the Phoenix and announced that it would be directed by Director Chen and starred by newcomers Lin Fan and Zhao Xiaoye, the entire entertainment industry went crazy. At a high-end cocktail party in the industry, people were toasting each other. Zhou Shua, with the complacent Director Wu and his two dazzling top stars, deliberately came in front of Lin Yi, who was tasting wine alone in the corner. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Lin?" Joshua smiled wryly, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for many people around to hear. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin, for winning over the Ravages of Fire with such a generous investment. That's truly courageous." He deliberately stretched out the word courageous, which was full of irony. He pointed at the top star next to him and continued to mock. "But Mr. Lin, it's fine if you just ask Director Chen, after all, he's an artist of the older generation. But these two newcomers you chose, TSK, they look so unfamiliar. Is the company's budget insufficient to hire decent actors? Do you want me to lend you a couple to help you out? Otherwise, the launch conference will be too shabby and people will laugh at us for having no one left in the entertainment industry, ha ha." Director Wu and the top star beside him also smiled contemptuously. The whispers around them grew louder, and many people were waiting to see how Lin Yi would leave the stage. Lin Yi turned around slowly, and the amber liquid in the wineglass in his hand swayed slightly. There was no sign of anger on his face, he still looked calm and composed, his eyes swept calmly over Zhou Shua and his group, finally stopping on Zhou Shua's face, which was full of pride. He raised his glass lightly, a faint arc appeared at the corner of his lips, and his voice was clear and steady. "Mr. Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Ultimately, the quality of a movie is determined by the finished product, not by piling up paychecks in trending searches. As for the budget..." He paused, his eyes sweeping meaningfully over the two top-tier celebrities beside Zhou Shua. "We'd rather spend the money on production. Mr. Zhou should worry more about his sky-high salary and whether he can recoup his costs through box office revenue. It hits the nail on the head and hurts right away." The smile on Zhou Shua's face froze instantly, as if someone had strangled him, his face turning red and white. The people watching the excitement around him also showed thoughtful expressions. Lin Yi's words not only easily resolved the ridicule, but also pointed out the core problem of the superstar model: high cost and high risk. Lin Yi no longer paid attention to Zhou Shua, who was standing frozen in place. He nodded slightly, turned around, and blended gracefully into the crowd, leaving Zhou Shua standing there, feeling the complicated gazes from all directions. For the first time, Zhou Shua felt embarrassment and anger in this circle where he thought he controlled everything. In this war without gunpowder, in the first round, Lingxiao Media took the lead with its unexpected strategy and Lin Yi's precise and fierce counterattack. And the real contest has just begun. The shocking effect of the official announcement of the Blazing Phoenix project has not yet subsided, and the entertainment industry has been hit by another blockbuster bomb. Joe Shaw of Superstar Media announced in a high-profile manner that he had purchased the IP Blue Luan Flying Dance, which is also a popular fantasy theme, hoping to use similar works to step on Linny. He hired director Wu, who is known for his commercial operations and rapid output, to direct the film, and assembled a lineup of the hottest traffic stars under his company and in the industry. It was clearly announced that the film will start shooting and be released at the same time as The Ravages of Fire, making it clear that they want to compete head-on to determine the winner. Joe Shaw was in high spirits at the press conference. "We will create a top-tier commercial blockbuster that truly meets market expectations and satisfies fans' needs. We will also show some newcomers who don't know much about the industry what a professional film and television industrial process is." The spearhead is directed at Linny and Lingxiao Media. Two crews working at the same time. Crew A led by Joe Shaw. After the crew of Blue Luan Dance started filming, they quickly revealed the chaos behind its efficiency. The two top-tier protagonists had extremely tight schedules and made extensive use of stand-ins and cutout techniques. For a simple dialogue scene, the male and female protagonists didn't even appear on set at the same time, and everything was done in post-production. Being late and leaving early was commonplace, and the lines were spoken by numbers, and the emotions were dubbed in post-production. Director Wu turned a blind eye to this. He is well versed in the rules of the industry and understands the power of capital. His task is not to polish the work, but to ensure that the project is completed smoothly within the budget and schedule. The script was changed beyond recognition by the investors and the star team, everything was done to highlight the star's halo, and the logic and character development lines were fragmented. Joe Shaw occasionally came to visit the set and was very satisfied with the busy scene he saw. He invested a large amount of money into the later publicity budget, and booked the hot search positions on major platforms in advance and used water armies to create momentum. "I firmly believe that relying on the purchasing power of celebrity fans and overwhelming marketing, I can crush the newcomer lineup like The Legend of Zoo. The audience still looks at the face and popularity, art? Can it make a living?" he sneered. Crew B Lin Yi's crew. At the same time, the crew of The Legend of the Phoenix presented a completely different atmosphere. Director Chen finally got the creative environment he had always dreamed of. Linny gave him absolute creative autonomy, without capital interfering and without stars forcing him to add to the cast. He can concentrate on polishing every shot and carefully crafting every line. Lin Fan and Zhao Xiaoye knew that opportunities were hard to come by, so they devoted themselves to it. They underwent martial arts training and script readings months in advance, lived on the set, and repeatedly pondered their roles. Although young, the sincerity in his eyes and his awe for acting infected everyone in the crew. Linny never interferes with the specific filming, but his support is everywhere. With ample funding and top-notch logistical support, the crew could focus on their creative work without distraction. More importantly, he was like a stabilizing force, clearing away all external obstacles for the crew. Chapter 99, Top-Tier Popularity? No match for my reputation. Counterattack. Joe Shua's first wave of attack directly targeted the technical lifeline of the project. Relying on his complex connections in the industry, he put pressure on several top special effects companies in the country, demanding that they either refuse to cooperate with Lingxiao Media or quote staggeringly high prices. The news caused a wave of anxiety within the crew. However, Linny simply smiled calmly and, responding to the situation, had his assistant contact a top North American special effects studio he had previously contacted. With clear requirements and a reasonable budget, we not only got a better price, but also introduced more advanced special effects production technology. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did they get a quote that was more cost-effective than the original domestic budget, but the other party also promised to send a senior technical director to provide on-site guidance and introduce the latest real-time rendering technology. As soon as the news was disclosed, the industry was in an uproar. Everyone was amazed at Lin Yi's unfathomable international resources and connections, and Joe Shua's blockade became a joke. When his first plan failed, Joe Shua resorted to another underhanded tactic. He sent someone to secretly contact the core behind-the-scenes team of The Ravages of Time, especially the art director and the director of photography, promising them a large sum of money and a bright future. Faced with the potential for staff turmoil, Lin Yi remained calm. He immediately summoned all the core creative staff for a closed-door meeting. At the meeting, he first announced a sincere salary increase plan to stabilize the team's morale. Then, he glanced at each of the industry elites present, his tone sincere and powerful. "Money is important, and Ling Xiao will never treat you unfairly. But I also believe that your ultimate goal in joining this industry is not just for the salary. We all yearn to be part of a work that will truly last. The script, team, and investment in the ravages of time have the potential to become a classic. Will we choose the allure of short-term profits, or commit ourselves together to a cause that may be remembered for years to come? I leave the answer to that question to you all. These words did not convey condescending preaching, but rather respect and resonance for professional ideals, which deeply touched these talented individuals who truly loved creation. Instead of being weakened, the team's cohesion became stronger because of this trust and shared vision. During filming, Linny would occasionally visit the set in a low-key manner. He never interfered with the director's specific work, but sometimes during breaks, he would casually exchange a few words with the leading actors. Once, he saw that Lin Fan, who played Lin Yen, still seemed to be at a loss after a major scene, so he walked over and whispered, "The root of your anger right now isn't the enemy's strength, but the hatred of your own incompetence. There should be fire in your eyes, but not just a fire of bravado. It should be a fire that burns towards you, a fire that tempers your heart." Another time, he gave Zhao Xiaoye, who played Feng Qinger, some advice. "Your coldness isn't expressionless numbness, but the loneliness of a heart filled with immense sorrow and a sense of purpose. When you look at Lin Yan, there should be a split second of ice in your eyes, allowing the audience to glimpse the warm current of emotion surging beneath the ice." These hints are often very insightful and go straight to the depths of the character's soul, allowing the two new leading actors to suddenly realize in their performances to instantly make a qualitative leap. Even the experienced director Chen privately sighed. Mr. Lin's insight into the character's psychology is simply incisive. Just as the filming entered its most tense and critical stage, Zhou Shua resorted to an even more ruthless move. He secretly paid for notices from well-known gossip magazines and simultaneously released carefully crafted negative information. One report accused Lin Fan of school bullying his classmates in high school. The other implied that Zhao Xiaoye had an ambiguous relationship with a mysterious rich man and was suspected of being kept by him, trying to discredit the lead actor before the film is released. The slanderous article, accompanied by blurry pictures of evidence, caused a huge uproar on the internet. Lin Fan and Zhao Xiaoye were both newcomers. Faced with the overwhelming malicious slander, they were shocked and angry, and their mentality was almost broken. The filming work was also affected. Lin Fan and Zhao Xiaoye were so anxious and angry that they almost lost their composure. Director Chen also felt the pressure. Director Chen approached Lin Yi with a serious expression. "Boss Lin, the public pressure is too great. Should we suspend filming and avoid the spotlight for a while?" Lin Yi, however, remained remarkably calm. He first called Lin Fan and Zhao Xiaoye to his office and looked at them with a steady gaze. "Rumors stop with the wise, and even more so with hard evidence. What you need to do now is not to panic, but to fight back with a better performance. Leave the rest to me." After calming the actors down, he immediately activated the emergency plan. The legal team collected comprehensive evidence of the rumors and prepared to file a defamation lawsuit with a tough attitude. At the same time, the intelligence network was quickly activated and key witnesses and evidence were quickly found. There was an official clarification statement issued by Lin Fan's alma mater, and collective testimony from his classmates. Zhao Xiaoye obtained proof of her family's clean background and completely independent financial situation. Lin Yi looked at the rumors that were becoming more and more intense on the internet, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Let the bullets fly for a while. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. When public opinion reaches its peak, we'll throw out irrefutable evidence, and this wave of dirty water will backfire 100-fold, hitting its source. Under his steady control, the crew of The Legend of the Phoenix withstood the pressure and devoted themselves to creation. Zhou Shua's crew, however, is fraught with hidden dangers amidst false prosperity and internal restlessness. An ultimate storm regarding works and reputation is quietly gathering strength, waiting for the works to be released to decide the winner. In the hot summer of July, the film market ushers in the most anticipated peak showdown of the year. Blue Luan Dance and Phoenix Blazing are like mortal enemies, showing their respective trump cards on the same stage. This battle, hailed by the media as a song of ice and fire, has finally received the final judgment of the market. On the first day of its release, the battle seemed one-sided. Blue Luan Dance achieved a crushing start with a 35% screening rate thanks to the powerful capital and channels of superstar media and the amazing lock-up ability of top fans. Tickets for primetime screenings at major cinemas are hard to come by, and social media is flooded with 5-star reviews and screenshots of booked theaters from fans. The first day box office easily exceeded 150 million. The impressive data made Zhou Shua very proud in the office. He raised his glass to director Wu. "See, this is the choice of the times. Solid works need time to ferment, and what the market lacks most is patience. In contrast, The Legend of the Phoenix only had 22% of the screenings on the first day, and its box office performance was steady but far less dazzling than its competitors. However, the first group of audiences who walked out of the cinema, especially the huge number of fans of the original book, spontaneously set off a silent wave on the internet. Their comments, without fanatical slogans, were filled with the surprise of discovering a treasure and unquestionable sincerity. The accuracy is perfect. Lin Yan's tenacity and Feng Qinger's cold sense of fate are straight out of the book. The acting of this new actor is so amazing. His eyes are full of drama, and he can easily outperform some of the top stars. The special effects are of the highest quality in the film industry. You can see the money wasted in every frame. This is the true respect for the IP. Chapter 100, Word of Mouth Counterattack, Ending the Era of Traffic. True word of mouth, like a spring buried deep underground, begins to gush out, quietly seeping into the foundation of the market. Entering the second week, the situation took a dramatic turn. Thanks to its explosive reputation, the attendance rate of Baidu continued to soar, and there was even a reverse decline phenomenon in which the weekday box office surpassed the first weekend. Astute theater managers quickly voted with their feet, and the film's screening rate soared to over 40%. The box office trend chart turned into a steep upward curve, breaking multiple counterattack records. The audience became the most dedicated promoters, with various in-depth analyses and clips of acting highlights going viral on social platforms, and the reading volume of the topic The Legend of the Phoenix, a conscientious production, quickly exceeded 1 billion. However, Blue Wanwu suffered a cliff-like collapse. After the false prosperity created by fans locking the venue was exposed, the real comments from ordinary audiences flooded it like a tide. The plot is awful. The whole movie is just like a PowerPoint presentation, and the acting is so awkward it's hard to believe you could carve out a castle. 50-cent special effects. Where's the logic in the story? Superstar Media, give me your money back. The attendance rate was terrible, and the screening rate was ruthlessly cut in half by the cinema to single digits. The massive investment contrasted starkly with the dismal returns. Zhou Shuo was furious at the daily stream of loss reports, but he was powerless to reverse the situation. The market's choices were cold and cruel. The annual film event, the Golden Film Awards ceremony, brought this protracted battle to a close. On the Avenue of Stars, the main creators of The Legend of Zhu were full of energy. Although Lin Fan and Zhao Xiaoye were new faces, their eyes were full of confidence and composure. Director Chen and Lin Yi walked side by side, chatting and laughing. In contrast, Zhou Shuo and director Wu from the Blue Luan dance crew had gloomy faces and hurried across the red carpet, all alone. The award ceremony has become the coronation ceremony of The Ravages of Time. The winner of the Best Newcomer Award is Zhao Xiaoye from The Ravages of Time. Under the spotlight, Zhao Xiaoye covered her face with excitement and took the trophy with a choked voice. Thank you, Director Chen, thank you, crew, and most of all, thank you, Mr. Lin Yi. You made me believe that sincerity and hard work are worth it. The winner of Best Actor is Lin Fan from The Ravages of Time. The audience burst into applause. The camera precisely cuts to the audience, where the top male star next to Zhou Shuo, who had failed to win any awards, has stiff muscles on his face, and the disappointment and jealousy in his eyes are almost condensed into substance. The winner of Best Director is Director Chen for The Ravages of Time. Director Chen strode onto the stage, clutching the trophy, excited. This award belongs to everyone. But I must give my greatest thanks to Mr. Lin Yi. He looked at the audience with a burning gaze. It is you who, in this age of capitalism, have upheld respect for art. You have proven that capital can be wings, not shackles. In the end, without any suspense, The Cat's Nest won the Best Picture award. As the producer, Lin Yi calmly took the stage. He accepted the trophy, which symbolized the highest honor, and his eyes swept calmly across the audience. His voice was steady and powerful. The success of The Ravages of Time only proves one simple truth: respect the story, respect the audience, and do every step carefully, and the market will respond. Lingxiao Media will, as always, adhere to this principle. There is no showing off, no criticism, only calmness and determination after going through ups and downs. At this moment, the golden light is brilliant and well-deserved. Zhou Shuo and the traffic first principle he represents were completely defeated and humiliated in the face of absolute quality. Lin Yi and his Lingxiao Media truly reached the top of the industry with this battle, and opened an era of their own with their unique quality as king model. The brilliance of the Golden Film Awards has not yet faded, and the market has put the final end to this protracted showdown with the coldest numbers. The box office myth of Baidu Yuan continued to burn, and finally ended perfectly with an astonishing record of over 10 billion. The huge box office returns are just the beginning. The surging peripheral derivative income and copyright transactions have made the project profits grow exponentially. Thanks to this campaign, Lingxiao Media not only made a fortune, but also became a super upstart in the capital market. The company's valuation soared overnight, and investment offers poured in. But even more valuable than the wealth was the instantly established reputation for quality assurance. Countless talented but underappreciated creators regard Lingxiao as their ultimate utopia, and requests from top talents to join are pouring in. Lin Fan and Zhao Xiaoye, the two newcomers discovered by Lin Yi, have seen their net worth doubled and become the darlings of major awards and top endorsements. But under Lin Yi's guidance, they maintained a rare clarity, declined a large number of fast food invitations, devoted themselves to honing their acting skills, and steadily moved towards the top. In hellish contrast is Superstar Media. The disastrous failure of the Blue Luan dance was not only an artistic failure, but also a commercial disaster. Hundreds of millions of dollars in investment were lost, and the sky-high pay and ineffective publicity and promotion made the situation even worse, affecting the company's cash flow. When the bad news came, the capital market voted with its feet, the stock price plummeted, and the market value evaporated by more than half. Former partners fled, core artists sought to terminate their contracts, and the company collapsed and was in a precarious situation. The traffic is king model that Zhou Shua believed in has completely become a laughingstock in the industry. A high-end industry forum came to an end and the crowd began to disperse. In the narrow corridor at the exit of the venue, Lin Yi, who had just finished his keynote speech and was surrounded by the crowd, met Zhou Shua, who looked dejected and tried to slip away. Reporters with keen sense of smell immediately swarmed over and blocked Zhou Shua's way. Mr. Zhou, how would you evaluate the success of The Ravages of Time? Does the failure of Superstar Media mean the end of the traffic model? The company is facing such a difficult situation. What is your remedial plan? Under the glaring flashlight, Zhou Shua's cheek muscles twitched violently. He stared at the ground with his eyes wide open. Faced with a barrage of questions, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. With the desperate protection of his assistant, he pushed through the crowd like a stray dog, got into the car in a panic, and fled the battlefield where he had lost all his dignity. That disheveled back was the most ironic footnote to his former arrogance. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, surrounded by enthusiastic reporters, remained calm and composed. He calmly answered various questions until a senior reporter raised the most crucial question. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your phenomenal success. As a new force in the industry, you've upended the traditional landscape. What do you believe is the core secret to your success? Have you found a completely new path? The whole audience fell silent in an instant, and all cameras focused on him, waiting for the answer of an era. Chapter 101: The Winner's Calmness, the Loser's Madness. Lin Yi's eyes swept over the crowd calmly, and finally looked at the bright sky outside the window, his tone as firm as a rock. The secret? Perhaps it's just a return to common sense. He paused slightly, his voice clear and powerful. The audience is never blind, the work will speak for itself. Pour resources and sincerity into the story itself, and the market will eventually give a fair response. What Ling Xiao did was simply to respect this simplest law. There was no mention of opponents, no boasting of victory, but this nonchalant explanation was like a loud slap in the face that traveled through space and hit Zhou Shua in the old era he represented. This is a kind of condescending tolerance based on absolute strength, and a crushing of ideas and patterns. The reporters wrote furiously. They knew that at this moment, along with Lin Yi's calm figure, he had been identified as the leader of the new dynasty in the industry. Lin Yi nodded slightly and left in the car amidst everyone's admiring gazes. The CEO's office of Superstar Media, which was once brightly lit and frequented by celebrities, is now in a mess after being vacated. The expensive artwork was gone, the leather sofa was covered with white cloth, and there was only a lonely boss chair with Zhou Shua sitting on it. He is no longer the high-spirited godfather of the entertainment industry. The expensive suit was wrinkled, the hair was messy, and the bags under the eyes were heavy. The eyes that once could see through the market trends were now filled with bloodshot and bottomless resentment. The lawyer had just left, leaving him with a thick stack of debt documents and a cold reality: he was bankrupt, heavily in debt, and all his assets were to be liquidated. The air was filled with the bitter, burnt smell of a cigar and an even more bitter feeling of failure. His fingers slid across the dusty table, which seemed to still retain the warmth of the past clinking glasses. But all of this was completely destroyed by that movie. And in his paranoid mind, there is a clear face behind all this: Lin Yi. Lin Yi. He chewed the name softly, as if he was chewing a piece of broken glass, his mouth full of the taste of blood. It was the work of Lin Yi's company Lingxiao Media, which swept the market as a dark horse. It not only stole all the attention, but also formed a sharp contrast in public opinion, making the work he created look like an expensive and stupid joke. If it weren't for you, if it weren't for you. Zhou Shua slammed his fist on the table, sending dust flying. He accurately projected all his resentment, anger, and despair onto Lin Yi. It was Lin Yi who destroyed everything for him. He took a deep breath, and a hint of crazy determination flashed in his eyes. He opened the safe, and it was empty except for an inconspicuous metal box in the corner. He opened it and found several passports with different names, some gold bars, and several anonymous bank cards. This was his last escape fund and also the starting fund for his revenge. "I'm done," he whispered hoarsely to the empty room, "but Lin Yi, don't even think about getting off easy. I want you to be 100 times more miserable than I am." A few days later, on the edge of the city, there was an underground billiard hall filled with smoke and the stench of sweat. Zhou Shua, wearing a nondescript hoodie with the brim pulled low, met with a man nicknamed Black Mamba in the innermost compartment. Black Mamba has a hideous scar across his face and fierce eyes. He is the leader of a group of desperados who specializes in handling dirty work. "Boss Joe, long time no see. I heard that things haven't been going well for you lately?" Black Mamba grinned, revealing his smoke-yellow teeth, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Zhou Shua ignored his teasing and directly pushed over a thick envelope containing cash. "Let's not talk about our past friendship. This time, I have a job for you." "Oh? Do you want Lin Yi's leg or his arm?" Black Mamba weighed the envelope and asked as if it was normal. "No." Zhou Shua interrupted him, his eyes sinister. "I don't want him to die, nor do I want him to be disabled. That would be too easy for him." He leaned forward, his voice very low, yet with a chill. "I want him to be ruined. Morally and legally, I want him to be completely destroyed." Black Mamba raised his eyebrows, becoming interested. Zhou Shua continued. "Lin Yi has a regular lifestyle, and occasionally goes to a private club called Henteing to relax. That's your opportunity. I want you to find a way to put this in his drinks." He pushed out a small, sealed plastic bag containing several brightly colored pills. "The latest hallucinogen, fast-acting and strong." "And then?" asked the Black Mamba. "Then." Zhou Shua's lips curled up into a cruel sneer. "Find the right girl, get him into the room, and take exciting photos and videos while he's unconscious." Then, an anonymous police report was made, alleging that everyone at the Henteing Club was taking drugs and soliciting prostitution. At the same time, package this information and send it to all the entertainment media outlets that love making big news. He spoke almost word by word. "I want to see Lingxiao Media CEO Lin Yi caught red-handed for drug use and prostitution on tomorrow's headlines. I want his image to be shattered to pieces, even more completely than my company going bankrupt." Black Mamba narrowed his eyes, weighed the pills and cash in his hand, and finally grinned. "Very insidious, but we like it. Deal, Boss Joe." At the same time, in an extremely secret top-floor cafe that requires a very high membership to enter, Zhou Shua changed into an old suit that was barely decent, trying to maintain his last bit of decency. Sitting opposite him was a foreign man with meticulously combed blonde hair and eyes as sharp as an eagle. Carl Winter, one of the heads of Vulture Capital in the Asia-Pacific region. This international hedge fund is known for its ruthless tactics and expertise in hostile takeovers and short selling. "Mr. Zhou, I've heard a lot about you. I heard you've been in some trouble recently." Carl spoke fluent Chinese, with a condescending politeness. Zhou Shua forced a smile. "It's just a temporary setback, Mr. Winter. But I'm here today to give you and Vulture Capital a great gift." He handed over an encrypted USB drive. "This contains Lingxiao Media's IP development plan for the next 3 years, as well as potential loopholes in the contracts of several core artists. Lin Yi is taking too big a step, so it won't be difficult to deal with him." Carl didn't pick it up immediately, but stirred the coffee slowly. "Oh? Why should we believe the authenticity of this information? And why did you do this?" Chapter 102 System Warning, the counterattack begins. The muscles on Zhou Shua's face twitched, and he could no longer conceal his hatred. With your team's professional capabilities, you can naturally verify its authenticity. As for why? He took a deep breath and said, "I hate him. He ruined everything for me. I'm willing to act as your insider and provide more information I know. I can help you analyze Lin Yi's decision-making habits. He leaned forward, his voice full of persuasiveness. Imagine this, Mr. Winter. Lingxiao Media is currently the hottest cultural and creative company in the market, possessing enormous IP value and growth potential. If Vulture Capital can spread unfavorable news, team up with brokerages to short its stock price, or launch a hostile takeover at a critical juncture of one of its major projects, the profits will be astronomical. And I just want to see Lin Yi become like me, with nothing. Carl Winter finally picked up the USB drive and played with it between his fingertips as if he were playing with the bones of his prey. There was a calculating glint in his icy blue eyes. That's an interesting suggestion, Mr. Zhou. He said slowly. We will evaluate the value of this gift. If everything is as you say, then Vulture Capital wouldn't mind being a vulture cleaning up the carrion. Two hands, in different locations, formed an invisible alliance for the same goal of destruction. Zhou Shuo walked out and looked at the bustling city below. His face showed the first real smile after his bankruptcy, which was twisted and satisfied. He seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Yi being torn apart by two forces at the same time. Lin Yi stood in front of the French windows, overlooking the bustling city. He had just finished a brainstorming session on new IP development, and the company was full of energy and creativity. At this moment, a clear and calm system prompt sounded in his mind. Warning, a malicious and complex conspiracy against the host has been detected. The system has been automatically upgraded and will become more intelligent in the future. Source A, Physical Smear Campaign. Executor, an underground gang led by Black Mamba. Plan, drug the host at the Hentai Club, creating the illusion of drug use and prostitution, and then exposing them. Source B, Business Conspiracy. Executor, Vulture Capital, Insider, Zhou Shuo. Plan, hostile takeover and short selling of Lingxiao Media. Response suggestions launched. Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. He had expected Zhou Shuo's madness, but he didn't expect the other party to be so impatient and use such despicable means. He was not at all flustered, and his eyes were as calm as ice. System, retrieve Zhou Shuo's recent communication records and fund flows, as well as detailed information on the Black Mamba gang and the recent movements of Vulture Capital. In an instant, a huge amount of information flowed through his mind, forming a clear thread. Lin Yi whispered to himself. Want to play? Then I'll play a big one with you guys. He first picked up the internal phone. Xiao Chen, please contact Director Zhang of the National Health Commission for me. Tell him I have a suggestion regarding standardizing the occupational health management of entertainers and would like to discuss it with him. Also, I have some clues regarding illegal drugs that may endanger public safety and need the assistance of police professionals. Then, he dialed another encrypted number, speaking in a relaxed tone. Mr. Hua, are you free for tea recently? I have an interesting financial game that I'd like you to watch. Maybe you can even earn some pocket money. A few days later, in a quiet and elegant room in the Hentai Club. Lin Yi, as usual, had a drink here to relax. He had already known through system monitoring that the Black Mamba had sneaked in and his target was the glass of whiskey in his hand. A waiter approached with his head lowered, holding drinks. His movements seemed skilled, but there was a subtle glint in his eyes. Just as he was about to give the tampered wine to Lin Yi seemed to raise his hand inadvertently and took the glass of problem wine. System, a powerful hallucinogen has been detected in the wine. Implementation plan, simulate poisoning to lure the snake out of its hole. Lin Yi sneered in his heart, picked up the wineglass, and lightly touched his lips. To others, it looked like he had indeed drunk it. But in fact, relying on his precise control over the muscles and meridians of his body and his profound understanding of the human body structure miracle-level medical skills, he cleverly held a small amount of wine under his tongue at the junction of his throat without swallowing it. At the same time, he used his internal energy, causing his face to turn slightly red and his eyes to become blurred for a moment, perfectly simulating the initial signs of the drug taking effect. He pretended to be unwell, stood up and walked towards the reserved suite. In the dark, the Black Mamba and his men, as well as several reporters who were bribed with large sums of money and carried telephoto lenses, had a gleam of success in their eyes. The medicine is taking effect. Hurry, follow him. Once he enters the room, the lady will go in, and we will rush in to take pictures. Black Mamba whispered. A few minutes later, when the arranged woman entered the room, Black Mamba and the others thought they had won, and they slammed the door open. The flashlights lit up instantly. However, the expected scene of Lin Yi making an ugly scene did not appear. Lin Yi was seen standing leisurely in the middle of the room, his eyes clear and sharp, without any sign of being intoxicated. The young lady stood in the corner with a confused look on her face, as if she didn't understand what was happening. "Everyone, you've been waiting for a long time," Lin Yi said lightly. Black Mamba's expression changed drastically. "Impossible. You clearly..." Before he could finish his words, Lin Yi moved. His movements were as fast as a ghost, like lightning. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and the two strong men in the front had already fallen to the ground with screams, their wrists bent unnaturally, they were dislocated in an instant. Lin Yi was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Every blow from his fists, palms and kicks accurately hit the joints, acupoints and other vulnerable places. His movements were smooth and flowing, full of violent aesthetics. But in just a dozen seconds, all the desperados, including Scar and those reporters, were lying on the ground groaning, losing the ability to resist. During the entire process, Lin Yi's breathing didn't even become disordered. At this moment, the door was pushed open again, and a group of well-trained policemen armed with live ammunition rushed in. The team was led by the elite officers of the municipal bureau whom Director Zhang had contacted through his connections. "Police! Don't move!" The leading police officer shouted sternly, and was stunned when he saw the scene in the room. The target person Lin Yi was safe and sound, while the expected victims were all knocked to the ground. Lin Yi pointed at Scar and the others on the ground and said calmly, "Officer, these people tried to drug me and plotted to slander me, and caught me red-handed. Here are the drugs they used, as well as the transaction records between them and Zhou Shua, the mastermind behind the scenes." He handed over a USB flash drive. Chapter 103, The conspiracy failed, and he will spend the rest of his life behind bars. The next day, the headlines of major media outlets were not about Lin Yi's scandal, but about the explosive reversal of events. Shocking reversal. Former entertainment industry tycoon Zhou Shua hired assassins to frame someone, but Lingxiao Media CEO Lin Yi bravely and intelligently broke the impasse. Police launched a lightning strike, smashing a criminal gang specializing in frame-up, and the mastermind behind this was Zhou Shua. Lin Yi, the law will give a fair verdict. We will focus on creating better works. The news was accompanied by footage of the police arresting Black Mamba and others, as well as some interrogation records and evidence of fund flows, which were irrefutable evidence. Zhou Shua instantly went from being a bankrupt boss to a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat, becoming socially dead and facing serious criminal charges. Just when Zhou Shua was in a state of panic because his physics conspiracy was exposed, he didn't know that the business conspiracy he had high hopes for was already under Lin Yi's control. Through Mr. Hua's huge and secretive financial network, Lin Yi already knew everything about Vulture Capital and Zhou Shua's every move. He even deliberately let Zhou Shua pass on some carefully tampered inside information that seemed tempting but was actually full of traps. At Lingxiao Media's board meeting, some shareholders expressed concerns about the unfavorable news circulating in the market and stock price fluctuations. Lin Yi sat in the main seat, calm and composed. "Don't worry, everyone. We have everything under control. Not only will we not be defeated, but we will use this opportunity to raise the company's value to a higher level." He had already joined forces with Mr. Hua and several top domestic investors who were optimistic about the long-term development of Lingxiao Media to set up a sophisticated financial trap. They accurately predicted the acquisition rhythm, capital mobilization path and leverage use of Vulture Capital. The ultimate reversal, complete crushing. Just as Vulture Capital invested huge amounts of money, it frantically absorbed funds through various channels and increased leverage to the extreme. Carl Winter had a victorious smile on his face, ready to launch the final offensive and complete his hostile takeover of Lingxiao Media. Lin Yi's side took action. Lingxiao Media suddenly held a global press conference and released several important news. The National Cultural Industry Investment Fund has officially made a strategic investment in Lingxiao Media, becoming a long-term strategic partner. Lingxiao Media launches the Eastern Mythology Universe series of super IP projects, with an initial investment of 10 billion yuan and strong policy support. The company has partnered with a leading global technology company to jointly develop the next generation of immersive entertainment experience projects. The good news was like a nuclear bomb exploding, and the financial market instantly boiled over. Lingxiao Media's stock price soared into the sky like a rocket, and its valuation soared several times in a short period of time. This dealt a fatal blow to Vulture Capital. They were buying shares at high prices, using extremely high leverage, and now the stock price has skyrocketed. Not only were they unable to complete the acquisition, but due to margin calls, they were forced to close their positions by the brokerage firm. The massive sell-off was then taken up by the capital arranged by Lin Yi and Mr. Hua. Vulture Capital suffered heavy losses, with billions of funds wiped out, and was forced to cut its losses and leave the market, severely damaged. Lin Yi and Mr. Hu took the opportunity to take over the equity of several high-quality media companies that were pledged by Vulture Capital due to margin calls at a very low price. They were the ones they had originally favored, thus completing a beautiful counter-takeover and making a fortune. Carl Winter smashed his beloved crystal ashtray in the office, his face livid. He poured all his anger at failure onto Zhou Shua, who provided false information. Find that loser Zhou Shua. Make him spit out all the money he took, including the principal and interest. Otherwise, Vulture's hunting order will make him wish he were dead. Zhou Shua hid in a cheap, damp underground hotel. The light in the room shone on his haggard face, like the will-o'-the-wisp of hell. The TV was repeatedly broadcasting the news about his failed attempt to hire someone to frame someone, as well as the news about Vulture Capital leaving the market with huge losses and issuing a debt collection ultimatum to him. He was finished, completely finished. He is socially dead, being hunted by financial tycoons, and is now a wanted criminal by the police nationwide. The former godfather of the entertainment industry is now like a rat in the gutter, and is even afraid to go out to buy a box lunch. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. He roared into the air, his eyes bloodshot and his spirit on the verge of collapse. He held a fruit knife tightly in his hand, sometimes crazy, sometimes desperate. He fantasized about rushing out and dying together with Lin Yi, but his remaining rationality told him that it would only be a trap. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, not hurried, but driving people crazy. Joshua trembled all over, and the knife fell to the ground with a clang. He seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. He knew that the time had come. The door was opened, and standing outside were not ferocious debt collectors, but several uniformed policemen with sharp eyes. Joshua, you are suspected of multiple crimes including hiring a killer to cause injury, commercial fraud, and false accusation. You are now under arrest according to the law. The cold handcuffs were fastened around his wrists, and the icy touch seemed to be the end of his entire life. He did not resist, but just let out a meaningless whimper that sounded like crying and laughing. The court was solemn and dignified. Joshua, dressed in prison clothes, was escorted to the dock. He looked 20 years older, his hair graying and his eyes cloudy. The prosecutor listed his crimes one by one. He instructed the Black Mamba gang to use banned drugs, plotted slander, and provided false business information to assist overseas capital in malicious acquisitions. The chain of evidence is complete, with both witnesses and physical evidence present, and the evidence is irrefutable. When it was Joshua's turn to defend himself, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Lin Yi, who was sitting in the front row of the gallery with a calm expression. The long-suppressed resentment, fear, and despair suddenly erupted. Like a dying beast, he pointed at Lin Yi and screamed hysterically. It's him! He's the one who schemed to harm me. He forced me to do it. There's something wrong with him. He's not human. There must be something wrong with him. Judge, go investigate him. Go investigate Lin Yi. He spoke incoherently, his face distorted, and tried to drag Lin Yi into the water. However, apart from empty accusations, he could not produce any substantial evidence. His crazy behavior only confirmed that he was mentally out of control and could not escape his guilt. The judge banged the gavel and sternly warned him to abide by court order. The defense lawyer also looked embarrassed and helpless. Finally, the presiding judge solemnly pronounced the verdict. The defendant, Joshua, has committed multiple crimes and is sentenced to 20 years in prison, deprivation of political rights for 5 years, and confiscation of all personal property. 20 years, 20 years. Joshua collapsed in the dock, his eyes completely devoid of luster, leaving only endless emptiness. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars, filled with regret. Chapter 104, Oscar? It's just my starting point. Outside the court, reporters who heard the news rushed to the scene and surrounded Lin Yi, who had just walked out, with flashes of cameras flashing one after another. Boss Lin, what do you think about Joshua's fate today? Mr. Lin, he just accused you in court. Are you angry? What does this victory mean to you and Lingxiao Media? Lin Yi stopped and faced countless microphones and cameras, his expression remained calm and his eyes were deep. He did not have the arrogance of a winner, nor did he mock the loser. Instead, he had a kind of detached calmness. He spoke slowly, his voice clear and steady. I have never considered Mr. Zhou Shua as an adversary. These words calmed the noisy scene a little, and the reporters held their breath. He continued. His failure was not due to me personally, but to himself. They lack respect for the law and attempt to solve problems through criminal means. They lack respect for the market and attempt to manipulate the rules through conspiracy. They lack respect for the human heart and underestimate the power of justice and the wisdom of the public. He paused, his eyes sweeping over everyone, as if stating a simple fact. Respecting rules, respecting bottom lines, and focusing on improving one's own value are the foundation of business society and even of survival in the world. If you deviate from this, no matter how high you once stood, collapse is only a matter of time. As soon as the words fell, the scene fell into silence, and then the sound of taking photos broke out even more violently. These words were as calm as water, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and could kill people and break their hearts. It did not get entangled in personal grudges, but directly elevated Zhou Shua's failure to the level of philosophy and rules, completely denying the foundation of Zhou Shua's entire life and behavior. This demonstrates the victor's height and power better than any angry rebuttal or triumphant show-off. The storm has completely subsided. Not only was Lingxiao Media not affected in the slightest, but its reputation reached an unprecedented peak because of the strong strength, just stance, and extraordinary vision of its leader demonstrated in this crisis. Public relations. Public trust, capital favor and industry appeal are at an unprecedented high. In the office on the top floor of Lingxiao Building, Linny looked at the Super IP cooperation plan covering the global market that had just been signed on the screen. His eyes no longer had the sharpness when facing conspiracy, but were filled with the longing and calmness of a pioneer. Boss, the preparations for the North American branch have been completed, and the first round of project launch conference is scheduled for next month. The assistant reported respectfully. Linny nodded slightly and looked at the vast sky outside the window. Tell the team that our stage is no longer limited to China. Let the stories of the East shine around the world. After clearing the last stumbling block, the cultural and creative giant Lingxiao Media officially sounded the whistle, fully loaded with creativity and dreams, and started the next step. An era belonging to Lin Yi and his empire has just begun. Within the prison walls, Zhou Shua huddled in a corner, occasionally seeing news clips about the unstoppable success of Lingxiao Media. He would laugh foolishly and then cover his face in pain until the prison guards yelled at him to be quiet. His madness and depravity have become a tiny speck of dust under the wheel of the new era. At night in the Mediterranean, the waves paved the sea surface into a dazzling road. The huge private cruise ship Lingxiao, like a floating palace, is quietly anchored on the sea. On the deck, a press conference is being held, bringing together the world's top film producers, mainstream media, and industry giants. All eyes were focused on the figure at the bow. Linny did not stand behind the traditional podium, but just leaned casually against the railing. Behind him is the boundless sea of stars and the dark blue deep sea, and the sea breeze ruffles the hair on his forehead. His voice, calm yet with unquestionable power, reached every guest through the sophisticated public address system. Thank you all for visiting the Pride of the Sky. He glanced at the faces in the audience who controlled the lifeline of global entertainment. Here, I officially announce Lingxiao Media's next work, The Great Desolation. There was polite and restrained applause from the audience. Linny raised his hand slightly, and the noise subsided. His next words plunged the entire deck into a near-stagnant silence. The goal of Primordial Era is not to replicate any successful model. It will redefine the category of epic. Our goal is to secure the Best Picture award at the next Academy Awards. A slight commotion spread among the crowd. A project led by a Chinese company, aiming for an Oscar? This sounds almost like a fantasy. But Lin Yi's expression remained calm, as if he was stating an established fact. He continued, his tone steady, yet every word weighing heavily. Many people regard Hong Huangji as an Oriental myth. No, it is much more than that. His eyes were deep, as if they had penetrated the night sky. It is a visual exploration of the core of Eastern philosophy. We will use the highest level of film language to visualize the ultimate proposition of human civilization: order and chaos. How the way of heaven establishes order from disorder, and how civilization is born and grows on the edge of chaos. He did not use obscure terms, but the grand philosophical theme of order and chaos instantly elevated the purpose of the legend of chaos to a height that many senior filmmakers present had to look up to. This is no longer a simple cultural export, but a firm ideological declaration with a cultural background. The declaration on the Lingxiao spread throughout the global entertainment industry at the speed of light. The one who reacted the fastest was Cameron Stone, Hollywood's king of epic films, who is known as a pioneer of modern film technology. While attending a technology forum, he was stopped by reporters and asked about his views on Lin Yi and Hong Huangji. Director Cameron Stone pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, a smile that seemed polite but was actually distant on his face. I have always had great respect for Eastern culture. It is ancient and mysterious. He changed the subject, his tone carrying the condescending scrutiny that is unique to people in the industry. However, film is an art form that requires profound accumulation, especially in the realm of epics. It's not just a pile of philosophical terms, nor can it be built solely on money. It's about narrative, technology, and a profound sense of history. He shrugged slightly and made a slightly exaggerated expression. I look forward to having a friendly exchange with Mr. Lin on the Oscar stage. After all, competition makes film art more exciting, doesn't it? The words seemed polite, but in fact they were full of contempt. He belittled Lin Yi's ambition as a pile of philosophical terms and a money game, and placed the potential historical depth of Eastern civilization in a position that needs to be questioned. These remarks were quickly cited by Western mainstream media as authoritative tone. The New York Times entertainment section headlined, "The Oriental Nouveau Riche's Oscar Fantasy, Can Money Buy a Golden Statue?" An article by a senior commentator for The Hollywood Reporter, Philosophy and Special Effects, analyzing the unrealistic ambitions of Lingxiao Media. Social media is full of ridicule. Does he think Oscar is in his backyard? Making a movie with Taoist philosophy? That sounds as awkward as eating steak with chopsticks. Chapter 105, Technology Dimensionality Reduction, Hollywood's Blockade Becomes a Joke. Public opinion almost unanimously portrayed Lin Yi as an arrogant upstart who was stupid and rich and desecrated the sanctity of film art. The Honghuang-Ji project has not yet started, but it has already been labeled a joke in the Western world. However, in the study on the top floor of Lingxiao, Lin Yi looked at the biased and arrogant reports refreshed on the tablet, and a deep arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shen Maxin brought him a cup of tea, looked at his expression, and asked softly, "You're not angry?" Lin Yi took the teacup, and the heat blurred the sharp light in his eyes. "Angry?" He shook his head slightly. "The stage is set, the audience has arrived, and even the villain can't wait to jump on stage. Now, all we have to do is..." He took a sip of tea, raised his head, and looked at me with a sharp gaze. "The curtain has been raised. A silent war across the Pacific Ocean, concerning cultural discourse, power and artistic concepts, officially sounded the clarion call with the declaration of Lingxiao. This time, what Lin Yi wants to conquer is not only the box office, but also the recognition from what is regarded as the highest temple of film art." People outside were laughing at Lin Yi's wild ideas, but inside Lingxiao Media, it seemed like they were secretly building an unprecedented dream factory. Lin Yi knew that no one would buy into his Eastern philosophy just by talking about it. He must let the whole world see it with their own eyes and feel it with their own bodies. So he played his first trump card, the full perception virtual production system. You can think of it as a super upgraded version of the 3D IMAX cinema, but the actors are not watching, but actually walking into it. How does it work? Instead of a green screen, actors no longer have to pretend to see a dragon against a silly green background. Instead, they wear lightweight, custom-made suits covered in countless tiny sensors. They walked onto a huge circular stage. In an instant, the surrounding walls and ground were no longer cold instruments, but through precise lasers and energy fields, they were transformed into scenes from a movie in real time. It could be a fairy mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, or it could be a roaring ancient river. The most important thing is that the director and actors can immediately see themselves in this fantasy world through special glasses. The actor who plays Manhwa can watch the clay figure she kneaded in her hands turn into a real person. The actor who plays Pangu can see with his own eyes the chaos separate in front of him. An experienced old actor said excitedly. For the first time in my life, I didn't have to imagine a performance. I stood there, the primitive earth beneath my feet, and I breathed the breath of the nascent chaos. This feeling is like traveling through time. When a short clip of the shooting went viral, the global film industry was in an uproar. Hollywood experts were stunned. They actually turned post-production special effects into live action? This technology is 10 years ahead of us. All previous doubts about the unrealistic green screen performance have been refuted in the face of this dream-making artifact. Now that they have an immersive stage, the next thing Lin Yi's team needs to solve is. It is about how to transform philosophical concepts such as creation of the world that sound very mysterious into visual wonders and soul music that everyone can intuitively feel. A scene like Pangu creates the world would be too ordinary if it were just a giant splitting the rock. What Lin Yi's team wants to do is to express the process of the birth of cosmic rules with images. What the audience sees is not a muscular giant chopping something, but rather observing the birth of the universe under a microscope. At first there was a colorful, churning chaos, then a light representing order was injected, and the energy began to sort and stratify itself as if it had life. The light ones rise to become the sky, and the heavy ones fall to become the earth. The whole picture is full of rigorous and magnificent geometric beauty. Film critics later called this perspective God's perspective because it transcends the way ordinary people view the world, as if we were standing in the position of the creator and witnessing the most basic principles of the world's composition. The visuals are stunning, and the sound can't lag behind. The researchers responsible for music have made an even more amazing breakthrough. Not only did she find many lost ancient musical instruments, she also discovered new music. Simply put, it is to find a set of sound codes that can bypass your brain and directly touch the most primitive emotions deep in your heart. When the picture is chaotic, the music is like a low and regular heartbeat, making you feel inexplicably nervous and expectant. When order is established and heaven and earth are clearly distinguished, the music suddenly becomes ethereal and vast. The note combinations used naturally evoke the feeling of being there. An internal preview audience described. It wasn't like the music was being played for me. It was more like I already had this melody in my heart, and they just woke it up. After watching the movie, I didn't feel excited, but I felt like my mind had been relaxed, especially calm and clear. When these new technologies were announced, filmmakers around the world were stunned. This technology was at least 50 years ahead of them. Director Cameron Stone had a bad feeling. A full-scale crackdown on the Great Desolation began. 1. Scheduling ban, an invisible iron wall. In North America, several major mainstream theater chains seem to have received a unified order, scheduling the screening of The Legend of the Ancient Sword either in ghost theaters such as 10 a.m. on weekdays or in the worst small halls. A theater manager revealed privately. The higher-ups told us that this film doesn't suit the tastes of North American audiences, and asked us to marginalize it as much as possible. Director Stone wants to use the most direct way to make Primordial Era physically disappear in the mainstream market. 2. Smear campaign. Before the movie was released, a large number of one-star reviews and negative comments suddenly appeared on major film review websites and social media. It's so mysterious. I can't understand what they're talking about. Another pile of Eastern mysticism. I'm aesthetically fatigued. The trailer looks like the special effects are cheap, with a 50-cent texture. These reviews are like a well-trained army, with unified rhetoric and precise coverage, trying to label the movie as obscure and strange before it is released, so as to discourage ordinary audiences. 3. Gambling with the rules, the Oscars glass ceiling. During awards season, Director Stone and his allies frequented judges' clubs and upscale cocktail parties. They smiled, raised their glasses, and reminded their colleagues in a seemingly objective tone. Primordial Era has some technical tricks, but the Oscars place more emphasis on humanistic care and narrative. Those kinds of philosophical conceptual games are ultimately unorthodox. They try to limit The Great Desolation to technical awards such as Best Visual Effects to prevent it from reaching the most important Best Picture throne. For a time, The Legend of the Ancient Sword seemed to be stuck in a quagmire in the Western world. It had shocking quality but was difficult to reach the general audience. Chapter 106 Oscar Night, The Coronation of the East. Break the situation. Faced with Hollywood's iron wall siege, Linney did not fight head-on, but instead launched a dazzling combination punch to break the deadlock, with each move being exquisite. Linney decisively gave up on spending money to fight with the giants in mainstream North American theaters. He took an unconventional approach and directed his team to reach exclusive collaborations with independent theaters, university film clubs, and IMAX theaters in major science and technology museums around the world. The slogan is even more accurate and deadly. Say goodbye to green screen. Experience a visual revolution that subverts your imagination, only in Honghuang-ji. This strategy is brilliant. The audiences of independent theaters and university clubs are a group that pursues novelty and has high aesthetics and a spirit of exploration. The IMAX theater in the Science and Technology Museum perfectly fits the film's positioning as a visual spectacle. Soon, the reputation of Honghuang-ji spread like wildfire in these positions. People spread the word. There's an Oriental film that allows you to truly enter the world of mythology. A unique cultural phenomenon has thus taken shape, nourishing and shaking the mainstream market from the periphery. Just when the public opinion war was at its peak, Linney did something that surprised everyone. He was invited to speak at Harvard University and Oxford University, but the topic was not film promotion, but an academic lecture entitled Cross-Civilization Comparison of Honghuang Mythology and Early Cosmology. Under the spotlight, Lin Yi used fluent and elegant English to calmly and rigorously compare the core concept of chaos and order in Honghuangji with early global cosmology such as Greek mythology. He used philosophical logic and layer-by-layer analysis to prove that Eastern wisdom is not alien, but an important aspect of human understanding of the world. In the audience, the scholars and elite students who originally had critical eyes went from doubt to contemplation, and then to heartfelt admiration. The whole process did not take much time. As soon as the speech ended, there was prolonged applause. The video of this academic speech was reposted crazily by major knowledge channels and instantly conquered the Western elite academic circles. Academic leaders have spoken out, praising Honghuangji as an artistic creation with profound academic roots. This powerful academic credibility is like a sharp sword, easily piercing through the obscure lies woven by the water army. And it began to profoundly influence the media's attitude and the perception of Oscar judges. Just 1 week before Oscar voting closes, when all competitors are spending money on their final promotional push, Lingsha Media released a special with a very unique style on major platforms around the world, called 10 Minutes of Silence. In the special, there is not a single line of dialogue and no cool shots. There are only a series of carefully edited pictures. Audiences from New York, Tokyo, Paris, and African tribes of different skin colors and ages had their real expressions captured by the camera when they watched the most shocking sections of Honghuangji, such as Panga Creates the World. Some of them were stunned, as if their souls had left their bodies. Some covered their mouths with their hands, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Some were in tears, unaware of it. Some children stretched out their hands, as if wanting to touch the magnificent universe that didn't exist before them. The background music is the music that touches the soul. Silent shock is more powerful than any noisy self-boasting. This special is like an emotional bomb, exploding in the hearts of audiences around the world. It sends an irrefutable message. Honghuangji can transcend cultural and language barriers and touch the common emotions and awe of human beings. It is said that director Stone watched the special in his own private theater. After a long silence, he sighed to the producer beside him. There was an indescribable complex emotion in his tone. We may have made a huge mistake. He wasn't making a movie, he was creating a universal experience. This combination of punches completely turned the tide of the battle. The high wall of arrogance built by Hollywood began to crumble in the face of true strength and wisdom. The world's attention is focused on the upcoming Oscar night. On Oscar night, the Dolby Theater was ablaze with stars. The air was filled with perfume, anticipation, and the invisible smoke of gunpowder. The crew of Honghuangji sat in the audience, calm and composed, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere around them. The progress of the awards ceremony seemed like a coronation march carefully choreographed for Honghuangji. Best Cinematography Honghuangji. Best Visual Effects Honghuangji. Best Sound Editing The Great Desolation. Best Original Score Honghuangji. Best Art Direction Honghuangji. Honghuangji won one technical and artistic award after another with overwhelming momentum. Every time they took the stage, members of Lin Yi's team expressed their gratitude calmly in fluent English and skillfully explained the Oriental aesthetic concept behind it with confidence and elegance. When the Best Director award was presented, the faces of several nominees flashed on the big screen one by one, including Director Stone, whose face was already a little stiff. The award presenter opened the envelope, took a deep breath, and announced loudly, "The winner is Lin Yi. Honghuangji." The audience burst into applause. Lin Yi walked onto the stage and took the heavy little golden statue from his senior. His acceptance speech was brief and powerful. He thanked the team and the audience and concluded by saying, "There are no walls between East and West in film, only doors between truth and falsehood, beauty and ugliness. Thank you for opening this door to true beauty." Finally, it's time tonight's Best Picture Awards ceremony. By coincidence, or perhaps it was a deliberate arrangement by the organizing committee, the award presenter was director Cameron Stone. Director Stone walked onto the stage, his steps slightly heavy. He took the envelope that decided his fate. The spotlight shone on his face, and he could clearly see a complex and inexplicable emotion. There was scrutiny, helplessness, and perhaps a hint of relief that he finally had to bow his head. He opened the envelope without any unnecessary greetings. The moment he saw the name, he was silent for a moment, as if confirming it, and as if saying his final goodbye to his past cognition. Finally, he raised his head, his eyes penetrating the camera, and announced clearly and solemnly, "The winner is Honghuangji. Congratulations, Mr. Lin." After a brief silence, the audience burst into thunderous applause. The camera was fixed on Lin Yi. He slowly stood up, hugged the excited team members around him, and then walked steadily towards the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Linny received the Best Picture trophy, representing the highest honor, from Director Stone. At the moment the two shook hands, Director Stone leaned forward slightly and said in a low and sincere voice that only the two of them could hear. "What you filmed is not a movie, it is a miracle." Chapter 107 My Villa, A Home Beyond Time. Linny looked at him, smiled slightly, and responded in a low voice. "No, Director Stone. We simply used light and shadow to awaken everyone's shared memory deep within about how the world began." Linny turned around, holding two golden statuettes Best Director and Best Picture, and stood in front of the microphone. The eyes of the entire audience and hundreds of millions of viewers around the world are focused here. He was unusually calm, and uttered the words that would later be regarded as classics. Once, in the eyes of many people, there seemed to be only one way to the world as stories. His voice was steady, yet powerful, and carried clearly throughout the room. Today, we have proved with our actions that roads can be opened up and the sky can be completed. He paused, raised the trophy slightly, and glanced at the filmmakers of different skin colors in the audience who were equally moved by the film. He continued. "This trophy doesn't belong to me personally. It belongs to the heart of the East, the one who always looks up to the stars and dares to blaze new trails in its own way." Finally, he nodded slightly. "Thanks." For sentences, less than 30 seconds. There is no ecstasy, no long list of thanks, only a kind of calmness and confidence after the creation of the world, and the magnificent demeanor of a spokesperson for civilization. After a moment of silence, the applause broke out again, louder and longer lasting than ever before. This applause is dedicated to a great movie, but more importantly, it is dedicated to the rise of a new force and the birth of a new possibility. Global media reported this moment with front-page headlines, praising Linny's speech as one of the greatest and most confident speeches in Oscar history. This is not only a conquest of an award, but also an elegant and thorough cultural rectification. From that moment on, the landscape of world cinema was permanently rewritten. Lingxiao Media, and the Eastern narratives it represented, officially took center stage on the world stage. When wealth accumulates to a level beyond the concept of numbers, residence becomes an extension of personal will and life philosophy. Linny was no longer satisfied with the luxurious apartment on the top floor of the city. A more ambitious idea was brewing in his mind. He wants to personally build a unique Lin family villa, an ideal residence that combines wisdom and modern technology. The professional site selection team provided more than a dozen unique alternatives, ranging from the blue seaside to the snow-capped mountaintop. However, what Linny finally chose was a seemingly moderate place, a lakeside halfway up the mountain, 2 hours' drive from the core urban circle. The mountains here are gentle and the forests are lush. Facing a clear and open lake, you can see rolling green mountains in the distance. It has the interest of seclusion without being completely isolated from the world. The great hide in the city, the small hide in the wild. This place perfectly captures the essence of both. Linny stood on the foundation of the future villa, and the mountain breeze gently blew the corners of his clothes. "What I want is not a fortress isolated from the world, but a paradise where I can calm my soul while still being able to enjoy the daily life of the world." He personally participated in the overall planning and design, and his concept was very clear. Technology serves comfort and nature integrates into life. The overall architectural style is bold and complex, using minimalist and modern flowing lines, while cleverly incorporating the essence of Chinese gardens. The scenery changes with every step, and you can feel different scenery as you walk. 7 groups of buildings are scattered in an orderly manner between the mountains and the water, as if they grew naturally from the land and blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. As the project progresses steadily, some seemingly ordinary but mysterious details begin to show Linny's vision and wisdom that transcends his time. Under the foundation of the entire villa, a huge and sophisticated air circulation and purification system is laid. It can not only efficiently filter all harmful substances such as PM 2.5, but also simulate the ecological environment of the original forest and continuously release high concentrations of negative oxygen ions. As you step into the villa, every breath you take is fresh, sweet, and refreshing, as if instantly washing away the hustle and bustle and fatigue of the city. The drinking water comes from deep mineral springs hundreds of meters underground and is filtered through a unique system designed by Linny himself that combines special magnetic fields and natural minerals. The flowing water has a soft and delicate texture, with a hint of natural sweetness. Long-term drinking can subtly regulate the microcirculation of the human body. Although it has no miraculous effect in curing diseases, it does have the benefit of slightly improving physical condition, calming the mind and promoting sleep. A visiting famous biologist exclaimed after tasting the water, "This water tastes like life." Not only that, the intelligence system used in the villa is not from any mature brand on the market, but is the Xingshu independently developed by the mysterious laboratory established by Lin Yi. It is powerful yet discreet, able to pass non-invasive sensors placed everywhere, accurately identify the footsteps, body temperature, and even subtle emotional fluctuations of every permanent resident and even frequent visitor. When the owner feels tired, the light will automatically adjust to the most soothing color temperature and play background music tailored for him or her. When an important guest arrives, their preferred room temperature, humidity, and even familiar fragrance are all ready. It is everywhere, yet it seems non-existent, providing the most appropriate service only when it is most needed. In terms of security, Lin Yi has adopted the dual ultimate protection of human defense plus technical defense. On the surface, the top professional security team is responsible for daily patrols and vigilance. Secretly, an invisible surveillance network integrating biological detection technology, independently developed by the laboratory, was laid out in the woods and waters around the villa. Any unauthorized living being approaching a specific area will immediately trigger a silent alarm. As a joke, the security level here is probably even tighter than that of some countries' strategic command centers. After a long period of meticulous work, Lin Family Villa was finally completed. It has no deliberate display of splendor, but only a harmonious artistic conception that resonates with the mountains and rivers. The elegant white walls and dark black tiles complement each other, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows bring the shimmering lake light and lush mountain scenery into the room without reservation. In the early morning, the milky whiteness spreads over the clear lake like a veil, making people feel extremely relaxed. In the afternoon, the warm sunlight shines through the swaying bamboo forest, casting mottled and dancing light and shadows on the bluestone slabs. At night, everything is quiet, and the bright stars are reflected in the lake, echoing with the warm lights in the villa. This place has become a true paradise, the ultimate place where Lin Yi can take off all external identities, return to his true self, enjoy life, and settle himself. Only his core circle of friends and partners, who are recognized by him, are fortunate enough to be invited to step into this place and experience firsthand the comfort and tranquility that goes beyond worldly imagination. And in this unique world, you can deeply experience the perfect integration of technology, nature, and people. Chapter 108: A strawberry attracted a business tycoon. After Lin Yi returned to Lin Family Villa, the pace of life suddenly slowed down. He shed the glory of the Oscar podium, restrained his skills in manipulating the financial market, and returned to a minimalist state that seemed almost secluded to outsiders. However, this ordinariness is built on the cornerstone of the villa and is full of comforts that ordinary people can hardly imagine. The top floor of Yiwaichuan is still the area not open to the public. But nowadays, the private banquets here have become more irregular and more spontaneous. The guest list was kept to a minimum. The exhibition director, Director Chen, Director Zhang, Old Man Lu and other core friends, as well as Shen Muxue, He Wanqing, Shen Maxin and other insiders. There is no deliberate pomp and circumstance. The dishes may just be a combination of seasonal delicacies and exquisite home-cooked dishes, and the wines may not all be of prestigious quality. However, the atmosphere is like old friends gathering around a fire, warm and relaxed. During the dinner, Lin Yi was able to calmly discuss the latest medical policy trends with Director Zhang. The accuracy of his insights surprised Director Zhang, as if he had an internal reference document on his desk. I was able to discuss with Director Chen the differences between Eastern and Western aesthetics and philosophy from a certain movie shot, and with just a few words, Director Chen was inspired. He was even able to play several games with the skilled Old Man Lu without losing. His chess style seemed calm, but in fact he had the overall situation in control. He doesn't need to maintain it deliberately, let alone show off. He just sat there, talking, listening, and raising his glass calmly, and naturally became the center of this network of connections and wisdom. The exhibition director once lamented privately. Every time I come here to sit, drink tea, and chat, I find that many of the things I couldn't figure out become clearer when I go back. Brother Lin's advice is more useful than any strategic consulting service. There are always a few days every month when Lin Yi will take off his casual clothes from the villa, put on simple and elegant Chinese clothes, and appear in the clinic in Lingxiao Pavilion. He only sees a handful of patients every month, all of whom are recommended by various parties and are diagnosed by modern medicine as difficult and complicated diseases or even death penalty cases. A wealthy mining tycoon was tortured by a rare neurological disease and was emaciated. He visited the world's top medical institutions but was helpless. He came here with this last glimmer of hope. After observing, smelling, asking and palpating the patient, Lin Yi did not prescribe any rare or miraculous prescription. He just picked up a pen and wrote down a seemingly ordinary prescription, and instructed that it should be boiled with a specific mountain spring water. A month later, the tycoon was able to stand and walk again with the help of his family. He excitedly wanted to offer a large reward, but all he got was a cold reply from Linny. Medicine is for those who are destined to be cured. Your chance of survival is not over yet. Go back. This matter was circulated in a small circle among the top wealthy circles, and the name of Dr. Lin was increasingly deified, attracting more people to seek a diagnosis. However, Linny himself did not care about this at all. Except on consultation days, he never asked about the mundane affairs of Lingxiao Pavilion, as if it was just a casual footnote in his worldly experience. Now Lin Yi's investment behavior is becoming more and more arbitrary, based entirely on personal interests. Just because he felt that the tea available on the market always lacked some natural flavor, he bought a high mountain tea garden on the southwestern border that was shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. He did not invest a lot of energy in management, but based on his understanding of plant habits and ecology, he gave some small suggestions on soil improvement and picking timing. A few years later, the tea cakes produced in this tea garden became rare treasures sought after by top collectors because of their unique mountain charm and outstanding health-preserving effects. They were hard to come by. He accidentally found a few antiques that he liked, but found no place to display them properly, so he simply set up a non-profit private museum and opened some of his collection to the public free of charge. Unexpectedly, due to its excellent collections and aesthetically pleasing exhibition design, it quickly became a landmark in the cultural world, boosting the popularity of cultural tourism in the entire region. These industries, which others consider to be hobby in nature, have inadvertently grown into low-key and powerful money-making giants due to his extraordinary vision and insight into the essence of things. The rate of return is beyond the reach of many professional investment institutions. For Linny, life seems to have finally returned to its most authentic form, gathering with like-minded old friends, helping those in need, and doing what interests him. However, the ordinariness he defined has become an unattainable legend in the eyes of the world. The existence of Lin family villa has long been no secret among the top circles, but there are still very few people who are fortunate enough to step into it. Anyone who is recognized by Linny and is allowed to visit this paradise will not only be impressed by its artistic conception, but will also be obsessed with some seemingly ordinary hospitality items in the villa, which may even cause an uproar. On this day, Mr. Huo brought an old friend who had lived abroad for a long time and suffered from severe insomnia for many years to visit. The host and guests sat down in the pavilion overlooking the lake, and the maids served them tea. The appearance of the tea leaves was nothing special, not even as beautiful as some top-grade teas. But once brewed with hot water, an indescribable fragrance spread out. It was not strong, but very penetrating, and it made people feel calm when they smelled it. The old friend who had suffered from insomnia for many years just took a sip out of courtesy. When the tea entered his mouth, he was slightly stunned. The taste is not simply sweet, but like a clear spring stream, instantly cleansing the taste buds. What was even more strange was that a gentle warmth sank into my stomach and then spread to every part of my body. The anxiety and fatigue caused by the journey and jet lag in recent days were actually gently soothed. This tea. He couldn't help but take another sip, closing his eyes and savoring it carefully, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Linny smiled without saying anything. That night, this guest who had suffered from insomnia for 20 years fell into a deep sleep, the best sleep he had had in years, on the ordinary bed in the guest room until noon. Another interesting thing is about fruits and vegetables. At a small gathering, old man Jean greedily tried a few more of the villa's own grown cherries, which seemed ordinary. His long-standing stomach problems were remarkably well behaved for the next few days, and he never got upset again. The news spread quickly, of course, only within that very small circle. Finally, this hidden magic attracted the big crocodile who really knew the goods and had the best business sense. The president of a multinational giant who calls the shots in the global food and health products industry went through a lot of trouble and, through layers of connections, gained the qualification to visit the villa. Linny treated him with courtesy, and the lunch was naturally filled with ingredients produced by the villa. When a plump, red strawberry with a restrained aroma was put into the president's mouth, his chewing stopped instantly and his eyes widened suddenly. It was a taste experience beyond his understanding, with an extreme sweetness and complex layers of flavor. More importantly, after the fruit enters the stomach, it brings a clear, refreshing sense of vitality, which is incomparable to any known functional food. Chapter 109, It's raining heavily outside, but dinner at the villa goes on as usual. His businessman's instinct made him immediately see the immeasurable commercial value. He almost lost his composure when he put down his cutlery, looked at Linny with burning eyes, and got straight to the point. Mr. Lin. With all due respect, you are wasting natural resources. He said excitedly, these strawberries, no, everything in your villa. They shouldn't just exist here. Please give them to me. I have the ability to make them popular all over the world and create a $1 trillion market. For this strawberry, I'm willing to pay 10,000 yuan, no, 30,000 yuan per strawberry for exclusive sales. I want all the production. The table suddenly fell silent. Mr. Hua, the exhibition director, and others all looked at Lin Yi, wanting to see how he would respond to the temptation of such a sky-high price. When Lin Yi heard this, there was no fluctuation on his face, as if the other party was just proposing a trivial little business. He gently put down the teacup in his hand, looked calmly at the excited president, and said with a faint smile, Mr. President, thank you for your kindness. However, you may have misunderstood the significance of their existence. He raised his hand and pointed to the landscaped garden outside the window. The tea and fruits here are a little bit special, but it doesn't come from any secret recipe or technique. It is this landscape, this land, and the people who live here that have created something unique. He paused, his voice still calm. Once they leave this specific land and its aura, they lose their roots and become no different from ordinary objects. Therefore, they will not and cannot be commercialized. They are only here to entertain my friends and nourish life here. The president was stunned. He couldn't understand this non-commercial logic and tried to persuade him again. Mr. Lin, we can simulate the environment, we can. Lin Yi raised her hand slightly, stopped him from talking, and smiled faintly, saying everything without words. Although Lin Yi calmly resolved the purchasing turmoil, the news that Lin family villa produced a fairy item spread throughout the top circle in a more legendary way. Being able to visit Lin family villa and taste the tea or fruit there is no longer just an honor, but has become an invisible and supreme symbol of status. Some people joke that in a very secretive black market, someone once offered a reward for a leaf from the Lin family villa, and the price offered was comparable to the same weight in gold. However, it is still in short supply because no one can take a single leaf out of the impregnable villa guarded by Lin Yi. The crazy coveting of the outside world and the tranquility and indifference in the villa formed an extremely sharp contrast. Lin Yi still lives his poetic life, entertaining guests, tasting tea, and visiting gardens. For him, all the output of the villa is a gift from nature and hard work, life itself, rather than a bargaining chip in exchange for fame and fortune. This transcendence, on the contrary, gave him and his Lin family villa an even more mysterious and awe-inspiring aura. The tranquility of Linjia Villa was broken one afternoon when a weather warning was issued. On the satellite cloud map, a huge vortex containing terrifying water vapor is slowly approaching, and the meteorological department has issued the highest-level red alert. A torrential rainstorm not seen in 50 years is about to sweep across the region, and it is very likely to be accompanied by fierce mountain torrents and extremely destructive mudslides. The news caused a stir in the outside world, especially among the old friends who knew the villa was located halfway up the mountain by the lake. Lin Yi's phone was almost blown up. Brother Lin. The situation is not good. I will immediately send a rescue team with heavy equipment to help you down the mountain. President Zhang's voice was full of genuine concern. Mr. Lin, the city has launched an emergency response. The location of the villa is too special. Do you need us to coordinate a helicopter transfer? Director Zhang said in a serious tone. Even friends far away in other cities called anxiously. Brother E, don't hold on. Personal safety is the most important thing. I have several vacant villas in the city, and I can come over any time. Faced with his friend's imminent rescue efforts, Lin Yi's voice on the phone remained as calm as ever, even with a hint of a smile. Everyone, please be patient. Don't worry, the villa will be fine. Everyone, take precautions and don't worry about me. His calmness seemed to have a strange magic. Although everyone was skeptical, their restless emotions were indeed slightly calmed, but the worry still hung in their heart. That night, the strong wind brought heavy rain, which poured down like a river from the sky, hitting the earth hard. Outside the window, there was heavy rain and thunder, as if to tear the whole world apart. Parts of the city were flooded, mudslide warnings were issued in the mountainous areas, and the outside world was in chaos. However, at Lin family villa, the scene was quite different. As early as several days before the rainstorm, Lin Yi had already activated the ground vein resonance stabilization system buried underground around the villa. This system is not a crude reinforcement, but a continuous emission of a special kind of fluctuation that forms a positive interaction with the natural frequency of the mountain. This wave is like an invisible hand, combing the stress of the mountain and making the soil and rock layers tightly combine like a whole. No matter how the mountain torrents outside roar, the mountain on which the villa rests remains motionless, and the potential risk of mudslides is dissipated into nothingness. Not only that, the villa's seemingly decorative bionic drainage system now shows its miraculous effect. Instead of simply blocking the flood, it cleverly guided the surging flood according to the terrain. The rainwater was quickly gathered and rushed along the preset stone channels and underground culverts. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it turned into a torrent of waterfalls surrounding the pavilions and towers. It adds a touch of dynamic grandeur to this rainy night. In the courtyard, the accumulated water was always maintained at a safe depth below the ankles and then quickly drained away. In front of the huge panoramic floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the main building of the villa, Linny and Su Xiao were sitting opposite each other enjoying dinner, a pot of steaming mushroom hot pot. Outside the window, there was a doomsday-like storm, and the lightning made the sky and the earth flicker inside the window. It was warm like spring, the hot pot was bubbling, and the aroma was everywhere. Shin Mushua held her chin, looked at the lightning outside the window dancing like a silver dragon, and exclaimed, "I didn't expect that the villa would be so beautiful even in the rain." Linny picked up a piece of fresh bamboo shoots and put it into her bowl, smiling and saying, "The power of heaven and earth can also be scenery. As long as you find the right method, you can dance with it." The rainstorm finally passed and dawn came. The sunlight penetrated the dispersed dark clouds and spread onto the devastated earth. The surrounding areas were severely affected, with reports of washed-out roads and slope collapses frequently appearing in the news. However, when people turned their eyes to the Lin family villa, everyone was stunned. Chapter 110 Life Evolution, starting from every grass and tree. The villa itself is intact, the glazed tiles are clean, and the garden landscape is even greener and more vibrant because of the baptism of rain. What is even more amazing is that several villages located downstream of the villa, which were originally prone to geological disasters, miraculously suffered very little damage this time. Experts later speculated that it was the villa's magical drainage system that effectively reduced and delayed the flood peak, and invisibly protected the downstream. A joint expedition team composed of geological and architectural experts came to investigate with great curiosity. When they saw the drainage system that took advantage of the terrain to turn floods into landscapes, and learned about the technical principles that deeply stabilized the mountains, they were all amazed. This is truly a model of disaster prevention engineering. Transforming resistance into utilization, integrating disasters into the landscape. Mr. Linny, your design concepts are at least 50 years ahead of the times. A white-haired old expert shook Linny's hand and said excitedly, "We hope to learn from, no, we sincerely ask you to learn some of your design ideas and promote them to more mountainous construction projects." Linny remained calm and only expressed his willingness to provide some reference within his ability. After this incident, Lin Family Villa is no longer just the mysterious paradise that produces immortal products in the mouths of top circles, but has become a magical symbol of being as calm as a mountain in the face of extreme natural disasters. People finally understood that the efforts Linny poured into this place were far more than just superficial elegance, and its depth was beyond imagination. The days at Lin Family Villa are like a clear spring flowing in a mountain stream, peaceful and leisurely. However, beneath this extreme calm, some extraordinary changes, like undercurrents, quietly surged. The first person to notice the abnormality was Zhang Qingya, who was the most attentive. While tending to her own medicinal garden, she discovered that several dendrobium plants that were originally used for ornamental purposes were growing at an astonishing rate, with leaves that were thicker and more lustrous than usual. What surprised her even more was that a white orchid that had been transplanted here only a year ago actually emitted a very faint warm glow that was barely noticeable to the naked eye one morning, and when she got close to it, she could feel a tranquil atmosphere. She called Linny, her tone filled with surprise and confusion. "Linny, come and see this orchid." Linny leaned over to observe, his fingertips gently brushing across the orchid leaves, feeling the vitality contained in them that far exceeded that of ordinary plants. He did not answer immediately, but instead inspected the entire garden of the villa with the same doubts. The results were shocking. The fruits produced by the trees are not only larger in size and more attractive in color, but their taste and slight health-regulating effects seem to be improved to a higher level than before. Even those seemingly ordinary ornamental plants appear particularly energetic, with stretched branches and leaves, lush green, as if they were injected with some invisible vitality. Accelerated growth and improved quality, this cannot be explained by ordinary fertility or management. Linny fell into deep thought. That night, he came alone to a place in the villa, the small valley where the formation that gathered vitality was originally set up. He closed his eyes and used all his strength to activate his god-level computing and perception abilities. Like a sophisticated detector, he went deep underground and scanned every subtle change in the villa's earth veins. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a hint of understanding flashed in his deep eyes. It turned out that he had previously arranged many measures to optimize the environment of the villa, especially the formation that attracted natural vitality obtained from the system. After a long period of interaction with this land, which already had spiritual energy, an unexpected resonance effect was produced. An extremely weak trace of energy from heaven and earth in the earth veins was guided and gathered together, like a trickle of water, and eventually gave birth to a small spiritual vein deep underground in the villa. This spiritual vein is far from being able to allow people to fly and hide in the ground as described in novels about cultivating immortals. It is extremely weak, and the energy it emits is so thin that it is almost difficult to quantify. But it is this insignificant energy, like the purest nutrients, that continuously optimizes the microenvironment within the villa. It subtly nourishes all things here, leading to the abnormal phenomenon of accelerated plant growth and improved quality. Almost at the same time as the abnormality of the plant was discovered, another strange thing happened. One rainy night, Shinmashin found a dying white fox beside the bamboo forest outside the villa. There was a deep wound on its hind leg that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood had dyed its white fur red. Its eyes were dim, filled with pain and fear. Shinemo felt pity for the animal and, regardless of the rain, carefully carried it back to the villa. Linny checked the white fox's injuries, cleaned the wound himself, applied special wound medicine, and fed it a few drops of medicine to harmonize qi and blood. With meticulous care and the nourishment of the vibrant environment of the villa, the white fox's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 days, it was able to move as usual. However, the changes do not stop there. After recovering from its injuries, the white fox did not leave the villa but stayed instead. Its eyes were no longer ignorant like a wild beast, but had become extremely smart, as if they contained the brilliance of wisdom. It can clearly understand simple commands from Shinmashin, Linny and others, and will even rub its head against the palm of its savior's hand to show affection. What is even more amazing is that once when Zhang Qingya was looking for an unidentifiable herb in the medicine garden, the white fox actually walked over. He sniffed with his nose, then stretched out his front paws and pointed accurately at an unremarkable plant in the grass, which was exactly what Zhang Qingya needed. It seems to have an extraordinary perception of every blade of grass and every tree in the villa. The appearance of this white fox has become the best proof of the spirituality of the villa. It proves that the villa environment not only optimizes plants, but also has a slight enhancing effect on animals, opening up their intelligence. It quickly became a part of the villa, like a silent but sympathetic companion. Sometimes strolling gracefully in the courtyard, sometimes lying quietly under the corridor listening to the music, adding a bit of spirituality and peace to this already extraordinary land. Linny stood by the waterside pavilion, watching the white fox chasing butterflies among the flowers, and feeling the faint spiritual vein fluctuations of the earth beneath his feet, and he understood in his heart. Under his management and due to chance, Lin family villa is evolving in a direction beyond the mundane. Beneath the peaceful life, more surprises may have just begun. Chapter 111 From a Mountain Orchard to the National Cornerstone. After all the abnormalities in the Lin family villa could not be completely covered up. When the benefits brought by these changes were truly reflected in several core friends, a more ambitious plan began to mature in Lin Yi's mind. The first person to feel the significant changes was the oldest Mr. Hua. He has had rheumatism and hypertension for many years, and despite various treatments, the illness remains stubborn. But since he became a regular visitor to the villa, drinking the water there and eating the fruits and vegetables produced there for a long time, he was surprised to find that the joints that used to ache slightly on rainy days had not ached for a long time. Even his blood pressure, which had required medication to control for many years, has stabilized. The physical examination report shows that all indicators are improving. Even the doctor lamented that his physical condition seemed to be 10 years younger. The exhibition director, Director Zhang and others have more or less had similar experiences. They have become more energetic and some sub-health conditions have been cured without medication. During a small gathering at the villa, Mr. Hua couldn't help but pull Linny aside and asked with gratitude and curiosity. "Brother Lin, do you have some magical spell here? We old guys know our bodies very well. It's definitely not something that can be explained by ordinary health regimens." Faced with these old friends who can be absolutely trusted, Linny no longer hides anything. He brought a few people to the core of the valley where they could faintly sense the embryonic form of this spiritual vein and told them frankly. It's not magic, it's this land that has nurtured a very faint spiritual energy. It's this spiritual energy that has improved the environment and products here. Looking at the shocked and fiery eyes of his old friends, Linny knew that the time had come. He proposed an idea. This inspiration cannot be replicated, but the principle behind it, optimizing life, can perhaps be explored and analyzed. Even if we can only replicate one fraction of it, it will be enough to benefit countless people. Soon after, a low-key and heavily guarded building was built on the mountainside next to the villa. There is no sign, no publicity, and only a very few people know that this is the science of life sciences. Lin Yi provided the core ideas and direction, while Mr. Hua, Director Zhang, and others mobilized top scientific research resources, reliable scientific researchers, and absolutely confidential channels. The goal of the research is not to directly utilize the irreplaceable spiritual vein, but to try to understand its operating principles and use modern scientific and technological means to simulate and reproduce it in an extremely weak way. After countless failures and explorations, the Academy of Sciences achieved preliminary results that were enough to shock the world. 1. Primary gene nourishing solution. It does not change genes, but can nourish cells more accurately and gently, promote metabolism, and repair minor damage to the body. Its effect far surpasses all the top health products on the market, and it has almost no side effects. 2. Environmental optimization matrix, a special soil and water conditioner that significantly enhances soil vitality, purifies water quality, promotes healthy plant growth, and slightly increases its nutritional value. The results are out. How to apply them? Lin Yi's vision was far more profound. He chose not to commercialize the technology for profit, but instead, through Director Zhang's channels, established contact with the relevant state departments at the highest level. He presented the research results and some theoretical basis of the School of Life Sciences and put forward a concept. Conduct small-scale application trials in a controllable, closed ecological community to verify its long-term effects and social value. After careful evaluation and witnessing some initial results, the country's top leaders realized the strategic significance contained therein, which is sufficient to affect the national economy and people's livelihood and even the country's competitiveness. A top-secret plan codenamed Dawn was launched. In a carefully selected ecological community that is relatively isolated from the outside world, the results of the Life Academy are quietly applied. Land and water sources are improved using environmentally optimized substrates. Residents in the community, under the premise of full knowledge and willingness, regularly take a small amount of primary gene nourishing solution. The comparison of data after 1 year is shocking. Health level. The overall health level of residents in the community has significantly improved, the incidence of common diseases such as colds has dropped significantly, and the condition of patients with chronic diseases has generally improved. What is particularly striking is that many growth and development indicators of children in the community, such as immunity, bone density, and nerve reaction speed, are better than the average level of children of the same age outside. Agricultural level. After using the optimized substrate, the yield of crops grown in the community not only increased by 30%, but also its nutritional content was significantly improved and the taste was better. The detailed data of this model of future human community is classified as top secret. But it successfully proved to the country the great value and security of the technology mastered by Lin Yi. This is no longer a simple business cooperation or personal friendship, but has risen to a close bond at the national strategic level. Lin Yi stood on a high place in the villa, looking into the distance in the direction of the Chensi plan. He knew this was just the first step. Using this small piece of land as a base, he is leveraging the entire world towards a healthier and more vibrant future. This long and great road has been paved under his feet. The evaluation report of the Science of Life Sciences with a top-secret seal finally lay quietly on the desks of several core decision-makers. Behind the cold data between the pages lies a fiery possibility that is enough to reshape the country's future competitiveness. A closed-door meeting limited to the top of the pyramid was held overnight, and a resolution destined to be recorded in the secret history was solemnly made. The Cornerstone Plan was launched. The word cornerstone captures the essence of this plan. It does not seek to cast a wide net, but rather to focus precisely on the core groups that support the backbone of the country. Those meritorious veterans who are in their 70s and 80s but still have their minds on the blueprint, the national treasure-level scientists who burn their lives in the laboratory for technological breakthroughs, and the ghost troops guarding the light in the darkest places. The goal is clear and lofty. Systematically improve their health thresholds, prolong their peak state, and inject endurance into the country's most valuable human asset. Lin Yi was awarded the position of chief consultant of the Cornerstone Project. He was not at all surprised and did not refuse at all. This naturally fits in with his deep-seated belief that wherever one can, there is righteousness. He personally participated in the final formula review of the Cornerstone Type 1 nutrient solution, based on the primary gene nutrient solution. Subtle adjustments and enhancements have been made based on the physiological characteristics of those who engage in high-intensity mental work and those who consume extreme physical energy, striving to find the ultimate balance between safety and efficiency. The implementation of the plan is like a deep stream, silent but powerful. Specially prepared medicines are delivered to specific individuals through absolutely reliable channels. The internal microenvironment of several bases and sanatoriums involved in core research and development has also been slightly adjusted based on the principle of environmental optimization matrix. Chapter 112: Saving the World While Grilling. It takes time for results to emerge. After a few years, the changes are clearly reflected in the confidential health records and data reports. A space giant who was once critically ill several times due to severe coronary heart disease can now not only host major project seminars stably. Even in a debate about future technological routes, he spoke for 2 hours straight, with such meticulous logic and sharp thinking that the middle-aged elites present were secretly ashamed. His attending physician wrote in his latest evaluation report, physiological indicators have stabilized, and his functional status is comparable to that of a person in his early 70s. This is truly a medical miracle. There is also a special operations brigade that maintains a state of combat readiness all year round, and the physical fitness limit data of its members once again broke the record in the annual assessment. Even more astonishing is that the wounded's recovery period has generally been shortened by 30%, and their psychological resilience has significantly improved. In a top-secret report, the captain simply stated, "Excellent condition, sharper than ever." Regarding all expenses incurred by the Cornerstone project, Lin Yi's attitude is firm and clear. The profits generated by his many business entities are digested and supported internally, and never take up a single cent of the national treasury. He said frankly at the launch meeting of the plan, "It is my honor to be able to use my body and skills to serve my country, not a transaction." He never asked for money, but the return from the country was far more profound and substantial than wealth. The name Lin Yi has, to a certain extent, become synonymous with reliability and strategy. He has obtained an extraordinary authority. On some strategic issues concerning future industrial layout and even national security, his opinions will go directly to a certain place and have enough weight to influence decision-making. This trust is an invisible crown that carries more weight than any other title. Lin Family Villa and School of Life Sciences are clearly defined in the highest internal documents as irreplaceable special strategic assets. Its security level has been raised to the same level as core military facilities. Lin Yi himself and his inner circle were included in a quiet and powerful protection network. He is outside the secular power system, but has become a deep cornerstone supporting this system, with an transcendent position and as stable as Mount Tai. As dusk fell, Lin Yi sat down in the study of the villa and talked with the visiting director Zhang. Director Zhang looked at the situation on the chessboard that was dominated by an invisible force, put down the chess piece in his hand, and sighed sincerely. "Brother Lin, you were once as wealthy as a nation and a household name in the entertainment industry. I thought you were at the pinnacle. Now I realize that was just a leisurely stroll. Now, where you stand silently, you are already a pillar of the nation." Lin Yi picked up a warm black dot and didn't rush to put it down. He looked at the quiet mountain outline in the distance and spoke calmly as usual. "That's an exaggeration. Becoming wealthy is a skill, becoming famous in the entertainment industry is a means to an end. But being able to transform what you've learned into the smallest nutrients that nourish the nation's destiny is the true realization of your worth." He tapped his fingertips lightly, and the chess piece fell into place with a clear sound. Personal honor and disgrace are but mere disputes over the edges of a chessboard. Only the eternal stability of our country and the everlasting brightness of the stars are worthy of our all-consuming protection. Late at night, a top-secret phone call broke the tranquility of the villa. The voice on the other end of the phone spoke with unquestionable authority. "Mr. Lin, an unknown superbug has broken out in Africa, resistant to all antibiotics. The World Health Organization has raised the alert level to the highest. You're needed to take action." Lin Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the study, his eyes sweeping across the quiet lake in the night. The epidemic situation thousands of miles away is now being presented on the holographic screen in front of him in the form of data and images. The person on the other end of the phone continued. "The samples have been delivered through special channels, and we need a completely new solution." Lin Yi's gaze remained on the constantly mutating bacterial strain structure diagram on the screen. "Leave it to me, give me 3 days." In the laboratory underground in the villa, samples of superbacteria slowly rotate in precision instruments. Lin Yi did not immediately engage in traditional drug screening, but instead turned his attention to the villa itself. He strolled to the century-old agarwood tree nourished by the spiritual vein and lightly touched the trunk with his fingertips. Under an electron microscope, the essential oil secreted by agarwood exhibits a unique molecular structure. This is a defense mechanism naturally evolved by the plant in its spiritual environment. At the same time, the psychic white fox appeared at the door of the laboratory, its amber eyes seeming to see through everything. Lin Yi's mind moved slightly and he took a drop of the white fox's saliva sample. The results of the analysis were shocking. A certain biological enzyme in the white fox's saliva, when combined with a specific component in agarwood essential oil, can produce a completely new compound. This compound can accurately identify the weak links in the cell walls of superbacteria, and like a special key, it silently opens the invasion channel. Problems followed one after another. The production of natural ingredients was limited and far from enough to cope with the epidemic. Lin Yi's solution once again demonstrated his extraordinary wisdom. He used genetic engineering technology to introduce the effective gene sequence in agarwood into ordinary brewing yeast. After precise debugging, these modified yeasts began to continuously produce the required precursor substances in special fermentation tanks. Lin Yi explained to the assisting researchers. This is not a simple copy, we are recreating the miracle of natural evolution. 3 days later, the special antibacterial agent POBI No. 1 was successfully developed. Its production process is encapsulated in a small silver device and sent to the front line of the epidemic through special channels. The epidemic was quickly brought under control after the intervention of Breaking the Wall No. 1. The international medical community was shocked, but no one knew that the crisis was resolved due to a 3-day miracle in an oriental villa. In the minds of those in the know, Lin Family Villa is no longer just a private territory. It has become a holy place that does not need to be shown to others, but can change the world silently. As the sun sets, smoke rises from the barbecue grill in the main courtyard of the villa. Lin Yi was concentrating on flipping and baking the specially made rice balls, and the aroma of rice mixed with the fragrance of fruit would fill the air. Mr. Hua came uninvited and skillfully picked up a bunch of golden rice balls. I heard the director of that American lab resigned. They're still trying to figure out what secret weapon we used. Lin Yi placed the roasted mushrooms on Su Zhao's plate without even looking up. Are the rice balls here not delicious? Mr. Hua was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Delicious. This is the rice ball that can save the world. The charcoal fire crackled and an egret flew over the lake in the distance. No one knows that the answers to the crises that this world has quietly overcome time and time again are often hidden in the atmosphere of fireworks in this villa. The finale is coming soon. Thank you for your support. Chapter 113, The Finale. Perfect. Give the following novel a chapter title. Time flies, and the years have precipitated a deeper legacy for the Lin Family Villa, also outlining the most glorious life trajectory for everyone around Lin Yi. They first became themselves, standing at the top of the world with the most brilliant posture. Shen Mushua's name has become synonymous with beauty in the global fashion industry. She no longer needs any prefixes, the catwalk is her kingdom, every look and every step she takes defines the aesthetic direction of the times. Shen Maxin has long been crowned the eternal star of the film industry. She has won the Best Actress awards at the 3 major film festivals, Oscar, Cannes and Berlin. After achieving success, she gracefully turned around and became a gold medal producer with the most say, supporting the younger generations. She was respected as teacher shunned by the entire industry. Zhang Qingya recently inherited Lin Yi's true medical skills, integrating the ancient and modern, and created a unique natural therapy system in the medical community. She has cured countless difficult and complicated diseases and is known as the female doctor. The family business behind Yuanqing is deeply tied to Lin Yi's business empire, growing into a giant in the catering and high-end leisure industry across Asia, reshaping the lifestyle of modern people. Xiaolan races at lightning speed on the track, becoming a nationally renowned female racing champion with a dashing demeanor. Speed and passion are her metals. Lu Shirhan, with her unique background in the broad platform provided by Lin Yi, has built bridges in the fields of charity and international cultural exchange and has become famous. On a beautiful moonlit night, the aroma of tea wafted from the waterside platform of Lin Family Villa. Lin Yi gathered all his close female friends, and a frank conversation began. He did not shy away from the topic at all, his eyes sweeping over every face that was engraved into his life, and he spoke frankly. I am so fortunate to have met and known all of you in this life. I cannot define the feelings between me and any of you using the worldly term only. That would not only be unfair to you, but also a betrayal to my own heart. He anticipated various reactions, But he didn't expect that what responded to him was a smile of understanding and tacit understanding. Shin Mushue spoke on behalf of everyone, her voice gentle but firm. What we love is not the Lin Yi who is bound by worldly frameworks. What we love is the complete you who values love, is responsible, and is true to your heart. Over the long years, we are no longer competitors, but sisters who have experienced ups and downs together and shared joys and sorrows. They have chosen an intimate union that goes beyond traditional marriage. They respect each other, share resources and wisdom, and jointly protect this unique home and the man they both love. In order to give this emotion that transcends the world a solemn ceremony, an unprecedented Lin family establishment ceremony was held in the villa. There was no media noise, only the closest relatives and friends witnessed it. The ceremony was unique. Lin Yi did not stand at the finish line waiting for his bride, but stood among the flowers in the center of the manor. Afterwards, Shin Mushue, Shin Maxin, Zhang Qingya, He Wanqing, Xiaolan, Lu Shirhan. They wore custom-made dresses that best represented their own temperament and culture. Like stars from different star fields, they walked towards him together step by step from different directions with happy and determined smiles. Together, they planted an ancient tree sapling that symbolizes endless life and endless inheritance. Lin Yi put a unique necklace designed by himself on each woman. The pendant contained a faint inspiration of the villa, which was both a token of love and a guardian. With everyone witnessing, Lin Yi solemnly declared, I, Lin Yi, hereby swear that every woman behind me is the most precious treasure in my life and an indispensable part of my soul. In this life, I will give my all to protect their happiness, freedom, and dreams until my death. This is not just a simple wedding, but the solemn establishment of a strong, warm, and stable community of shared destiny. After the celebration, there is a long and dense daily life of happiness. The villa is spacious enough to provide each hostess with an independent courtyard built entirely according to her own wishes, fully respecting each other's space and freedom. Shin Maxin might be filming outside for a few months, and Xiaolan might be on a track at Universal. But Lin Family Villa will always be a harbor where they can return at any time and find warmth and comfort immediately. It is their common home. When they gather at the villa, life becomes the most beautiful poem. Lin Yi will cook the family dinner himself. Shin Mushue and Shin Maxin may sing. Zhang Qingya will share her latest discoveries. He Wanqing will bring the world's top food and wine. Xiaolan will talk about the thrills of the racetrack, and Lu Shirhan will plan the next charity trip. The next generation of children grow up in this environment full of wisdom and love. They have the love and guidance of many mothers, inherit their respective talents, and become the best successors of this legendary family. One New Year's Eve many years later. The Lin family villa was brightly lit and filled with laughter. Lin Yi and Shin Mushue were working in tacit understanding in the kitchen to prepare dumpling fillings for the New Year's Eve dinner. Shin Maxin and Zhang Qingya were taking the children to paste window decorations, and Xiaolan and Lu Shirhan were carefully setting the table for a sumptuous meal. Mr. Hua, the exhibition director, Director Zhang, and a group of old friends came uninvited, clamoring to stay up together to celebrate the new year, adding a bit of liveliness to the huge villa. Outside the window, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the night sky, reflecting the tranquility and brilliance of the villa. Inside the window, it is warm as spring, and the room is full of cheers, which converge into the most moving symphony in the world. Lin Yi looked at all this with a satisfied and peaceful smile on his face. He had experienced the ups and downs of two lives and struggled for half a lifetime. The pinnacle he pursued was not invincible power or endless wealth, but the scene before him. Successful and renowned, surrounded by celebrities, surrounded by close friends, with a healthy family and a peaceful heart, he transformed an urban legend into an eternal myth that everyone aspires to live. The whole book is finished.